What is up, y'all? What is up? My bad. I didn't know if I started it or not. How are y'all? So, as of right now, this is live, by the way. I don't want y'all to think that this is not live. If y'all leave a message, I can respond to you. As of right now, though, I'm trying to literally find my notebook. Like, I thought I had everything all set because all my notebooks are right here. I'm like, there's just no way that my IT notebook isn't here. Let me just check if this is live right now. I believe it is. Looking for this damn IT notebook because I started my IT lesson, so it's like I don't really want to write it in a different notebook like at all. But how are y'all liking the new camera angle? And the reason why I have to do this camera angle is because, you know, where I'm learning, then I have a lot of notebooks for what? Like, this is absurd. It's probably this one. Oh, I actually found it. Wow. Glory to God right there. But the reason why I'm filming from this camera angle is because apparently, I can probably go on here now, but apparently you can't show the screen on YouTube of at least what I'm using, the IT support course. So, pretty sick because look at this, y'all. I could be right here. What is up? What is up? Y'all can see me. Then I could literally come here, jump into the live, and then y'all see me on my laptop. Isn't that insane? That's crazy. But like I said, for here, I could probably, the most I could show you is where I learn it. But if I tried to show you anything else, my whole thing would get like turned off. It would get copyrighted. I'm a little bit late today. I'm flustered. But honestly, that's okay. So I'm gonna show y'all me going to where I plan on getting this. And I plan on getting my Coursera Google IT support certification. Now, obviously, I can't show y'all the courses that are inside of it. I think it's this one. Yeah, because they teach you the technical fundamentals and stuff like that. It gets a little bit deeper. Hard work troubleshooting. Is it this one? The IT support, Google IT support professional? Yes. And then I think when you get this, it gives you a certain percentage off on your CompTIA A+. So I plan on going through this. I'm already enrolled, even though it says I'm not. So I think I have to like log in and stuff. So let me go and jump back to this screen. Because sorry y'all can't see me because they're gonna freak out, man. They're gonna freak out. I think I meant to grab my earphones, but it's whatever. How do I get in here? Because I already was enrolled. Maybe I just sign in to my Gmail, maybe. Hopefully that works. Alright, says I'm enrolled. Now how the hell do I get to my courses again? Oh, I think like that. Oh, I'm kind of eating. I'm going by quick. So let's see how much I ended up getting through. I think I only got through the basics so far. So I'm going to tell you like everything that I'm kind of learning. Yes, I think right now I'm getting into the pioneers in computing and IT. Then we're going to get into like the digital logic. So we're going to get into some good stuff soon. But as of right now, they're still kind of breaking stuff down for me. They're still breaking some stuff down for me. I wish I could show y'all the screen. But I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can. Y'all can. Let me see Yep. So I believe I already read this one, the pioneers. Let me see my notes. I mean, I feel like you don't really need to take that much notes here. Oh, damn, I actually took a note for everybody. What is wrong with me? I mean, shoot, since I started, I might as well finish. You know what I'm saying? But I guess right now I'm just doing more or less like an intro. I'm doing more of an intro of like who these people are and like what they brought to IT. So this is an electrical engineer. His name is, I'm so sorry, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but it's Guillermo Gonzalez, I believe. By the way, if you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I'm going to be going live every single day well, mostly every single day. Should be whenever I could. But the goal is to be able to pass my Google IT support certification. That's going to be my first goal. And there's plenty of goals to come. I'm still going to be focusing on web dev for my main content, but on live streams, this is going to be the wave. So he patented? What the hell? patented? Do not know how to pronounce that. An adapter that lets monochrome cameras use color. And by the way, this is live right now. The reason why I keep mentioning that is because some people, they probably immediately see this camera angle and kind of assume that it's not live. But trust me, it is live. So it says this technology was one of the earliest forms. Okay. Technology is one of the earliest forms. Oh, maybe, you know what would be nice too? I think I might have to wait. But I was thinking about putting like an overlay on the screen that kind of says what I'm doing. And then probably says that I'm live just because I've been, you know, messing around lately. Some people probably don't know. Where the hell can I put text? Oh, right here. Give me 1 second. I just want to put that I'm live right now. Go to properties. So live right now. Hopefully that could help with some people if they don't believe me. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here being a liar. How do I fix this color? I want it to be like red. There we go. Perfect. Kind of contrasts. And then possibly later, I could probably do something that says like I'm studying for IT, but I'll do that later. Actually, I feel like I have to do it now. I'm realizing how plain my thing looks. And I don't like how plain it looks. So let me do Google IT support. Probably should have did this off camera, but man, I woke up hella late. There was nothing I could do. And then let's go with yellow, because yellow is going to be our new theme. If y'all haven't noticed, I like yellow. It's kind of, you could barely see it though. Hey Marzi, haven't caught up with you doing in a while. What's the current plan? Are you still doing coding or just doing IT now? I currently plan on doing coding as well, but coding is going to be something that is done, I want to say, it's going to be something that's done on like my actual YouTube content, like my actual YouTube video content. There we go. That looks better. It's going to be done on my actual YouTube video content rather than being on live stream. So I'm still going to be doing coding, but the goal now is to really kind of upgrade to IT support, which I think is going to be pretty cool. But as of right now, the only thing that's really upgrading to IT support is just going to be my live streams as of right now. And also, if you're wondering why y'all can't see the screen, it is because this whole thing could get copyrighted and then that would ruin the content. So I'd rather just record from here. But it's basically the same thing that I've been doing before. Oh damn, you know what's crazy? I'm actually going to, real quick, I'm going to do this because I want to promote this on my Discord. So give me a second. I want to promote this video on my Discord. So if I turn this camera off, something random would pop up. But yeah, so it's just kind of like, it's kind of more of like a pivot in what I'm doing, rather than it being like something changed, if that makes sense. We didn't really make a full transition just yet, but that eventually is going to be the goal. Hey, what is up? What is up, my guy? So gotcha, sounds fun. I'm curious, what's your end goal? If we're talking about my end, are you talking about my end goal for IT, or are you talking about my end goal for web dev? Which one? Which one? I'll definitely answer you if you could tell me which one. Let me see. Oh, you didn't say it yet. Damn, I don't remember which way my camera's supposed to be. Hold on. Let me hop back in here. Because sometimes you gotta put it a certain way. I think it's like this, right? Okay. There we go. There we go. Are we back? Are we back? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Says Marzi, you should learn DSA, Java, Python. No, I'm all good because, listen, we're transitioning. We got to transition. We got to pivot into a new route. And as of right now, I'm pivoting and I'm going to be doing IT. At least as of right now, I could probably get into like all that other stuff way later. Way later. So we got Jerry Lawson was born. I'm still going to be taking some of these notes here, but this is day one, so they're kind of just bringing me through an introduction. So there's nothing to really learn here. You said those are the most needed languages uses in Google. Well, as of right now, though, I'm not planning on learning any more of coding because I feel like I want to pivot into IT and just kind of go that way. So I'm probably not going to learn any of that as of now. You said both, not saying you can't do both at the same time. Both are important skills that could be used together, I imagine. But I was like curious if your goal was to land a specific job or something. Well, I feel like for web dev, I think my goal has always been to turn that into a side hustle, which I cannot wait for that video to come out because at some point I'm going to have my first client and that's probably how I'm going to end that series and then pick it back up when I do like a freelance series. But I'm eventually going to have my first real paying client, which I think is going to be super cool. And I plan on keeping that as like a side hustle. I feel like I've learned everything that I wanted to learn or for the type of websites that I want to build for web dev. Honestly. And then, so I feel like I'm kind of really close to my end goal for web dev. I just want to get my certification. I would say finish my barbershop website that I've been building on my YouTube channel. And then I would want to land my first real paying client. And then from there, that series should be over. So I feel like, because I feel like I did everything I wanted to do. Obviously maintaining the cliency would be what I would prefer, but that I feel like in the end, once you get your first client, you kind of did what you planned on doing, right? Then my end goal for IT, I would really like it to be about me getting a job. I would say for IT, I want it to be about getting a job, but I feel like that's like so in the future that I don't want to put that on myself as of right now. Obviously that is the intention, but if it doesn't happen, hopefully I find something else that I like to get into. But I think with IT, I really, so far, my short-term goals, I would say, is to get my Google IT support, what I'm doing right now, and then to get the CompTIA A+. Those will be my short-term goals. But long-term, yes, I would love to have it turn into a career, and preferably, I would say network engineering would be my goal. But I have to, I have to learn the computer basics, y'all. I don't know too much about computers. Let me see real quick. Though I'm getting a lot of information right now. Right now I'm taking notes on somebody who I believe has made game systems. His name is Jerry Lawson, if y'all know him. Kind of goated that I'm learning about him. That's probably the biggest or the funnest thing about beginning like a new course is how easy the information actually is because it's just history, and it's kind of history you don't need to know. It's like if you want to know. But I think it's pretty cool. I've been learning about a lot of people, and like Ada Lovelace, she was one of them. I don't know why she always stood out, probably because of her name. Like Lovelace, like who names, like that's crazy. That's like a beautiful last name. And this dude, he's the father of the video game cartridge. Hold on real quick, I'm gonna read your message. You said, cool, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that. I'm building an SAA as projects for different churches in my day job, but I've always wanted to try freelancing. Hey, that's what's up, man. That is what's up. No, yeah, you could definitely try it. Definitely. And then probably doing that for different churches, it probably kind of gets you used to having clients in a way, if that makes sense. So it's like, that'd be pretty sick. Lastly, we are done here. We got about like 3 more people. I feel like I don't really need to be taking notes on this. But then watch me get surprised in like a quiz or something. Because they also have quizzes on here and they have videos. So this is like a really good little place to kind of study. Which is pretty lit. I feel like with the chat being all on the screen, it's kind of like, I don't know if I should make it smaller. Maybe like that, but then you can barely read it. But honestly, just open chat if that's the point, if that's the case. But yeah, man. Yep, I'm so happy to finally be going down this route. That's why I've been telling people, man, like I really want to tackle IT support because I feel like at first, when it came to web dev, I did have like that dream of like, oh shoot, with web dev I could really do this, do that. And, immediately I'm thinking of like a career and then money. And then after that, I was like, oh, wait, with web dev, like, it's not that it's not possible. It's just you need to put in a lot of time and a lot of work. And I was assuming it was going to be quick. And I'm like, oh, so maybe this probably isn't the route. Short term wise, like maybe long term. That's why I'm still going to be doing web dev stuff. It's just for my channel. I just don't want to confuse people because I really do want to transition a lot of the content, which is why I'm starting here first. I'm starting with my live streams first. But I do want to transition a lot of the content to IT support without it confusing like my web dev people. And hopefully, the web dev people want to continue to stay on the journey because the goal of this channel was always to be about my journey. So I guess real quick, we're going to see if there's people who actually care about me or are there people here who are just here for web dev? What the heck? Web dev. Damn, that was like a tongue twister. And I guess we're going to end up seeing how that goes. So we got computer and we got he holds. And I'm so mad too because I came on late today. But you know what? That is all good. I just got to get this studying in. Regardless, this is probably going to be a shorter live stream, which is why I'm kind of bothered. I wish I came on sooner, but y'all know me. Patents for the PC. I was actually trying to wake up at 11, so I'm even more annoyed. But hey, no matter what time you got to wake up, no matter how many minutes you got to put in, I'm going to be here every day. That means y'all could do whatever y'all are trying to do every single day. You got to stay consistent. So his team also created. So right now I'm reading about this dude named Mark E. Dean. And I guess he is an inventor and a computer scientist. He was the chief engineer for IBM team, stuff like that. I guess he released the IBM personal computer. That's pretty sick, man. This dude is kind of goated. His team created a chip. I think it's a gigahertz. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. I cannot wait to learn about like everything that comes with IT. So I could finally land a help desk role for about 3 months or so. 3 months or so. I think that'll be pretty cool, but I hate. That's like the one thing. It's like I know I'm good at talking when I'm on YouTube, but I hate talking to others in person. And I'm like, damn, help desk and just anything for work except for where I work, I guess. You don't really got to talk to people. But in these other places, you do. I mean, not help desk, my bad. I meant to say help desk is where you got to talk to people. And especially even with just anything like network engineering, you got to talk to people. So I'm realizing it's a fear I'm going to have to push through if I want what I want. I can't just keep hiding behind this fear. And then if this ends up getting any deeper, like I continue to grow an appreciation for, for this, I plan on possibly even getting a degree. But that's, like I said, that's just so further in the future. I don't want to put that on myself just yet. Because what if I learn this for about a month, right? And I'm like, oh, hell no, I don't like this no more. And I told y'all everything I was about to do. But nah, I mean, honestly, for web dev, I pursued it wholeheartedly. I think now being more towards the end, I kind of don't like to do it no more. But if I was able to do it with web dev, man, I know I could learn whatever I need to learn because I had no idea what anything was. And then you study web dev for 7 months, man, you're making websites like nothing. The other day I had I guess it was supposed to be like a troll comment. And they tried telling me that when I code, that I apparently was a vibe coder. I was like, what the hell? I was like, when have I ever gave off that expression? I'm like, it literally, he had to pull something from somewhere because that just wasn't nothing. I'm like, I live streamed myself building before. It was so funny though. So he was born here. I love these little introductions, but damn, can we get into something crazy? Oh, that's another thing too that I forgot to add on my screen. I really want to make this prominent that it's day 1. this is day one. Whatever. We'll have to fix this screen another day. But let's just go and add this up in here. By the way, if you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I plan on going live every single day to learn some web dev, which I think it will be pretty sick. It will be pretty sick, y'all. Should definitely come and join me learning web dev. Let me go and put web dev. Wow, I'm so used to saying that. I'm so used to saying that. My bad. Come and join me learning IT. Or, well, granted, if you're learning anything, you could be learning anything. It does not matter. You can come and join me. And let me know as well if there's any, things you guys would probably want me to do. Possibly. That would be very helpful if you're like, oh, maybe you should put this on the screen, or maybe you should do this on the screen. Definitely let me know. I think that would be very helpful. So born in 1943, he was a computer scientist. Well, a lot of these people are computer scientists, I tell you that much. I guess computer scientists back then were actually inventing. I'm not sure what computer scientists are doing now, but it kind of just seems like anybody could just figure something out. I can't believe this is the route I guess technically I'm going this route. What am I talking about? I cannot wait to get a little bit further. Sometimes, yes, the introduction is easy, but it could be a little bit too much. A little bit too much. We got group where, and then in fact, he was working here. Don't really care. His team developed a system called Office Talk. Okay. Team. Oh, you know what's crazy? I forgot. Steve Jobs is dead, right? If he is, or something like that, I never knew. I thought he recently died. And then I think I seen it somewhere where it was talking about he died a long time ago. Unless I'm saying the wrong name. But there's somebody who I thought was still alive. And then I'm like, damn, he died 10 years ago? I learned web dev to the point where I wanted to learn web dev. I feel like I didn't get into more of the... I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if I learned everything. But I feel like there was probably more I could have learned for front end. But I learned exactly what I needed to know, everything that I wanted to know. I'm still going to be pursuing web dev on YouTube videos. But for live stream content, I'm already going to take that transition because there's not too much that I want to really learn. I feel like I got everything that I wanted to learn down pat. So does this system allow? But I do plan on coming back to web dev way in the future though, chapters down the line. I plan on coming back to web dev because at least for front end that I wanted to learn, which I'm happy about. So we're making this transition. The team developed Office Talk, and it's a pivot. It should feel like a what is it called? It should feel like an improvement, not like I'm just leaving web dev behind. Y'all can still talk about web dev in here. I do not mind whatsoever. So this system allowed. But damn, bro, you wrote that 4 times. you didn't think it went through? Granted, I didn't look, so maybe you did wait. You waited some time. So this allowed for collaboration. But why do you think I should have learned more, or you think it's okay that I'm doing this transition? You said, how old am I? I'm 22 years old. 22 years old. And then we're going to do using Ethernet. If you guys are new here, definitely hit that subscribe button, as I am trying to learn and make a better future for myself in IT support. You also focused on icon. Okay, so let me take this note here. And this is day 1 for IT support, y'all. So if you weren't here in the past, I've had a whole series going on since I think July of me documenting me learning web development. So it's pretty cool to do this transition, but also too, I know this may be day 1, so y'all might not believe me, but trust me, I've been studying web dev for about 7 months and I've documented the entire thing. So this is literally, this is nothing to me. I'm going to be able to do this. It's just about, hopefully I could get into what I want to into, which would be network engineering. But definitely hit that subscribe button. come join me on this journey of becoming a web developer. I mean, bro, I keep saying web developer because I'm so used to saying that, of becoming an IT support or network engineer. So we're gonna do modern computing. Right now we're just taking a bunch of like historical notes. And if you're wondering why I can't show you the screen, it is because YouTube will probably copyright it because it's like, technically it's a free course, but you know how some places be with their courses. If you show it on the screen, they might not be happy. So we're gonna just keep it safe and doing stuff like this, which I think is pretty sick. And this is live right now too. So you might get confused. You might think it's not live. It is live. Ask me anything and I'll respond. So in 1930, she was born. And so we're on the last person here, which after these notes, I'm probably going to have to dib, but we'll see. A mathematician. She was hired for the U.S. Navy. What the hell? To do what? That's sick. So this girl named Gladys West is who I'm taking notes of. Born in 1930, a mathematician hired for the U.S. Navy to accurately model the shape of the Earth. What the hell? That's actually pretty damn sick. Accurately model the shape of the Earth. So by the way, isn't it hard to study for 12 hours without any distraction? Well, normally for the 12-hour studies, I probably will study for about an hour or 3 hours. It really depends. And then you kind of just like loop it. That's really what every other study with me person does. They kind of just like record themselves, or they'll probably record themselves in like the same outfit. And then probably daily, let's say they do an hour, then they'll put it all together so it looks like it's one day. But in reality, it's probably like you're studying for an hour or 3 hours. But the point is just to give a study, how do you say it? The point is to give like a study presence to other people. So it's like, it's not really about actually studying for the full 12, because I doubt anyone's done that. Or or some people probably have, but once. If it's someone who's doing it multiple times, they're dead looping. they're straight up looping. But no, yeah. So you really just do it for like an hour or two. Because I think after right now, or as of right now, I only plan on studying like this, and then when I'm done, I'm done. I don't really want to loop it anymore, doing like the 12-hour study. Or I might, I mean, who knows? Maybe on like random days, because there were some people who did subscribe for that, but I feel like y'all can study with me at these times, or at least replay it. It doesn't need to be 12 hours. It says eventually be used as the basis for the global positioning. Global positioning. Yeah, because as of right now, I think I'm only going to be, how long have I been live? Almost 30 minutes. So it's not going to be too long for today. And we're going GPS. But definitely make sure y'all tune in every single day at 12 p.m. EST, because I plan on going crazy with studying every single day at 12 p.m. EST to 1 p.m. EST. And I know today I screwed up. So I don't know what we're going to do. It's just going to be a little bit late. But you see how, actually, I don't think y'all can see the screen at all, but there's some videos. I kind of want to put the volume up, but I don't want y'all to hear it, though. Damn, y'all probably are going to hear it. I meant to have my earphones, but that's okay. I guess I'll just read. So you say, let me see. Yeah, I can't even hear him. I think I realized I could pursue this IT support career as a freshman year in high school, so I took an intro to computer. Stop talking, bro. Is it gonna do that every time? Damn, it is. It needs to stop. Put that volume down, just in case. So I took an intro to computer applications class, and that's when we learned about very basics of computer. Teacher always talked about how this is where the world is going in 2001, and getting this foundational knowledge at the age of 14, 15. I wish I learned this very young, because I feel like when you're younger and you kind of learn these things, you're kind of like set by the time you're 18. You can kind of do things other people can't. At least you want to. You said can't see the content. No, yes, I know. It's my fault. Well, it's not my fault, but the problem is that because I'm on YouTube and I'm doing the IT Google support course, it's not like me searching for my own information. It's actually a course. even though the course is free, which makes literal to no sense. I'm forgetting y'all are over here. Which makes literal to no sense. For some reason, they, I guess, can copyright it regardless, because they have videos and then the coursework is something that they created. So if I tried to put this on live, they would literally take my live stream down, which I think is corny because it's like the content is free. So why can't I just put it on the screen? But this is the best way for me to do it because it will get copyrighted. It will get copyrighted, which is straight corny. I wish it wasn't, because I have a camera angle where I could show y'all the front of my screen, and literally I have this camera here, and then I could jump to this camera here, which I think is like super cool, but I can't even like show it because they won't let me show y'all anything. So when you're moving into college and leaving school, trying to get an actual job, fortunately enough, my first job was with Google. That's nice. I started here maybe a month after graduating. Okay, so we're learning about him. I need to learn about Google IT support. Oh, that's literally what this is called. Kevin, their career path. Sorry, Kevin. I'm very happy for your career path. So we started very entry level. One of the best memories, the best accomplishments I think I had for my IT support job was training with some of the new people in the program. Okay. Kevin, this isn't knowledgeable. I guess it's like a win knowing that not only myself who actually left the program and went on to other things, people that I brought on helped train. Okay, so we finished Kevin's story. Let's just fast forward a little bit because I think you have to finish the video. Alright, so that was cute. We got to Kevin's story. Now we're getting into computer language. Oh, Kevin's still going to be explaining it to us. So wait, is this a different series than your coding? Yes, this is, man. This is. Coding is going to be on the main content now. But y'all can still definitely hop in here and ask about coding. It'll be pretty sick. But it's a new series. That's why I'm trying to do a new color. I do need to obviously fix a lot of like my overlay. But we could end up fixing that at some point later. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows if I'm free. But yes, it's going to be a new little series. And we're getting into IT support, y'all. I'm super excited. It's just a nice little pivot. So I guess here they're going to be talking to me about computer language. Which I think is sick. I think this is going to be sick, man. Hold on, I gotta get this open. At least to write the title down. But if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Even if you're not studying IT support, it's still a pretty cool place to be because we can all study together. And it's still technically revolving around tech. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. You said, gonna miss the coding, no facts. I feel like I kind of already miss it in a way. But the coding has already been pissing me off. It's time to transition. But there's still going to be, like I said, web dev content in the main videos. But on live streams, we're transitioning. We're pivoting. He said, awesome, not going to lie. You have sort of inspired me to do the same as I have just started Code Academy, software engineering path. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I feel like the point of this channel is like, I don't want it to be about what I'm studying. I want it to be about what you could study. Like, I don't even care if you hopped in here and you're trying to study to be a doctor and I'm studying IT support. Obviously, more people are going to be inclined to watch the content who are studying IT support or studying web dev or something technology. But I feel like the point is that I want it to be where, you know, you could study whatever you want to study because what I'm trying to show you is that I can learn what I want to learn. Now you do what you want to learn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's like the most beautifulest thing I could do here. So that's great, man. That's great. So remember when I said that a computer is a device? Damn, I wish I brought my earphones so I could hear this because he's talking about it. But I'm also a big reader anyway. Remember I said that a computer is a device that stores and processes data by performing calculations. Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to write that down. He said remember, but I don't recall writing this. I probably did. So a computer. So we're still kind of doing the base, like the real basics of a computer, but that's not bad. That is not bad. But yeah, that's why, like, for me, I realize that this transition is huge, or this pivot is huge, because it cements what this channel was about in the first place. And I think some people, you know, obviously it's easy if a lot of my content is obviously going to be revolved around a topic. It's easy to kind of relate you to that topic, like web dev or to coding. And I feel like for me, the point of this channel was to be about my journey. And I'm not too big of a I'm not even big of a YouTuber. So I feel like making this transition or making this pivot at such an early stage cements what the point of this channel was, which is supposed to be my journey. And hopefully my journey can inspire you to go down your journey. Because there's a lot of people who are grown who kind of don't want to pursue anything. And it's because they feel like they can't. I'm trying to give them a feeling that they can. Because, I documented everything I did. So if you're new here, hit that sub button. Whether you're creating an artificial intelligence that can be humans at chess or something more simple like running a video game, the more computing power you have access to, the more you can accomplish. Okay, I guess we could take that. So the more, take that as a note. So the more computer power you have access to. Just in case if I ever get quizzed, sometimes they be quizzing you. I'm like, what the hell? And it'll be random. Like after something, I'm like, yo, I was not ready for that. The computer access to, oh wait, what the hell? The computer access, I meant to say the more. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. The more computer access you have. I don't know how to spell or something. Like, what am I doing? I don't even know what the hell I'm writing. The more computer access you have, that makes sense. Then the more you can accomplish. Because for some reason I was writing 2 somewhere. The more you can accomplish. I like that. And then by the end of this lesson, you'll understand what a computer calculates. Wait, what? Oh, you'll understand what a computer calculates and how. Isn't it just numbers, like zeros and ones? Or am I tripping? That'd be crazy. Well, I mean, I'm just learning, honestly, so I can make my guesses. I can make my guesses. So how a computer calculates. So I should probably put that in like a lot of bigger text. I love taking notes. I love it. And how. Oh, I'm like, what the hell am I doing, bruh? I'm like, how can a computer calculate and how? I meant to put what it calculates and how. There we go. That's good. That's better. I kind of want to underline on here as well. When you save a note, it ends up where the hell did he go? Why is he in the corner of my screen? Oh, wait, stop talking. You understand what a computer calculates and how? Let's look at math problem. 0 plus 1 equals what? 1. It only takes a moment to come up with the answer, but imagine that you needed to do 100 calculations that were simple. Okay, you could do it, and if you are careful, you might not make any mistakes. Oh, so what if you needed to do 1,000 of these calculations? I mean, I would just write them. How about 1,000,000? Okay, there we go. 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000, give it to the computer. So this is exactly what a computer does. A computer simply compares ones and zeros, but millions or billions of times per second. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. What the hell? How can a computer be so powerful? And who knew? Like, the first person who ever made a computer, like, who knew? Just doing zeros and ones. We're gonna get... We're gonna get things to work. What the hell? I know how to read binary, so I'm kind of, like, ahead a little. I could do binary. I could translate... Well, not read binary. I could translate binary into a decimal. I mean, bruh, into a number. Or would it be a decimal? I think it is decimal. I think it's binary to decimal or binary to hexadecimal, something like that. I could do that, but that's the most I know, and I don't even think you need to really... I mean, it's good to know, but I don't think if I'm an IT help desk, I shouldn't be changing the zeros and ones. Like, that's not gonna help me. It's probably helpful if I want to build a damn computer. Oh, but at some point, I actually wouldn't mind building a computer. So are you living alone or with your family? I live, well, technically I live alone, but I live with my partner. But I do live alone. I pay all the bills to the place. So if that's what you mean, like, I technically live alone, yes. But I'm with my partner. So the communication that a computer uses is referred to as the binary system. Yay, I knew we were getting here. Base 2 numeral system. This means that it only talks in ones and zeros. See, I already knew about this. So let me write that part down. By the way, if you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I should be coming on every single day to study some IT support, which I think is pretty sick. Pretty sick. I'm gonna show y'all the grind. And if y'all don't believe me, look at my whole web dev series. Documented that for months. I think I started in July though. So July to now-ish. Well, I'll say a month ago. I've really been documenting it hardcore. But I gave myself like a wild break before coming back and doing this again. And hopefully, you know, my first goal is to get the Google IT support certification, which I already know I'm gonna get. Like, I'm very confident in myself and my learning abilities. It's just about how fast. And I still have my older goals for web dev. I still want to get the JavaScript certification. I'm still, of course, working on that. I just finished, I think I just finished another course. Wait, no, I think I still have two. I don't know. I was supposed to grind it out yesterday, but I've kind of been slacking. But I need to get back on that so I can kind of finish this damn web dev series. It only talks in ones and zeros. Yep, there we go. Yes, I don't have I wish I was fortunate enough to be with family. I wish I was fortunate enough, man, because if I was able to be with family, by the way, we're closing to the end of this. So I'm gonna kind of just center y'all here. Coming to the end of this. But I wish, yeah, that I could rely on family, because I feel like it would be way easier if that was the case. Because, you know, at least I wouldn't have to worry about like working, right? And then like a full-blown study, like that would be amazing. But as of right now, man, this is just the cards I was dealt. So I gotta survive while trying to study. It's pretty sick. I think I have to go to work. Oh no, yeah, I'm going to work after. What's today? Damn, that kind of sucks. I was hoping it was my day off. You get that tired, you get that exhausted. No, yeah, so I gotta go to work right after this. Gotta get ready and stuff like that. Pick up some food. But we're closing the end of this live stream. I hope y'all ended up enjoying, man. And I hope that we got some new subs. I didn't really look at the subscriber count. If we didn't, that's all right. I don't really mind. But I'm just really happy to, for one, be able to do this overlay, or to do this on my phone is pretty sick. I'm happy that we had a good amount of people in here that were just watching me learn and doing my thing to try and get this Google IT support certification. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are super goated. And yeah, we're closing to an end here. Day one is complete. We got a bunch of, I guess, history down. You know, we learned about Clarence Skip Ellis, Gladys West, Mark E. Dean, and then we got a little bit into the computer language. But we will be having to spend the block, come back very shortly. I will be catching y'all in the next one. Deuces. See y'all tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST. If y'all want to see this studying journey, I'm planning on going live every single day. So tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST. Deuces. What is up? What is up? What is up, y'all? How are y'all today? We gotta just edit a little bit of this. I wanted to try a different camera angle. Maybe y'all can end up helping me with what looks good on camera. But I wanted to try a different camera angle because I kind of felt like when it was back here, it probably felt more like a security camera rather than feeling like you're here with me. Let me make sure the sound is good though. Alright, yeah, that sounds good. Rather than it just kind of feeling like y'all were here with me. So I'm like, you know. But right now I'm just trying to set some goals up today, these subscriber goals. I'm not really too keen. I don't really know where I want this to be. I'm gonna just do 1,700, and then we gotta be at 1,600. I think we're at like 1,682. Who knows? It's been going up and down recently. 2026. What is up? What is up? What is up, y'all? How have y'all been? How are y'all doing? And then we gotta get the goal up here. I'm still not sure about the setup, like with the background being black on the Google IT support goal on day 2. But I feel like it doesn't pop out. And then the reason why I have it live right now is because I feel like people, since it's not like in my face, I think people are gonna assume it's not live. But it is. So maybe I don't need to put it that big though, is what I'm thinking. Maybe I could put it right here. And then chat is gonna be behind me, which I kind of don't like because it might be too big when people are messaging. But what is up, y'all? How have y'all been? We're about to get into this little IT journey. And if you're wondering why I'm not doing it from the front of my like screen, if you weren't here yesterday, the reason why I'm not doing it that way is because since it's a Google IT support certification on Coursera, apparently if I show the course, it can get my YouTube video copyrighted, could even get copyright striked. And of course, that's not what we want. So I'm like, I hope Free Code Camp don't do that because that would be crazy. I made so much content off of Free Code Camp and just showing the courses, but it's free. And so is this. So I'm like, I don't get that, but whatever. I guess apparently you can't show the screen. So I'm gonna start the course here. I'm gonna put the volume down because some of it is videos, and I think the current one that I'm on is a video, but we could also just read it. So I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know what's going on. But as of right now, though, well, I think yesterday we did a bunch of like history lessons. So as of right now, I should be learning about the computer language, which should be super goated. Where's my pencil? Okay. So far, we just got into the fact that it's binary, ones and zeros. What is up, Shashi? What is up? And then I guess they do billions and millions of computers, like calculations per second, which is insane. The communication that a computer uses is referred to as binary system. Yep, I already said that, which is the base Z or base 0? I think it's base Z is what I wrote. Numerical system or numeral system, meaning it only takes ones and zeros. Yes, and then I think that was probably it. And then there's still more to go through. We did not finish because I went like halfway through this course. We got about an hour. Let's jump right into this. And y'all let me know too, like, because I like to talk out loud. If y'all don't like me talking out loud when I study like this, let me know. Cause I know there might be like 2 different types of audiences here. So saying you're maybe thinking my computer only talks in ones and zeros. How do I communicate with it? So then I guess that's the question. So now the question is, how do we communicate with the computer that communicates in ones and zeros? So how do I communicate? I'm just so happy to be going down this journey, doing this every single day with y'all. Y'all are amazing for tuning in. With it, question mark. And y'all could literally be studying anything. It doesn't have to be IT support. We literally could study together. That's goated. So we communicate with, well, actually, let me highlight this, because listen, we gotta make sure we don't forget about this. We use highlight. Damn, I hate this highlighting system here. I can't be the only one that has issues with it. Alright, here we go. Create stories, the same thing applies to binary, except instead of A, B, and C. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna highlight this whole thing, honestly, because that was pretty informative there. It says, how do we communicate with it? We use letters from the alphabet to create words. So he broke that down for a preschooler. That's great. Imagine saying letters from the alphabet. I already said of the alphabet, but still. That's actually insane to even say it like that. I would just say letters, but honestly, he is just trying to get us to understand. He is just trying to get us to understand. Let me know if you guys were here from last live stream. Is this a better camera angle? Being able to see my face, see what I'm saying? Let me know. Give those words meaning. I can't wait till I get into like hands-on type of things. If I ever found a hands-on class, I'll be taking you on there. I don't care. I do not care what they say. We use them to create sentences. Yes, okay, that's simple. Create words, sentences. To be honest with you, it says your stream seems a bit odd to me. Only about 5 people are watching, and soon it might drop to 2 or maybe go up to 10. No, yeah, I was gonna say, with YouTube streaming is always like a weird little thing because it could start off strong or it could start off like really mid. It really does. It really depends on just like. I mean, I don't think I honestly don't know. When it normally comes to my streams, like you said, it could literally just go up or down. But in the end, I want to say around like 30 minutes, it always stays up. So I'm like, I don't know how YouTube streaming works. But when you're a small creator, it works very strange. It works very strange, but it's still a pretty good thing to do because the thing with YouTube streams and the reason why they're the best like to do is that in the end, even though like the views get counted based on how many times someone leaves and comes on, obviously the watch time is pretty good, but the views get counted on that. So it's like in the end, the streamer who is streaming, regardless of what the views look like, they still get a good amount of views regardless. For a small channel, I guess that's really the goal. But I like live streams because you're able to connect with people. And I think that's like the coolest thing ever is to just sit there, connect with people, and allow people to have a place to study, man. He said, I don't know what's going on with your stream, but it feels kind of boring. Oh my goodness. You just read me. That's insane. No, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think the reason why some people might find it a little boring is just because it doesn't really show the screen. But at the end of the day, I gotta do what I gotta do. I mean, what could I do? The point, and honestly, this is the same thing with coding. I guess maybe it could be considered boring because most people joined when I was coding. But it's like, if the point has always been for me to study online, I mean, to study on live stream, at the end of the day, that's going to be the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just going to study on live. I don't know what I could possibly do to make it any better. But I mean, if it's boring, man, it's all good. You could probably see if there's somebody else who does it better. I mean, I'm going to try and see, like, watch how other streamers do it. But I think the problem is that I made a community that was so used to one thing. And so when there's like a change, you know, some people just don't like that. So, hey, if that's the issue, we don't gotta stay. At the end of the day, this is how the live streams are gonna be from now on. I mean, I could probably think of ways on how to make it more entertaining, but at the end of the day, the point is just to live stream myself studying. It shouldn't go any deeper than that. And I feel like that's kind of where I messed up when it came to my web dev journey, is that I was too focused on being more entertaining instead of learning that I didn't learn anything. Or I learned, but it wasn't like, I feel like I could have learned more. So I feel like now, when it comes to this IT support journey, I gotta learn. That's just the case. It says, do you finish the front end development? I mean, what do you mean by finished? I would say I technically finished because I think I've learned everything that I wanted to learn. But if you're talking about like the deeper stuff to it, because I don't know how long people have been rocking with me. So I don't know if you've been rocking with me since, you know, the beginning. So I don't know if you know too much of my journey, but I simply wanted to make basic, you know, static websites, sell them as a side hustle. So currently I've been able to do that. I haven't necessarily sold one yet, but I am working on it and I do know exactly who it's going to be. I just want to wait until I'm a little bit more freer. So I don't really know. Unless you mean like about learning React, learning Tailwind, stuff like that, then no, I didn't learn that. Nor did I get my JS certification yet, but that's still in the works. So if you're still here for web dev, I do plan on pursuing web dev. I do plan on pursuing web dev still within my like YouTube videos, but I don't plan on doing it for live streams anymore. I have transitioned and pivoted to something greater, which is IT, because I really want to get into network engineering. All right, let me see the next comment. It says, if you're studying without subway surface footage on the side, people will complain. No, seriously. I mean, maybe that's probably the wave. Maybe I gotta watch a couple of other people who like studies, but I don't know. I kind of wanted mine to be a little bit different, where I could just legit study and then people just ask questions, and then like I like what we're doing now. It's like I don't really care for you guys to kind of, well, since you can't see the screen, I know that the content can't be what I'm learning, because then all you're gonna just hear is what I'm saying. But I feel like I like the fact that, we have a good community here where people can message. And I'm like, I think that's what I would want the content to be, is like me just answering what y'all are saying while I'm studying, to kind of keep it entertaining, like I'm just talking to y'all, but during my study time. And it's not like it's gonna take anything away. You know what I'm saying? But I just gotta think. I gotta figure out something like, how could I make this, I guess, entertaining, but not to where it's bothering me or it affects my learning. He said it's night for me right now, but I guess for others it might be morning, evening, or afternoon. No, yes, for me it is afternoon. It is afternoon. Is a binary digit. But yes, so I was hoping that that could have honestly been the way, but hey, listen, I mean, maybe I gotta come up with my own topics for now, just because I am a little bit of a smaller YouTuber. I'm not gonna get as much comments, especially as I used to in the beginning. When I used to do web devs, journeys and stuff like that, I used to end up getting a lot of comments, but that was because of the time that I would stream. Like, I think honestly, the only reason why my stream numbers have recently been low is because a lot of people are either in school or at work. So it's like, if I'm streaming at 12 p.m., nobody's gonna wanna. I know for some people it's like a little bit into the afternoon might be nighttime, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's at the worst time for everybody. People are either mid-sleep, they're at school, they're at work, or they just got home and the last thing they want to do is study. So it's like, you really got to figure out what the hell you would want to do. But hey, that's why the point is just to continue to be consistent. With YouTube, consistency is key. It's never really about what you do, it's just about how often you do it, and you'll get there. Like, I literally got my channel monetized, and I'm surprised, like, off of studying, straight up, off of studying, I got my channel monetized. That's goated. So 2 to the 8th numbers offered us a large enough range of values to do computing we needed. So technically a bit in a binary digit historically, we use 8 bits because in the early days of the computing hardware utilized the base 2 numeral system to move bits around. What the hell are they talking about? Oh, bits. Okay, sorry. I read it like 3 times, but I'm like, 2 to the 8th numbers offered us a large enough range of values to do the computing we needed. And then also, too, I feel like because I'm not really, right now I'm just doing a lot of note taking. I feel like when it came to free code camp, it's just obviously, it's coding. So, if some people like coding, that's going to be entertaining because you're seeing someone code. Can't really see me do nothing unless like I have like a gadget in my hand and I'm like, I'm gonna fix this computer, which I do plan on getting to that point, but I've just started. I'm on day 2. Which I think would be super sick. I just buy like a phone off of what is it called? I think eBay. You can get a broken phone, pop the screen open, practice and stuff like that. Oh, that would be amazing. I would love to do that. But right now we are in that study phase, not the hands-on phase. Not the hands-on. Let me see here. It said, are you from the US? Yes, I am. Where are you from? Oh yeah, I almost rewrote that twice. That pissed me off. Back then, any numbers of bits was used, but eventually the grouping of 8 bits became the industry standard as we use today. Oh, that's funny. I never knew. But I don't think I care about back then. I'm tired of them giving me history lessons, man. I mean, I would hope. I would hope. But I am going to write industry standard. I'm surprised they say that everywhere. I thought that was just for coding. I guess they say industry standard anywhere. They're like, yeah, but it's industry standard to do this. I'm like, come on. But that's the good thing that we learned about with, I mean, I learned, well, I guess maybe y'all learned about it too with coding, is that like coding really is about patience and then persistence and consistency, like anything, discipline, motivation. Like you, coding taught a lot. And it really makes me so confident that I could learn whatever I put my mind to, and this is one of them. You should know that a group of 8 bits is referred to as a byte. Oh, you know what? I know y'all probably knew that, but when I say I'm a beginner, I'm a beginner. That's what I be saying. I'm like, I don't want to shoot for the stars yet. I don't It's not that I don't think I could learn it, but what if I just don't like it? What if I have a dream about what this career is and then I'm just like, oh hell no. When I sit at that desk, I'm like, ah. And especially too, like having to sit. Well, actually I think with IT you don't sit often. I mean, well, help desk, you're probably sitting at your desk. But if you're like a network engineer, right? I'm assuming you're kind of up and down. Like you're probably doing more stuff than sitting in front of a computer. So byte of zeros and ones could look like this. Oh, that's what they were saying. Oh. Alright, so they're showing an example, which I swore is how we transform that into a number. Am I supposed to transform that into a decimal? Okay, let's go. So a byte would look like this. So let me just write this example. Oops, I love how I started incorrectly. I remember learning about binary numbers in computer science. I think that's the only reason why I understand it so much. I probably would have freaked out trying to learn on my own. But when I took like the first semester of computer science, I dropped out right then and there. I was like, nah. But when I took the first semester of computer science, literally they taught me I want to say they taught me like what was I saying? Oh, binary numbers and then how to transform that into a decimal and yada yada. That I'm just low key goaded at it now. You can't play with me. But if I tried teaching myself that, I think I would have been done for. Legit. So each byte can store one character and we can have a possible values of 256. Oh my goodness. That's pretty sick. Each byte can store one character and we can have a possible 256 value. So store one character. And then I'm also trying to think of like different camera angles because I'm like, maybe I could have a camera angle where it shows my hands while I could use like the front screen here and then use this camera for what I'm coding. I meant writing, not coding. I'm so used to saying coding, bro. You said I am Ethiopia. I guess you don't know this country. I I feel like I do, but I don't want to guess. I feel like I do, but I do not want to guess where it's at, and then I'm just like entirely wrong. Literally entirely wrong. But no, I would say no. I'd say no. That's super dope, man. I love having people from here that are outside of the country, or in here that are outside of the country. I think that's super dope, man. And if y'all are new to this journey of me coding, I mean, I gotta stop saying coding. I'm so used to it, of me studying IT support. Definitely hit that like button and hit that subscribe button if you have any tips on what you think I should do for these live streams to make it a little bit more either entertaining or a little bit more, feel like a live streamish. Let me know. I will be doing my own studies on the side, but the goal in the end is always to study. So it says, in computer talk, this byte can mean something like the letter C. Wait, whoa. It can mean a letter? What the hell? I thought it could only mean numbers. I legitimately thought it could only mean numbers. Am I ever gonna have to deal with this as a help desk? I feel like well, let me stop before I like downplay a position in IT, but I thought really what you did was just answer calls and then solve minor issues with the computer. So I'm like, do I even really need to know all this? But maybe later on when I get deeper into deeper into IT. But I want to become a software engineer. But what if that's really when I got to deal with that? But they talk about routers and stuff like that. I cannot wait to get into that, man. And I cannot wait to be able to get to the point where I can show on my screen, because then that probably means I'm like self-studying. I wonder if Allison has computer courses that I could show on camera, because they're all free too. But I guess it really comes down to what they allow, honestly. But you can't do nothing. So now I'm here, sis. Hey, what is up, bro? What is up? What is up? What is up? How are you, my guy? Let's make a quick table to translate something a computer might see into something cool. I mean, whoa, that's not what it says. See into something we'll be able to recognize. Okay, so what does the following translate do? Did you get hello? Oh, let me fast forward. I guess they have a question in here. So we'll figure it out. I accidentally read the answer, but whatever. I read the answer, but hey, that's fine. That is fine. They have a little questionnaire in this video. I wonder if I could put a little bit of sound. I don't think so. Oh, that is insane. I didn't even know those go to letters. I always thought it was a number. I wonder how this is a letter, though. Is it like, no, I wouldn't know. Maybe it's like the first 10. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Maybe the first 8 letters. But then no, because then why would that be there? Because it's like 010010000. Apparently would be H, which is strange, but understood. Understood, I guess. Alright, so it says, what does this following translate to? I'm assuming, I don't know, I guess that would be hello, like he said. I wouldn't know. I accidentally read it. What do you think? Well, we know that says H. Ow, there's something in my eye. That has to be E. Yeah, I'm gonna go with hello, I guess. He gave me the answer, though. That was his fault. Is that right? Hey. I wouldn't have got that, though, because they didn't teach us how to do that, right? Pretty cool. By using binary, we have unlimited communication with our computer. Okay, so I understand that. Oh, wait, actually, I might want to take a note of that to be 100% honest. Like, just in case if I ever want to spell with my computer. No, but just so I can understand it a little bit. I wonder, are they going to at some point teach me that, or do they just not care? I'm not going to know that. I mean, granted, they should have an assignment coming up. Oh no, they just have readings. As of right now, they don't even have anything that's like worthwhile. That's 4, I think. How many? Bro, I can't count. Then that would be an O. So then we got this here. Perfection, perfection. And then last but not least, language is born. Where am I at? Oh yeah. So now we gotta keep going forward. We already read that. Start here. Everything you see on your computer right now, whether it's a video, an image, text, or anything else, wow, is nothing more than a 0 and 1. I mean, a 1 and 0. It is important that you understand how binary is the basis of everything else we'll do in this course. That is crazy. So it says make sure you understand the concept before moving on. So I'm assuming that's them telling me to figure out how to translate this in letters. I mean, this is character encoding. So maybe not. Maybe they are going to teach me. I'm going to have to see. Because if I start a little bit and I realize they're not going to teach me that, I could probably show my screen and try to learn it my damn self. But as of right now, let me take this last note. Everything you see on your computer right now, whether it's a video. So everything you see on the computer, whether it's a video, image, or text, is nothing more than a 1 and 0. That's wow. And like I always knew binary language, but I feel like maybe I wasn't listening in class, but I didn't know that it went this deep. Like I mean, obviously I knew it was like what was the computer language, but in saying that everything, like literally the text to the image to the video to the links to this, what? That's insane. Oh my god, I have something in my eye, bro. Alright, let's finish this course and let's go up to the next one. I'm still in the fundamentals part. And then eventually I guess we get into the hardware and then the operating systems. Networking is a part of here. Can't wait. Oh my god, there's something in my eye for real. Alright, so character encoding. You will see how we can represent the words, numbers, emojis, and more that we see on our screens from only 256 possible values. Okay. Well, actually, I guess that makes sense too, because there's only a certain amount of values you could do. So in the end, I think everything just kind of would equal that. You just have to figure out which like possible value would equal it. I think is what would honestly be the wave, I believe. So by the end of this video, you will learn how we represent words, numbers, and blah 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 in about these much values, which I'll just highlight on here, but I don't think I need to write it. I feel like I kind of understand. Let's go to the next. It's all thanks to character encoding. Okay, so now let's start here. So character encoding is used to assign binary values to characters so that we as humans can read them. We definitely wouldn't want all text and email web pages rendered in complex sequences of zeros and ones. This is where character encoding comes in. Okay, so let me go here. And then it says this is where character encoding comes in. And then we'll highlight that. Alright, so that's pretty goated. Last but not least, I do need to take a note of that. What is up, y'all? What is up? If you are new here and you are trying to become an IT support specialist, or you're just studying something in general, definitely hit that subscribe button. This is the place to be. I'll definitely be, tackling this journey. I know I'm on day 2, but I have a history of getting to day 200. And there's going to be a video coming out for web dev. Day 200 today. Just want to shout myself out there a little bit. So we gotta go, we're in the next section here. So we're learning about character encoding. I'm still in the fundamentals of IT. As you can see, it's day 2. So it's pretty lit where we're going here. Let's go and underline this. You learn how we can represent the words, numbers, emojis, and more we see on our screens from only these 256 possible values. Oh wait, I read that like 3 times. I'm trying to write what character encoding is. So here we go. Character encoding. Definition is used to assign. So used to assign, here we go, our binary values to characters so that we as humans can read them, I guess. Oh, actually, that was exactly what it is. We as humans can read them. Perfection. Then it says we definitely wouldn't want to see all the text in web pages. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense, right? We wouldn't want to see that. So I guess it's in binary value, but it needs to be translated to where we can see English. Or, well, not English necessarily, because it could be any language, but so we can see what the hell we know. So this is where character encoding comes in handy. You could think of character encoding as a dictionary. Yeah, that's kind of what I was just thinking. I just didn't know how to say it. But, so it's like a dictionary. This is pretty sick. And it's a way for computers to look up which human character should be represented by a given binary value. It's a way for computers to look up, okay. So it's like a dictionary where it looks up which human character. Imagine they just got it completely wrong one day and it just looks like a bunch of craziness. I honestly can't wait to get into like how to do that. I'm about to talk to like ChatGPT and computer language, bro. See if they could respond. That would be great. No, they probably wouldn't even respond. I think they would just tell me what it means instead of responding. Unless I probably wrote that. But like respond to me. So we got a given binary value. Here. Alrighty. This kind of feels like I'm in school all over again, man. But I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work and pay bills. This ain't like it was when I was younger. So saying the oldest character... Ooh, what the hell? Stop talking to me. Oh, never mind, actually. So the oldest character encoding standard is ASCII. I really hope I pronounced that correctly. Just because I don't want to look stupid, we're gonna have to put this volume up and see how he pronounces it, just in case. Because we ain't going out like that.
Use this ASCII.
It's ASCII. They call it ASCII. I said ASCII. I'm very proud of myself for putting myself out there. That is something else. So we gotta go with ASCII. And then we're going to do this. And then this is the oldest character encoding. So oldest character encoding standard. All right, here we go. Last but not least, it represents the English alphabet, digits, and punctuation marks. So the first character in ASCII. Oh wait, did I underline? Oh yeah, I did. Perfection.
The oldest character
Oh,
in
stop
coding
talking,
standard.
my guy. Stop before you get me copyrighted. That's enough. That's enough from you. The first character in ASCII, two binary table, a lowercase a. Wait, what? The first character in ASCII two binary table a, lowercase a, maps to 0, 11. Oh, okay. This is done for all the characters you can find in the English alphabet as well. Wait, that is insane. Some special symbols. The great thing with ASCII was that we only needed to use 120. Oh, so this isn't even the same. Okay, never mind. So why are they teaching me this? Damn. But eventually it wasn't enough. Okay, whatever, man. They sat here and had me all lit, and that's not even what I'm getting into. So this is the oldest. Okay, I thought they probably, when they said the oldest, I thought they meant like the long lasting. Like this is something that they used back then, we still use now. No, they're just giving me another history lesson. I mean, maybe we need to know. So alphabet, digits, punctuation marks. So do I even really care for this? So I would say with ASCII, it was 127 values. I guess like if we're taking a history lesson, I guess we got to go all in, right? Guess we got to go all in. Values out of our possible. So out of the 256, lasted a long time, lasted long, but ultimately failed. No, I'm just kidding. But wasn't enough. Other character encoding standards were created to represent different languages, different bouts of characters, and more. So other character encoding standards were created to represent different languages. Oh, never mind. So others were created. Wait, so the one that we're using, is it only for English? That's what I'm wondering. Or is it like you can do anything? Eventually, they would require more than 256 values we are allowed to have. Then came UTF-8. Oh, I think that's what we use, right? The most prevalent encoding system or standard today. Wow. I already knew it. I think I knew it though because of coding, honestly. I don't know how. Maybe somehow UTF-8 popped up one day. Or I could be lying. I could be lying and it could have been in a quiz that I randomly took for IT support one day just to see if I knew anything. To see where I was exactly at. So they would require more than 256 values we are allowed to have. Then UTF-8, so we'll just write that down. UTF-8, which is the most can't say it, prevalent? I said it the first time. Prevalent encoding standard today. And I keep forgetting to like post my streams on Discord and stuff. I gotta put it on Discord and I gotta put it on Instagram. That's something I always forget. So real quick, and also too, I just kind of want to test this. Actually, there's no point in testing it. I'll probably screw myself. Let me just look something up real quick. We're gonna go binary code. Get a little bit of a definition. Just real quick because I do want to switch to this screen. Y'all still gonna see my face. But I just completely forgot that I need to promote my live stream. I always do it halfway through and it's never helpful. It is never helpful to go halfway through, but hey, listen, you can see the naturalness to it. Let me go to my live stream links. We're gonna push this in here. My bad, give me a second. Add everybody. There we go. And then I also want to put this on my Instagram too. I'll be forgetting my damn Instagram. Here we go. Because there's some people in there that be coming from the Instagram as well. Let me go link that live right now. And then also too, I don't know if you're still in here, but you're probably not. You probably went to sleep. But I was gonna say, and also too, the problem with me doing my streams now as well is that before, let me go back to my other camera. Is that before I was, okay, real quick. I was very much consistent when it came to, how's that look? Okay, there we go. That was not the camera angle, was it? I don't care. I was very much consistent when it came to like going live every day, coding, and then I was also posting YouTube videos every day. So I feel like it kind of made my channel like poppin' at that time because it was very active. Now I've been taking like a step back just to give myself, a little bit of a break. I'm human, right? We need to step back while still at least being able to study. And I feel like too, I'm on day 2. Watch this when it gets to like day 50. This is the live streams are gonna look crazy. When you start something in the beginning, people kind of assume you're just gonna stop, so they don't want to stick around until you've shown you could stay, that you can hang in the paint. So it's like, I already know this is gonna be a pretty cool series. Hold on for a second. I gotta plug in my laptop. Give me a second. It's going to be a pretty good series because in the end, it documents your entire journey. They just want to see a little bit more to the journey. I've learned YouTube. I've learned it. It says it also lets us use a variable number of bytes. So what do I mean by that? Think of any emoji. It's not possible to make emojis with a single byte since we can only store one character in a byte. Sorry, I had to plug in my laptop and glitched everything. It's not possible to make emojis with a single byte since we can only store one character in a byte. So instead, UTF-8 allows us to store a character in more than one byte, which means endless fun emojis. Okay. I'd be forgetting that they like write it out as well. Let me see what he's saying here. Where the hell am I? Oh, I think I went down. Okay, I was gonna say, I wanted to hear him a little bit when we got up to here, because they show some stuff on the screen. And that's kind of what I don't like. It's like, can we just put all of it written here? I like to read better. Oh, so it didn't show that much. It's just showing that there's different type of, like, operations that you could do for emojis. That's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. So instead of UTF-8, it allows us to store a character in more than one byte. So let's write that out. Allows us to store. But that's why, it's good when you have like a goal outside of YouTube, especially being a smaller creator. Like I think when you're a bigger creator, or if you're someone who wants YouTube to be like the thing, like you plan on YouTube being your career. I feel like for me, I kind of do YouTube for, well, actually 100%. I do YouTube for fun because it's not like I'm making anything from it. But I feel like for me, it's like, it's just always something I've been doing since I was younger. And I've learned that with YouTube, if people don't like you for you, then there's no point to like post. Like going viral on YouTube or being viral or trying to be rich, I feel like kind of is like, could in a way be considered selling your soul. Because it's like you're doing anything to just get paid $1. And it's bad, but you're doing it just for $1. I think it's crazy. I think there's plenty of things you could do to make money off of YouTube or just make money off of the internet in general that would be super immoral. So for me, it's like, I'd rather sit here, and if I'm going to run a YouTube channel, I'd rather do what I want to do and what I think is interesting. Of course, though, I would love to take like advice from people, I would love to see like what people probably would think that I could do. And that's, the moments where I would ask, it's like, what type of content do y'all want to see? Obviously, it seems like a lot of people want to still see more of the coding content, but at the end of the day, I got to transition to the point where, for one, the channel was never supposed to surround coding to begin with. I do plan on like coming back to coding at some point, but the goal was always to study stuff, learn it, then move on to the next thing to study. So it's like, I see why some people, would be upset or probably not continue to stick by or stick around. But the people that don't stick around, then it's meant to be that way, because I want a channel where people are sticking around for me anyway. Sticking around for the concept of me becoming who I'm becoming. If y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Let's get to 1,690 subscribers. That would be super dope if we can get there. So the Unicode standard helps us represent character encoding in a consistent manner. But yeah, because I personally just feel like, when you do something that you like or something that you're having fun with, building a channel slowly is honestly the best way to go, because when you try to go viral, or let's say you're doing something that's making you go viral, it's like they don't care about you, they only care about what you're doing. They only care about what you could bring to the table. And I feel like for me, I don't want it, like, it could be about what I bring, right? I'm studying IT support, I'm studying web dev. If next chapter I decide to write a book, I would expect people who are writing books to probably watch my channel. But, the point is to always try to get those stragglers, the people who are going to stick around regardless of what I put because they like the concept of it growing. I think would honestly be the goal. Now that we've been able to represent letters, numbers, punctuation marks, even emojis, how do we represent color? What the hell? I didn't even know you could represent color there. What? Well, there are all kinds of color models. For now, let's stick to a basic one that computers use, RGB. Oh, okay, so they don't use what the hell we're doing. Okay, I was like, bruh. I mean, unless they do, but it's in like a different way. No, yeah, that's complete. Actually, no, that's completely different. I don't think those use binary. I'm assuming, because I think binary is just for letters, numbers, punctuation marks, and emojis. Okay. Well, there are all kinds of colors. So now the big question is, how do we, wait, what am I talking about? We, the hell? Am I a part of the computer? Do computers represent color? Okay, represent color. Well, there are all kinds of color models. So I'm assuming RGB is one. I'm assuming, what's the other one that starts with an H? Nah, I don't remember. I was gonna say Hagex, but no, that's not even close. I think it's like, what the hell is it? It starts with an H, or am I tripping? But then also too, I feel like when I do these studies, I think people kind of assume I'm not gonna be talking. So that's why, like I said, I gotta see like what do people who watch people study like this, do they just like the fact that no one's talking? Because I like to yap. So I'm like, I think I might just yap. But it depends. It depends. I gotta just see what gets people to stick. So let's stick to a basic. Let's see, a basic one that's used in a lot of computers. Oh wait, what the hell am I writing? I keep writing stuff that does not need to be written. Like, it's not like I'm challenged or anything. I know what a color model is. Let's go RGB. Just like actual colors, if you mix a combination of any of these, you'll be able to get a range of colors. Understood? I know this because they literally show this everywhere. Like when there's like a color wheel, it's probably RGB or like a slider. Range of colors is goated. So in computer lane, we use land. We use 3 characters for the RGB model. Oh, wow. So 3 characters for the RGB model. Understood. So each character represents a shade of the color, and that then changes the color of the pixel you see on your screen. Oh wait, no, I know what that is. Why am I acting like I don't know? It's because they're not showing me. Maybe they showed me up here. Yeah, they did. It's my fault because I don't play these damn videos. Got blue, green. Okay. That looks nice. So they did show me. I was like, not calling them computer land though. 4 learning items. Alright, let's go. So each character represents a shade of color and then changes the color. I like that. Which we already used to that by, encoding. We get used to that. If y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey of studying every single day to hopefully one day become a network engineer. I think it would be super cool if y'all started with me in the beginning of this journey and rode with me to the end. It says, and that then changes the color of the pixel you see on your screen. Understood? With just 8 combinations of zeros and ones, we're able to represent everything that you see on your computer from a simple letter to a very video that you're watching right now. Okay, that is super cool. On to the next. I think the next course is just binary. Then we just have a bunch of reading. Oh, yay, we do have a practice assignment for binary. And then we got a practice assignment for computer architecture, how to count in binary, and then oh my goodness, a module 1 challenge, which is introduction to IT and computing graded assignment. That's 50 minutes long. Was I supposed to take notes? No, I'm just kidding. I literally took notes for the whole thing. What am I talking about? I wonder if it's proctored. No, it's probably not. Can I get a glimpse of it though? Can I get a little bit of a taste? All right, so we're in binary right now, and then we got about 3 more of these to go, or 4. And then we can get to the binary practice assignment, which is pretty sick, but I do have to end up hopping off pretty soon because we got to go to work, y'all. I got to make sure I end up going to work. But yeah, man, I feel like today's live stream was pretty dope. It's definitely, especially because it is day 2, I'm still kind of learning about how people want me to I feel like study when it comes to this. Because I think normally when people see like a camera angle like this, they're kind of assuming you're just not going to be talking. So I feel like for me, I just need to see how other people are doing it. How are they keeping entertaining? Is there something on the side going on? I know a lot of people aren't showing their screen when it comes to certain stuff. Like there's someone who studies to be like a doctor every day, but he stays quiet. He does the Pomodoro thing. Excuse me, but I feel like that's just not me. I feel like I like to connect. I like to talk. I like to get to know y'all, and it was going pretty good. For I feel like for the beginning of starting the stream, we had a lot of comments, a lot of it's a lot of comments to me because I'm a small content creator, but we had some comments, which is pretty good. It says, "Are you oh, whoa." Why do you think that? Oh my goodness. No, I am not. Glory to God, I'm not. I hope not. Did you just give me a sign, brother? Like what? I'm petrified now. No, but what was I about to say? Damn, what the hell was I about to say, man? I forgot where I was going. That threw me off. That threw me off like crazy. No, yeah, but I feel like today's stream was great and dope. I'm definitely gonna be trying to see more of like what people want to see. I know that I'm a big yapper, so I feel like maybe I should come up with like certain topics as I'm studying. But the goal though is always to keep studying at the front focus. So like if I'm trying to take an assignment and then I'm like, oh shoot, I don't know what it is, I'm going to assume I probably over talked rather than studying. So I just need to kind of figure out the more that I go down this path, like what should I do? But I think honestly, I got the setup. The setup looks nice. I just, like I said, I think a lot of people when they see the setup, they're kind of assuming people aren't talking, or they're probably going to talk within like their 5-minute break or 10-minute break, which is something I could do too. I could just like stay focused for 20 minutes, pop out over here for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then hop back for 20 minutes. That probably could be the wave, but I mean, I feel like it's not bad, but I just like talking. I feel like I'd rather just come up with topics and kind of just talk about it. But who knows? Who knows? I just gotta see, because in the end, if this is the only way I could stream it, because I can't show y'all my screen, a lot of people are gonna get frustrated because of that. You said, oh, because of the hat. I thought you lost hair under chemo. Sorry for that. Oh, I was like, bruh, do I look like? I'm like, hold up. No, I got hair. I got hair right here. I got my bun. I just normally like to tie up my hair and just wear hats because I think they look nice, especially because it says God got me. I like to represent the Lord. I think that's like the best thing we could do as believers, because just saying God got me could either encourage another Christian, a Christian who could possibly be feeling down or be feeling, sad, or doesn't feel like, they need like a sign to walk in the faith. This could be something, right? Or it could even plant a seed a little bit, not necessarily because once they read it, they're not going to thank Jesus, right? So it's not going to plant like the gospel seed, but it could plant the seed to want to pursue and try to discover, who God is, and, stuff like that. So it's pretty dope. That's why I like to wear hats like these. I hope it could encourage somebody or even plant that seed, get people to walk with Christ. I think that's like the best thing we could do, especially because I'm like I know I'm like yapping now, but I'm kind of a shy person. So as of right now, I'm trying to do it in a way where it can be indirectly, and then if anyone decides to talk to me about God, I can probably share that gospel. But it's tough because like I'm afraid to misrepresent the gospel because I think a lot of people misrepresent it. You know, I feel like the gospel message is supposed to be the saving message, not the message that is telling people to do service. I think salvation and service are completely separate. I think salvation is, it's the simple belief on Jesus. Of course, you would go down the line of like who Jesus is because they need to, for one, you need to believe that you're a sinner. And then you need to believe that you need a savior. But we have to know that we're all sinners, right? Because, some people they might feel attacked. So you have to be like, we're all sinners. We fall short of the glory of God. And we need a savior because sin separates us from God. And we need someone to, get us to be able to be with God. And our savior is Jesus Christ. I'm sure we all know the gospel. It's pretty sick. And then, you just say it like that. And then you would say, believe in him. And when you believe in him, you are saved. But for some, and have everlasting life. But for some people, they like to add stuff to that. And they'll be like, oh, you need to turn from sin. Or like, oh, you need to do this. And I'm like, hold on. Like, that's not salvation. Salvation is believing on Jesus. And then because you are saved, now you serve, now you turn from sin, now you do this, now you do that. But you don't do it to be saved, to maintain saved, or to not lose being, like to lose it. Like, I don't know. I think some people, they misconstrue that. He says, show your setup. My setup is kind of messy right now. My setup is kind of messy. I'm afraid to show it. I'm afraid to show it. I just kind of been throwing stuff around this damn room. I could probably show it in another live stream, but I was nearing the end of this. But I am trying to think like, of, different types of topics. If you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna go live every single day around 12 p.m. EST. If y'all want to catch up with me, study with me every day at 12 p.m. or just, hear me yap, because I'm probably gonna be thinking of topics for tomorrow's stream to talk about as I study for this Google IT support certification. So make sure you hit that like, you hit that sub button, join me on this journey, man. It's going to be super lit. And I know you may be thinking, it is day 2. How am I going to know that you're going to stick to this? If you look at my live streams, my previous live streams, I've documented my journey of learning how to code for 6 months, y'all. 6 months. I first started with, like on YouTube video content, but then I translated it to live streams and I've been documenting it ever since. I think we're actually on 7 months now. Yeah, I think we're on 7 or about to get to 7 months, which is super insane. So definitely, man, hit that subscribe button. I prove to y'all that I'm going to stay consistent here when it comes to IT support. But the main content as of right now, though, is still going to be web dev, but eventually, real soon, I'm thinking about next week. But I don't know, we're going to have to see. I plan on transitioning from web dev content and pivoting to something greater, which would be this IT support stuff. So I could get into network engineering, going down a new chapter. So hit that sub button. Since I'm using CSS to practice data structures and algorithms, what about you? Hey, that is what's up. I want to say with web dev, I kind of am pivoting. I feel like I know enough to make the type of websites that I want to make. So I'm trying to like pivot into IT support. So where I'm at is kind of just where I'm at. I don't plan on growing from there just yet until a little bit later. Like when I spin the block on this topic. So don't want to hurt your feelings. You are young, but religions are the biggest scam. So God or no God, if you are a good person, you are a good person. I mean, well, you're not going to hurt my feelings because I feel like in the end, I believe what I believe. And I personally feel like some people may feel like religion, because I don't like religion. I don't even like saying the term Christian. I think I just believe in Jesus, right? Which is why people say they call that Christian. But I think a lot of religions got it wrong, like completely. And I think, and I, like, it's so bad to where I think the main Christianity that's getting pushed around now is false. I think it's a false doctrine. I don't think they're preaching the truth. And I think that's why a lot of people turn from God. Because they're misinterpreting the Bible so much to the point where that people don't want to read the Bible. So for me, or not for me, I think what the Bible teaches and what I believe is that you go to heaven based on belief. You go to hell based on unbelief. So I don't think it happens to be about what your life looks like determines whether you're going to heaven or hell. I think you can be an obedient Christian and you'll go to heaven, but you can be a disobedient Christian and still go to heaven. Now, if you say that to any other religion, they'll have a heart attack. or even the mainstream Christianity, they'll be like, what? You could be a disobedient and go to heaven. Like, you don't know the Bible, blah, blah, blah. This is fake. This is heretic. I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't see in the Bible where it would state that. I think throughout the Bible, it shows a lot of the time people who disobey and then they're still going to heaven. So I'm confused where it came to a point of like, you need to have your life looking like this. And then it comes down to, but what exactly does it need to look like? Because then they're going to give you your standard, but not the Bible standard. Because the Bible standard is perfection, it's Jesus. So it's like, just trying isn't enough. Obviously, I'm not saying that you could be perfect, but that's the point. You can't be perfect. So trying isn't enough. So it's like, to me, it can go down like a rabbit hole from there, from my belief system. But I truly believe that whether you're obedient or not, you would go into heaven. I think the only people who are going to hell are people who are unbelievers. And if you don't believe, then that's just what we would presume, because unbelief would be the unforgivable sin, which is blasphemy. And then that kind of just goes down from there. And what I normally would just tell people to believe, to go to heaven, because that's why, like, I hate certain messages where they say stuff but they don't tell people how to do it. It's like, I feel like what you're supposed to do is, one, you need to recognize that we are all sinners, or that you yourself is a sinner and you are separated from God because of that. You need somebody to fix that separation. You need a savior, basically, because you cannot save yourself. If you're a good person, in the Bible, it states that you being a good, like, your good works mean nothing to God. And the way that they even described it is that it is like a pad, like a woman's pad with blood on it. Like, straight up, they're like, that is what it looks like you're trying to present to God as a good person. So what we need to understand is that we're actually evil apart from God. We're evil people. We can never be considered good people, no matter what. Even if you feel like you do the tiniest sin, or let's say you feel like you're a liar, you're still, like, you would be counted as evil. So it's like, from there, you need a savior. That savior is Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ was he was fully human, fully God, and he was perfect. He didn't sin. So when he died for us, he was our sacrifice. His blood now covers us. So he ended up dying for all sinners. This isn't like an exclusive group. It's everybody who is a sinner. He died for you, and then he rose again, and that rising again proved that he said who he was, which is that he was God. And then he plans to end up coming back. And when you place your faith in him as your savior for your sins, you now have the ability, or now you are able to go to heaven. Now you will go to heaven. You will have everlasting life when you place your belief in him, and that's it. Period. Nothing more, nothing less. If you believe those things and you place your faith in him, you are now saved. Now, I don't think there's anything you have to do to be saved except for belief, of course. And then there's nothing to maintain it, and you cannot lose it. There's verses all over the Bible that prove that once you are in his hand, you cannot get out. No man could take you out. So then it's like, from there, from there, now that you are saved, to show the love for God, you should serve God. But like I was just saying earlier, I don't think whether or not if you're an obedient Christian or a disobedient Christian, you're still a Christian. You still believed. You're still going to heaven. So if there was someone who believed in Christ and decided to, walk in the Spirit, study the Bible, do all the things that they know that they should be doing, because he did save you and it's something you should be doing, I believe you're saved. But if you're someone who chooses not to do that, but you told me you believed in Christ, I would still believe you're saved as well. But what you do need to know is that God wants us to be obedient. So he will chastise you. He will, and chastisement is like punishment. It's like a fatherly discipline. So don't think you're going to get away with just trying to be, sinful or living your sin just because you believe. It's like he's going to make sure you know he's there. Like he don't want you to be like that. But I wouldn't personally say you're going to hell. I would just think you're going to heaven. You're just not going to be rewarded. I believe that there's rewards, and you're going to feel like, damn, I should have lived more of a life for God, because I'm looking at these people who are getting rewards and I'm not. Personally, would be my fear. It's like, I wouldn't want that, or I wouldn't want to get chastised, because you can get chastised to the point of death. God pulled people out of this world because of seeing them like sin that much, and them being a child of God. He's like, oh my gosh, they're destroying their life. I'm gonna just pull them out, take them home early. If you ever heard of that, that's a real thing. He could do that and it's biblical. So it's like, for me, I think a lot of doctrine nowadays are false because they keep trying to make people think you have to do something to be saved or you have to do something to maintain saved. And it pushes people away immediately because it's like, it's just, for one, it's just not true. And obviously that can go down like it's whole rabbit hole. But I remember when I first heard it like that, when I first heard of like what the true gospel is, it brings peace. But why is it that the gospel of, the modern day Christianity brings fear? That's something to think about. If God is not a God of fear and he's a God of peace, but when you hear the gospel coming from, modern Christianity, it brings fear. It doesn't make sense because they make you feel like you got to sit there and work for your salvation. Like, oh my gosh, like I got to be like this, I got to be like that, or I'm going to hell. Why would they want you to be scared? It's clear that there's something wrong there. And what they're missing is that they're merging discipleship with salvation, or they're merging service with salvation, when salvation and them are separate. But hey, and then also then on top of that, it gets even worse. But that's just a whole topic on another day. I could talk about this for hours because then it's like people's interpretation of God gets messed up because of people who claim God or claim Christian. Like honestly, I think a lot of Christians are the reason why people see God a certain way, right? Because you're supposed to that honestly is what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to represent God when you are saying you're a Christian. So it's like when you do certain things, obviously we can't be perfect. So we are gonna do some things, but it's like, I don't know. There's things that can turn people off entirely. It's crazy. But that's a topic for another day. You said Eminem software engineers. I am dead. I'm literally here for IT. I'm not doing software engineering, man. But alright, y'all, I am nearing the end of this stream. I'm glad that y'all ended up joining. I like how most of y'all join now. It's always when I'm yapping. It's always when I'm yapping, not studying, bro. That's why I gotta come up with topics. Cause when I start yapping, y'all be chilling with me. Y'all straight up be chilling with me. But anyway, if y'all want to hit that subscribe button, I will be on here tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST. Come and join me. Catch you in the next one. Hope y'all enjoyed. Deuces. And if y'all have anything y'all want to talk about in the next live stream, you could definitely join the next live stream. Drop some topics in there if y'all want to help me with what I should say or any tips on the setup. I think I like the way the setup looks though. But definitely let me know. That'll be very helpful. Catch y'all in the next one. Deuces. What is up? What is up, y'all? My bad. I messed up that screen for a second. We are back with day 3. You know me. For some reason, I keep waking up late. Actually, no, today, I actually had like a terrible dream. Terrible dream. It was like my brother passed away. And then it was like the people that actually passed away in my life were alive, but they had like mental illness. Like it was a strange like dream that happened. So when I woke up at like 9 a.m. Y'all, woke up at 9 a.m. I was like, oh hell no. So I went back to sleep and then boom, all of a sudden, time flew. Here we are. Now I'm starting a little bit late, but guess what? That is okay. I do not mind this at all. So let's go and get into here. I hate that they kind of make me log in every single time to get into this course. But I guess, at the end of the day, it's never that deep. It's just annoying. It is never that deep. It's just annoying. That's it. Alright, so let's go to this module if I can ever remember how to do this. I think I could go to course. Imagine I was doing the wrong certification this whole time. So we were in module 1. So I kind of wanted to make like a mini goal. So my goal today, well, damn, we're starting pretty late, but is at least to get like 3 of these done. So let me go and make like a mini goal because I cannot wait to do this. We're gonna do something like, how could I do this? Oh, I didn't know I could add tip goals on here. That's funny. I could finally get tipped. I finally got monetized, which is goated. But I want to add like a mini goal for me, which should be 2. So mini. Wait, let me uppercase that. Mini goal. And I want it to be to get through 3 lessons today. Hopefully we could do it, but I might end up ending early. So we might not be able to get through 3 lessons today, but I'll let y'all know if we end up hitting that or not, or exactly where we are. And I'm kind of like starting this a little bit later than I wanted to, so it should be a little bit better tomorrow, I feel like, because I wanted the mini goals to actually be something where I could like check it off, but we'll have to get through that later. Now let's go and start studying. We are resuming the binary course today. So let's end up getting into it. Let's see. Damn, I'm kind of cold. Oh, perfect, actually. I think I'm sitting on my jacket. We don't got to talk about that. We don't got to talk about why my jacket was here, but it's a miracle. You know what I'm saying? It is a miracle. Hold on. For some reason, your chat isn't popping up, but it's popped up on my screen, but not on chat. Let me make this a little bigger. Hey, what is up, man? What is up, my guy? What is up? What's up? You are back. Oops, I threw my pencil. Alright, so let's continue this binary thing. I don't think we started it.
You might be wondering how our
controller... Let me put the volume down just a little bit because it could get copyrighted. That's why I gotta shoot it from this angle. But let me go here real quick. Hopefully I don't end up missing if anybody comments because I'm also doing something on the phone as well. So that might be a little bit difficult for me to stay intrigued there. But yeah, so today I really wanted to talk about, why I'm transitioning. I mean, I'm sure I've talked about it plenty, but I'm pretty much transitioning just because, I just feel like I've just learned enough of what I needed to learn. And I've learned enough of what I wanted to learn. And I think it was just the best option for me is to move forward, to pivot into something beautiful. I do have a video coming out later today about coding, so that's pretty nice. So you might be wondering how computers get these 1s and 0s. It's a pretty question. Imagine we have a light bulb and a switch that turns from state. Okay, so I guess I do get it. Like, why would they get to 0s and 1s? But I wouldn't even care. If we turn the light on, we could detonate. If the light bulb is off, we could represent the state as 0. Oh, we could say that it's 1. So if the light is on, it's 1. If the light bulb is off, it's 2. Now imagine 8 light bulbs and the switches that represents 8 bits with a state of 0 or 1. Let's backtrack to the punch cards that we used. Remember that the loom used cards with holes in them. So I guess we're just going to have to understand that a little bit more deeper. Because it didn't feel like he answered the question. So I'm just going to highlight that. But to me, it didn't feel like he answered the question. I'm like listening to what he's saying. So when the loom would reach a hole, it would hook to a thread underneath, meaning that the loom was on. If there wasn't a hole, it would not hook the thread, so it was off. This is a foundational binary concept. So I guess on and off is a finite. Okay, so let me write that down. Maybe that's what he's getting to. What percent is my phone on? Oh, it's on 100. Okay, good. Maybe that was what he was getting at. I'm not positive, but I would just say 0. I'm assuming it's 0 that's off. Equals off. 1 equals on. I'll say been doing this through history. And then probably put the looms. There we go. We got the looms. Perfection. That is what I'm talking about. And then especially too with today, I ended up putting in the title that I'm like struggling to stay consistent. And it's not like it's like a major struggle, but it definitely is something. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just because recently I haven't been coming on every day to do something. So trying to be consistent and hop on live, man, it is something, but it's okay. So by utilizing the 2 states of on or off, Jack Ward was able to weave intricate patterns in the fabric with his looms. Then industry started refining the punch cards a little more when there was a hole. Okay. Look. Okay, I get that. A computer could calculate any possible amount of numbers. So I guess he didn't kind of tell me the answer. Because then you might be wondering how are computers getting these 1s and 0s, but then it's kind of like he didn't get there yet. So let's continue going. Because binary's computer isn't done by reading holes. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So could we get to the point, my guy? But I see what he's saying. Uses electricity via transistors. Let me highlight that. Allowing electrical signals to pass through. If there's an electric voltage, we could denote it as 1, and if there isn't, we denote it as 0. I like that, but it's saying, but having just transistors isn't enough for our computer to complete tasks. Imagine if you had 2 light switches opposite ends of the room, each controlling of the light in the same room. What if when you turn on the light with one switch, the other switch wouldn't turn off? That would be a poorly designed room. Yeah, I don't like this light switch idea. And I know it's supposed to probably help with like visuals, but stop. Stop it. That's enough. So electricity via transistors allow. Okay, so let me take a note of that in here. I wonder if my highlights end up staying. Like if I leave the course and then come back, will it stay highlighted? I mean, honestly, the highlighted on the website just at least helps me with what I know I want to write in my notebook. But yeah, man, coming back and trying to, be consistent again, coming on every single day to like do something is honestly a hassle. It is something. Like I didn't think it was gonna be what it is. Again, I was like, I'm so used to this. But I did give myself like a good break. Like a good break. So kind of trying to come on and then being like, oh, you got this, Marzi. Hop on, start studying is something else. But, the true goal isn't even really about YouTube. And that's why, like when people talk about YouTube to me, like I love YouTube. But my goal is it was never really to, like I would love for my YouTube to grow. And I'm going to try and come up with titles, thumbnails, right? Just because I want it to grow. But my goal is to really study what I'm trying to study for. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like sitting here, oh, if I record myself studying this and then it goes viral, then I don't gotta do this. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why the chat is not appearing in my chat. Hey, what is up? What is up? I wonder, am I streaming from the right thing? Because both of you guys commented, but I don't see it on my chat. I only see it on my screen. That's strange. Oh, now it's popping up in my chat. So it's just my account for some reason. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Coding. I think Diosama. What is up? But no, yeah. So what was I saying? I forgot what I was getting at because that completely threw me off. But oh yeah, no. So I was saying because it's like for me, it's like YouTube isn't really the point. I feel like I like YouTube. I think I love the fact that we could build communities here. That I've already built a community here. Glory to God. If it wasn't for him, but you know, for me, it's legitimately just live streaming what I'm studying, and talking to people. I think it's like the most beautifulest thing that you could ever do on the internet, and just kind of just build that nice community there. What am I typing? I feel like I wrote this twice. Oh no, and if there isn't, would detonate it as 0. Okay, there we go. It's like, what the hell are we doing? So right now they're just trying to give me the concept of binary and why they use zeros and ones, zeros being off, one being on, something like that. They try to use like a light bulb as an instance, but I guess now we're gonna actually get into the truth here. But yeah, like I love YouTube, but in the end, it's not like I'm gonna sit here, because obviously it's clear that a lot of my audience, they really miss like the coding streams. But I feel like in the end, the whole point of this channel is really to just document my journey. And I felt like I stayed on coding for too long anyway. I felt like I probably shouldn't have stayed on as long as I did if I, really wanted this channel to like transition to different things. But I think for me, it's like I really wanted to make it to a certain end goal. And it's going to be the same way with IT support, where I want to make it to a certain end goal. And at least for the series. So it's like, hopefully this series doesn't end up lasting too long, but it's going to last long because at the end of the day, I have to learn. And the goal is to really rack up these certifications and stuff like that. But I guess there is probably a way to like end the series, but still do that type of stuff in the background. Probably pop out with a video randomly on like random days. But I honestly think that this concept that I'm planning on for the channel is a pretty good concept to at least draw people into you, that if one day it did end up going crazy. Because the thing with YouTube, especially trying to get like at least, let's say you want like $1,000 off of YouTube, you're not even trying to shoot for like millions, you're just like, no, I want $1,000. All you really would have to have, I believe, because it depends on your RPM, I believe all you would really have to have is about 200 to 300,000 views in total for the month. So that's like when you see YouTubers that make like 100K views on their videos, like they're making bank, because 100K views is probably giving them, and if their RPM is high, could be giving them 1,000. But let's say their RPM is like $3 to $5, that would just be, they're getting off of that video alone like $500 or more. So like YouTube is crazy. So it's like if you could just hit that amount for the month, about like 200 to 300,000, you're making an extra 1,000. And if your RPM's a little higher, it could be an extra 2. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be full-time income, because I'm assuming full-time income, I believe the average is like 30 something. I think like 36 to 42 a year is the average. Yes, I finally got monetized, man. It's crazy. I finally got monetized, and I'm getting monetized on ads really shortly. I just have to wait for like YouTube to catch up, but I got the watch hours and everything. Is crazy. But what I'm about to say? No, yeah. So it's like with YouTube, you could get that much just off of the fact that you are only making 200 to 300K for the month, and I feel like it's difficult to pull those numbers because that doesn't count YouTube Shorts. So if you're trying to get those numbers off of live streams and off of like YouTube videos, I think let's say you posted every day. I believe daily you would have to pull in like 10K. Wait, no, not even, because that would be only 30,000. So you would have to pull in like, oh my goodness, that had to be even more. It wouldn't be 50. I think it would have to be like maybe 20 or 30,000 views a day. Something like that. And then you could probably hit like 200,000, 300,000. And it's like, it's a crazy number to shoot for. But if you want to pull in $1,000 to $2,000 off of YouTube, like that's what you would go for. And that's just to be like I guess, full time on YouTube. Obviously, you would need higher numbers if you want to make bank, but it's never really about bank with YouTube, you know? It's always about, I feel like anyone should see YouTube as like a side hustle that you're trying to build into a side business. Like, you know, but some people don't see it like that. They're like, if I'm not getting rich yet, then I don't care. I'm like, okay, because you're missing out. But it's never even about that still. Because at the end of the day, like, I don't even get paid now and I still make content. I do it just because I like it. I like the community. I've been making content since I was like 6, bro. I just didn't know how to put it on YouTube yet. But I always loved the concept of YouTube, a place where I can talk and just do stuff. The both switches should either turn the light on or off depending on the state of the light, but fortunately, we have something known as logic gates. Ooh, so now we're getting into something deeper that I don't know about. I like that. So logic gates allow our transistors to do more complex tasks like decide where to send electrical signals depending on logical conditions. There are a lot of different types of logic gates, but we don't discuss them in detail. Oh, okay, so they're not going to get into detail about the logic gates. But if you're curious about the role of transistors and logic gates in modern circuitry, you can read more about it in supplementary reading. Now we know how the computer. Okay, so we'll leave it there. So saying now we know how computers get to ones and zeros. I guess, but not really, not the way I thought you were going to answer that question. But later in this course, we're going to be able to talk. Okay, we're going to be able to talk about how we're able to turn human readable instructions into zeros and ones. Okay, that our computer understand through compilers. Okay, so now we're going to get into compilers soon, or at least supplemental. Oh, they're going to give me the rating on the logic gates. I didn't think they were going to. Never mind. So after this, we're getting on the logic gates. So as one of the very most basic programming that's led of creation, nothing else. So let me go and write a couple of these notes down because, like I said, I don't know if they stay highlighted on here, and if they do, a waste of time. No, actually, I love writing notes. I used to do this back when I was learning about JavaScript, CSS, HTML. Like, writing notes is super underrated. But no, yeah, man, like YouTube is like just a great little place, and I think the best thing for YouTube is never try to shoot for virality, you know, because when you do go viral, like let's say for instance, if you're immediately coming on YouTube and your goal is to like go viral, you're not gonna last long. But then if you're coming on YouTube and let's say your goal is to go viral and you actually happen to go viral, still not gonna last because it's like with virality, back then virality was like cool. Like if you went viral, then you were up. Nowadays, tell me how many names of people that you've seen that went viral and then now are just gone. Like you don't want virality because yes, it may pay you a pretty check and may get you some nice videos afterwards, but then it's like after that you're screwed. Like I seen so many YouTube channels last year that blew up, got to like almost hundreds of thousands of subs and then stopped. So that's why with YouTube it's really best for you to like build a small community of people who really want to watch you for you and watch you for whatever you do. And yes, it's gonna be very slow. Like my subscriber count, I don't even think has went up at all this week. But it's gonna be very slow. But it's like at least you got people there who are there for you. And then right now, I feel like the reason for my live streams not being as like popping as they once were before is for one, it looks a little bit different, and I did go on like a little bit of a spree of not going live every day. So it's kind of like I got to get people back into being like, oh, you're going to be live every day? Let me subscribe. You know what I'm saying? But then two, it's not necessarily the same thing that I built you guys on for a while. And like I said, that was my fault. I should have transitioned earlier. But I really wanted to get to like a point that, to like, you know, a goal that I wanted to hit. So I didn't transition yet. And I do plan on transitioning my main content as well to IT. But I'm trying to think of the best way to do it without acting like, you know, I'm not going to pursue the JavaScript certification. Like, no, I'm still pursuing that. But you know what I mean? And I feel like the best thing for me to do is to continue jumping through topics and chapters like how I plan on doing. Because in the end, if people decide to unsubscribe because it's not coding content, or people decide to unsubscribe or leave because it's not the content they want to see, then that's perfectly fine because I'm going to make the content that I want to make. So hopefully I can find people. I would rather find people who want to watch this than find people who don't really care to watch this, or they prefer coding and they're like, whatever, I'll be back when you spin the block. It's like, those are the people you don't want on your channel, because if they're only there for that, then it's going to just mess up, for one, it's going to mess up your algorithm, but two, it messes up the concept of what your channel is. And every YouTuber has that, where they went down a certain thing and they had subscribers because of it. And, they transition, but they transition to see who is going to come. And if you do it just good enough, you could do it to any topic. And I think, like I said, with my topic, like with what I'm doing, I feel like the bigger it gets and the more that I do, where I'm hitting day 100s on these live streams of different topics, like, it's going to literally cement the fact that, for one, I'm the type of person where I'm not going to quit, that I'm disciplined in doing what I'm doing. I'm going to learn what I said I'm going to learn. I'm going to shoot for what I said I'm going to shoot for. And it could be about anything. One of these days I plan on making a chapter where I'm writing like an ebook, because you could write an ebook for free. Or if so, it's probably like a tiny amount to pay for. And obviously I'm not going to expect people to buy it, but that's pretty sick to be able to have that opportunity and do that. Now that's going to be a real transition. Like, that's why, some people realizing that it's not coding anymore, they're still kind of sticking around, because they're like, oh, okay, at least it's tech. But it's like, at some point, I'm going to be transitioning to topics that are outside of tech. And the goal is to really just reach people. Of course, it's going to reach a lot of people who are there for that concept, who are there for, writing, right? Or people who are there trying to write a book. Like, it's going to reach those people. But the goal is to try and get them to like you for you, And that's why, YouTube is one of the toughest things you can do. It really is, because you're trying to build a community of people with a topic, with an idea, pretty much. And you're doing it all for free, And like YouTube, especially, I feel like smaller creators are probably the hardest workers of a YouTuber. Because at least with a YouTuber that, and I'm not saying that they didn't, like the bigger YouTubers didn't grind before. They probably did grind. But I feel like if you definitely ask them now, like, is it harder to make content with them being a bigger YouTuber? Or was it harder when you first started? It's so much more harder when you first start, because not only are you doing it for free, but you're sitting there every day, probably constantly thinking about what to do for a certain video, trying to come up with topics, trying to still be interesting, trying to come up with scripts, right, with what you should say. Just trying to come up with a bunch of different things. And then you just got... and then it's like, boom, you post that video, it gets nowhere near. And it's not like I ever expect my videos to go crazy, but there's times where I'm like, oh, this video seems like it might do good. And then it gets like 100 and something views, and I'm like, oof. Maybe I was wrong about that. I thought my audience wanted to see that, but I guess not. So it's really funny, but with YouTube, man, it's a lot of work, especially as a small content creator, especially somebody who works, a full-time job. If you're not working a full-time job, I can't say that YouTube is hard. I can't, like, because at least you're free, man. You're free, you probably got no bills you could pursue. But when you're working and then you have other things in life you got to take care of, but you have this little dream over here in a community you want to attend to, you come to YouTube and stuff. It's pretty lit. If y'all are new here, though, hit that subscribe button. I will be coming on every single day around this time to study. And if y'all have any topics or anything you want to ask me in the comments for me to answer, definitely let me know. My God, this ain't working. My guy, come on now. They're playing with me. They are simply playing with me. I can't even turn on my TV. Is the batteries in here? Like, what the hell? Bro, I have no nails. How the hell am I gonna get this out? I think that should work. Okay, I don't know why, but that worked. Just want to put something on the TV real quick. Just trying to distract myself even more. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, so we got the last note, which is turning human readable instructions into zeros and ones. So now we're going to get into this supplementary reading. Let's fast forward a little bit to end this course and mark it as done. because we ended up finishing that, and today we want to get 3 of them done. So I'm proud of myself. We got 1 done. On to the next. We did start a little bit late, so my bad if we don't get it done. But we were super close. So right now we're going to be reading about logic gates, which is going to be super cool. We have this whole entire reading. I wish I could show you the screen, but that's not something that I could do. Mute that. There we go. Now I got something on the TV. So let me write logic gates here. If y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. That would be super goated. I'm going to be live every single day to get this done. So with the logic gates, it's saying knowing how logic gates work is important to understanding how computers works. Okay, I can't highlight in here? So knowing how logic gates work is important to understand how computers work. I feel like I'm saying that weird, but okay, we understand. Computers work by performing binary calculations. Logic gates are electrical components. Oh wait, we already read about that, so here is what we need to read. So logic gates are electrical components that tell a computer how to perform binary calculations. Ooh, that's not. Oh wait, I can highlight it. I think I could without. I saw colors. I lied, y'all. I lied. I thought I could. Whatever. I swear I saw colors. So let's take this definition of logic gates, which are electrical components. But no, yeah, man, the transition from coding to IT is something. Honestly, I just remember having so much joy, but I had joy for like coding for months, and I still have a joy for it. But I feel like I'm kind of like, maybe it's because I've done it for so long. Because imagine, doing it every day for an hour for 7 months straight. Like, at some point, you're gonna kind of be like, I don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to touch it no more, man. And when you give yourself that break, it's over. So it's like, hell no. You come in, or sorry about that. When you give yourself that break, man, it's like you just don't want to do it again. You do not want to do it again. But if you're new here, man, I've already documented a whole other journey for 7 months. That was a web dev journey. So trust me, you can trust that I'm gonna hop on every day to try and get this this IT support certification. Definitely hit that subscribe button. It's gonna be super lit here. They specify rules for how to produce an electrical output based on one or more electrical inputs. But then I also feel like, with seeing this camera angle and with doing this study with me type of content, I feel like people normally hop in and they're assuming that it's going to be about, like, it's going to be me studying, but it's not going to be me talking. But I think my biggest thing is, like, if that's the case, then I feel like that's fine. If people are going to obviously, leave for that, what can I do? Well, like, stop talking and just appease it. But I really want my content to kind of stand out. I want it to be where we are talking together as I study, because I'm able to study while, talking. Surprisingly, I could take in the information. I think the only time if I really feel like I'm not understanding anything, then maybe I would do like a 20-minute focus, stay quiet type thing, and then talk into 5 minutes. But as of right now, man, they're kind of teaching me basic things that I don't think I need to be quiet. But it would be super dope though if the chat, because like last stream the chat was talking. Hey, what is up? What is up, son? But last stream the chat was talking, so it was definitely, I feel like it's better when I'm able to interact with the chat as I study. I love doing that, man. I love doing that, but I just gotta wait. At the end of the day, I remember when I first started doing coding, it was about consistency before the audience came. And I just gotta stay consistent and wait on YouTube to find the right people for this type of content. So computers use these electrical signals to represent 2 binary states, which is on and off. A logic gate takes in one of or more of these binary states and determines whether to pass along the on or off signal. Oh, you know what? I think I did learn about logic gates in computer science. I feel like I learned a lot about this in computer science. What the hell? So tell me, how was you when you were a kid? What exactly do you mean? Like, do you mean like Like exactly. I actually, let me think. How was I when I was a kid? I feel like as a kid, I probably was just the way I am now. Like, not saying that I'm like childish, but I feel like I never lost my inner kid. You know what I'm saying? I think when you lose your inner kid, that's sad. I feel like the way I am is honestly the way I was when I was a kid. I think maybe the difference is that I think I was more like annoying as a kid because I feel like I always wanted to fit in. That was something I wish my parents told me was like it's okay to be like the loner or to just not talk to people. But I was so upset when I was never spoken to, so I feel like I used to force friendships when it was clear other people were more clicked together, or when I showed up, people stopped talking about certain things because they didn't want me to know specifically. And I was just like, it used to hurt my feelings that I think I used to try to really force myself into groups. And I think that was probably the one thing that I hated about myself. But I did change it when I got to high school. When I finally got to high school, I was like, whatever, I don't care to be alone. But I made friends, or I made genuine friends, and I finally knew what it felt like to have genuine people around me. But then, after high school, those people kind of fade off anyway. So, and honestly, I feel like those people faded off because I have a different mindset, and I think it's hard to stay with people who aren't ready to like grow in a way. Like I still love those people. I definitely would talk to them, but it's just hard for me to chill with people who aren't ready to grow as a person. Like I want to talk about life, not the same things we were talking about in high school. Like we're older, So maybe I guess I did mature a little bit, but I feel like, a lot of people from my past, they're still about things that I'm not about no more. And so we just kind of grew apart. And I'm also very busy. I just don't have time to like really see people, and a lot of people just want to chill. So hello ma'am, please try making your hashtags broad for videos. What type of hashtags, man? Let me know what type of hashtags you are talking, because listen, you can definitely help me, my guy. If y'all have any hashtags, or if y'all have any tips on how I should film these live streams to make it more, where people are interactive, just let me know. I'll definitely look into it. Definitely look into it. You said now it is 0. Oh, your comment deleted. So you learned the code. Just want to say doing great because you one of the people to realize I have to do the same. Hey, that's what's up, man. That is what's up. I don't know why your comment deleted though, but I seen ya. I seen ya. Says you somewhat look like Zendaya. I do not think so. At all. No, I don't think so. Zendaya definitely looks different. But no, yeah. So I grew apart from a lot of people, and I think that just happens when you get older as well. I don't think it happens to be about you guys. The only thing that kind of sucks though, but like I said, I had to teach myself is that I I still sometimes get those feelings of like I wish I did have friends, but now like being at work, I had friends at my job, but then y'all know how that could go when you become friends with the wrong people. And so, like, at my job, I had friends, but then when something in particular happened, people started getting nosy, and then it was just drama. And it wasn't like drama, drama, because I'm not the type to engage anyway. But it was just like, oh, I see why you don't make friends with coworkers. Like it was a lesson. I was like, okay, let's not be cool because, like, and I'm not saying you can't be cool with anybody, because there's still people there that I am somewhat cool with, but we're just on different shifts. But other than that, I was like, you cannot be cool people where you work because, especially too, if you try to get close to them, they would be the first people to try and air your business. And not that that ever happened because I never got close to people, but I noticed that if I gave them, like people at my job, you could tell with the questions that they ask, they want something. They want to know what's going on. They want to know, like, and I'm like, damn, like, you're really wildin'. Or they would say something and then try to get you to agree to then make it seem like you said it. I was like, oh, I'm like, this place is crazy. And I'm sure every job is probably like that, but so sometimes I have that feeling of like, damn, I wish I could be friends with people, or I wish I could find someone that's like genuine to be cool with, but I'm not gonna force it no more. I'm not in middle school. I'm not gonna force no damn friendship. Also, too, like I said, I just don't trust people, man. These people are crazy. I remember I was cool with these people for like a minute. I didn't think that they would ever do that. And then it was like, we're at work. I'm not gonna say exactly the issue, but I was like, damn, that was surprising. That was surprising. Where's my sharpener? I don't even. Oh, it's right here. You said you said why? Sorry, what were you saying why to? My bad. I started rambling and then I kind of don't know what you said why for. So now we're getting into the 6 common logic gates. I'm trying to remember which one I used before, but I'm not positive what I used before. The 6 common logic gates. Let me see. I think was the not? Oh, the and, yes. I think I used the not and or, but I never used the XOR. Oh, yes, I did. What am I talking about? I did use, well, I did never did the XOR, but I think I did the NAND. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these right. Not the XNOR. Yeah, I think the only thing I remembered is NAND. So I know 4 of these. Damn, computer science had me. I might even understand it a little bit more deeper if they really make us do something with like these logic gates. Oh my goodness, I had no idea that logic gates was for IT. Or maybe it's just for understanding a computer. It's probably not IT yet. I mean, who knows? I can't tell whether they're teaching me IT stuff or they just teaching me basics. Is this gonna help? Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting too that this is the basics of computers, so that probably is why. So what you're using pencil? Oh, I've had pens, but my pens like they all ran out of ink because I like certain types of pens. I don't like just any pen. It needs to be a certain type of pen. And the only pens I have right now are like colorful pens, but they also run out fast of ink. So I just need to buy like a batch of like 10 pens, bro, because I like the damn, let me see, because I have it right here. Well, no, I think I threw them all away because they all stopped working and I kept trying to use them. Oh my goodness. I dropped y'all. My bad. I don't know if I put this the right way. Let me see real quick. Oh my gosh, that was scary. I dropped y'all. Oh nope, I put it upside down. That was scary. Jeez, almost had a heart attack. Wait, is it on you? But no, yeah, I don't have the pen here. But then where is the pen? I forgot what name it was. Is it over there? Yeah, no. Let me see. Is this camera angle good? Or did I literally destroyed y'all. My fault. My fault. Then why is it kind of blurry? I'm like using my phone camera. It looks kind of blurry. Maybe I'm tripping. That's weird. Like, did I just drop my camera? Like, what the hell? I'm pissed. But no, yeah. So, what was I just getting at before I fumbled everything? It says you alone, you can entertain yourself. No, seriously. I really could, man. But, then what was I just, oh yeah, so no, the pens, I like it to be literally just like where ink is kind of like oozing out of it. But then I guess that's probably why the ink runs out quickly, but it just feels better. It feels better. Simply put. And so for me, as of right now, I ran out, so I only got my pencils. And I'm like, I forgot how good a pencil is, really, because you could erase stuff. I'm so used to crossing stuff out. The only thing about pencils I don't like is when the words get smudged after a while. What if I need to read this? Like, and now I can't read nothing because I wrote it in a damn pencil. So I do remember a lot about these logic gates. The only thing is like, they have to give me like a brief understanding like they're doing right now. Because other than this, I honestly would forget. Like I forgot this is what a logic gate was. Now I remember, and I remember I used to write like in computer science, we used to have to write whole schemes with these logic gates. Like we would have to do lines, then put the logic gate, put another line, then put this. And I remember that being on my finals. I think I passed my finals with like a C. But y'all gotta understand that I was working full time. I'll always use working full time as an issue. I was working full time, so I wasn't able to focus. And I didn't have good study habits back then. Like, I was definitely very organized when it came to studying, but I feel like my habits weren't as keen as they are now. Where it's like I could focus, and kind of like talk and do that. Like, no. I used to just be like, okay, I got an assignment, wake up, do it, go to sleep. And that's all I would do. You said why IT support, like why this one only? Well, the goal for me is that I want to get into networking engineer. And simply the reason why I want to go there is because I think the starting pay is about like 30 something dollars an hour, which is beautiful. And then the end goal, because my biggest thing is I want a career where I feel like I could climb up in the career, right? So I feel at my current job is a very stable, protected job, which is good and a great place for me to start and to try and study in broad, like go somewhere basically, because it's a good, stable job. Now I'm using this opportunity to study for network engineering because I want something that has a cap, something I could climb to, and the cap pay for network engineering is $50 an hour. Now that's great. That's not saying I'm going to get there at 20. That's pretty much saying I'm probably going to get there at 40, which isn't bad for that age, right? There's some 40-year-olds I see that just start my job. And like if you're just starting at my job, you're probably just starting at $20 an hour, maybe 18 depending, right? So it's like for me, I don't want to be one, and I'm not trying to come at y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to come at the older people that are just starting to get their life together or they, left their job, started a new one. But I feel like for me, I just don't want to be like that. I don't want to, be older knowing that I had like tens to 20 years of my life and then I'm coming back to an $18 an hour job at that age. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think that it's just not for me. So network engineering just seems like the best place for me, especially for someone who is very interested in tech. I was never interested in like coding in itself as a job. Like I like making websites, but doing that as a job every day, I'm like, that's not what I would want to do. And then same thing with like software engineering. It wasn't what I wanted to do. I always was more interested in the hardware of a computer. I like the idea of being able to like break this computer and then put it together, stuff like that. And I know with network engineering, that is probably not what you're doing, but I could do that on the side of network engineering, which is like learn the hardware, fix computers, yada yada. But then in network engineering, I think you're just monitoring the network. You're trying to make sure the network is running smoothly. You're walking around trying to just see if there's issues with the networks. And I don't know too much of network engineering, but I just know that it's definitely a route I would prefer to go because it has room to climb. You could get into a manager role, you could get into a like CEO type of position, but not a CEO. I don't know how to explain it, but like higher up positions. If you work hard, have the right connections. And I think it just has so much more room to grow than my current job does, at least for the position I'm in. There's other positions at my current job that I could get into, but I just feel like for me, those other positions, I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but to me, and I kind of like, I feel they hire people more likely if you're a dude. And I know for me, I come off like a little bit more of like a masculine, like female, but they wouldn't just hire me off of that. And I think there's only two girls or maybe three girls that got into that position, and the rest of them are just overpowered by dudes. And it's not like there aren't girls who want to get into the position, because I've heard plenty of girls who tried. And it happens to be that they deny a lot of the girls who try, and they mainly say yes to the guys. So it's like, for me, I'm like, I don't think they would give me the position. I could still try though. But I've talked to a lot of females who tried to get into that position, and they're not even allowed to do that. But how could you fight it? Like if they're giving you a different reason. Like for instance, with some of the girls, they would say things like, "Oh, well, even though you passed this test, you did good during this interview, you need experience." But they don't tell the guys that. You could talk to almost every guy there. I know a lot of the dudes in that position that have no prior experience to what that position is. And it's like I see what y'all are doing. And obviously what I could probably do is just try to beat the system, probably get experience, pass the test, do good in the interview and be like, you can't say no to me, which is still something that's possible. But even so, that's not like my dream or my passion. I have a passion for networks, anything that is like a computer. That's where my passion is, and I love IT. I think IT is just the perfect way to go. Because here's how logic rule is often. I feel like taking a picture of this because they have like a diagram. Can I? Oh, perfect. I could save the image real quick though. I'm gonna save the image and can I make a folder? Damn it! Yeah, let me make a new folder. We're gonna call this IT. Okay, hold on. IT support images, and we're gonna put it there. Save it here. Perfect. That is so cool because they have some good like diagrams here. I didn't even know I could do that. You said in real life, are you like this? I mean, you talk a lot as well, like with this much energy. Not really. I think I just feel confident because I don't see another face in front of me. But if I'm talking to like an actual person, I'm really shy. I'm one of those people that'd be like, "Yep, yeah, oh that's crazy, wild." Like I'm one of those people. Like I don't like to engage in conversation with people because like I get nervous. Hold on real quick. I just want to see. So we got the semantic. I just want to make sure that I'm reading the right thing. Semantic drawings usually represents a physical knot gate as a triangle with a small circle on the outside. So to the right, okay, let me highlight that. Okay, yeah. So pretty much like I'm one of those like shy people. I'm not the type to really just start talking to you the way I'm talking now. I just always been a talker though to my family or to like people that I do know. I love talking, I love yapping, and I feel like with content, I like that I could really just yap. I could really just yap about a lot of things. And I also don't really have too much energy, but when I do have energy like now, my energy is like on a 10 because I'm dumb happy that I'm like I'm chatting with somebody a part of the community. Like that's dummy lit. But my energy really does come from like just talking through content. You see me in person, man, it would not be the same. I wouldn't even be able to think of like topics. And I feel like it feels so awkward too because there was like one person I remember talking to who he was like a terrible talker, which I don't even know why he came at me the way he did. But ever since, it made me get really quiet when I talk to people. But it was cause like he was just quiet and he was talking about like, oh, I'm gonna go to your house so we could play basketball. I'm like, oh no, like I didn't want to chill with him. I didn't want to chill with him, but I didn't know how to say no. So he ended up like coming and he wasn't really trying to like talk. So I'm trying to speak to him. And then in the middle of me talking to him for like 30 minutes, he sits there and goes, why are you trying like or no, I forgot how he said it, but he mentioned that he could tell that I was trying to small talk him. And ever since I stopped talking to people. I was like, that was embarrassing as hell. But he was like the worst talker. So like he should feel embarrassed that he wasn't even talking. But it was like he embarrassed the hell out of me. That after he said that, I stopped talking to him. It was quiet the whole time. The whole time. So it's like I was like, bruh, how you gonna make me feel like that? So ever since I just completely stopped talking to people because I'm like, oof, like if he could tell that I was trying to small talk him, and I'm like, I don't even want to talk to people then because if I'm sitting here trying to find topics, they're probably gonna be like, oh, she's weird. I'm like, really? Because I feel like people talk to me like that all the time, and I don't even think nothing of it. But maybe I do it a certain way where it's like, mm, just stop talking. So I preferred to just stop. But he was the only dude I've ever tried that on because I did not understand why he wanted to come to my house. If he knew we only hung out in a group. And a lot of those dudes like cuz especially me being who I am, I used to always chill with like the nerds. I probably am a nerd myself. I don't care. I'll take it. And we're closing to near the end of this, but I'm going to keep yapping. But he was like a part of the nerds and then I'm also a part of the nerds, not going to exclude myself, right? I know where I stand. And pretty much, what was I saying? He, I feel like a lot of the people in the nerds group is like they would treat me like I was cool, but then when we were all one on one together, it was like they would treat me like I'm freaking like a girl. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I know I'm a girl, but they would treat me like I was straight up a girl that they could like, holler at. I'm like, can y'all just talk to me like a person? Like it was strange. And they definitely had like bad ideas of women, you know, because you know dudes that are watching that online content, it's like every time they talk about a girl, it always has to be something sexual. I'm like, bro, can we just talk? Like, females are humans, my guy. But I used to chill with them because, you know, I just, in other ways, they were cool outside of that. Outside of that, they were cool. So when he wanted to chill with me, I was like, oh my goodness, I don't want to hang out with him because he's one of those dudes. So that's why he got quiet because he would talk to, if it was a dude any day, he would be talking. But when it was me, he stopped that and he called me out. I was like, F that, brother. I can't talk to nobody. He said if I talk like this in real life or on stream, I would be mentally drained. No, I mean, my thing is like, I feel like I'm a natural talker. I just don't have people to talk to. So for me, I don't feel drained talking. Like, I think I legitimately been talking straight for about almost an hour. So I don't feel drained talking. I just feel like it's what I always would want to do. I just don't really have people to like yap to for real, except for like this one dude at work, but he does the yapping and I sometimes will add in. But I do yap a lot to like I would say I yap a lot to my partner. My partner probably hears the most of what's on my mind because obviously I'm comfortable with them. So in my head, I'm like, I'm just gonna say any and everything that I'm thinking. And my brother too. But me and my brother, we don't really talk about real topics. I feel like we just talk about like TV shows, like random stuff. And I don't even watch TV, but that's just what we talk about. Um, but no, yeah, with lives, I think the problem is like with a live stream, I always want my content to somewhat be entertaining. So in a way, it may not be entertaining in the sense of like, oh, I can watch this, I'm getting joy, right? Because it's like I'm just studying. So I feel like the way to kind of combat that is to just yap, is to just talk. Like think of a topic, keep it pushing. And I don't like dead noise. Because if I'm on a live stream or if I'm watching content and it goes quiet, I'm swiping out the video. Like you're not gonna see me ever again. I'll be like, why did they get on live then? So for me, I try to do my lives the way I would see somebody else's live. If you're not talking, even if it's for a split second, you put the controller down, be right back. I'm not watching. I'm sorry. I would leave. I need someone to talk. I need something to keep me hooked, something to keep me entertained. And I feel like the topics is honestly the way to go. That's why, you know, I be trying to tell people, I'm like, hey, hit that subscribe button, brother, because yes, I'm gonna be studying, but we're gonna have some topics to talk about. If you comment, I respond, we'll go crazy. But y'all, I do gotta end up getting off though, because I do gotta go to work. So if you're new here, hit that subscribe button because I will be hopping on tomorrow on live. I will be hopefully trying to be daily on this live stream stuff. Um, I so far we're on day 3. We've been doing this 3 days straight, which is super dope. We ended up getting through 2 lessons. We didn't get to meet the mini goal, but that's because I started a bit late today. If I started earlier, I definitely would have been able to hit that. But yeah, man, thank y'all so much for tuning in, for listening to me yap, for watching this live stream. I do got a YouTube video coming out later tonight. It was supposed to be yesterday, but I screwed myself. But yes, I'll be catching you on the next one. Hope y'all enjoyed. Love y'all. Y'all are amazing. Deuces. Let me immediately run here. All right, deuces. What is up? What is up? What is up, y'all? Let me see if I'm live right now. Hopefully things aren't glitching. My bad for coming on here super damn late, y'all. I don't know what it was, man, but I legitimately woke up at 11:40, right? I'm like, okay, I have some time. Let me get like 20 minutes of sleep. Damn, is this glitching or what? What? Okay, no, it's moving. Sorry. So I have like 20 minutes of sleep. I'm like, shoot, let me sleep. All of a sudden, I blink, I open my eyes, and then it's like 12:40. I'm like, oh shoot, I'm late for my live, like hella late. But either way, whether I'm late or not, that doesn't give me a reason to miss studying or miss my live unless like I'm just dummy late at that point. It's like, what could you do? So let's just immediately hop into studying just so we don't kind of waste no time. I think since last stream we were studying logic gates. So we gotta end up getting back to that. We have 6 common logic gates, which I think oh yes, I already have learned about 4 of them. I didn't know that there was 6, so that's something new that we learned, which is pretty nice. Let's turn on this TV real quick. But then eventually, but I think first they're gonna teach us about the ones that I do know. I'm not sure when it comes to IT if you like genuinely need to know about logic gates. Like, is this something that I'm gonna have to deal with, or are they just trying to teach me about like computers? You know what I'm saying? And I guess eventually, to an extent, I probably, when I want to eventually get to that point of like fixing computers on the inside, maybe logic gates would be a thing, or logic gates would be like a focus. But whatever, I guess we'll see. So what was the last thing that I put? I put the truth table. So now I guess we're talking about the AND gate. Damn, I'm so upset that I woke up kind of late because well, not even kind of late. I woke up late. But it was because I really wanted to like prepare a little bit more for the stream. And I had like a lot of things to do before work, but man, I don't even know. I do not even know. But I do want to talk about like the reality of like learning online rather than learning in person. Because I feel like there is like a huge like difference there. Because when learning in person, you have somebody, you kind of have like well, it's a teacher, but I'd say like a mentor who is constantly there that is trying to teach you, keep you on the right track. You get probably assignments, so you can kind of see where you yourself are at. And I feel like, learning in person probably is just a little bit more easier. I just think the scary part with learning things in person is you kind of have to move on somebody else's time. And I feel like that's the reason why I always preferred to be like a self-taught or like study on my own first. Cause like there's even courses at my community college around here, literally just for passing, well, for learning the IT fundamentals and then passing the CompTIA A plus and then all of the certifications. But that's like a $10,000 like course. But if you can complete them all in a year, they literally will pay for it for free. But they also want you to get a job right after and then keep the job for 3 months. I'm like, y'all are like, I don't think y'all want to pay this for free. I tell you that much. But yeah, so it's like a nice, pretty good course. But for me, they give you like 2 months to learn IT fundamentals, which is probably makes sense. But then they give you about 6 months to learn CompTIA A plus, and then I think they give you 3 months to learn Security plus, and then another 3 months for like Network plus. I'm like, that just doesn't seem like realistic to me. Maybe like I feel like the first 2 are realistic, but giving you 3 or 4 months for the last 2, you're really trying to get people to like fail at that point, because that's I just don't think that that's enough time. I think you need 6 months for each after, like for the CompTIA A plus, Network plus, and Security plus. But they don't care about that. So for me, I'm like, I think there's a benefit in possibly learning on your own rather than it being like rather than it being a actual like issue. I feel like it's kind of a benefit. Because like I said, you get to move at your own pace. But the problem is, and what I see in a lot of people, which is why I like to do daily content, like even though I showed up late today, I like the fact that I still showed up. And even though I'm probably gonna only have about 30 minutes to be able to study when I could have had a full hour if I just, you know, woke up a little bit early. I still, at the end of the day, got up and am doing what needs to get done. While there's some people, you know, man, like if they woke up late, and it even crossed my mind for a second to be like, well, I'm just not gonna study then. Like, I'll study tomorrow, yada yada. But I'm like, no, like I gotta show people that even though there might be a little setback, just get back up and continue pushing. Like, it's never that deep. So this is like it says the and roll outputs on, I mean, an on signal only when both the inputs are on. So I feel like I remember that. I remember these, but I'm probably gonna quiz myself after I finish all of this because I want to make sure that I'm actually getting that. Both the inputs are on. But yeah, so like there's a benefit, but there's some people who just aren't disciplined. Like I've met too many people in my life who just aren't disciplined. And it's shocking. But then again, it could just be honestly where I live. But no, like even if you see people in comment sections, the people who talk about either studying or just like financial stress, it's like it's always people who kind of just aren't disciplined enough rather than it being anything else. And I'm just like, it's tough. Like people, I feel like people don't get how important disciplining yourself to actually do things, even as tiny as like getting up and studying every day, like how that could take you a long way. And, you know, I previously done this before, like, you know, if you've been here previously with web dev. So it's like, I think I went on to about 200 days straight of learning web dev. So that's like about 6, 7-ish months, right? Like, you're getting close to 7 months. That's insane. Of me making, you know, not only did I do it for that long, but of me making content that was surrounded around that as well, like my YouTube content. But then when I gave myself a break, it's like it's easy to fall into that break, but then you just gotta break free, man. You gotta break free, you gotta keep pushing, stay consistent. Consistency is always key, and then as well, the execution is key, you know, because there's some people who talk about how, you know, I've been coming on live for, that I've been, you know, trying to learn how to code for months, and I still can't understand it. Sometimes, like, consistency isn't the only thing that could get you to do it, right? Like you need a good study plan as well. Or you would need a good, like I like to say execution because you could do it for anything. Really. Like if it's for money, it's like, okay, maybe you've been thinking about saving for 3 months, but now you need to execute, like do it. And it's like the consistency, like maybe you put $1 away, but the consistency is just the start. Now you need to also learn what is the best way to do it. But so it could be discouraging when you don't really know where to begin. But glory to God, we have a lot of these like sites that could help. But I seen somebody recently who was just talking about how the websites weren't helping. He said, I don't know. I'm not getting into personal things. I'm just curious about people's perspective. Can I ask questions? Yes, you could get into perspective. He said, like, do you keep in touch with your parents? So I'll say my father, he actually ended up passing away when I was around 17 years old. And then my mother, she isn't really in my life like that, but like I know where she is. So like if I wanted to, I could call her. But she isn't really in my life like that. So I would say maybe, well, obviously I could only say my mother that I keep in touch with, but yeah, I would say about that. I'll say that. I can keep in touch with her, but we and her don't really stay in touch, if that makes sense. Or often. But we've been talking more recently. So I need to save this photo. Okay. Because I forgot that I wanted to save these photos of the gates. Like the logic gates, because I want to remember what everything kind of looks like. What would be nice, though, if I made my own Google Doc and then I put the gates in there. Oh my goodness. That would be super dope. And then they're also showing like the input, output. So if it's off, on. So if there's on at all, it just is on for the OR gate. So it's in the OR rule outputs an off signal only when both the inputs are off. Okay. Then when it comes to the AND gate, off is off. But if input A is off and input B is on. Oh wait, no, this is the same thing. This is basically the opposite. So if it says on, it's on. But other than that, it's off. So then which one goes crazy? The not gate then? Off, on. Okay, yeah, the not gate is weird. So whatever the input is, it changes. turns okay. So that's reasonable. That makes sense. That actually wasn't that hard to explain, and I don't understand why my teacher in computer science made that a little difficult. But all right, so now we got to go with the X or gate. It says, don't you get a thought these are the only people that will care about you, like for real, and still we don't spend much time with them? I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like for me, it's like I feel like I have like I don't want to say like a strained relationship with my mother, but I would say she wasn't in my life since I was like 12. So for me it's like I do have love for my mother, and I do want, good things for her, and I know she wants good things for me, but I feel like I just kind of accepted what our relationship is, like that's just what it is, so I wouldn't, I feel like I can't relate to that feeling, you know I would say I can't relate. So we got the XOR outputs and on a signal. Perfection when only one but not both of the inputs are on. Wait, now they just confuse me. Oh wait, no, so this is the XOR. Okay, so if any of them are on, it's on, but when both of them are on, it's off. What the hell? That is crazy. But alright, I guess we'll figure this out. So, oh my gosh, and tell me why. Wait, hold on, because I'm trying to remember if I finished what I was talking about previously. 'Cause I was talking about the IT transition. I'm not sure if I finished it, but I'll probably come spin the block on it. But tell me why at work, I don't know if I don't think I broke my thumb, but I I did something where my thumb has a lot of pain. It was swelled up at first, but then it stopped being swelled, and it like hurts in this area, but I heard that if it was a little bit harder, then maybe your thumb broke. But at work, I'll give you all a little hint. I had a pile jack because I work at a warehouse. I had a pile jack, and I don't know what I did. I legitimately don't know. And all of a sudden, my thumb started to hurt. And then you know me, I'm being stupid, thinking that my knuckle needs to crack. So then now I'm grabbing my thumb, like yanking it, like trying to crack it, and then I made it worse. And then a lot of pain came. So I'm like, oh my gosh, did I like hurt? Like, did I just like, I must have broke my thumb. And then I'm looking at it, my thumb gets all swelled. Eventually it calmed down, but now I just have this bone right here. Like, that bone that we normally have? But it's like severely popping out. It's not even funny. Like, and I'm like, could I have dislocated it? But someone told me if I dislocated it or broke it, I wouldn't be able to move my thumb, which I can move it. It's just when I move it, I feel intense pain, and like even like holding stuff like this right here, that hurts. So I'm like, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna go to work, working at a warehouse where I have to clearly use both my hands. And I gotta go to work today, so I'm really considering just going to urgent care because like this isn't okay. My bone is popping out. But what they told me is that it could be like or I asked ChatGPT. They said that it could be like a torn ligament or like a partial ligament. I'm like, with the way my thumb is feeling, it there's something going on there. Like, I don't know if it's a torn ligament. I don't know if it just needs to be pushed back in. It doesn't look like, I mean, to me, but my partner will say otherwise, but maybe because like, they don't want me to panic. But to me, it looks like my thumb kind of came out this way and that it just needs to go back this way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm afraid to go to urgent care because what if they pop it? What if they like pop it back in? I really don't want to. I don't want to go through this. It's hurting. It's hurting like a mother effort. Like it's not even like it doesn't hurt obviously when I keep my thumb like this. But like if I do this, like a slight open, it hurts. If I like any movement hurts. If I try literally if I try to lift my laptop up and try to hold it in one hand, I can't. Like it would hurt excruciatingly that I would probably drop it. The truth tables for the X or the OR gates are very similar. So the only difference is that the XOR gate outputs an off when both inputs are on. So I gotta write that, hold on. So the XOR, okay, while the OR outputs an on. Sometimes you may hear the XOR gate referred to as an exclusive OR gate. Alright, so we gotta just write that down. And then we finally got the XOR gate. If I'm even saying that right, people are just like, XOR. No, but, oh my goodness. But no, yes, I'm considering going to urgent care because I legitimately think it kind of popped, like, I think it popped out towards me, if that's even possible. And I think they just need to, like, push it back in. Because I can't hold anything. Like, it's so uncomfortable. And at my job, it's a lot of heavy lifting. So I'm just like, how long can I get away with using one hand? And I did it yesterday, but it was like, there was 2 hours left, so that was easy. And it was still kind of like a task, but I was getting excited for everything I was able to do with one hand. But it's like, what if the whole time I'm doing it with this hand, and then now I hurt this hand? Because I'm trying to do like stuff that you're supposed to do with two hands with one. So I'm like, I think though, if I had like, if I went to CVS or something to get whatever, like that elastic wrap, I think I probably would be fine using that hand. But, um, I don't even know. I don't even know. Both inputs. Give me a second. You said, do I have an IG or am I on IG? Yes, I am. I forgot to kind of, I still have to like really remake this screen a little bit, but normally I do have it on screen. I just messed up. But my IG, I think it's Marzy's Journey. I think it's literally my, yeah, it's literally my YouTube channel name. And then you can find me on there, which I have it on private for right now. Because I just don't want my people in like real life to find that account. But no, yeah, man. And it's like, and what was the topic I was talking about previously? I think it was, oh yeah, so with the reality of like learning online, it's just so much easier because you get to move at your own pace, move at your own schedule, move on your own time, and then learn at your own pace. You know, there's not really a point where you're like, okay, I need to know this. Just move at your own time, man. And I think learning at home too is pretty good for somebody who is like, what is it called? For somebody who like works a 9 to 5, for instance, because if I were to have to learn all of this while going to my job, that's hell. Like, I would be like, yeah, no, I can't do this. And like I said, they literally offer classes like this at my school nearby or like the community college nearby. But I'm just like, I rather move at my own pace in the sense of I could take my time because I feel like I just wouldn't be able to finish with the class. Did I take a picture of this? How much time like other people do. And it's crappy, man. It's crappy. But at the end of the day, you just gotta keep it pushing, keep going, keep like grinding, and just really, even if it's only 30 minutes, like it's gonna have to be today. Hop on, do what you gotta do. It's the best thing that you could do for yourself is just to stay disciplined in whatever you're learning. Like that's why I feel like nowadays a lot of people who are I guess would be considered Gen Z, it's like I feel like a lot of us in a way, because I'm not gonna say like there aren't people in college because there is, but I feel like a lot of us tend to not go the college route. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with college, but I think it makes it clear that there's something wrong with college. It's like the pay. It's like it's too much to end up getting involved in, which I don't get why people don't do 2 years of community college and then go to college so you could pay half for your degree. Like transfer, I meant. Like to a community college to a university. But for some reason, people don't end up doing that because they want to just jump straight to university and they get themselves in massive debt. And then it's like, I know some dude who he was able to transfer, he did good, only had like $20,000 in debt, while all of his friends had like either 60 to 40-ish dollars in debt. So after they all got careers, in the end, he still was basically making more money, even if his friends had more money, just off of the fact alone that he wasn't paying off his student loans, while his friends always had to put a certain amount of money towards student loans. So it's like, in the end, he got away with that, and I feel like that's what people should pursue. But then also on top of that, I've been noticing, at least in my area where I live, like a lot of people here tend to do nothing. And specifically in the city, they tend to do nothing and they tend to, like I said, you normally see these people who walk into these warehouses who are a little bit older, and then you're just like, wow, like, I'm surprised you didn't like build something. I'm surprised you didn't like don't have a degree, or you didn't go this way, go that way. It's like, why are we at the same spot? And I'm not trying to like judge people, but it goes to show that like some places, there are some people, they choose not to get their lives together until they get older. And I feel like what we need to do as like Gen Z, which I don't think is going to happen, because I feel like Gen Z is normally like the spoiled kids. It's like the youngest ones who, they got whatever they wanted. So it's like, I feel like that's why people be having attitudes, or people just they be walking out of jobs. It's normally just be us, like Gen Z for real. But that's why for me, it's like the best thing we could do as of now is to just get educated. You said I was checking Peter Santello's YouTube channel. He does road trips to remote US towns. It is so nice life there. Less people so beautifully, specifically Arizona. I haven't even seen what Arizona looks like. But no, yeah, so what was I just saying? I think I was saying something about like students. I was saying something about students. Oh, I was gonna say, because like I think the best thing you could do for like Gen Z is to really just self-educate. Even if, because a lot of people, I know a lot of people where in the city that I live that don't do nothing. Legitimately don't do nothing. And it's like, y'all could be using this time to be studying for something. Like, it doesn't even have to be college. Like, y'all could study what I'm studying. There's so many courses on Google Coursera, on Allison, courses at the community college. There's so many different paths you could go that can equal good money if you do good. But then the problem is that since these are like Gen Z-ish kids, they're probably not even going to be good with their money. And then that's another thing. Like, people think, oh, if I make 10K monthly, I'm set. Well, no, because if you're not good with your money, then you're not set. You're going to still screw yourself. You could still have people who are making way less do better off financially because you haven't learned how to manage money. And then that's when it gets into like a deeper thing, because it's like, if you're making 10K monthly, some people will try to live like they make 10K monthly. They're going to be like, bet my rent is going to be like $4,000. Then bet I'm going to do $2,000 here, and I'm going to have 3,000. It's like, you should have just took basic rent, stacked up your bread until you could get a house. If you want a house, if you want a luxury apartment, then you could pursue that. But maybe we should save up a little bit first. But people don't move like that, man. People don't move like that. You said, hey, Marzi, have not been here for a while. Are you not doing the JS course anymore? With the JS course, what's going on? Sorry for missing out. No, I am going to be doing the JS course. That is still something that I am pursuing. I'm just not going to be pursuing it on live stream no more. I'm going to transition to IT Google support certification, because I really want to get into this IT stuff for live streams. But on my content, I do plan on probably documenting a little bit more of that. So I'm still chasing the JS certification. I just am waiting until we get to a better point there for the certification. And then, like, so I can make that YouTube video and be like, I got the cert. And then also, too, I'm doing, like, a vlog this weekend about my certification as well. So that's going to be super cool. I just got to finish 2 courses, and then I got 5 projects. I'm still working on it. I'm just not going to be working on it on live. So what happens if some find it hard to get a job and he or she has taken a loan? What's the worst cases can happen? That's what I see a lot of issues that is happening nowadays. And this has been happening before as well, is that people pick a bad degree. And that's always what I call it. I just call it a bad degree because, for instance, and then you also need to understand what comes behind the degree, because sometimes certain degrees aren't bad. Like a computer science degree isn't a bad degree, but you need to learn or know that just having that degree isn't enough, And if you go into it with that mindset, or if you knew that before going for that degree, then you probably wouldn't have chose the degree, or you would have chose it and then been like, but I know what to do. I know I need to make these projects. I know I need to do this, because none of the degree is going to get me into the job. It is what I can actually show them. Now, if you came in with that mindset, then the computer science degree isn't bad. But if you're just going into it with like, I just want this degree because I think I can make good money, and you're not really caring about anything outside of that, you're probably not going to get a job because there's more to it than a degree. And that's kind of most things. But for instance, like stable degrees could be like doctoral degrees, or like stable trades could be anything in like a nursing health field. That's great. I'm not saying everyone needs to randomly be built for that, but we also got to learn, like, know that some of these degrees aren't stable. So when you go into it kind of assuming you're just going to land a job and then you don't get one, I always feel like it's on that person's fault, because it's like you should know that your degree doesn't just land you the job, that you need more to it, and that, just do some research. Like, I know somebody who got a business degree. I would think they were assuming that they could use that degree to land some good business jobs, and he couldn't land a job for it, and then hasn't started his own business. So he was like upset, but what we need to get is that, like, with a business degree, it's not guaranteed. So it's like you can't just assume you're going to get that and get a nice job. Now, if you have hella debt built up, at the end of the day, it comes down to budgeting, and then it comes down to life circumstance, right? Because I had about like first semester debt and then like halfway through second semester debt. So it was probably like around 10K debt. That wasn't that much because I never finished my degree, right? If I did, though, that would have been a lot of debt. But I never finished my degree, but I was really good at budgeting. That when I first was working my first job at the time, I wasn't getting paid like nothing crazy, but there was like maybe some overtime here and there. And I also didn't have like no bills. Think of any bills, had none. I was able to make all of that within a month or two, maybe even 3 months. But it was because of my budgeting that I was able to do that, because there wasn't people who were saving their money like that. But then on top of that, I didn't have bills either. But there wasn't people who would save their money like that. Like, I knew people who didn't have bills at all, but ran through their money when they made 10K or when they got to that. So it was easy for me to like pay off my debt at that time. And then also too, um, and like I said, it really just comes down to budgeting, because even when I got my apartment and I have my apartment now, my savings plan, yes, it had to obviously take a cut because now I pay a lot of bills, but I'm still saving a pretty good amount every check. And I feel like some people don't do that because they're so used to being like, whatever, I got this much, I'm spending it, I'm running through it. So I feel like if you make a good savings plan and you have a lot of debt and you don't have a good job, it's definitely possible to pay it off. I don't think you're like screwed at all. It's just like make those payments, even if it's like $100, just because I think when they start your payments, you have to start making payments. I would say do like $100 towards the payment, and then I would say do $100 towards the payment, and then when you eventually start saving, just start putting more money towards the payment, so you just kind of get it over with. You said, no, I mean, what can happen? Like, loan gets freezed, or like what's ahead? Oh, then I'm confused with that. Like, you mean like not paying the loan then? If we're talking about like not paying the loan, that I wouldn't know, because I haven't not paid the loan. I think it messes up your credit. I think eventually it could go to collections, meaning they could start taking it out of your income. If you're talking about stuff like that, I'm not positive. Not too positive. Runs through the not rule. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, I'm not too positive. If you're talking about not paying the loan, then I wouldn't really know what happens, but I just know that it could definitely mess up your credit. I think it could go to collections, and you don't want to have a bad credit. Like, some people don't care about credit when you're younger, but if you're really like pay attention, like when it comes to financing a car, credit. Like, when I first got my couch and my bed, we put all of that on our credit. If we didn't have good credit, we would have had the couch, because the couch was like $3,000. Now, if I wanted to, I could have just bought the couch, but I didn't want to buy the couch outright because that was expensive, and I was able to afford it, but it's like I don't really want to do that. So we decided to put that on our credit. Now, if we had bad credit, we wouldn't have been able to do that. We would have screwed ourselves, and that just would have been annoying. Probably would have been couchless because we didn't want to drop like that much down at first. Same thing with the bed. The bed was also $3,000. So credit is a big thing. But with building credit, like that's another thing too. Like I'm so happy that I met my partner because I feel like I would have never really understood credit until my partner kind of explained it to me. Because it wasn't like I would have messed up my credit because I didn't really like putting my name in things anyway. But just credit is just so important, man. And then when I seen like what credit really could do for you, and if, especially if you use it correctly, because like I remember I started off, I think I was at a 650 credit. I got a credit card. They wouldn't even let me get. Oh wait, hold on. It says hi Mars yesterday. You said a freaking 3,000 couch. You're crazy rich. Not really. Like that. But that's the thing. Like I feel like that's like that. Well, to me, it's like it's beautiful that I was able to afford that. But when you got credit, you know, you bam, you put that on there and then you pay it back. It builds up your credit. And then you just make larger payments when you're ready to drop down. Eventually, the couch has now been paid off. The bed has now been paid off. The car has now been paid off. So it's like credit isn't a like when you do it, it's not a bad thing. You said debt collection agency. No facts. It says hi more yesterday. I built a full MERN stack website using only AI, nothing else thought. I should share this because now we don't need much more than just fundamental knowledge. No facts, facts. But um no, seriously. And then eventually, you know, when you get good with it. But the problem is that a lot of people aren't good with their credit. They see credit as like free money. Because when I first got my credit card, I tried to just get a regular basic credit card. They wouldn't let me get it because I was at a 650 credit. I was like, okay, whatever. So then I decided to get a secured credit card, meaning I had to pay for the credit card. I think it's like $100 or $200, something like that. Eventually, after making like 6 to 7 months of payments on time, which I think was like $20 to $30 payments, I ended up getting because if you go too high with your payments, your credit could drop because in their head it's like you spent too much. Even if you paid it on time, they're like you spent too much, which is just weird. But you have to do like $20 to $30, pay your credit. My credit skyrocketed to like 700, I want to say, or I probably yeah, I'll say like 700, and then they gave me back my $200 that I spent to get the card. So now I have like a regular credit card. I was like, oh shoot. I'm like, I didn't even know that was gonna happen. I just was paying my credit card. And I didn't think it was gonna jump that high. Some people's don't doesn't jump that high after a while, but I think it really depends on if you have nothing on your credit and you've been like I just had nothing on there and then I paid it straight for 7 months and then boom. Then from there, I think is when I finally put that stuff in my name, like the couch and stuff like that. And then that is when I started paying that off. And then boom, like I said, it just started to skyrocket my credit. I still use my credit card, and it was to the point too where my credit card, because of like me making good payments for I don't remember exactly how long. It could have been a year or two, but for me not missing payments, they boosted my credit card from 200 to 2,000. So I was like, that's why getting a credit card and you sit there and you make payments, and then you can even call for like extensions. You say I'm a non-US citizen. These credit scores talks confuses me. We don't have those here. Oh damn. Lucky. Lucky as hell, man, because credit is like everything. Credit is like everything here. Unless you just make good money, then I guess you don't need good credit, but credit is definitely everything. But it's like what was I about to say? So then you start paying off those debts, build your credit up there. It's like I don't even know, man. Credit is something else. I forgot exactly where I was going with that, but then where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so then you could call and then for certain credit cards if you've been making good payments for a couple months to see if they can raise your credit. And the point isn't like you're not gonna get a $2,000 credit card just so you could pay $2,000 from your credit card and then just be like, I'm done. It's like no, the point is that you wanna be able to do that because in the end, now if you want a house, it shows them you have credit cards that have a lot of you could rack up debt, but you haven't racked up debt, and then they already trusted you with large amounts of money. Now, when it comes to giving you a loan for a house, they're gonna trust you again because you've already been trustworthy to them. You know what I'm saying? And then it kind of just goes that way. That's why getting your credit together is really the goal. And then it's kind of weird because like for your credit, it's like they want you to be in debt to build your credit. I'm like, what are we doing? What the hell is we doing? But right now my credit is at 730 because I've been doing pretty good with it. I think I have something else there, which is for like my car repaint that we did. but we're gonna pay that off, I think, in the next 2 months or something like that. So it's like we're doing pretty good there. Doing pretty good there. So so we're saying long time no see. Sorry about that. Someone was coming into the room. Hey, what is up, Anacat? What is up? What is up? So saying every U.S. citizen has a credit score right when they're born or turn 18 or 22 when it started. I think it starts when you're 18. I'm not sure. No, yeah, I think it starts when you're 18. I'm not positive. Because I didn't start building my credit until I was, I think, 19. So I think it was 18. But yeah, I'm studying. What are you talking about? I'm studying. I've been writing this whole time. But no, yeah, so it's crazy. It's crazy. And oh yeah, so what was I saying about credit again? I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, so you're able to extend like your number and just stuff like that. Like it's pretty good when you focus on that. But some people they just don't focus on it. Says I guess I've been forgotten. Anacat, I said hi. I said what's up, Anacat? Did I say the name wrong? Oh no. You have to say I said what's up. He said deep down the credit rabbit hole we go. No, yeah, it definitely is a lot. It definitely is a lot to like get used to, but when you figure out how to remove with your credit, like it really becomes like huge. But the problem is that when you're someone who's bad with your money, I would just say don't even touch credit. Like because once you start trying to like touch credit cards or touch or be like, oh, put this in my credit, if you're bad with your money, you're just gonna screw yourself and you're just gonna drop heavily. Gonna drop heavily. And I haven't like obviously dropped heavily at all because I just always been good with like knowing when to pay things back, how much payments to do, what my goal is. I've always been like just focused on paying stuff back. But there's some people who just are do very poorly with that, which is crappy, but that's just what happens. And it's not impossible. Like if your credit is dropped to like 400, 300, if it can even go that low, it's not like impossible to rebuild it, but it definitely would take a long time. And the thing is that just a lot of people they don't understand credit. Sometimes they think like, okay, well if I pay off this in full, shouldn't my credit jump to 700? And it's like, well, no. It's like they would want you to do payments, but there's certain things on there that if it's been like real past due, then they would want you to pay it in full. So it gets tricky. It's like you would just have to know. You would just have to know. He said, I used to come in your JS journeys. Yeah, I know. Now we're on this IT journey, man. But I can't show the screen because freaking they would get me in trouble. They're gonna literally like copyright. Right now we're learning about logic gates. So now what I'm gonna be doing for the streams because and I do gotta get off pretty soon, but what I'm gonna be doing for the streams because I can't show the screen is I plan on making the streams more like focused on my talking points since I can't really like show y'all the screen. I gotta like talk. I could tell y'all what I'm studying, which was the logic gates, but we're coming towards the end of this stream. I wish I could have lasted longer, but I woke up late today, so I only got about 40 minutes in, which isn't bad. So if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. We are gonna be hopping on here every single day at 12 p.m. EST. Today was a mistake. I woke up late. And we're gonna end up getting into this little thing. Hey, we're on day 4. We're gonna be going on to day 5. So hit that subscribe button. Someone says, hashtag show the screen. I know, right? File bankruptcy. All that stuff. All that stuff. But alright, it says we could kind of see the screen. Yeah, you could see it like this. But if I legitimately show y'all the screen, like, because I normally would show the screen for real, and like put it there, my face at the top right. If I did it like that, I could get copyrighted. From this angle, you can't really see like you can't can you read this? Probably not. Like you can't see what it says right here. You can't really see nothing. So I should be fine doing it this way. But if I were to get a copyright strike just off of doing it this way, that's wildin'. Yeah, it's Coursera and it's free. Or Coursera, however you pronounce it. And it's free. And it's like they still won't let me show it. So it's wildin'. But thank y'all for coming in, enjoying my talk. I wish I could have stayed longer, but I do have to go. Make sure y'all end up hitting that sub button. And just know, even if you're from my web dev community, you could still come and show up for these lives because the whole time I'm just going to be talking so y'all can ask me questions. Like, I forgot what their name was, but they were asking me questions earlier. Um, So definitely, let me know. He says even the exams are free. That's yes. Well, no, I think you have to pay. Like if you want to pass and get the certification, you have to pay for it. But there's like a little way you could do it because they have a free trial. So normally what people do is they finish all the free courses because you could do the courses for free. But then when it comes to the last exam or like the final part, then they use the free trial to then get the certification for free, if that makes sense. So you got to do it like correctly. But that's how you would get the IT support Google thing as well. So I'll see y'all later. See you later, Anna Cat. See y'all later. Deuces. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. Y'all are super goated. We learned about logic gates today, and we almost were finished. Literally right there. Literally right there. After that, we got another video to do, another reading, and then we have an assignment. So can't wait to take y'all through that. Catch y'all in the next one. I think it'll be, oh, but stop before the exams because I had to pay for it. Oh, so you don't, so maybe if you had the free trial at the top, maybe you could do the free trial and then do those exams. But if you already used the free trial, then yeah, you're screwed. They're gonna make you pay for it. Right, I'll catch you on the next one. Deuces. What is up? What is up? What is up, y'all? Give me 1 second. Just want to fix this camera a little bit. Let me see how that's looking. Not looking too bad at all. Y'all might be wondering, why is the camera angle like this? Well, funny story. I'm actually at my partner's parents' house, so this is kind of the only way that I could end up doing this. So, a couple of things here is I want to switch this to day 5. We still have a goal of getting through about 3 lessons. I think that's probably going to always be our mini goal. Tomorrow, though, I plan on kind of changing a little bit more of the overlays, or maybe not. I might just like it being this way. I'm going to try and change like one more thing. So I want to do what did I call it? I think I called it live study and talk. I think that's what I want, so people can kind of understand a little bit what this is about. But y'all might be wondering, first thing that y'all can see is like, what the hell is on your hand? Trust me, it's a crazy story, but we can end up getting into that. Just give me 1 more second. I just want to do one more thing. Actually, I already had a tab open. But yeah, we should be ready and set to start studying. I think last thing that we were just looking into, we were doing something with the logic gates. And as of right now, we're going to be talking about combining the gates, which is what would be considered building circuits. Now, like I said, I'm not sure if this is something I should be knowing about IT for any position I'm in, or if it's only something that you should know if you're in like a specific, situation. But real quick, I just want to switch to one of my random accounts, and then we're going to get right into it, and I can tell y'all everything that I'm currently studying, which is going to be super damn lit. Make sure y'all end up leaving a like and send this to anybody that y'all know. So let me get into this. I think the last thing, where's it at? Okay, so we got into this. We're reading the supplemental reading of the logic gates, which we got all the way up into. Actually, what was the last logic gate we made? It was the XNOR. Okay, perfect. So now I found exactly where I'm at, which this is going to make things easier. So first, I wanted to talk about my hand. Y'all could clearly see it. It's in a cast. I think I made a post. Yeah, I made a post earlier today talking about the fact that my hand was kind of hurting and I needed to go to urgent care, do a lot of different things. So I'm going to talk about it now, and I'm sure more people are probably going to come in and ask these questions. So it's kind of like, okay, well, what's up with your hand? So pretty much, I was at work and I ended up doing like this weird movement because at my job, it's a warehouse job. So there was kind of like this, I think they call it a pile jack. And when I was moving the pile jack, literally, I I don't know what it was, whether it was this movement or if it was me like trying to drag it or do something. But I guess I did something where I twisted my hand in a weird way to where like my thumb kind of popped out. But what the doctors are trying to say is that they think it is like they think that it's like a what is it called? Like inflammation. When I think it's more than that. But they wouldn't let me do like an x-ray, so I couldn't see whether or not it was a fracture or if it was like a dislocation, which I personally think it was a partial dislocation because of the way that my thumb is looking. Like your bone doesn't just pop out like that, you know what I'm saying? So the way that my thumb was looking, I'm like, okay, whatever. I should have probably pushed to get an x-ray, but then I started thinking about how they probably were going to charge me for that. And I was like, nah, like if it's not broken or if that's what they think, whatever. So I'm thinking about leaving my hand like this for now. Obviously, they want me to do like heating pad, cold pads, whatever. And they pretty much want me to like do that whole thing. So if it was a torn ligament, then I guess I wouldn't be too upset because at least I'm doing the same exact treatment that I'm doing right now for like the inflammation. But I'm not sure like, oh, I was gonna say like after 3 days, if the bone is still popping out, is what they said, then for me to go back so that they can do an x-ray and yada yada, which I think it's like like I said, what is it called? Like a partial dislocation, because it's not like if you touch where the bone is at that it feels, because I guess they said if it's tissue or if it's like inflammation that it would feel soft. But when you touch it, it's literally my bone. So it's like, y'all just seemed to not want to do your job today. And they did not care about me whatsoever. But at the end of the day, I mean, if they're right, then I guess this is the right treatment. If it's just a ligament tear, this is the right treatment. The only difference is that if it's, partially dislocated or if it's shifted, they have to pop it back into place. And that's why I think I'm upset, because it's like, I think it needed to be popped back into place. I would rather my thumb, work perfectly, not just the way that it's moving now. So I had to put this on, and then I have to like heat it up when I go home. And then I think they said do cold compresses like when you're awake or in the morning, something like that. I don't know. She just seemed like she was just saying some random stuff to me. I mean, honestly, it probably was facts, but it just seemed like a bunch of, I need you out of my office. There's more people here. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess we could deal with that. Which was pretty annoying, but I mean, what could I really do? I just have to deal with it and then kind of keep it pushing. So it says the logic gates are physical electronic components. A person can buy them and plug them into a circuit board. Oh, so I didn't even know it was physical. All I remembered when I was learning this back in computer science class was that we just drew it. Did not know it was physical. I thought it was like something you do on the laptop. It says logic gates can be linked together to create complex electrical systems. So that's what I was creating. I guess I was creating circuits. I never got to that point. That perform complicated binary calculations. You link the gates together by letting the output from one gate serve as an input for another gate. Okay, so I think I have to do oh yeah, I remember because it was like output, input. Okay, I remember this to an extent. I wasn't good at it though. Like I got the easy questions, but when it came to those hard questions, I was so mad because on the finals for that class, I think I got like a 70, and I think it was probably because of that last question where they made us create a whole circuit. And if you mess up like once, man, he did not care. Well, his thing was kind of trying to, he cared about your logic rather than the answer, is what he would say. But I'm like, I think a lot of the things I was doing was pretty logical. So for me to get a 70, it's like, nah, you cared about the answer, my guy. You cared about the answer. But I feel like I hate professors that are like that because then to me, it's kind of like you're just picking and choosing who you want to pass and who you want to fail in a way. And it wasn't like I failed. Obviously, I got like a C on it, and then the rest of my class's grade. I think the main grade for the class was like a B minus or C plus. It was like something like that. But I was working full time, so y'all don't do me. Don't do me. But yeah, man, so I ended up messing up my hand. I cannot believe that this happened. It's actually really uncomfortable. And especially for the job that I work, which is a very like physical job, I have to use my hands. By the way, I'm taking notes right now if you haven't noticed, but I have to use my hands. And like this is probably the most that I could do. But there's a lot of heavy things there that you got to pick up. In the last 2 days that I've been working, I've just been using one hand. So I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna cut it. I do have a week off on paper though. But in my head, I just don't think it makes sense for me to take the days off. But I know it's supposed to be health over wealth. So I mean, I guess we'll see. But I feel like my hand should be fine. I got 3 days off right now. And as long as I kind of nurse it back together, I think it would be fine. Unless there actually is like a minor fraction. Like, because fracture. That's what I was trying to tell them. I'm like, there could be a little fracture right here. Like, it could just be minor. She was like, no, like your finger wouldn't be able to do this, that. I'm like, girl, I'm not talking about like a full blown fracture. I'm not saying my thumb needs to flop. I'm just saying that there could be something wrong. But she did not care. And of course, I mean, I should have pushed it. Sometimes in those places, you gotta like fight for yourself. Here's the truth table for the circuit. Hold on, because I want to save some of these images for later so I can kind of go back through this. And then, I'm actually at the end for the logic gates, and then I guess we get back to how to count in binary, which is something I know how to do. And then they have like a binary assignment, which is something I know how to do as well, but maybe they'll teach something I don't know. But I think after we finish the binary part and we end up moving a little bit more into the computer architecture, I think that's when I'm actually going to be learning some new stuff, which is pretty cool because we need to learn new things here. So saying the circuit uses 3 logic gates, which is the XOR, the NOT gate, and the AND gate. Wait, I thought there was another gate that we use that's common. And this laptop is hot as hell. The NOT gate, the AND gate. Oh, they said the XOR. I'm used to using the OR gate. But maybe the XOR is more common. I'm not sure. Or, actually, no, maybe that's right. Maybe that's right. I could be tripping. So we're going to highlight all the way up into here. So I guess, I don't know if these are the common circuit gates or if they're just talking about circuit gates. I mean, logic gates, sorry. What the hell is a circuit gate? I don't know. It's because the sentence starts off with this circuit. But it's like I could do certain stuff like this with the hand. But when I pick up freaking, like, if I try to pick up the laptop in my hand, it's over with. But it's kind of hard to show on camera that my thumbs popped out. But in person, like, you can really see the difference. And that's why I'm like, girl. And I even said it to her. I was like, are you sure my hand's not? Like, I mean, you don't think I need an X-ray? I don't know. I think she just wanted me to get out of the way. To them, if it was like, if your finger isn't flopping, then nothing's wrong. But I mean, we'll see. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I could be overreacting. But there's a lot of pain in the thumb. So I'm glad that they gave me this. And I cannot wait to end up like icing it, but hopefully we can get that all together. What was the last thing? And I still can't believe like that I started, with web dev and then coming all the way back over to be doing IT support. And if you actually go back to the beginning of my videos, I actually mentioned way in the beginning that this was a path I wanted to go down. I mentioned it so early on where I was like, oh, I want to do IT support and I want to do web dev. And I was supposed to do them like side by side, but I do work, a job, and I work probably 10, 12-hour days. So for me, I realized how quickly that wasn't going to work. And then especially too, in the beginning, in the beginning of me coding, I was probably running like 3 channels at the same time. One was a gaming channel, the other one was a Reddit story, and then it was this channel. So at that time, like I was just doing so much trying to, really make sure that I was learning, that and then also trying to run everything and go to work and just do daily life, that it just became too much that I stopped learning IT. And I believe it was this notebook actually is where I started my first IT journey, but then I scrapped it after like a couple days. And then I picked it back up, I want to say a month or so, maybe 2 months ago. And then I stopped again. But finally, now that the coding chapter is somewhat over, right? I could finally, transition and get into this IT thing. And I think this is going to be amazing. This is going to be a great little thing to end up doing. So it says here, it takes 2 inputs, A and B, and produces 2 outputs, 1 and 2. A and B are the inputs for the XOR gate. He has already put that. And this is my dog, Toby, by the way, if y'all can see. Oh, y'all can't see him. He's behind the computer. The output of that gate became, the output of that gate became the input of the NOT gate. What are we talking about? Then the output of the NOT gate became an input for the AND gate, with input A as the other output. 1 is the output from the AND gate, and output 2 is the output from the XOR gate. That is going to confuse the hell out of me, but you know what? I'm not sure if they're talking about a specific circuit. I mean, there is something happening at the top. Let me scroll back up. Maybe they are talking about that. Oh, yeah, I think they are. Okay, that made that a little bit easier. I'm like, what the hell are we getting at? But if you are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I should be hopping on every single day to make sure that I'm studying this IT support. And if you need proof that I'm going to be doing it, you can look back and see that I've studied, I want to say, web dev for about 7 months and documented the entire thing. So you gotta trust me. This is something that I will be into and will be doing for the next 100 days or so. I will be documenting the entire thing. And then my main content should make that transition as well. But I always wanted this channel to be me documenting the things that I'm doing, the things that I'm learning, and trying to, grow in. Whether that's me doing anything in tech, or if that's me randomly wanting to write a book, or me randomly wanting to create a course. It's like I want to take you all along every journey that I end up running into, simply by day. And then, yeah, things can be pretty lit. This isn't the normal background, though. I do have a desk, so this is kind of like a weird camera angle, but I'm just not at my place right now. I'm kind of hanging out with family, so I decided to go do this in one of their rooms. So it's kind of like not the correct setup. So if you were someone new here, this wouldn't be the setup. We have a whole desk, we have everything in it. It looks more beautiful because it's literally made for the streams. Become an input for the AND. Where am I at? It says I put the NOT gate became an input for the AND gate. Oh, yes, right there. Okay. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? But I'll just say, if any of you all are doing anything with IT, let me know. Like, at what point do we need to know this? Or are they just trying to teach me the basics of the computer? Because in my head, it's like, I mean, maybe you do need to know about the circuits, but maybe when you're more hands-on on the computer, it could be like the architecture of the computer, and maybe when you get to like hardware, you need to actually touch things to fix things. Maybe that's when it can become important. I'm not sure. I do not know the answer. My dog. He was so... Oh, I just touched him and now he's here. Now y'all get to meet him. This is Toby. This is the Tobsters. He loves me. Okay, Toby, that's enough. Toby, I gotta study, man. It says output one is the, oh, I ended up writing the wrong thing. Output one is, I gotta do, is the output of the AND gate. So is the output, can you sit? Is the, oh, he almost knocked over my laptop. I think he wants to lay down with me, but I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta get this study session in. I gotta get the study session in, Toby. I'm sorry. He has a diaper. He doesn't know how to use this damn bathroom. He'll use it everywhere. So you gotta make sure that he's all together today. So then lastly is output 2 is the output. But yeah, man, making that transition is just something else, but I think it's one of the best transitions because, with learning how to code, it takes a lot, to stay consistent. I feel like when it comes to coding, consistency is key. It's not even about how good you can learn something, how fast you can learn something. Literally, it's about being consistent because even if somebody knows what they're doing and they're so smart and they can learn it, if you don't stay consistent doing it, for instance, the person who stays consistent will actually, get more further than someone who is smart and is actually understanding what is going on. That's why we're learning, like, consistency is really key. And then also effective learning, I would say, because some people, they don't pursue effective learning. And hold on, because this dog and this laptop, it's making me hot. I don't know why he thinks he could sit here, like, but maybe he probably is trying to sit there because it's hot. My laptop is like heating up right now. Oh wait, can I even take this off over my arm? Oh my goodness, I might just have to sit here and look crazy. I think I could do it. Oh, so it hurts so bad. I want to take it off. Okay, there you go. And I want to roll these sleeves up because, ow, I keep trying to bend my thumb. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. This is my power armor. Sincerely. Oh, okay. So now we got to here. So the logic gates. So we're literally coming to an end right now. We're doing the key takeaways from what we just learned. So I just gotta take these last couple of notes. And then we can continue to move forward in this, which is great because I've been waiting to finally go to the next course. I think we did this course for like almost 3 days because I couldn't even like stay focused. But then also too, I think I hopped on I hopped on like late already. So now that I'm on time and stuff like that, we can actually go and get this done. So it represents different rules, which is good. But yeah, when it comes to studying, I feel like it really just comes down to the way people learn. I think the best thing is obviously do what works for you, especially just moving at your own pace. Because, like I said, I could take courses on this, but it just doesn't seem like it would be efficient for me since I'm someone who is always at work and I don't want to have to move like on it. Well, because they're going to teach based on the pace of the classroom. While with me, it's more like I wouldn't probably be able to move at that pace because I'm so damn busy. So self-learning, I think, is honestly one of the best things you could do, or at least like pre-game it is what I like to say. It's like you could self-learn it before taking the course so that when you walk into the course, it's kind of like you know what you're doing, but you're doing it either for the certification or you're doing it for whatever comes with it. Or let's say you probably studied a good amount of it, but you only need like a little bit left. I'm not sure because the specific one that's nearby that I was looking into, they make it to where it's all together. So if you wanted to, you would have to like pursue all 4 of them and you would have to do it in a timely manner or whatever. And then they can let you do it for free. So it's like weird, but then again, it makes sense. It makes sense, but I just think, self-learning has honestly been one of the best things that I learned that we could do as people. Because another thing too is I think the reason why a lot of people, especially Gen Z, we don't really tend to study, or we don't tend to want to go to school for things or just do anything bigger than what we see around us. We tend to just follow along with what we see other people are doing. And it's because some people just can't either apply to certain classes because everything comes with a cost, right? Or some people just are lazy and they don't want to. And honestly, that's why self learning in itself could be a little bit of a distraction, because you have to be your biggest motivator. Like no one's gonna sit there and motivate you like yourself. Especially when they don't really care about whether or not you're doing it right. You gotta do it for yourself. It's not like a classroom anymore. And even with the classroom nowadays, going to college too, like they expect you to be all on top of that stuff. And if you're not, it falls on you at the end of the day, which makes, I mean, it makes perfect sense, but we are so used to being in high school and people just telling us like, oh, you're late on this, you're late on that. You got to do it on your own, and that's why sometimes learning by yourself can be tough. But once you can build that discipline for yourself, my dog wants to come up here. But once you can build that discipline for yourself, like you can come a long way and just self-teach yourself a lot of different things. So, like I said, this is gonna teach me how to count in binary, which I think I know how to do if they're talking about the like 0 to 9 thing, and then yeah, 8, 16, 32, 64. That's what it seems like it's talking about here. I wish I could show you the screen so it probably would look a little bit more interesting, but I'm gonna have to figure out a little bit of how I could do that. But it says binary is the fundamental communication block of computers, but it's used to represent more than just text and images. It's used in many aspects of computing, like computer networking. Oh, A. And it says we're going to get into computer networking later in this course, because I think that's what I want to get into, right? Like it's a oh wait, yeah, actually, I think it's a computer or a networking engineer is what I really am looking forward to. So what is this one called? This one's, oh yeah, counting and binary. So okay, that's reasonable. Counting in binary. And then, yeah, so we don't gotta write too much here. It says it's used in many aspects of computing. So I think that's the best thing, is that binary, hey, don't kiss me. I'll let you do, but that's enough. Is used in many aspects. Damn, I just had my laptop plugged in for 2 seconds and it's literally dying. Y'all gotta give me 1 second. I gotta plug this in somewhere. I'm not necessarily sure where to charge this thing. And I was gonna try to, okay, Toby, like, cause I can't grab him, so he needs to step off of me. Let me see if I can find something. Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second, 1 second. He just ran across my laptop as well. That's very nice. I needed that for right now. Let me turn to this screen real quick. I can't really show you the course what I just did. But I gotta find where I could plug this in at, and I don't want to be all up in the camera's way. Give me 1 second. I can find this damn spot. Damn it, I think the only spot is under here. So I'm gonna have to probably move a little bit further back. Hopefully my laptop doesn't die. Alright, gotta plug in this one. So y'all, I'm forgetting that y'all are now on this camera. Damn, that sucks because my streaming spot was over there, so I don't know how I'm gonna manage this. Maybe there's a way where I can grab this, put it up here. Yeah, no. I might have to transition my angle. Give me a second. I might have to transition this angle. Plug this in here. Don't leave me yet. I just gotta see if maybe I can put it up here. The problem is with it being here though, is that the angle, I mean, there's no lighting. So that's gonna be tough. But I guess what I'm doing about it. Let's try here. That should be. Actually, no, that's not going to be good. Let me try this. That should be a little better. I love how my dog is just looking. My dog is just like, what's going on? Let me try and see if I change my angle. How would this look? Oh, this is a terrible angle. This is a terrible angle. Actually, what I could do is probably try to go here. Hold on. Probably try to go here would be better. My fault, y'all. This is like one of the worst streams that I could be doing right now, but hey, as long as we still get the studying done, we still get the studying done. Okay, that looks better. So like this here, where's my notebook? Alright, perfect. So that's not too bad. It's better because at least we got the lighting going. But the only thing I don't like is that you can't see like my laptop. I guess unless I put it here. Actually, yeah, it's not too bad in itself. There we go. So now we're back and rolling, back and rolling. So what was the last thing that I was just writing about? That just confused me. I have to do a whole damn switcheroo right now. Oops. Oh my goodness. I love my phone. I just have one of the best phones ever. Oh, let me see something. I'm wondering, oh, actually, this is a question that I was actually wondering. Do you guys think AI can end up taking over like IT support, like people who actually need to touch on the computer and like fix issues? I mean, I think maybe to an extent, maybe like basic help desk could be taken over by AI, but like, what about actual issues that are happening with the computer? Do you think that could be taken over by AI? Like deeper issues where it involves your hands. Like that's why for me, I've been trying to look into things where it would involve like physically something being fixed. That's why I always wanted to buy like broken computers or buy broken laptops and kind of just know how to fix it. Because I think that's probably going to be a steal if you do something like that with, especially with AI, because some people say, if you think AI isn't gonna get into that field, think again. Like think about where they can fit in. And I'm like, I agree. I think, wherever they can introduce it, they're gonna try to introduce it. So maybe like help desk can be introduced into AI because all you really need is somebody who can, or AI, because technically you could just look it up. And I'm sure a lot of people who are in IT help desk, they probably themselves, if there's an issue that they don't really know, they probably look it up on ChatGPT anyway. So it's kind of like, why not make it into something where you could end up just looking up a specific answer. Like I think that's definitely plausible. But who knows? So I gotta see if I can copy. No, not copy. I'm trying to make a note here, but for some reason they're not trying to allow me to do that. Whatever, that's corny. It says it's important that you understand how computers count in binary. We'll show you simple lookup tables that you can use. This for I don't want to use that Aussie, I think. Because isn't Aussie like old school? Or am I tripping? I could be completely wrong about Aussie. But as an IT support specialist, whether you're working on networking or security, you'll need to know how binary works. Okay, so let me highlight that. Because this was literally my main question throughout this whole entire thing is like, do I really have to care about binary if I wanted to be in, what is it called? Like if I wanted to be a networking engineer. But I guess this would make the answer. But they're calling it like an IT support specialist. Like, what the hell is an IT support specialist? That's where I'm getting confused. I want to be a networking engineer. That's just, damn, can my pencil sharpen for 1 second? Like, what are we doing? Oh my goodness. It's like going backwards. Right, let me see. Oh, perfect. That looks nice. I just gotta take down that note just so at least I could understand that. But I always was wondering, where could AI personally fit in? And then what should I learn in this specific field that AI can't touch? But I don't think AI is as close as people think. I know it looks crazy because we're seeing, videos on YouTube or videos on TikTok that can be, some people are like, they can't tell that it's AI, but I guarantee you, if you try to make like a 10-minute long video, like the only reason why it's skipping the naked eye is because it's like people are doing it in like a 30-second long video and then getting mad at people who can't tell that it's AI. It's like if you made a video for about 30 minutes long that was straight up AI, people are gonna know. And that's probably the best way to explain that AI isn't even close to where it needs to be. I know people keep hyping it up, but it's not even that close. That's why I'm not that worried, or I wouldn't even be worried. At the end of the day, it's coming, and if you want to avoid it, then you're probably going to be the one that gets left behind. But you just gotta figure out a way where you could fit in, where there's going to need to obviously be people in the end. But you probably need a trusty pen and paper and calculated brain power to help you learn this. So this is how the binary system works, which I already know. I just want to see if he puts like a table on the screen, because I'd be forgetting that he's talking. But it says when you were a child, you may have counted using 10 fingers on your hand. That's the innate counting 10 system. And the decimal system. In the decimal system, there are 10 possible numbers you can use, which is from 0 to 9, which I already know. So when we count binary, which only uses zeros and 1, we convert it to a system that we can understand, which is called the decimal system. 330, 250 to 44 million, they're all decimal numbers. We use the decimal system to help us figure out what bits. Oh, my dog's right in the camera. He don't even care. He don't even care. Our computer can use. We can represent any number. Toby, you can't sit there. You're really trying to relax. They're all decimal numbers. We can use a system. We can represent any number in existence just by using bits. That's right, we can represent this number just using ones and zeros. So how does that work? Oh wait, they said this number, meaning he probably showed something on the screen that I can't see because my dog is in the way. Oh my goodness, I just touched him. Oh, it's disgusting. Okay, you're just gonna sit there? That's fine, but you need to stop licking me. No, Toby. No. He's so cute. So we can represent any number in existence. That's right, we can represent. Oh, it says this number, but he's not. Oh, he's doing a huge number. Oh my goodness, hold on, because I don't know if he's going to show like what that answer is. Stop, Toby. No, no. I don't want no kisses. Oh my gosh, and he's kissing the hand that I'm using to write, so it's not even funny. I like you. I like you. You're blocking me from studying, man. This isn't a deep study session. You're in my way. Alright, 009, and then we gotta do 256. Normally I come on at 12 p.m. EST, y'all, so I should be hopping on a little bit earlier tomorrow, but today I obviously had to go to my appointment, so then that screwed up everything. So we got this number that they listed and says, that's right, we can represent this number just using ones and zeros, so let's consider these numbers like this. Then that's when they do the 128, 64, 32, 16 thing, which we already know how to do that. I can't scroll down because I accidentally zoomed in to my screen. Oh, there we go. Actually, that still isn't helping me. I still can't scroll. What the hell? How much did I zoom in? I don't even know. My dog messed up my whole entire screen, bro. Legitimately messed up my whole entire screen. This don't even make sense. I can't even scroll down no more. How is he gonna walk over here and do this to me? Oh, let me see. Maybe if I click it again, it'll help me zoom out. No, I literally can't even zoom out. I can't. I don't know how I'm gonna. I mean, I guess I could scroll down like this, but that's kind of annoying. So let's click play because we already know how to do the rest of that. What patterns do you see? Is that it's basically, isn't it like times 2 each one? So when you do 2 times 2, then 4 times 2, right? Yeah, then that'll be 8, and then 8 times 2, 16. 16 times 2, 32. Okay, yeah, so hold up, sorry. I don't know why I felt like I had to say that out loud, but that just felt like something. That felt like something I had to say. It says, hopefully you'll see that each number is double the previous number going right. Yes. Oh, okay. He confused me for a second because when he said that, I was like, what? So what I'm probably gonna do is just write out the basic number here. So we're gonna go binary counts like this, just so that I can get that. What is up, Joby? What is up? What is up? How are you? So we got 128, we got 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, and then 1. So then that could be very helpful for representing the binary numbers, which we kind of already know, so I don't think I plan on reading too much of this. We get 255, that's kind of weird. I thought we would have 256 values of a byte. Well, we do. The 0 is counted as a value. So the maximum decibel number you can have is 255. I guess that was supposed to be decimal, because I don't know what the hell decibel is. It's 255. What do you think the number is represented here? See that there's ones and zeros. Remember, if a computer uses the 1, then the value was on. Okay, sorry. What are they saying? Oh, no, yes, okay. I'm understanding. So if you add these numbers together, you'll get 10. Okay. Understood. So I guess that's it. Oh, wait, never mind. There's more. There's a little bit more. I'm like, I already kind of know this, but see, the next thing is good job. If you didn't get it, that's okay too. Take another look. The 2 and 8 are on the right. No, yes, I understand that. So like 60. Oh, they did math here. It says now let's try our conversion chart again. 64 plus 32 plus 8 equals 104. But why does that matter? Oh, because they're trying. Okay, sorry. I'm like, why the hell are we doing math? But okay. So saying now we're cooking. So we finished that. I don't think I need too much help on that part. That's something I've been learned. So now we're going to get into the course for binary conversion, which I'm not sure if this is anything different or if this is the same exact thing about doing what we just did. So let's just finish that course, let the rest of this play out. So that it could say that I'm done. I don't think there's too much notes. Oh, wait, actually. Hold on, because something that he showed there is he was showing the letter H, which I actually don't know how to do. I know how to get numbers. So if you're telling me to like do 100, I could do 100 in binary. But when you're talking about a letter, that's a little confusing. So I'm saying H equals 104. I think for me, it's kind of like, why does it equal 104 though? At least it's what it's written here. So let's just say H equals 104, and then they will do 0, 1, 1, 0. So maybe you just kind of have to know the number for H. The letter H in decimal is 104. So maybe that's just something that I would basically need to know when they end up getting to the conversion spot. So okay, I guess we can move past that. We can personally move past that. So another thing too is I wanted to talk about that balance of like, for one, work. My screen needs to be fixed. Like this isn't something I'm just about to chill with. Like I thought maybe it was like maybe when I go to the next course it'll be fine. But no, like my screen is completely stuck on like this random thing that's not even funny. My dog stepped on my laptop and it just never has been the same. Imagine saying that to like your teacher. Alright, so let's go. So I'm gonna go, okay, perfect. Now my screen looks better. So now we're at the binary conversion, and then we finally get to our first actual assignment, which is supposed to be a 10-minute assignment, which I cannot wait for. All right, yeah, so this is teaching us literally about binary conversions. This is gonna be super lit. They have us having like a whole table. So we got, let me zoom in a little. We got decimal values, binary values, and characters all are used to communicate information. I mean, how many times, like I'm not trying to come at this course. This course is probably one of the best courses out there. But how many times am I gonna write that this is it? How many times I gotta write that this is computer language? I think I figured this out already. I want to talk about the balance of like content creation, studying, and then I already told you about like the work aspect of things, but y'all can only imagine I'm sitting here working. I think I finally stopped working like 12s, and I finally went from working 12s to like 10s. So that's pretty good, but you know, you're working 10-hour shifts and then you're coming back home to then try to figure out what you're going to do for tomorrow's stream. And then if you have enough time, you can make a YouTube video. If you don't have enough time, but then also too, you know, for my content, if you haven't been noticing, I've been trying to get way better on like my editing skills rather than just talking to the camera, which I'm not even sure if that in itself is working. I mean, the only thing I could see that has been working, which I've been trying to target, is watch time. I've been trying to, he's listening. I've been trying to target watch time because I feel like that's probably one of the best things that you could focus on to try and get YouTube, for one, to push out the content, but just also two, to make sure the content in itself is interesting. And I know with live streams it's a little bit different, so I'm not gonna be like all like exotic, like trying to go crazy just to do something on live. Like, no, I want my lives to be like this little chill space where we kind of just interact, talk about random things, and then possibly talk with the chat, right? I don't really care for the lives to be anything more than that. But when it comes to the videos, my goal is to really keep you hooked. And I wanted to actually, do something for you, give something of value. And also, if it's not gonna have too much value, to at least have good storytelling. And I feel like I've just been executing on that a lot because even though the views in itself, we did have one viral video this month, which is super dope. But even though the views in itself haven't been as high as normal, which I think is just because I stopped being as consistent with content. But then also too, I think there was just a strange like push for coding content. I mean not coding content. A strange push for like study content, pretty much because of college and stuff like that. Now that we're actually during the school time, people don't really care to see stuff like that because they're already in school. So I'm noticing that when it comes to like a lot of school breaks is when they start pushing a lot of the content. And so, anyway, I was just paying attention to that, and I'm noticing that my watch hours are doing way better, but the views in itself, it really depends on when you upload, and that's just something that I've been trying to figure out. So, like, trying to balance everything is pretty tough, especially when you take a lot of things, seriously, and you really want to execute good on everything. Like when I'm studying, I want to make sure that I'm actually understanding what's going on. If I'm sitting here studying on live right now, for instance, and I started to notice, like, damn, me talking about random things is confusing me. Maybe I should stop talking. I would do what I have to do to try and, understand what the hell I'm studying. But, the same thing with content creation. It's like you always got to try different things and come up with different ways to really do certain stuff. That it's a lot of work, I feel like, behind the scenes rather than the content itself. You guys probably would see a 4-minute video, but y'all don't understand the hours that went into it, trying to make sure the thumbnail is good. And then even worse, I always say like smaller creators put in more time than even bigger creators do. Just because at least with bigger creators, they get compensated for the work that they put in. While it's like with smaller creators, it's like you're kind of just doing it for free, number one, but you're putting in just as much time as they do. And you're not really getting nothing from it. Especially too, like when you make a video and you think like, oh, this is gonna be the video. Like, and then it isn't, you're like, damn. But that's why with content creation too, same thing with learning anything. It really all comes down to consistency. But of course you will need a plan. You can't just hop on thinking as long as I post every day, something is going to happen. It's like, no, at the end of the day, or as long as I study every day, something's going to happen. At the end of the day, you need to be strategic. And that strategy is what could really help you in that there's numbers that other people don't see because too many people get worried about the views, right? But the thing is, the views doesn't automatically mean this is something that people want to learn, right, Toby? No, I'm just kidding. But views doesn't automatically mean that this is something that you like people want to see or people I said learn, but that people want to see or yada yada. What it really comes down to are those behind the scenes analytics that people can't see, which is, the watch hours and the what is it called? I think it's the watch hours. When do people, it's kind of mainly the watch hours throughout the whole thing because you want to see when people are leaving, what made people leave. You want to see what made people stay, right? So you got to look at even the good analytics and see what it was there that made people stay. What type of videos, worked for you, what type of videos didn't. And then also to figure that out, that means you just got to start putting videos out there and then pick from which ones that you've been doing perform the best. And that's why a lot of content creation is really like trial and error, but then also trying to execute on what works. And then the worst thing is when something works and then it stops working. So it's kind of like, damn, you didn't really make progress. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, it really is up and down. Because I remember when this channel out was really doing the coding stuff during the summer, which I feel like I know why it was working so well. I remember I was getting 400 to 300 subs a month. Now that dropped dramatically, but what I've learned that rose a lot were my watch hours, which is why, as of right now, y'all can even send me like a super sticker or super chat because I finally got monetized. Now, obviously, people aren't going to do that because I'm not that big of a channel, but when it gets there, that's super dope to get to. Toby, stop. Enough. You need to stop kissing me, bro. Stop it. Toby, no. You don't listen. Use a table to convert between decimal and binary, which we already got. I wonder if I can save this photo, though. Oh, please tell me I can. Actually, I don't know if I'm saving the whole webpage or this photo. I mean, if it's the whole webpage, then that's just awkward. I wanted the photo. Okay, Toby, stop. Come on. You gotta stop licking me. So use a table to convert between decimal and binary. So the convention, decimal numbers are represented with 8 bits, which is 1 byte in binary, which I really gotta keep that in mind because every time somebody says like a byte or 8 bits, I've never, for some reason, I don't put it together at all. So it's like, I gotta remember that a byte is 8 bits, and those 8 bits are zeros and ones. I don't know why that's like the hardest thing for me to remember. And binary, there we go. And then we do decimal numbers are represented with 8 bits. Oh yeah, that's what I want to write down. This looks like a strange day for me to be even studying anything. Maybe I gotta move this a little bit higher. I don't know why, but it kind of looks like hidden. Maybe like a day 5 dummy thick. Crazy work. Thank God my dog just laid down, so that should be perfect. Numbers are represented with 8 bits, which is 1 byte, which is pretty dope. And it just keeps talking like that. I just want to see something real quick on here. I don't really see nothing too much. So last but not least, each bit is either 0 or 1. Oh yeah, I think I already got to that. So it's 1 bit and then either 0 or 1. This is such a crazy angle. And then, so 2 8 equals 256 decimal numbers can be represented with 1 byte. So I gotta make sure I write that out as well, which like I said, I kind of already figured this information, but I guess it gives me some time to like do things. By the way, if you are new here, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. I will be going live every single day to study IT support, so definitely come and join me on this journey. So can be represented with 1 byte. If you don't believe me, I did this before for about 7 months with a web dev, so this is something I really will be pursuing, so definitely hop along. And then last but not least, what was the other thing I want to talk about? What was the other thing? Oh yeah, there's something too that I'm like kind of interested in, but it's not like one of my main goals. It's like with IT support. Oh, what is up? I think Khaled or Khalid. What is up? How are you? I feel like I don't know. I feel like I remembered you from before, but you could be somebody different. Then what was I about to just get into? Oh yeah, so something that like I really kind of been looking into when it comes to ITs. I know that some jobs can be remote. Like I seen online, there was a couple people who were network engineers, but they worked from home. I think that's pretty damn lit, but I'm not sure if that's like common nowadays. And I wouldn't care to like work in a company either. But I think that would be pretty damn sick if I could sit here and work from home with stuff like that. Okay, like why is my dog all up in everything right now? Gotta walk on my laptop and everything. So 1 byte. Additionally, each bit represents a specific decimal number based on its order in the byte. So let me write that down for right now. But yeah, because I think it would be pretty sick to have that opportunity to possibly be able to work from home because honestly, working from home isn't so bad at all. Like that wouldn't be terrible. it would be kind of like a privilege. But I wonder at the specific place that I plan on working at when I do become a network engineer, I wonder like would they allow it to basically be some days from home, other days at work, or are they gonna just prefer you to be in person all the time? But I mean, I'm not the type to care about going to an office, but wouldn't that just be cool? I'm not sure. But have you had now your JavaScript certification? Okay, so you were here from before. I had a feeling. I was like, I remember you. No, I have not got my JavaScript certification yet. I still plan on getting it, and when I do get it, I do plan on making a YouTube video about it because I want to make a YouTube video about it when I do get it, which should sometime be like, I honestly think I should get it either this week or next week. And then, actually, I'll probably say next week. Either next week or the week after, I should have that certification, which I cannot wait for. And then I'm going to make that first client video, which I cannot wait for. And then we could pretty much end that web dev series, or not end it, 'cause I don't like that, like saying ending, but pretty much pivot from the web dev series and then kind of get to IT, because I really want to transition to IT support. I think that's going to be the best thing for me. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to show out the screen real quick. Hopefully this doesn't get copyrighted, but show out the screen right quick. You can go to the live. Look at this camera angle. That camera switch is super good. Oh damn, I stayed right there. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I thought I did something. I thought I ate. Okay, hold on. Let me turn that back on. But see, you can see a little bit of what I'm doing, but I can only show a little bit here and there. Other than that, they're probably gonna like copyright my stuff. But yeah, then but as of right now, when it does come down to live streams, I do plan on just sticking to sticking to IT support for right now, which I think is pretty cool, pretty dope. And I'm forgetting, like, maybe y'all can't even see my laptop. That's probably the point of this. But no, yeah, so that's gonna be the goal, is to transition completely to IT support for live streams, and then just kind of finish up and wrap up the web dev series, which is gonna be super dope. So yeah, I always watch your live streams. Hey, what's up, man? Thank you so much for that. Truly, thank you so much. What was the last thing that we were just writing? We got this picture. It says, in this table, the decimal value row displays the decimal value of each bit in the bytes. Oh, actually, I didn't realize. Oh, wait, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think I need to write that, but the best thing I could do is probably do like a 1 through 8 bit, and then I'm assuming 9. And then this is off or on. That's probably just 0 and 1. We already know about that. That doesn't get any deeper. It says displays the decimal value of each byte. For example, the third bit has a value of 32. The eighth bit has a value of 1. Wait, what the hell are they talking about? Why would the eighth bit have a value of 1? Oh, never mind. Understood. They're making that way more complicated than they need to. To use this table for conversion, the off or on row is filled to indicate if a bit is off 0 or 1. Okay, we got that. This might seem complicated, but it just takes some practice. No, I'm understanding it. It's just the way that they're doing it is starting to seem complicated. Convert from binary to decimal values, which we kind of already know how to do, so I don't really care to take a note on that. It says convert from decimal to binary. What was the other one? Binary to decimal? Yeah, I think I could do that. And then I could definitely do it the other way around too. So not practice yourself. So they want me to do a couple practice questions. So let me write these down. But no, yeah, because I noticed that a lot of my a lot of my I guess supporter base are really obviously, more or less interested into the coding aspect of things. But since I'm doing like a strong pivot on it, I feel like I can sense that the channel is probably going to go down for a little bit. But granted, I built the channel before that. I know that I could build it again. And this was the whole point of the channel in itself was to be a channel that documented, what I'm currently doing and what I'm trying to, become, or what type of things that I'm currently getting into. So I think it's a pretty lit space to be in and to be able to do. And I think, obviously the people that are gonna be gone from it just because it's not web dev, I honestly think like that kind of is the point, is to kind of weed out the people that are only here for the topic rather than being here for the content. So I feel like for me, it's like I'm okay with practically feeling like you're starting over again because it was never about the views. It was never about, that type of stuff. The whole point is to try and get people to like what the content in itself is. But then also too, it's just a place where I get to do something that I find fun. And in hopes that one day that what I call fun can end up being something that people actually enjoy. And I guess that would be the goal. But I just gotta figure out a way to where maybe I can have something on the screen playing so it's not just me, just sitting here like yapping or whatever. I mean, yapping isn't bad, but when it comes to like a study stream, people kind of either expect you to just be quiet and study, or they probably expect you to show what is on the actual screen just so that, you know, that there's something to kind of look at. And since there's nothing to really look at and just see like what my words are, then to some people it doesn't feel like a study stream. It probably feels like a podcast, if anything, which is probably the best way to say what it is, if that makes sense. So they want me to try something myself, but there's a couple of things here. So for instance, they want me to try and convert this. Damn, I really want to show y'all, but I really don't want to get copyrighted. But maybe I can test it out. Like, let me see if I would get copyrighted or not if I showed y'all what the screen was. Because the only thing is that they're probably going to copyright this part, if anything. And then it's like, okay, well then I know. So, damn, I forgot the camera's all up in my face, though. So right now they want me to convert this number here. So use the binary conversion table, which I'm pretty sure I already know it. So let me try and write the answer out just at the top of my screen. Actually, no, let me write it right next to it. I'm gonna go, did I change the camera angle? Oh yeah, I did. I'm gonna go like, I think it's supposed to be 1. That next one is 2. The next one is 4. And then that's 8, right? And then 8 times 2, that'll be 16 because that's on. The next one is off, which I believe is 16 plus 16, that's 32. Then 32 plus 32, that should be 64, right? I just want to go and check because they do have the table. Yeah, 64. Damn, I should have went with my gut. So then that's 64. And then what I would have to do is kind of add all of these together, which I would love to have a calculator, but let's just see if we could do this from the top of my head. Or actually, I do have paper here, so let me just add this together. So 6 plus 4, 10, put that 1 up, it's 7, 8, so that's already 80. 80 plus 4, damn, am I doing that right? That'll be 84. Plus 2, that's 86. Would that be 87 is the answer? Or am I tripping? I could have, like, completely got that wrong. Let's see. Actually, where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. What number was... Oh, I was translating this one. Oops. That's embarrassing. Well, at least it is 87. At least it is 87, but I was translating the wrong one. I need to translate this one. I was wondering, because I'm like, why the hell is there 1 all the way up there? All right, well, at least I got the top one right, but that wasn't even a part of the practice question. That is crazy. Okay, let's try again. Let's try the practice question here. So then that would be 1, 2, then that's 4, 8, then 16. So you're doing 16 plus 2, which should be 17, 18 plus 1. So that should be 19. Okay, so we got that, 19. And then we got the second question here is use the binary conversion table to convert 179 into a binary number. I forgot how high it gets. It goes to 128. All right, so it goes to 128. So let me try and think this through. This is best when you have like a calculator or something. But let's go like 1 here, because then you gotta do 128. 128 plus 64. What would that be? No, I think that would be too high. 128 plus 32. Let me see how that looks. If I did 128 plus 32, it'd be 0. 3 plus 2 is 5. 1, that'd be 150. Okay, so we could do that. So 0 here, 1 here, because then that'll come out to 150. And then plus 16 would be 166. So we can do 16 plus 8. Hopefully I'm doing this. I know I'm doing it right, but I just hope I'm not putting in the wrong number. I also don't have a calculator, so I'm kind of just trying to guess. It says 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, that'll be 14 there, if I did that right. Put that up, that's 7, 174. What number are we trying to go for again? 179. So we did, then which one did we do? I think we did 8. And then we're 174, so 5, 6, 7, 8. So we could do, wait, hold on. Which one did I just do? Oh yeah, that's 8. So we could do 4. And then we do 0, 1. So I think it's 1, 0, then 4 1s and 0, 1. I think I might have messed that up. It says 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1. Actually, no, I think I may have got that. I know I didn't write it up there, but I did, let me say it before I show you the answer. I did 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. So 4 1s and then 0, 1. That might be right. Oh, does it have to be done like this? They did 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. I could have got that wrong because I didn't use a calculator, but I feel like mine's isn't wrong either, is it? Or am I tripping? Because I know this is 128. Let me use my calculator on my phone. I could have got that wrong, but I should have whipped out my calculator. I really want to see if I could do it without one though. Real quick. Where's my calculator? I really hope this doesn't get copyrighted, because if it doesn't, then I could stream like this, and I think this would just be way better so y'all could see the camera. So you do 128 plus, so what the hell did I do? I did 128 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8. I think plus 4, and then plus 1. Oh, I did 189. I must have misread that number then. So at least I did something, but I accidentally added something I wasn't supposed to. That's not bad though. I was close. And it's a practice question. At least our assignments come after. So now we finished that up. Oh wait, no, actually there's more. Let me erase this real quick, because there's a couple more things that they wanted to oh, sorry. My dog kind of needs to like move. There's a couple more things that I wanted to do real quick, or a couple more questions that y'all could see. There's different things on here. We got here, Toby, stop. From binary, look at him, he's being devious, y'all. Tell him to stop. From binary values to characters. As you learned earlier in this lesson, character encoding assigns binary values to characters so that humans can read them. The American Standard Code for Information Interchange. Aussie was the first character encoder. So I think, so right now they're showing the Aussie for when it comes to lowercase letters, but I don't know if that applies to what we use today, because we use UTF-8. Is a newer standard that uses the same Aussie character encodings but allows characters to be represented with more than 1 byte. Okay, so I don't know if I should take a note of that or not, but we'll see. So computers communicate using binaries, so it is important for IT support specialists to understand how binary works. Okay, understood. And to be able to convert binary numbers into both decimals and characters. Now I can do decimals, even though y'all saw me fumble the bag. But that is okay. Sometimes it's okay that we do fumble in the bag, but okay, my dog is something. It's like he just wants to be on everything. Where is it at? Oh yeah, so I'm gonna do key takeaways. Even though I probably could have just or have already written this somewhere, but I'm not too positive if I did. So let's say how binary works to be able to convert binary value. Okay, so we need to be able to convert binary values into both decimal values in characters. And that's good. You can use binary conversion table to help you convert between decimal and binaries values. You can use an Aussie or UTF-8 table to convert from binary or decimal values into characters. So I guess you could use that then, but I don't know. We're gonna mark this as complete. I think we got that done. Let's go to the next item. And the next item is a practice assignment that I'm actually kind of afraid to get into as of right now. Because what if I get in there and since your grade haven't been submitted, we keep the high score. So let me not be on this screen. Because I feel like I have a feeling that that would probably get really copyrighted. I have a feeling that they would be pissed if they see that I put that on there. Because it's an assignment and technically I would be showing how to get the right answer. So we have to switch back to this camera angle here and let me do, they have a help me practice. I'm gonna do a help me practice. I wanna make sure I could pass this. So it says the binary system uses only 2-digit zeros and ones true. Oops, can they let me write? So this is what this is gonna be about? I thought it was gonna be about something else. Multiple choice, what is the maximum? Toby, stop. That's enough. That's enough, big boy. That is enough. What is the maximum decimal value that can be represented by an 8-bit? They've been saying it's 256, so we're going with that. Number 3 is explain the significance of UTF-8 in character encoding compared to Aussie. Damn, I forgot. I think Aussie can do 128. And sorry if you see me not using my other hand. This is what my other hand looks like. 128, what is it called? Like 128 binary numbers? Like what? It can only do 128 encodings. What do you call it? I think encodings, I guess. While UTF-8 can do 256 is probably the most difference that I can think of, but maybe I'm tripping. There could be some more. Then last but not least, which of the following best describes the purpose of a byte? A group of 8 bits used to represent a single character. I believe it's that. I believe it's that. That's what I've been taught. So far, at least. And then number 5, how does understanding binary and character encoding benefit someone working in IT? Damn, I wrote this down a couple of times. Can I technically look at my notes? This is being able to convert binary values to decimal values will help you better understand IT infrastructure. So, okay. Damn, if I could use 2 fingers, this would be... Let me see if I could use these 4 fingers. Helps better under... I mean, I guess you don't really need your thumb. What made me say that? So, it helps better understand IT infrastructure, if I could spell that correctly. And computer networking. That's probably the best answer I could give. If they want more, they need to tell me. But I got this. So it's correct. It says the maximum decimal says 0 to 255. So saying an 8-bit can only represent 255, but then why would they mention that it can do 256? Because it says it right here, decimal numbers are represented with 8 bits, either 0 to 1. So 2 8s equals 256. Decimal numbers can be represented with 1 byte. What are they talking about? An 8-bit binary number. I think they probably got that one wrong. It says ASCII can represent 128 characters, while UTF can represent a much larger range, up to 1,000,000, by using 124 bytes per character. This flexibility allows UTF-8 to... Okay, so they could do 128 characters, while we could do up to 1,000,000. So they definitely did not teach this. Half of this stuff was not taught this way, bro. And then it says, okay, so perfect. So we ate on the last 2. I think they are playing with me with the second one because that doesn't make sense. I mean, I could probably ask about it for number 2. It literally says 2. Because I think they must have got that one wrong. Is 256 characters or 256 decimal numbers because it counts 0. Yeah, okay, so they did get that one wrong. I'm like, bruh, because they're making me seem like I failed that. All right, so that's good. At least that wasn't like the actual assignment. They're trying to like prepare me for the actual assignment, so that's kind of like what, but okay. And then also too, when it came to the UTF-8 and what it could represent, it only talked about the 256. It didn't say that it can do up to 1,000,000. So then that's kind of a scary thing. But let's go and start this quiz. There's unlimited attempts and it gets graded. So it's saying how many possible values can we have with the 8 bits in a byte? Wait, I don't like the way they worded that. Because it's saying how many possible values can you have with the 8 bits in a byte? Is it talking about like the 800, the 256 characters, or is it talking about like 8 values? I think they're trying to confuse me and they got me. They got me confused. What is the highest decimal value a byte can represent? I'm not too sure. I think it could be the highest decimal value a byte can represent. Hey, I'm not too positive. I feel like I might not do too well on this assignment. But luckily there's unlimited tries. But it's the way that they're wording it. I see that they're trying to trick me and I think they're getting to me. Why did UTF-8 replace the ASCII character encoding? Because UTF-8 can store a character in more than 1 byte. ASCII can store a character in more than 1 byte. ASCII can store this. So I'm going to do the third one. I think I got that answer. What is 10101010 in decimal format? Please use the binary table, which I could do, but I'm going to wait on that one. Then what is 45 in binary code? Okay, so there's about 2 of them that I need to go through. I think the only thing that's confusing me is saying what is the highest decimal value a byte can represent? I don't get that. Are they talking about... Because I'm thinking any number in the sense of if you try to do any... Well, technically, could you do 300? Probably not. Can you break out and go to 300? So maybe that one is the 256, and then maybe when it says how many possible values can we have? No, because that's also 256. I'm confused with the way they're asking that question. I think I can already tell I'm going to get one of those wrong, but either way, as long as one of them is wrong, I think I'll be fine. So what is this? So we got to do 128. They didn't tell me whether or not I could use a calculator, but I think I'm definitely going to use a calculator here because hell no. Skipping 4, adding 2. All right, so I'm using my calculator here. It's 128 plus 32. Let me see if I can find my damn calculator. We got to do 128 plus 32 plus 8 plus 2, which should be 170. Okay, I ate that up. Then the last one is... Oh, my dog just drooled on me. What the hell? I mean, he must be hot, but he's not gasping for air. That was disgusting. Unless there's something up there. What the hell? What is 45 in binary form? 45. We got this. They did 2 plus 128. That's not even... No. This is 1 plus 4, which would be 5 plus 8. I don't know if it would be that one. It's 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, without... Oh, wait, no. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That'll be 13 plus, and they end up skipping 16, and they do 13 plus 32. Could that be it? 32 plus 13, 5, 45. Oh, yes. Wait, damn, which one was I just doing? I think it was this one. All right, so let me see if I ended up getting this right. I'm gonna have to... I feel like I'm overthinking the first one because it's saying how many possible values. Like, what are you talking about? As in, like, going from top to bottom, like, because it's like, how many possible values can we have with the 8 bits in a byte? I think 256. Then it's saying, what is the highest decimal value your byte can represent? Actually, hold on, I'm tripping right now. The highest possible value, the easiest thing to do is to just add up the characters as 128 plus 64 plus 32. I think it is 256 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1 equals 255. But they said that they count 0. So that should be 256. But watch them say it's 255, y'all. Watch them say that. We're going to submit it and see what we get. Watch them say it's 255. And if I'm wrong and it's 256, that doesn't make sense when they told me 0 counts. I knew it. They were gonna say 255. I should have went with my gut. But they told me that 0 counts. It says there are 256 values in a byte. But the highest decimal value will be 255. So I guess it's a difference. I gotta write that down. So the highest decimal value, because I thought they said you count 0, which is why I'm like, but granted, when I did the math, 255 did pop up, so I should have just went with my gut. First number value counted is 0 and not 1, so the highest decimal value in a byte could be 255. That's not too bad. That's 1 out of 5. Let's see. What is a 1 out of 5? Is that like a 7? I mean, like a 80? Yeah, it's like an 80%. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm not too upset with that one. I wonder if I were to try and retry. Oh, okay. So I guess they allow retries depending on if the attempts are unlimited. So I guess that's fine. I'll do that. UTF can store more in a byte. So then let's do it like this. Shoot, I don't care. I mean, they gave me unlimited retries. I'm pretty sure for different ones, you probably don't get unlimited retries. But I guess we'll see. There's nothing wrong with trying to redo it and getting 100 if you know the answer. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I realized what they meant with that because my thing is I know that you could do there's 256 values because I guess they count 0. But I guess they were trying to word the question in a certain way. So instead of saying how much, because for instance, it says how many possible values can you have with 8 bits? That would be 256. But then it was saying what is the highest decimal value? That would be 255. So I screwed myself because I even did the math on my calculator and I got 255 and I overthought it because I'm like, no, but they said 256. So that was my fault. I overthought it. And then even worse too is that they gave me a practice question and then they also tried telling me it was 255. But then I was like, but don't they count the 0? And then they acted like I corrected them. But then in reality, they just made me get it wrong. Which is crazy. But I was able to retake it. So I got 100. And regardless, it would have just been an 80 at the end of the day. But I think there's only some assignments they let you retake. But that was more of a practice assignment. I think when it comes to the graded assignment, which is a whole 50-minute assignment, I don't think you get to retake it again. Yeah, it was one of those trick questions, and I let it trick me twice, like literally 3 times. There was no way for that. Literally no way. So now I'm getting into abstraction. So let me see. Abstraction. And I might end up saving this for later because this is a little bit more deeper and we're going to get more into, I think, like the architecture of the laptop. Oh, shoot. I almost dropped my laptop. But let me see real quick. I kind of want to do a little bit of reading this. I'm going to probably switch the angle of the screen. I just want to see like how much could I really get away with showing without them flagging my stream or something. But we're going to have to see. So this is the abstraction. So when we interact with our computers, we use our mouse, keyboard, or even touchscreen. We don't tell it the actual zeros and ones it needs to understand, but wait, we actually do. We just don't ever have to worry about it. So we use the concept of abstraction to take a relatively complex system and simplify it. Ooh, so we're gonna get into like the nitty gritty here. Can I highlight this? We use the let me see, to simplify. They won't let me highlight for nothing. So drop the laptop, get into the architectures quite literally. No facts, man, but I'm just starting. I wouldn't even know to enough to be able to do any of that. Like not yet. Not yet. I do have to though, eventually, because I want to start with like phone screens first. And I want to be able to do like phone screen repairs and then get into more of like the hardware type of stuff. But what was I about to say? I want to get into like the hardware type of stuff, but for some reason, well, for one, I would have to really like break it down, and I would have to, because I think what they said is that you could buy like fake phones off of eBay and then probably try to pop the screen off, like get used to it, and then learn how to change the screen and stuff like that. And then I guess there's a way to buy like phones that are still working. as well, but they just don't cost as much. So you could try it on there for practice, and then boom, you can start doing it for others. And then same thing with like laptops as well, which I can't wait to. Oh shoot, my dog is about to drop my laptop. But no, yeah, so I can't wait to end up getting into that stuff, man. But I'm not even close. I'm only on day 5 so far when it comes to this IT stuff. But I do plan on taking this like super seriously. Like if y'all look back at my old content, so if you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button because you look back at my old content, I've literally been documenting the entire journey of web dev for 7 months. So if you don't think I'm gonna be consistent, trust me, I will be 100% consistent. And I plan on doing this until so far, I'm gonna do a short term goal. I plan on doing this until I get the Google IT support certification. And the reason why I want to get it is because it gives you a major discount on the what is it called? Well, actually, I don't know how big the discount is, but they give they give some sort of discount when it comes to the CompTIA A plus. So why not take that discount and then boom, I get to get that CompTIA A plus, and then I'm like job ready for help desk positions to try to get experience. But I know that you don't really need the certification to land like a help desk position, but it's definitely better if you do have one. And I already have a good job as of right now, so for me it's like I'm not trying to rush into anything anyway. I know that I could just might as well be doing all this stuff. You said eBay, one of those bins for electronics. I bet people will toss recoverable batteries and even older phones. No, yeah, they do, and they toss it in there for cheap, like probably like $20. And I'm like, y'all have no idea. Like they even put phones in there that all it needs is a screen repair and the phone is fine. And it's like, y'all just let me get this phone for like $30 and I just repaired it and probably could sell it to somebody for about 100 something because y'all didn't even know that this is legit. It's crazy. Or that it still works. So it says we don't tell it the actual zeros and ones. It needs to understand. Wait, what did I put? I said it needs to understand something, but wait, we actually do. We just don't ever have to worry about it. Oh, yeah, okay, there we go. I'm like, where am I getting to? But definitely, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button because I'm definitely going to be studying the hell out of this topic. And also, if you're new here too, this is not the setup. I actually do have a desk. I do study at my desk, and the setup is really beautiful. I just happen to be at the wrong place, wrong time, trying to study this, so I'm not at home. So this isn't the normal setup. So don't get thrown too off by it. This shouldn't happen again. We should be perfectly fine up and running tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST. So stay tuned. Or actually, no. Well, yeah, it should be 12 p.m. EST, but it's also possible I might stream later in the day because it's my day off. So definitely tune in. It says if you've ever driven a car you don't use to. Okay, so no, we understand this. I like sometimes he tries to use certain examples, so like he's talking about a car, but it's like I kind of understood you before you used the example, but then when you use the example, now you lost me. I'm like the example just wasn't helpful. He's trying to talk about like how you operate a car. I like for me, I'm just driving. What are we talking about? So saying this is the essence of abstraction. Abstraction hides complexity. Oh, I guess that's probably what he's trying to say. It's like you just drive, but you don't understand what's working behind it. The complexity by providing the common interface. Can I just please highlight this for a second? I just can't wait to end up getting into IT though, like fully to where it becomes like an actual career. Because what I want to get into is I would hope that I could become. My dog's right in the camera. I just realized. I wonder how long he's been there too. Toby, no, you gotta move. But it's fresh, trying to hop into a space that, and I don't know nothing. Not even like the fundamentals. To an extent, like I know binary. That's why I was able to get that that assignment done easily because I've done a bunch of binary things for my computer science class, even though I only took one computer science class and then I ended up leaving college. So, but it definitely just helped me here, which is amazing. And I was able to get that down pat. But the more that we move forward, like I don't know anything, even like for CPU, like the basic stuff, CPU, GPU. I don't know what the hell any of those are doing, the storage. The only thing for some reason that I do know is I was watching this YouTube video about how people change their GPU. Why was I looking at that? honestly don't remember. Oh, I think it was because I wanted to see how it was to like repair a computer. So I was seeing stuff like that. So now I know what the hell a physical, like what the physical GPU looks like, but I don't even know what it does. I don't know if it's like storage. I don't know if it's just if it's like a game graphics card. I think Toby, come on, you gotta move, Toby. Oh my goodness, like, am I gonna get banned on stream? Like, why would he do all that? No, I was kidding. I'm pretty sure people that was very simple. So we got our computer. I love how he's just looking at me. He's listening to me. He's straight up listening to me. He flashed, y'all. I'm so sorry about that. That was not the sight that needed to be seen. I love you too. I know you want to be okay. Okay, dude. I know. See, you give him one kiss and then he goes all over the place. He just wants attention. But I'm studying, little man. He really loves me. So we gotta go underneath the hood. Damn, I forgot what I was saying because he threw me off by like flashing y'all. Like I just was like, what's going on? Completely threw me off. I think I was talking about like my joy to like really become a network engineer, even though I don't really know too much about it, too much behind it. I just think it's going to be super cool to end up getting into. But we are nearing, more closer to the end of my life. If I was at home, I would have probably studied until like 11. But because I'm not home, I feel like I have to kind of just get off. But if y'all have any questions, y'all can definitely ask away. I'm just gonna chill here for the last final couple minutes and just yap about some random things. So if y'all got anything y'all want to talk about, we can definitely go and talk about it. But um, I think the further I'm getting into it though, it's definitely becoming like just super like so much more cooler. And I actually think they're doing a pretty good job about teaching the fundamentals and because I know you don't need like the IT fundamentals, you don't need that specific one. I believe that you could skip that one. They want you to get the CompTIA A plus, and then because I want to become a network engineer, I heard that it's good. I would obviously need the network plus, and then I would need to get the security plus. Now it's clear that you could get into these positions without certifications, but at the end of the day, if you get these certifications, it really solidifies you. It shows that you know what you're talking about. Um, and it's gonna be good for somebody I feel like who isn't really good necessarily with their speaking. So it's kind of like you could show it through your projects, through your certifications that you know what you're talking about. And I think for me, it's just gonna be the perfect way for me to go. And, I do have a good job currently, so it's not like I would need this job or like I could just run into it and jump into help desk and just climb up that way. For me, I'm really hoping that if I like bang out these certifications and I bang out these um projects and stuff like that, the further I get down this rabbit hole of IT support, I'm hoping that all I really would need from there after all the studying aspects of things is I would just need help desk experience, which I already have, but I want to get more of because it was like maybe for like a month or so. I want to get like at least 3 months, 6 months total. So I could, try to walk into a network engineering role, which I also found out that in this current company that I want to go to, they also have a cybersecurity team. So I'm like, if I can end up trying to get into that team, specifically, with networking being there, and then I decide which cybersecurity is it's its own realm, which it has its own difficulty. But if I am able to get into that place where it has that cybersecurity team, and then I decide to transition into cybersecurity and really put my focus there, I think I'm making myself like a really good stable. I would have a really good stable career, and it's not like my current job isn't stable. It's just not IT. It's just a warehouse job that's actually a pretty stable warehouse job for a warehouse job, if you get what I'm saying. But for me, though, I don't think it had the growth that I would like. I feel like the certain company I work at, they kind of just rise up the people that they like rather than based on what they do. And maybe other companies could be like that. But in other companies, at least when it does come down to skill, it's like you can't
deny the fact that someone is that skillful in a certain position rather than like a warehouse where you don't gotta be skillful. So it's kind of like how can I prove that I know more than that dude? You know what I'm saying? If it doesn't come down to skill. But if you're working somewhere that it does come down to skill, it does come down to like your knowledge of networking, comes down to like all those things, then literally it makes sense. No, I'm sorry, someone said I could change this angle, but I think this might have to be the wave. But then literally from there, it would make sense. Um, or would it make sense if you can see that someone's clearly in a position and that they just don't deserve? And I'm not saying that those type of things don't happen, but I feel like at my current job, they do it too obviously. And I'm not gonna sit here and just be, doing whatever people want just to get into a higher position. Like that just sounds crazy. I'd rather just have the skill and rather just be too skillful that you can't deny me to be in that position and go to becoming a network engineer, especially to, my goal is to really have connections in there first. I want to connect with the IT support team because like there's so many things going on that I really want to get into that specific company. Because that specific company has so many different teams in it, which is like what the regular job is, which I don't really want to get into just yet until I get in there. But the regular job there, you can also build a lot of stability there as well. So I'm thinking about building my stability there first in the regular, more stable, like stable-ish side of things, but then try to hop into the network engineering side of things through my connections and stuff like that. When I make them, I don't have them, but if I were to make them by talking to the IT support team and showing my interest in what they do, yada yada. So that's really like the goal for me there, which I think I could definitely 100% execute on. And I'm so happy to be here. So if y'all happen to like this stream and y'all want to see me continue to go on to day 100, I'm telling you it's gonna happen. It's gonna come quicker than y'all know. Like if y'all hopped on here and then left, y'all are gonna see day 100 so soon. And you're gonna be like, oh shoot, she actually lasted for that. Well, obviously on day 100, but you're gonna be like, shoot, she actually lasted for that long. And it's like, no fact. I'm telling y'all, if y'all click on my live streams right now, I think my last video for the coding was like day 174, 76, or no, 180. I'm not sure. We went crazy with the coding streams. But now I'm finally back and I'm doing IT, which I think is super, super damn sick. I wish I could have stayed on way longer with y'all. I'm probably going to stay on more longer tomorrow, if anything, because tomorrow is my actual day off. I took today off because of my hand. As y'all can see, I went through. I don't know if my thumb is broken or not, but we went through some things with my thumb. So, no, yeah, so this is an issue in itself. So, but tomorrow I should be on way longer. So if you want to tune in for day 6, hit that subscribe button. Come back for tomorrow. We'll be on for about maybe 2-ish, 3 hours, maybe even longer, depending. I'm not sure exactly at what time I plan on doing that though. Maybe 11. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't want to get your hopes up, but no matter what, I should be hopping on tomorrow. The time though is where the issue is. But thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank y'all so much for liking the stream. Y'all have been amazing. Y'all are super, super goated. Say bye to my dog Toby. Hold on. Yeah, because he's gonna miss y'all. Say bye. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he loves me. Alright, we catch you on the next one. Hope y'all ended up enjoying this.
Oh my bad. Give me 1 second, y'all. I have to do something before I end up starting the live stream. I always forget. And yesterday I didn't get copyrighted for showing the Corsia course. So I think what I'm going to do is probably, I'm not going to show it like throughout the entire thing, but I'm probably going to show some glimpses and just, I guess, continue from there and just see how far I could really push it without it being flagged, which I don't think it should be flagged because it's kind of like it is a free course, so it's weird to even want to, to flag it. Let me see if I can find my Corsia. But it's weird to even want to flag it, but I guess because technically it's a course that some people pay for. But it's like, you could really just, I'm not sure. I don't think it has to go to that length. Now, let me real quick post on my story that I'm live right now, or at least put the link so that if people want to join live right now. And then Bammers. And then that is perfect. And oh my goodness, people have been texting me. I haven't even noticed. Give me 1 second. There's a couple messages that actually, you know what? I'll respond to these messages later. Or actually, it's not that. It should be quick. So it's just because someone's messaging me about my thumb. Because I ended up posting a picture on on my thing that like because I think I already told y'all as well, but I don't know if y'all were there previously. Let me real quick open up my chat on my phone just in case if y'all are just chilling here rocking with me and I'm missing like comments. If not, just want to make sure. And the sound sounds good. Hey, what is up, Sum? What is up? P4I. I don't know which one to call you, Sum or P4I. How are you? Someone said if I have a Discord, it would be easier for the talk. They documented a 60-day journey of me learning to type on YouTube. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Real quick, I'm gonna send my Discord in a bit. Because I can't send it right now. I'm kind of busy. It hurts like hell. Perfect. So yeah, I'm probably gonna do a little bit of showing the screen and then not. You said, how's my thumb? My thumb still hurts like crazy. Literally like crazy. It's one of the worst, like, man, it's one of the worst feelings that you could have when it comes to hurting yourself. I'm like, bruh, I don't know how people go through it. I honestly, that's why I keep saying I don't think it's a sprain, like the urgent care was trying to say. And I get what they were trying to say because, oh wait, now for some reason this camera ain't working. Give me 1 second because I want to jump ship to this camera, but it won't work for some reason. Oh, because they changed the code. I don't know why. Give me 1 second. Gotta get this code. But yeah, so it's like, it's one of the worst pains I've ever been through. And it's not like constant, but it's really if I try to just use my thumb. And if you realize if you're thumbless, like try to do something while being thumbless, like you ultimately get screwed. Let me see real quick. The new intermission screen. Oh, I forgot to share virtual camera. Let's see if that's working. There we go. Now we got this set up. I kind of want to. Should I put it to where chat is over here? I'm not sure. Let me put day 5 down here. Well, first of all, it's not even day 5. We're on day 6. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel like I have to definitely. I'm planning on tomorrow for Monday. I believe I'm gonna just go to. I'm gonna have to go to the hospital because I don't think they gave me anything. Like they should have done more for me. I think they should have done an X-ray. My thumb, it legitimately feels like it's low-key dislocated, but I feel like if anything, it's probably like a partial dislocation. I think the brace hurt my thumb even more, but I could try to show y'all, but it's like it's not that it's hard to show. It's hard to show. But it's like one of the worst pains ever. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Says lie, it's not the worst, it's over exaggeration. No man, I'm telling you, like I haven't been through anything this like well, I haven't like broke a bone before, but I'm really considering the fact that I think I fractured it. Like I think it was a minor fraction and then like right here is a big bone. Like that's why I'm like I don't get why they didn't do an X-ray because I think my finger is fractured. But I mean, we'll see. After I ice it and I do stuff, like I literally can't use my thumb. Like I can't use my hand. Like sometimes I could do certain things, but if you told me to like lift this laptop up with just this hand, it would be done for. So how far did I end up getting? Because they wouldn't let me highlight anything. So I'm going to be jumping from both screens. They wouldn't let me highlight anything, but I really wanted to. Yeah, I don't know why it's being like weird about what I could highlight now. That's so corny. Well, because technically you could do it in notes. Let me see. Yeah, they won't let me highlight no more. Well, I guess that's fine. And then one more thing. How far did I get? I put abstraction. This is why I wish they would let me highlight so I could see where I was. The concept of abstraction. The steering wheel. I wrote something about a steering wheel. Pedals, maybe a gear stick. Engages underneath the hood. Might be completely different. This is the essence of abstraction. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Oof, I was like, bruh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. But no, yeah, and that's why I'm utterly upset that I should have pushed for them to do an x-ray. And I know that this urgent care, they have an x-ray, but you know, I was really like, obviously at the end of the day, I would pray for it to be a sprain. You said, what's that in the back hanging? If they're talking about like clothes, I have clothes hanging. Don't say that, bro. You're gonna scare the hell out of me. But no, yeah. I don't know. What else? Don't scare me now. Hey, that got me. But might be completely different. This is the essence of abstraction. Let me see. Completely different essence of abstraction. Bro, you got me scared as hell. You said no. No to what? Are you talking about my necklaces? Talking about like over here? Actually, I wouldn't even know how to do it on camera. Exact back on the wall. So you're talking about like over here, like these necklaces? They are some necklaces. Says essence of abstraction. And this says abstraction hides the complexity by providing a common interface. Okay, so yeah, right now what we're studying, because I came on last night. I don't know if everybody was able to be there last night. But I think I finished my binary assignment. But it was more like a practice assignment, so they allow you to like redo and stuff like that. They gave me a trick question. They got me on one of them, but I was able to redo it and able to get what I got 100 on it. But I'm scared because we're kind of close to like the module 1 actual like graded assignment, which is a 50-minute assignment. So I really got to make sure that before I take that test that I'm actually like educated on what they're gonna end up asking me. And I do take a lot of notes, so I'm like, I think I'm gonna ace the test. But if they try to give me a trick question, I'm gonna be a little bit like stunned. You said, damn, so many? No, yes. I think I have enough to fit perfectly like on that. But I want to get more. But they have some good necklaces, like especially the necklaces where you could like put a photo in there. Like I love those type of necklaces, or like a letter. Oh my goodness. So this is providing a common interface. But yeah, so sorry, I'm still stuck on my thumb because it's kind of like saddening because like I'm so mad because every time I was working at that job and it was so funny because my partner kept telling me like, oh, don't work too hard. So I thought this would be a Bible study stream because it's Sunday. No, yeah, I'm gonna be doing my Bible study stream after this. So I'm gonna probably be doing it maybe a little bit later. I would probably say like 6 or 7. Just because I feel like I do it too early in the day. So I wanted to get at least a little bit of studying in, and then I'll be doing my Bible study stream, which I cannot wait to do. I love doing the Bible study streams. It's amazing. I got to get into that Bible. Cannot wait, but I just wanted to do it a little bit later today. And I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay on doing this because I do have some errands that I need to run, but I got to get to that as well. So we're still talking about the common interface. We don't need to know how it works underneath the hood. Oh wait, did I already write that? Wow, so I think I just rewrote a bunch of stuff. But listen, that's okay. Sometimes when we rewrite it, we understand. It's just because the website won't let me won't let me highlight no more. So we have a mouse and a keyboard we can use to interact with it. Thanks to the abstraction, the average computer user doesn't have to worry about the technical details. We'll use this under the hood metaphor throughout the program underlying implementation of technology. What? They gave me too much. It says, I'm seeing a white dressed woman looking at you from their clothes stand. Hey, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. I'll run, bro. I'll straight up run. So I would just to start a small business parallelly because a career in tech is not so secure, but still good to see you work hard. Keep it up, kiddo. I actually think it depends on which career you're trying to get to in tech is what makes it secure. But I feel like for me, like I mainly want to get to network engineering, but then at this specific job, they also have cybersecurity. So my goal is to really get into there, like cybersecurity, but network engineering isn't bad. Like that's like a backup goal. But if it's like I would prefer to get into cybersecurity because if you could get into cyber, that right there is secure. Like you're perfectly fine, and literally you can just continue to just go from different cyber jobs, going here, going there. Also, too, with tech, you can make it a side business and fix phones, fix laptops, repairs. So I'm like, tech can go a long way if you know how to use it. So in computing, we use abstraction to make very simple problems. Okay, so this is probably where I need to write my next note. As of right now, by the way, y'all, we are learning about abstraction, and we're going to be, I guess with abstraction is trying to tell me that this is what we use in place of the, not in place, but it's talking about like the zeros and ones of computers. And I guess it's saying that technically we do perform the zero and ones, but that it's like they use this term of abstraction. So it's like with using the mouse, using the keyboard, typing, it's doing zero and ones, but it's not what we see. It gets translated into something that we can understand. Something like that. Probably one of the worst explanations ever. But it still is very helpful for me. I said what I said. I stand on it. Well, actually, the way they define this is we use abstraction to make a very complex problem, like how to make computers work easier to think about. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. No, yes. I don't know why they said it like that unless this translation is a little bit off, but I was like, what the hell did they just say? Oh, but no, yeah. So I keep complaining about my hand because it actually really hurts in everything that I do. Like just the other day, I was folding clothes, y'all, and my thumb hurts. Like imagine any movement. Well, honestly, it's anything you do with your hands, but any movement to where it involves me having to move my thumb is just in severe pain. And then like even if I try to just use these four fingers, the fact that something, let's say something heavy is pulling it down while this is going up, by far one of the worst pains I've ever felt in my life. And that's why I keep saying I think it's either a minor fracture, a minor ligament tear, or it's a minor dislocation. It's one or the other because the way that it's feeling, it's not no damn sprain. Like I've had a sprain before, not in my finger, but like a sprain in my ankle. And like I was able to deal with that. The way that my thumb feels, yes, I could deal with it, but I'd be wanting to cry at random moments because I'm just like, damn, I can't use my hand. It'd be sad. It says, what up, gang? How are y'all doing? Hey, what is up, Mr. Robot? How are you? Subtraction is hiding unnecessary details like information user don't give a F about. Yes. And then that's when it was talking about the zeros and ones. So like me typing a chat, but internally it's 0 and 1. Yes. I know, isn't that crazy? Like, I actually thought it was more or less like behind the scenes. And then it kind of just like translated. But I guess technically that is what it is, actually. I just said it. Never mind. I pretty much gave it. So describe single concept. So I'm assuming with the 50-minute quiz that I'm gonna have to take soon. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to it today, but if anything, I kind of want to make sure I really study before I take that quiz because it's an actual graded assignment that will go towards the certification, the IT support certification, which I want to only get that because for one, I don't know the fundamentals of a computer, but then two, this can give me a discount on the CompTIA A+, and then I could like ace and get up in there. So I'm back, sister. Hey, what is up? Hey, what's up, 7? So you pull the muscle. That's what you're thinking? They told me that it was like maybe it could be a pull muscle as well. I don't know. It's one of the most painful things, man. And I really think by tomorrow, because I've been icing it, I've been putting hot water on it, like doing everything that the doctors have been saying or the urgent care has been saying. And what they told me is that in 3 days, if this bone right here, because right now, I know y'all can't see it on camera. Oh, maybe you can. But right now, right here, my bone is popped out, and then right here, my bone is popped out as well. So they said that if it doesn't go down in 3 days, to then go back and get an x-ray. But what pisses me off about that is that when it comes to like doctor offices, well, I'm probably gonna go, I feel like I'd rather go to the hospital. But what's annoying about that is that that's gonna take a long time. But if I go to urgent care, all they're gonna do is take my money again because I already had to pay $50 to get this. So now what? I'm gonna have to pay another $50 to go back in and to then get an x-ray for however much if my insurance doesn't cover it. So I'm like, or if it doesn't cover all of it. So I'm like, bruh, the fact that I gotta pay for this is insane. So I'm pissed. I should have forced them to give me an x-ray because it literally looks the same. Like it looks like nothing has gotten better. And I've been icing it. I've been doing everything. I'm on day 2 though of coming from urgent care, but this is 5 days since this happened. And I was icing it the whole time. So it's like for it to still look like this after almost a week, I don't know, y'all. I do not know. And I honestly thought I could sleep it off, so I tried to go to sleep one of these days, and it's like I feel like every time I wake up, it hurts more. So I don't know if I'm sleeping a certain way, but it's just crazy. You said, did you hear about the UPS layoffs? Oh yes, the UPS layoffs and the Amazon layoffs, man. That is sad. It's sad what's going on. Hopefully, I don't even know, man. Like that's tough. That's tough. I wish that wasn't happening to people, but hey, I actually wondered why are they doing it? Are they doing it for like a budget cut? Another simple abstraction in an IT role that you might see a lot is error messages. Okay, so I gotta take that note. I wish they would let me like highlight this. I don't know why they're doing so much. Computing world? Oh, computing world. Okay, my bad. But no, yeah, like it's crazy. I'm assuming it's probably a budget cut though, but that's still insane and like terrible to be doing to people. And I wonder, is it people who've been working there for years, or is it like more or less like the newer people? But that has to suck to possibly be, staying at a company and then your job is just up for grabs and then you don't even know if that's it, right? Like they can probably just hop in and do a whole nother budget cut just for whatever reason. And it's like that's scary to know that you felt like you had like a stable career somewhere and then they just started playing with you, doing all these cuts, man. But that's how, like I said, like I wanted to get into IT and get into, because I know IT help desk and IT support, those positions are replaceable. But if you can land like a network engineering role, I think that is less replaceable. And not saying like you can't lose your job. I'm just saying that it's like people need, there's networks everywhere, and you're gonna need somebody to sit there and run these networks. So it's like in the end, I feel like if you get into the networking side of things and or even into the cybersecurity side of things, I think you're kind of stable where you would be at. But currently, right now, I do have a very stable job. The only thing is that, well, so far, because I'm afraid that at some point it's probably going to get messed with. But so far, it's a very stable job. But just in case if it starts getting messed with, I want to make sure that I'm prepared, which is why I'm trying to pursue this IT. He says, yep, to have money to invest in AI. That's it. Crazy. Crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot that's what they were doing because they're bringing like they want to do, yeah, that's insane. I forgot about that. But granted, with Amazon though, I don't know about UPS, but with Amazon, they really don't like it's really a lot of like handsy stuff. So I kind of figured they would have done that for Amazon because you don't have to do nothing. You just kind of like stand around and just like open boxes, put stuff in, close it, put a label on it. Like Amazon, I kind of figured that you don't really need workers for that. They kind of overhired anyway because it was never even that big of a deal, and they already had robots kind of like bringing them their mail anyway. So it's like I kind of already figured that was gonna happen. Now, the only thing that we would have to do is obviously number one is try to learn how to work with AI. That's why I keep saying if you're someone who knows how to like deal with these machines, or because they're technically machines, well, it depends on what you call AI, because I'm assuming that for Amazon they're probably going to bring in things that are like robots, but it just sorts the mail itself. And I'm saying in the end some of those are probably going to break, so you're going to need someone who knows how to fix it. And that's why I keep saying like tech is probably the best thing you could do, but only in the sense of learning the hardware and probably fixing things, because then you will forever have a job. Because as soon as like one of these robots or one of these AI things start doing stuff, there's gonna need to be somebody there to fix it. Whether that's a coder, because I'm sure AI is probably gonna be coded into, or if it's like a robot machinery thing that's like doing the work for you, it needs to be fixed or designed or created, like engineered. So it's like those are probably the best jobs to start trying to get or look into now, so that you could work with it when AI or a robot starts trying to make its way in. You said I'm not even willing to put efforts into jobs like there is no security. No, seriously, honestly. But that's why I keep saying like I feel like the best bet is really to do what would work for AI. Because in the end, AI is coming. I don't think it's coming as soon as people think, even though they are doing that. I feel like I don't think it's gonna be a big massive AI shift in the next 5 years. Like I'm thinking maybe like 15, but it's debatable, right? Who knows? But that's why I feel like we just need to learn how to do things for AI, because AI is gonna come, and if you want to avoid it, then you're just gonna get left behind and then not, you're not gonna find a job anywhere for real. So it's like if you really want to make sure that you're set, make sure you're learning what you gotta learn. So this has been abstracted out for us already in the form of, where the hell am I? Oh, of an error. I'm like, what the hell? Of an error message. Period. And then we got symbol error message, like file not found. Let me see if I could see that. Oh, okay. Symbol, or did he say simple? Hold on, let me put the volume up, because sometimes it has like these weird words.
Simple error message like problem.
Okay, symbol. Okay, sorry. I didn't know what he meant. So simple error message actually tells us a lot of information and saves us time to find a solution. Oh, that's great. I actually didn't know. I always wondered like how do they kind of know based on an error message what the hell is going on. So symbol error, because that's why like I honestly think like help desk positions and maybe even like a little bit of IT support positions, ones that don't involve like hands-on, I could see that being taken over by AI at some point. But like I said, all that hands-on stuff, all that networking stuff, there's no way they're gonna leave that to AI. Like that, I mean, maybe the network being on network could be, I mean, whatever. I said on network. Maybe the network being on and running could possibly be directed by AI, but I feel like that probably takes too much. But who knows? Even so, the goal is trying to beat AI. No, I'm just kidding. The goal is trying to win the race, because AI is coming. But no, it's definitely something, man. It's definitely something. And shoot, if everything goes to hell, I mean, if everything goes to like crap or whatever, at the end of the day, at least for me, I feel like I'm pretty much just chilling, because it's like if life goes to crap, then I'll just be with Jesus. I'll just be with Jesus soon anyway. Either with him coming soon or with me dying because of me not having enough money. I'm gonna be with God. So for me, I feel like it doesn't really bother me, or it doesn't really scare me in a way. Plus, I also feel like I just would know where to fit in if push came to shove. I think I would just find something. But that's just because I be having a lot of faith like in myself. Well, sometimes I do. I don't know, because sometimes I be feeling like I don't have faith in myself at all. But I be having a lot of faith that I'll figure something out anyway. But currently, with having a stable job now and making good decisions so far moving forward, I'm like, I think I would know how to navigate with certain things like that happening. And it really just happens to be, when will it happen? That's really just the fear. But then also too, I wouldn't care like if I had to, like, let's say everything was really going to crap and AI is really entering things. I wouldn't care to have to like completely transition and be like, you know what? Let me go to like healthcare, because healthcare is damn near permanent. So it's like, I mean, I've seen like certain hospitals fire certain like nurses or whatever, but it's like there's always a hospital and there's always a clinic. There's always people who are going to need medical attention. That is like, I wouldn't care if I really had to transition. Like, let's say AI bursted through the doors and there was nowhere to go. I'm like, bro, I would literally become a nurse. Or not a nurse. I would probably start in like a different position because I think they have like a lot of positions where you can just kind of go in without any certifications, and then eventually you can go to like trade schools and get pretty good for sticking to like a specific study. Like you could do x-rays, you could do hearts, like EKGs, stuff like that. So I'm like, I wouldn't mind having to go that route if push came to shove, because but tech is what I want. It's a passion, but I know I can learn anything I put my mind to. That would be a whole nother series. Shoot. Be like, AI entered the picture, I'm going to healthcare. I'll be screaming. He said, well, tell about Amazon thing. Like, what exactly happens? Order is stored and robot goes to shelf and picks it up. Tell in details never heard before. You're planning to go everywhere. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't care to go anywhere. That's the problem. I just prefer to go the route I would want to. But obviously, if that wasn't able to happen, then that's not able to happen. So with Amazon, the reason why I know about Amazon is because I've seen people who, I knew people who actually worked there. And I think one time I was on FaceTime with somebody and I was able to see that it was like a machine would literally like bring them. I forgot what it was. I could be getting it incorrect because this was about 2 years ago, but I think the machine was bringing them like mail. And so they would take, or no, it was either it was bringing them mail or it was bringing the mail that they taped together somewhere. It might have been bringing them mail, I'm not sure. But it would bring them something, then they would know based on a number, like based on a number here, and then I guess based on the box here, they would have to pull the box out, put whatever that is inside of the box. The based on that popping up on the screen, it's like a printer would come out with what it where it was supposed to go and what item was supposed to be inside of it. So then you would put that sticker on top, then you would wrap it in the Amazon, tape. I probably said that completely backwards. Put it inside, put the tape, then put the sticker, and then you put it on the robots for it to take it somewhere. Or you would put it on the shelf and like climb up a ladder, put it on a shelf, come back down. Something like that. So it's like they already kind of implemented robots, but I guess I wonder how much they're really gonna end up doing. So now I just ended up completing one of the courses, so that ends up finishing one of my, or almost finishing one of my mini goals, which is to get through 3 lessons. So that's pretty good. Now, oh damn, my chat is kind of huge. What the hell? Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know what I was thinking the other day. Actually, you can barely see it. Can I put like a background on this? Like what the hell? Oh yeah, right here. Well, it says background color, but then because this is text color, this is background color, but you can't even like adjust it. The hell? That's weird. I guess that's fine, y'all. It's just gonna have to look like that. I'm sure you guys probably don't mind. And if you do, I'm sorry about that. Oh damn, did I delete the chat? I accidentally deleted everything. Great. All right, we're 30 minutes deep. So now we finished one course. We finished the abstraction course, and we're going to be getting into the computer architecture course, which is going to be pretty lit. Let me go and jump cameras. Just want to test to see if eventually, would I ever get copyrighted for showing the screen. So far, I haven't. I feel like maybe if I played the video, but I don't plan on playing it. But I know sometimes even doing an image like this could throw it off. But let's just see how this works. Says that's what these guys want. People have some room to work. I just hate these guys. No, it's crazy. Because that's why the problem is like, it really isn't the jobs. It's the people who are making AI. Like, because they're clearly the ones where, they have that dream. They want to like sell this whole AI thing because they know that if they do, they'll get hella money. They themselves will be rich, but in the end, it's gonna hurt a bunch of people who aren't ready for it. And I think that's very, it's very disheartening. But in the end, for me at least, my peace is knowing that Jesus is coming back soon. And if not as soon as I believe, then it's like, then we'll just die. I'll probably die anyway because let's say I don't have a job or anything. It's shit, like things just aren't working. Then it's like, boom. At least if I were to die, I would still be with Jesus anyway. So it's like, that's really my hope, the way that the world is going. But we'll see. I mean, maybe we'll all kind of adjust and then it's going to be like, wow, we were so scared back in 2025. And then like in 2035, we're like, it was never that deep. Who knows? We'll see. We will see. So, y'all can see the, oh, I'm forgetting y'all can see the screen. I'm looking over here. So this is in the last video I mentioned that people don't need to understand how computers work for them. I hate that I can't underline. What the hell? Whatever. Oh no, he needs to stop talking. Because abstraction makes things simpler, which is true. So he said that's technically true, but since you're stepping into the world of IT, you do need to understand these layers. Okay, understood. Can I highlight, please? You do need to understand the layers of a computer and how they work. It's essential that you understand how the different pieces interact so you can resolve any issues that may arise. All right, let me take a note of that. Even though this isn't really teaching me anything, it's kind of giving me like tips about what the job will look like a little bit. And like I said, I don't even really know what the job looks like. It's just something that I feel like I love computers and I really just want to pursue it completely. I really want to get into a network engineering role, man. I really do. But I don't know, that dude coming in earlier talking about it's not stable, like he kind of got me thinking, like, is it not stable? Who said it? Oh yeah, because he said a career in tech. But granted, I don't know if he was really paying attention to the title, because I know some people, they come here and then they like still remember me from web dev, so then they'll say things like that and I'm like, okay, they're talking about web dev. But if he's talking about literally me trying to become like a network engineer and how that's not stable, that's kind of scary, because I don't know, I've been looking into it. It seems like a pretty stable like career to me. It just seems that as though that some people really expect to just kind of rise up in a company without putting in the work. So maybe there's some stories that are poor when it comes to like IT support, but or not specifically IT support, because I know that's something is like I don't even want to leave my job until I land a network role, because I know that's where like the cheese is, but also too that's where the stability is. So then now it's like I'm dummy petrified. I'm dummy petrified. Don't ruin my dreams now. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, if you're still in there, definitely if you could explain what you were talking about when you said that. But I feel like he probably left based on the way that he texted. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, make sure you end up hitting that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. I will be going live every single day to learn web dev. Wow. For me to learn IT support and get this IT support certification, basically just learning the fundamentals of a computer pretty much. And this is just really what I've just been doing. It's just simply taking some notes. Let me go pause this, jump back, because I don't want to stay too long. I need to have like keys to where I don't have to do that so y'all could see the screen. That's like so awkward. So it says they may, oh wait, what the hell? How did I lose my spot? Again, why is he talking? So he has the operating system, allows hardware to communicate. That's why sometimes playing the screen is better, because they don't really have that. Because abstraction makes things simpler for us, that's technically true, but since you're stepping to the world of IT, okay, I already read that. Oh, right here. Okay, so computer can be cut into 4 main layers. So we got hardware, the operating system, software, and users. Okay, I like that. And then we're gonna get into what each of these are: the hardware layer, the software. Okay, that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. So, oh, I guess that is the point of the computer architecture, is what we're getting at. So, how am I gonna write this? I guess I'm gonna go into here. But yeah, man, this like entire journey, because my thing is I feel like I'm just so fast forwarded in my head all the way until like next year. Like I feel like I just know everything that I want to do and everything I want to get into. And currently at this moment, I feel like sometimes it's hard for me to always tell myself like you're doing enough. I feel like I always feel like there's just more that I could do. But in the end, what more could I really do? Like I feel like I am doing enough. I'm not, sitting around trying to do nothing. I'm trying to build things, for my future, one. But then two, I show up to work every day. I'm making sure that my bills are paid. I'm making sure that I'm saving. I'm making sure that, all these things are being done. I have an apartment, a roof over my head. I have a car that I pay for. And it's like sometimes in my head, looking at those things, it's like, it's not that I'm ungrateful for it, but I just feel like, damn, I should be doing more. I should be already at this position, doing this thing, doing that thing. And it's like, no, that's just not, for one, it's just not realistic. And two, I feel like if I started earlier in my life, like let's say I stayed trying to get my computer science degree, I think I just would have been in hella debt. I think I wouldn't have understood it, that I would have been one of those people who came out of school just thinking, "Oh, I have this computer science degree," thinking I was going to land a job, not knowing that you need to put more work behind it. So, in my head, I don't regret anything that I've done, which is why I'm like, why can't I just accept that what I'm doing is enough? Like, what more do I want myself to do? And it's just so weird because even when I have downtime, it's like I get on myself. I'm like, no, like you shouldn't be watching this movie, you shouldn't be watching this show, you shouldn't be playing this game, you should be studying, you should be doing this, doing that. But I could have studied literally all day just trying to give myself a break and I just can't take it. And I'm like, bruh, I don't know what's wrong with me. But I just feel like if I'm not grinding, then I'm doing something wrong. But in the end, it's like I am grinding. I'm doing everything that I could do. Even shoot, I'm even trying to work on side hustles, like with the web dev stuff, I'm trying to work on that side hustle. I still have been doing stuff behind the scenes. I'm filming a video today, which hopefully should come out today, if not tomorrow. But I'm filming a video literally on that whole entire topic of me getting my certification, which I'm really close to getting. And then I'm still doing the web dev. I still want to make that into a side hustle. And then YouTube is able to be a side hustle as well because I just got it monetized. It's not monetized through ads yet. Like I do get ads, but YouTube just takes whatever the hell that makes, which isn't that much. But the point is that I'm this close to like finally monetizing on YouTube, which allows, it's the same thing with web dev. It's not like I'm making money automatically, but I just have to work towards making the money through web dev. And then it's like the same thing with YouTube. Like eventually through AdSense, you just got to work towards trying to make the money through there. So in my head, I've made two possibilities of side hustles and I just need to basically execute on both of them. And I think that's just pretty cool for where I'm at as a person. And it's like, why can't I just give myself that? Why can't I just be like, you ate, you did that? But sometimes, man, it's just hard to give myself like a round of applause. I want to make sure I write down this because this is talking about the hardware layer. Which I swear on everything, I put my sharpener in my pocket, and then ever since I did that, I lost it. And I'm like, I mean, maybe I could have put it in the kitchen, but I don't think so because I cleaned the kitchen. I don't know, man. I lost my sharpener. I'm gonna have to run through these pencils then. Cause I hate writing with pencils, but I just haven't been to the store. Or even when I do go to the store, it's like I'm not thinking of that. Cause I just remembered I went to CVS and we got orange juice and then we got like toothpaste, which is a weird combination, but we needed to get that for someone because they were feeling sick and I guess they also ran out of toothpaste. So it was a weird combination, but it makes sense. All right, so now we're finishing the hardware layer. So these are objects you can physically hold in your hand. So I want to point up here to make sure that that is known that was the hardware layer. It says in the next lesson, you will learn all the components of a computer and how they work. It says you'll even be able to build your own computer by the end of this module. What? Bro, I'm about to buy me a computer at this point. I mean, computer. Because did I build it? Like, what the hell? I'm about to buy me, what is it called? A hardware to build a computer at this point. Shoot. So that's pretty nice. It says you'll be able to even build one. Wow. Well, let's see. Build a computer. I'm just going to write that on the side. I might actually take my time and possibly look into that. Maybe, well, I was thinking more in the future, but it probably wouldn't be best for me to kind of do it more or less when I'm ready. So it's saying the operating system. So here allows hardware to communicate with the system. So now, let me write that down. So we have the operating system. And this is the communication between hardware to the system. Okay. I want to learn like everything that I could really learn about a computer. For some reason, I don't know what is so interesting to me about it. But that's why, to me, it's like, I feel like that dude's comment earlier, unless like he could elaborate, I feel like it just doesn't make sense because how could getting a job in tech be unstable if technology is everywhere? Like, I know maybe it's unstable to like climb up in a career, but then that's why you should quit and then go to another job. Well, probably get the other job first that's probably offering more first before really quitting, because you also don't know if you could land that job or if you will even like it. But in my head, it's like if there's going to be tech everywhere, if you learn about tech, how to build it, how to fix it, the hardware, the operating system to every piece of technology, you should have somewhere to like be. This allows hardware to communicate with the system. Okay, what's next? So the operating system. Oh, so they did write that. Hardware is created by many different manufacturers, so the operating system allows them to be used. Oh, okay, hold on. Actually, I wasn't gonna underline that, but I guess that makes sense. The operating system allows them to be used with our system regardless of where it came from. So in the next few lessons, you'll learn about the major operating systems that we use today, and you'll be able to understand all of the underlying components. By the end of these lessons, it's like, can you just teach me? By the end of these lessons, you'll have a strong grasp on this. Okay, so then let me not write that down because that doesn't make sense. You'll learn about major operating systems. Okay, maybe I'll write down this all the way up into that, because why did they just say that? You said, why was you using recorded lives? Back in like when I was doing the 12-hour live streams, I was doing that because I just felt like it was helpful. I wanted to see, literally the biggest reason why I was doing it was for multiple reasons, but I'll say number one is that I wanted to see when was my audience the most active, because I feel like in my head, and I was right too. The most active you guys have always been is 6 p.m. and or like 5 to 6 p.m. And what's tough about that and knowing that is that that is around the time that I work. But I wanted to see for a while to be like, okay, so you know, where are they more active, so I could just see how I can move about this. But then there's nothing I could really do. I was hoping that it would have been 12, but it wasn't. So I was like, unless I decided to do pre-recorded live streams in the morning and then release them at 6, I'm like, maybe that would work. But then the problem was is that I couldn't do that, which is what I wanted to do. But I couldn't do that because I wouldn't be at my laptop. So then the 12-hour study streams became a thing, because then I was like, this would be easier for me because then I could click it on before I go to work, then click it off after I get out of work, because I told you I work 12-hour shifts. So I'm like, that's why sometimes it'll be like 14 hours because I'll be running late, like coming home. But that was the only way I could do it instead of doing it right at 6 because I'm not at my laptop. But then what I learned is that there's some people who do 12-hour live streams and they actually do it just like that, where they have like maybe a video recorded for 3 hours, and then they'll put the next video, probably wear the same clothes, do another 3 hours, and they're looping it for 12 hours. And it kind of builds like a community where people can come and study, which I thought was beautiful, because that is technically the point of my live streams. It's just more or less now, the difference with mine was that it was a little bit more interactive, which is why I'm back again doing it interactive, because I love talking to y'all. I love yapping it up with y'all. Which I think is just, I just love talking to y'all. So I knew I wasn't going to do it for too long, but I did like giving you guys like a space to be able to study. And I know some of you guys probably used it, some of y'all probably didn't. But it was definitely helpful, and I would get views on it, so I know people liked it. And I kind of plan on doing it again, but I'm probably going to do it maybe next week, because I'm trying to see like, how is my IT professional live streams coming? Are they doing well? Are they doing worse than the web dev ones? And so far, it looks like they're not doing as well as I would have hoped that they would do. But like I said, it's still the fact that I'm uploading at a time that people are sleeping. So then it's like, or people are sleeping or working or going to school. So I'm like, I can't tell if it's something that people just don't want to see, or is it something that people can't make it to, like they just can't attend because I'm posting at such a weird time. But that's like my thoughts really that have came from this. But the 12-hour live stream was really just to help like me figure out where is my audience. I found out they're at 5 and 6, can't really upload then, so that's kind of crappy, but at least I know where they're at. And then 2, it was a nice little study space for some people, which I plan on eventually bringing back though. Says you'll have a strong grasp on the major components for operating systems like Android or Windows, and use that knowledge to navigate operating system. Okay, perfect. So That's another thing I want to end up writing down here as well. Write this down. A strong grasp. But yeah, but also too, because I was noticing that there's other people who do like the pre-recorded content and they'll like make it live and do like the 12-hour live stream thing, if that's what you're talking about. And it's so strange because it's like people would point it out for other people, but then it's like whether it's a live or not, it's still a study space anyway. But I guess maybe it could probably make people think like, oh, they're actually studying for 12 hours, and maybe that's where it could be like, this feels like a lie. But then that's why in my comments, or in my description and in the comments, I would decide to like write that it wasn't live, or I would put like something like, this is pre-recorded content or live for the first hour and then looped after. And so I just kind of figured, and then normally when people would ask, I would just say yeah, because I personally don't care to expose that. There's other YouTubers who do it and they don't want that to be exposed, that like, oh, this isn't live, or it's content that they probably recorded months ago and then they're just replaying it over and over. And to other people it seems new, but it's like normally when it comes to those study sessions, it's not live. Normally, I would say. So it says navigate any operating systems. So then now we're getting to the software layer. So the software layer, oh, I keep forgetting that. I should probably write this a certain way, but it's okay. So we have the hardware layer, the operating system. Now we're getting to the software layer, which is how we as humans interact with our computer. So that's going to be pretty scary. Damn, my thumb hurts bad, man. Like, it's not even a joke. Like, man. My thumb hurts. Hey, what is up, Sum? So we're doing software layer. And yes, so how we as humans interact with our computers. A perfection. We got that there. And then last but not least, we got when you use a computer, you're given a vast amount of software that you interact with, whether it's a mobile app or web browser. Later in this course, they just keep telling me later. Later in this course, we'll learn how software is installed into different types. The last layer may not seem like it's a part of the system, but it's essential. Okay, so they just gave me like a brief like understanding of software, of the software layer, but they didn't go into detail. So then that was kind of strange, but hey, I guess that's perfectly fine. So with the software layer, when you use a computer, you're given a vast amount of software to interact with. So we can go with that. I'm assuming is software like the applications, like clicking on Google, going here, or is software something completely different? Is it just anything that's on the screen that we could touch? Not sure. I'm not sure, but I guess maybe we'll learn. Let me see what he says as he talks, because I want to see if they show stuff on the screen, because sometimes that could be a little bit helpful when they show like a graph or they show something. But I don't think that's what they're doing right now at all. But I cannot wait to get this video out for this channel. I mean, for this, I think it's for me getting my certification. I haven't got it yet, y'all, but I'm so close. I literally have one more course to do. And the course that I do plan on getting into is, I think it has about 100 like lessons, but you know, with those ones it goes by pretty fast. And obviously in those ones too, they're trying to teach you something new, so I kind of saved that one for last. So now I'm finally on the last course for the JavaScript certification that I'm trying to get, which I honestly think I could finish it today, depending, but I think I should be able to finish it today. And when I do finish it, man, that's gonna be super sick. And then the last thing I gotta do is make 5 projects, which I want to make a video on each project. But we're gonna see how it goes, because I'm not sure. I feel like when it's coming to my web dev content, I don't know if I should drag it out a little bit more while still, of course, like on live stream learning IT support, or if I should just immediately, like, as soon as I can transition. But well, it's not really dragging it out. I'm just saying it because technically I could end the whole series without really giving that payoff until later. Kind of end it on like a cliffhanger of whether or not I get my certification and just transition the content. Or what I could do is I could just sit there and pretty much, hold on, let me turn on this TV real quick. Or what I could do is I could pretty much just sit there and kind of, then what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, sit there and like as I'm still currently learning web dev, like make a video on everything. And then when I get that certification, when I finish the barbershop website and get that first client, then I could possibly end it there. So it's like I'm having multiple, type of episodes that could personally pop up, which is probably the way that I'm thinking I'm gonna do it, because I feel like doing this transition to like IT, or this beautiful like pivot to IT, is gonna be tough to like pull off, because it's clear that a lot of people are more interested in the web dev stuff. But in the end, the point of this channel was never to do that. It was always to, just pursue what I wanted to be. And I built a channel from the ground up before. So for me, what I learned with a channel is honestly consistency. Number one, and that's just like truly number one. That's just how you will get anywhere when it comes to building a channel. But then number two, it's like obviously trying to be mix in a bit of entertainment there here and there, learn how to execute. And that's why I keep saying, like, all my videos, though the views aren't doing as well as they were before, sometimes the views or getting a high number in views isn't the right analytic to look at. Like that's why us YouTubers who can actually look at the analytics on the videos, for instance, like my 7,000 viewed video, that one performed well. It had a high CTR rate, but the watch time was low. But my video, which I posted, that had about, I want to say 200 views, I think it was like 200 something views, that one had a way higher watch time, which granted some people could argue like, well, technically when you have a lot of people viewing your video, your like duration will drop. But the point is that even on like the lowest videos, you could see the best results there, rather than seeing it in the larger videos where it would actually show that more people clicked off. Even though the views are big, more people clicked off. And even though you may have got subscribers from it, people didn't really care about the content. So that's where it's kind of like with YouTube, you kind of have to learn about your analytics and understand what is really happening and what is going on. So the last one, I guess so we have the software layer, the operating system, and then we have the hardware layer. And I guess they're technically counting this as a layer. He said it technically counts, which would be considered the user. So this is the user who interacts with the computer. I forgot I wanted to underline this real quick. So then now we're going to jump a bit and we're going to go user layer, I guess. Like, I don't know, what do I call that? But you're able to see, so with these last few videos, though the views have been way lower than normal, at the end of the day, it has better analytics on it, meaning the videos are good. Now it just is coming down to YouTube pushing out my content. Because what I'm realizing is that YouTube pushed out my content way more previously than my 7,000 viewed video. And then it was kind of like after that, I feel like YouTube stopped pushing it out. But for a channel of 1,600 subscribers and getting even 200 views, that's pretty good, because if you actually look up the analytics to a channel, I think what they say is that most YouTube channels average between 5 to 8% of their audience. But with me having 1,600 subscribers, like 1,600, 1,600 would be 16,000. I don't know why I said, wait, would that 1,600? Would that be 16,000? No, I think that's just 16,000. 1,600 would be 1,600, but some people might get that confused. But 1,600 subs, I think I'm averaging 15% to 10% of my audience, which is pretty good compared to the average. So I'm like, hey, that's pretty dope. So that's something to look at. So the last layer is a part of the system, but it's the user. The user layer is one of the most important layers that we'll learn about, which I'm assuming that reason why is because as a IT support or just anything in tech, your main focus is really what is the user's experience. And if the user is having trouble, then you as the tech personnel need to fix that. So I think that's pretty cool. But then also too, like there's apps, like, and this is what I always be telling people, like I be trying to put people on, but people just don't be wanting to get put on. That's why when people say like, oh, don't share what you know, it's like at the end of the day, if you share it, 9 times out of 10, nobody is going to do it, because it's like, Nobody cares to like look into stuff like that, but they have apps. For instance, you have you have Coursera, which I think is Google's, but then you also have Allison, or yeah, is it Addison or Allison? I think it's Allison. There's other online apps as well, but Allison was a pretty good one that I was looking into, and literally you could look up anything down to parenting, to writing a book, to learning English, to learning Spanish, right? Learning a different language, to learning IT, to learning cybersecurity, and then to learning mental health, trying to become a therapist. Like they have so many courses on there that are for free that you could take, and it's not like actual certifications, but they teach you like really important things for that specific topic that you're looking for. And you could come out with just hella knowledge before even really trying to tackle a certification or a degree, and just like know stuff. They have Havoc on there. So even though some jobs they want you to have like Havoc experience, they might not take the certification that that website would give you. But shoot, teach yourself it and then go for the classes. So all you're doing is showing up for the classes and acing tests because you know how to do everything. You don't even got to focus. So it's like, I'm surprised people don't take that into account, that there's just so many free content out there that could teach you hella stuff. But nobody wants to take that. I'm telling you, man, that's why this whole channel is gonna just legitimately on live stream will always be me studying, and then my content is just bringing you down like what I studied stuff. Boom, here's like what I could do with it. So when you step into the field of IT, you may have your hands full with technical aspects. Okay, understood. So the most important parts, I'm gonna highlight this. The most important part of IT is the human element. While we work with computers every day, it is the user interaction that makes up most of our jobs, responding to user emails and fixing computers, which I've already figured that is the case, right? Because if you are and just in anything, even if you're running the network, right? The point is that you're interacting with people who are realizing the network is down. So then now you got to start sitting there trying to calm people down who are probably hating you in the moment because they're like, "Can you please get this network up?" And even sometimes you could be the cause of the network going down. Depending on where you're working, it could be major that that network needs to hurry up and get the hell back on. And well, honestly, it's major no matter where you're working, but there's different situations where it could be like life or death. If you're working in like a nursing home or something and you have that network, brother, yo, you better fix that network because these people's lives are depending on this. Like, But no, yeah, so I would assume user experience is the most important. By the way, if you are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I will be hopping on every single day to study IT support. I really plan on making this a actual career, but I'm going to start with short-term goals because who knows, what if I end up changing my mind in the future, which I doubt because but my short-term goal right now is to go on live every single day until I get this IT support certification, which would ultimately give me a discount for the CompTIA A Plus certification, which I would, of course, have to study first, though. But I would have to study for it, do a couple practice tests, and then go for it, man. And it's going to be super lit. I think I'm going to ace it. Well, I think I'm going to ace this. I'm going to ace this IT support cert. And then I'm going to hopefully be able to ace that CompTIA A Plus. And if I need any more help, they do have a course at my computer science at my community college nearby. So then that can also be very helpful if I can't pass my CompTIA A plus. So I'm not even nervous about it. I'm very I already know that I'm just going to be doing big things here when it comes to this tech space. And I'm just happy that I opened myself up with web dev to have a side hustle whenever I'm ready to learn negotiations and sales. And that Allison app I was just talking about teaches that negotiations and sales and stuff like that, which is super lit. Trying to land clients, freelance work, it teaches stuff like that. And so I plan on taking those courses at some point. And because I already have the knowledge of making the type of websites that I want to make, and then at that point, I just gotta see if I can get people to pay for me to make them websites. And then lastly, too, with YouTube eventually being monetized, at some point, it's monetized in like the fan funding way, but not the ads way. That's another little side hustle that I'm trying to create. So it's pretty cool. It's not, none of it is really active yet, but it's something working in behind the scenes. So when it pops off, y'all can't be surprised. I showed y'all everything I did. And that's probably the coolest thing about this too, is that I really just want to show people how I do it so that when people, because we normally see people in certain positions and then we're like, damn, how did they get there? And then they probably only documented like a little bit of things. What I really want to see is the actual journey. And I feel like this whole channel is built on the actual journey, especially with the live streams. Because eventually too, like when I buy a phone and I plan on fixing it, repairing it, same thing with my computer, like I'm literally going to do all of it on live. And when I get knowledgeable to an extent, I could show y'all how I do it too. And it's like, I think that's going to be the coolest thing ever when we get down to that far. So definitely stick along this journey if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So you'll also learn how to apply your knowledge of how a computer works to real world issues that can sometimes seem random and obscure. We'll do this by learning how to utilize problem solving tactics to identify issues and solutions. Oh, he needs to calm down. What the hell? Wait, why did the video stop? Oh, because I paused it. Okay, I'm like, what the hell? So you'll also learn how to apply, so I already wrote that, knowledge of how computers work to fix real world issues that can sometimes seem random. And on also too, there's like this really nice channel that I've been looking into. Like I just can't wait to go down this path because I actually think this one is just really gonna be the path for me. But there's also this YouTube channel who specifically does like help desk issues, and he also does IT support tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, which technically tier 1 is help desk, but we can get into that discussion later. But he has a whole channel where he talks about the ticketing system, and he has people give him like fake tickets, of course, and or it could be real, maybe they really need help, and they'll pass in these tickets, and then he'll do an episode on off like on 3 of them, and he'll teach you how to solve each ticket. So I'm like, bruh, so not only am I going to be able to learn at my actual help desk job when I get one, and I could like look at what other people put in the ticketing system and take notes because I really just want to learn about tech. I can also find this dude on YouTube who really takes these real world problems and he gives you a solution every time. I'm like, that is just beautiful. I cannot wait to end up just full blown like start pursuing that, man. Truly, truly, truly. I think it would just be super dope. So random and obscure. Hold on real quick. Because I'm realizing too, like I kind of want the laptop to be in frame. So maybe if I put day 6 up here, probably better. Or because maybe it needs to be in the middle. Day 6. Does that look corny? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I kind of want my laptop to be in view. Like the fact that I'm studying. Because I don't want it to just look like I'm just sitting here. So seem random and obscure. Forgot about that word. Obscure. Then we'll do this by learning how to utilize. So, damn, my thumb. See, my thumb hurts even doing this. Like, that's why I'm saying. I don't know if it's. I mean, maybe it could be a muscle pull, could be a sprain, like the urgent care lady said. But I really think she should have gave me an X-ray, cause it's not even funny. Also, too, you see how like quick I could throw my thumb down there? Like, look, like that. It is crazy. My hand shakes. My hand is shaking. Like I can barely even move it. So do this by learning how to utilize problem solving. Okay, there we go. I cannot believe I hurt my thumb. Like it really makes me sad because it's like there was a point where my thumb didn't hurt. And then it's like you take advantage, or not take advantage, you take it for granted. And I know a lot of people say this even when they're sick. They'll be like, oh my gosh, when you take for granted that you can breathe through both nostrils. But it's the truth. It's like when you hurt yourself and you take advantage of the fact that like you used to not feel pain. Like I could probably hold this remote. Like I could hold it, but it hurts. And like I used to be able to hold this without feeling pain. And then it's like now you just feel hella pain every time you move your thumb. Bruh, I took my thumb for granted. I took it for granted. And the whole time too, when I was working at my job, I kept telling myself like, listen, you shouldn't work hard. But then I was like, no, like work hard. You know, you got this. Like just work hard, do whatever you got to do. I don't care. Like just get the work done. I'm working fast. I'm doing everything. Boom, hurt my hand. I was like, wow, you know, maybe when God said to work hard, he still wanted you to work safe. That was the problem. I was working too hard. But crazy. So there's a lot ahead. The next instructor you're going to meet is a friend of mine, Devin. Oh hi, Devin. Wow. Let me play this video a little bit. What is Devin saying?
No better person to teach you about art. Make sure you
All right, so he's saying, Devin, there's no better person to teach you about hardware or even show you this computer from its component parts. I'm actually gonna miss this guy. I've been seeing his face for a while. Like, I'm actually sad. I hope he comes back. No, I think that's actually it. Well, actually, no, I think he does say a little bit later, and he may teach like the final course. But now we're meeting someone new. His name is Kevin. This is making me want to cry. So let me go and see real quick. So we're gonna get into Kevin's advice for the world of IT. So this is his advice. I probably don't need to write any of this down, but who knows? Maybe he has some good advice. So let me just put on my paper here Kevin's advice. Is his name Kevin? Oh yeah, it is. I think. So we're gonna go Kevin's advice. Oh wait, no, I think Kevin is the first dude. I don't know. We'll see. Someone's giving me advice right now. And we gotta see if we gotta take this. Are we gonna take this or are we not? Make sure if y'all are here or new here, make sure y'all end up hitting that like button. Push this stream out to other people. That'd be pretty dope. Let's see. He says, I've worked with people who have history degrees. I work with people who have economic degrees. He's basically saying some people can come from completely different backgrounds that you wouldn't even expect them to be in this IT role. They're writing scripting, automating us on how we could process these credits for this client. I think people have a misconception that you have to have a traditional path in order to succeed in IT. Some people do. A lot of people do follow the traditional path, and a lot of people do succeed following that traditional path. But I think the benefit of IT is that in the end, people just want to know whether or not you can fix the problem. Understood? So make sure you have strong fundamentals, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I ain't playing. So we're going to put that as tip number 1, Kevin's advice. Strong. I wish y'all could see what the hell I'm like writing in my notebook. But strong fundamentals. Number 2, what else is Kevin saying? It says they do end up coming back. A lot of times people think that, like, I'm not going to worry about how to do. Okay, so basically strong fundamentals is what he's saying. I don't need to understand the TCP model or the OSI model. That's like low level stuff. I can focus specifically on this one particular application or program they are going to be dealing with. There are instances where you will run into problems where having foundational knowledge will be very integral to solving the problem. Okay, so we got that. Oh, that was his only tip. His only tip was to just make sure you build on the fundamentals. Okay, got you, Kevin. Says as long as you're able to get to a point where you feel comfortable working with users, fixing their problems, and supporting them in the best way you can, you'll always be viable in the IT world. I actually like that. So he gave a little bit more. So be comfortable working with users. That's good. Because that's like one of the hardest things for me that kind of scares me when it does come to the tech world or the IT world. Is having to really, like he said, just be comfortable or having to talk to people. I know that I be yapping on live stream, but I'm just a yapper. When like if someone's in my face, I wouldn't talk. I'm very shy. I get so nervous. I'm one of those people that be like, yeah, okay. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's cool. Like, you know, like I hate talking. But in a way, I guess when I'm on live and no one's really looking at me, I could just yap it up. But I mean, technically y'all are looking at me, but just not in person. And then you'll always be viable. Okay, so always viable if you have these things. Perfect in the world of IT. But that's like my biggest fear, man, is interacting with people. And that's honestly the whole point of IT, because you're always gonna have to talk to people, whether it's your coworkers or whether it's maybe the boss, or not boss, but maybe the supervisor, someone who's running it, and probably go into meetings for certain things. I know that when it comes to like especially learning about hardware, or if you're doing something like maintenance of a machine or whatever, like a technician, they like to sometimes send you to different states to like learn about certain equipment and how to fix it and understanding it and stuff. And it's like I get so nervous for stuff like that. Like I really gotta learn to just speak with my chest. That's like one of my things. Like I hate it. It's like I want to do it with somebody. And even if I just knew one person, like it would make it so much more easier. But I learned that I just kind of have to learn it myself and not be trying to, I guess, rely on people. I gotta rely on myself. So now we're going on to the next course. So we finished technically that was his advice. So should we count that? we finished, well, actually, you know what? Let's not count it. We finished 2 of them, because today we finished the abstraction, we finished the computer architecture overview. Now we're reading an assignment specific. Oh, no, they're giving me an assignment. Oh, what the hell? About my computer architecture overview. Y'all, I'm scared. Hold on. Like, what? This is petrifying. I'm going to show you the screen real quick. I don't want to show the quiz necessarily, though. But literally, look at the screen. So we're getting into a computer architecture practice assignment. We just got through a couple of these. Look, y'all, we are so close to finishing this graded assignment. And then we're going to get into the hardware operating system. And then my favorite, we can get into this networking, y'all. And all of this is free, by the way. Like, they do want you to pay for it, y'all. But if you just end up going to it and you don't pay for it, obviously you go to the free part, you could... Oh, you know what I realized? Upgrade to unlock module. So something that I'm thinking is maybe for me to take this assignment, so I think I'm scared for no reason. I think for me to take the graded assignment, I believe I need to pay. Right? Oh no, you can just start. You have 3 attempts. Oh, you get 3 attempts every 24 hours. Oh, so if I... What are they trying to do? They're like, yeah, you could get an F, but just come back after these 3 attempts and you could do it again and just get the answer. It's like, what? They better give you different questions up in there. But yeah, so here we are with the practice assignment. We have unlimited attempts though, and you get a grade. So it's like, technically, you don't have to be too scared, but let's do some help questions. True or false, the hexadecimal system is base 10 and uses the 09 letters AF. I don't even know. I do know base 10, I do know about 0 and 9, but I don't know if that is for the hexadecimal system. I'm not sure. Who cares? Honestly, this is a practice test. We're gonna go with true. Which of the following is a common method for troubleshooting? What the hell? These are not the stuff that they've been trying to get me through. They did not even mention troubleshooting hardware. What are they talking about? Checking for software updates, running a virus scan, inspecting physical connections to components, changing the operating system. Did they tell me this? Let me see. If I see troubleshooting anywhere on this paper, damn, I can't even hold this. I gotta hold it with my knuckle. I don't think this was something that they taught me. They're just giving me random questions. I'm gonna have to guess. Describe the role of the operating system in managing hardware. I mean, maybe they probably just kind of assumed that you're gonna do more stuff on your own. It says, what does the acronym BIOS stand for? Hold on, I remember writing this note. I remember writing this note. First of all, this is like stuff that he's told me dumb long ago. And I don't even think this is probably going to be the stuff that popped up on the quiz. But if so, I'm not positive. BIOS. Maybe I should do more studying before I start this quiz. But they definitely made it seem like it would have been knowledge that they told me in between, which we've been taking hella notes on, and I don't even have one note on that. And I know I'd be taking notes about everything, so there's just no way. Says, how can understanding the components of a computer help providing effective IT support? Which we do have an answer for that, which technically would be the knowledge that Kevin told me, which I didn't even write. To fix real-world related, so understanding components of a computer. I would assume, I feel like I already know that answer, which would just basically be understanding understanding the components, of a computer help in providing effective IT support. This is so that, oh no, this is about human interaction. So I think they're talking about this one. You have a strong grasp on major components of any operating system. Yeah, I'm not positive. I believe I can just kind of throw together an answer there and just get that half right. But the ones that are specifically an answer, I swear they did not tell me any of this. It says a common method for troubleshooting hardware issues. Don't think it's running a virus. It says checking of software updates. That could be something, but I don't know. Inspecting physical connections and... Oh, wait, I'm stupid. That one was obvious. I was overthinking. Number 3, describe the role of operating system in managing hardware resources. So, hardware, I guess all I could say is that hardware was created by many different, because thank goodness I wrote this in my notes, manufacturers. Oops, if I could spell. Okay, whatever, I don't even care. They're not, bruh. But I think I still am spelling it wrong. Manufacturers? Who knows? So hardware was created by many different manufacturers, and then what was the goal? The operating system allows them to be used. So operating system allows them to be used with our system regardless of where it came from. Okay, perfect. With our system regardless of where it came from. Why does that hurt my thumb? I don't even know how, because your thumb isn't even used. Number 4, what does BIOS mean? I don't know. They didn't teach me. Saying binary input output system. Oh, is that when they taught me that? For the binary conversion? If so, I definitely didn't write that down. I definitely didn't. Like, I just wouldn't have thought that was important. Oh, you know what, too? I feel like I 100% remember, but when I get this answer, I guess the only thing I could do is write it at the top of my paper here. I feel like I remember writing that. Whatever. So, binary integrated operating system. That sounds good. Basic integrated operating system? Binary input output system? Output sounds crazy, but could it be that? If it's for the binary, I don't know. We're guessing. Who cares? Because that one, I wouldn't be able to tell. Number 5 is how can understanding the components of a computer help providing effective IT support? I don't know if they're looking for a specific answer, because they're saying how can understanding the components of a computer help in providing effective IT support? Probably because you know what the hell it is. You know, if someone needs a specific thing, you know exactly what it is. Like, is that what they want? Let me see. It says in the next few lessons, you'll be able to understand all of the underlying components that make up an operating system. I think that would have to just be the answer. Well, let me come and switch back here, because I don't want to stay too much on that screen before they have a heart attack. I think that would have to be the answer. How could understanding the components of a computer help providing effective IT support? I would just have to say, because you will know what to do if a user has a real world issue. I think that's the best answer I could give. Let's see. Oh, I got it correct. Oh, the only thing I got wrong. Oh, damn, it was basic input output system. I knew it was input output system, but I did binary. It was basic. That's my fault. But now we do have that answer. I feel kind of prepared. I feel like I was too much overthinking, but they said that I got everything right except for the BIOS, which is upsetting, but that's okay. It says, good point. Understanding the components of a computer is crucial for IT support. Yeah, so they said that that's a good point. They said, well explained. Thank you. Let's start this assignment. I think I got this. Assignment, y'all. I just cannot show y'all what it is. So what does the hardware layer in a computer architecture include? So this includes the physical components of a computer. What are the 4 main layers of computer architecture? That should be hardware, operating system, software, user. What is the purpose of a software layer in a computer architecture? It operates and maintains and programs the computer. It allows humans to interact with computers. It might be that, or it allows hardware to communicate with the system. No, because what was the order? I think the operating system is what allows hardware. So I think it is the allowance of a human interaction, which I could check. This is the software layer. I could check that one out, is how humans interact with the computer. Okay, good. I didn't want to get that wrong, but I got that right. Hey, this is up. It says, what's a critical aspect of working as an IT support professional? Understanding how operating systems works, building computers, designing and creating complex programs. The human element, I believe, is what he said. And then we're going to submit this. Let's see. Did I get this right? Give me a 5 out of 5. Give me 100. Oh, it's reviewing dummy long. They're like, this girl is mental. Okay, let's see. Hey, I got 100 on this one. Okay, I'm happy. I overthought it. I was like, do I not know it? But I practically wrote everything down, so it was very easy for me to remember without even having to look over here. But It says to pass, you need at least an 80. That's crazy. So if I got 3 wrong, oh wait, that makes sense. Because if you get 3 wrong, that's less than, because there's only 4 questions. Oh wait, not even. No, there is 4 questions. I thought there was 5 questions. So I guess you could have only got 1 wrong. If you got 2 wrong, that would have been a 50. That'd be crazy. But alright, so I got that. My grade is 100. I'm dummy happy. I learned what I needed to learn. So next, we're getting into the glossary terms from course 1 in module 1. Oh, okay. So because right now, I guess they're done teaching me. Right now, we're getting into the glossary terms for things. So making, taking these notes is probably going to be good. It's going to give me a lot of definitions, which I think I took notes for a lot of these. But honestly, making a glossary term isn't bad to do. So I think I'm going to take that, which I'm going to show y'all what this looks like as well, because I want y'all to see this, because this looks beautiful. This could probably be very helpful for you too if you're learning IT support, but if you're not and you just wanted to see it, here you go. And then I think the next assignment is a 30-minute assignment. It says it could be quicker, but who knows, it might be long. But how to count in binary, which I think I'm personally going to eat if they let me use a calculator. I can go crazy. But here are the terms that we got. We got abstraction, to take relatively complex system and simplify it. Algorithm. You got OSSI, which is the oldest encoding character. Our standard binary system, the communication of a computer with a numeral system, base 2. You got a byte, which is 8 bits. And then you got character encoding in general. So yeah, we're going to make sure we take a note of all of these, which is pretty good, man. And I can't believe we're coming to the end of module 1, y'all. I'm petrified. I feel like I might want to save that assignment for later, like the last one, because I got 3 chances and I don't know if I want to take it right now. I want to make sure that I go over everything that is going to be in this quiz, and then maybe I'll feel confident. But I think I've learned pretty much a lot. Like, I've learned a good amount. So right now I'm taking this definition. We kind of already took the definition to abstraction. But I just wanted to make sure that I have this here, because I think this, like, if I keep this glossary next to me, I feel like I could probably ace that module 1 test. And then imagine it's like proctored and they're like, you can't have nothing in the room. I'll be like, bruh, I started this for nothing. But even without my notebook, I think I could still 100% ace it. I think there just would be certain things that the notebook could help me on, or at least give me assurance in. So that's why I want to take notes on these topics. I keep forgetting y'all aren't over there when I move my screen here. Keep forgetting that. So then we got abstraction. Lastly, algorithm, which is a series of steps. And I learned about algorithm when it came to web dev. I kind of miss web dev. Like, even though it was annoying and like stressful, I remember I used to get so stressed when it came to web dev. I was like, I don't know if I could do coding. I'm like, nah, bro. Like, I can't do coding for a career. I think even no matter how much I learn, even though I know most people just look up the answer or they use AI or whatever. For me, I've never been that type of person to like that. I wanna know it. And I think for you to like know it, it takes a lot from yourself. Or sometimes like there's even people who they use AI or they look it up so often to the point where they learn it. But for me, it's like I rather learn it not doing it that way, but then I think that's what hurts me in the end. Because if I just keep looking it up, at some point it's going to become a part of my knowledge that, okay, this is how you do it, But instead, I'd rather sit there and struggle for 40 minutes until I figure it out and then clap for myself. While the next person already finished their damn project, but I'm clapping because I'm clapping because I ended up like doing it on my own. Well, they didn't, but at the end of the day, they finished. So I don't know. It's funny. It's funny. So ASCII represents English alphabet, digits, and punctuation. So we got to make sure we write that down. Which, like I said, I've already written these, but honestly, I think this is something, if they didn't do this, I probably would have done it myself. Because taking notes of, the definition of things or how to solve for certain things, which I know how to solve for binaries, so that's why I'm not going to have too much of a note for that. Maybe I can put the numbers. But giving yourself like a formula sheet before any test. And the thing is that you can make up the formula sheet. Like if you remember the formulas, because this is something I've been trying to tell somebody, because right now they're trying to take like this math test. that they're so afraid of. I'm like, yes, they won't let you come in with like a full paper of the formula. But if you can remember what the formula is, and as soon as you begin the test and on that paper, you write all those formulas down. Sorry, I keep forgetting y'all are up here. That's why I keep looking over there. But if you write all those formulas down and stuff like that, as soon as the test starts, you can't get in trouble for that because it came off of your memory. And then that could really be helpful. So like for me, my goal would probably be if I was taking a test like this and they didn't let me have my notes here, it would be to write down every definition of whatever I could remember. Obviously, you're not going to get it all down, but even sometimes it might even hit you in the middle of the test because you're like, damn, how do I solve this again? And then you're going to remember the formula. So it's like, write it down. That's like the best way to do it. But if someone told me that as my younger self, I think I would have done so much better in math class. But as my younger self, if they didn't give me a formula sheet, I didn't know what to do at all. Not even knowing that I could have made my own formula sheet. Wow, then. And honestly, too, I feel like teachers should have been a little bit more better at teaching when it came to that. It's like that should be like you should be teaching us better study habits. Like don't throw us to the wolves to study by ourselves. It's like teach us what a good study habit looks like. I did have a pretty good teacher that got to that point, but they weren't a math teacher though. I think it was probably like an English teacher. I forgot how or what her tips were, but she had some good tips. And then she was also good at being like an encouraging teacher. Like I've ran into teachers that were just not encouraging at all, as if like they wanted to hurt people's feelings. But then there was other teachers where it was like they really encouraged you, and it's like you have no idea where with that encouragement, how much that can make like a student want to do more or do better, even if they basically did nothing, you know. Because I remember there was like this one time this teacher they made me feel so good about my writing, because like I already had took like an English class for this college, so I got like an English credit for English 1. So everybody else was still taking English classes throughout the year while I didn't have to. So I was like, hey, that's what's up. But for my history class, it was like with this teacher, I forgot her name, but she was amazing. And when I had wrote this paper for her, I wrote it like I was in English class because that's the way I knew how to write a paper. It was just natural. And I gave it to her, and then she was like so shocked. Like she was, oh my goodness, like I didn't know that you like could write like this. And it's because I don't take an English class, so she didn't talk to anybody that like knew of me. So I was like, yeah, whatever. And it made me feel good, but I felt bad though because my friend, he was like, what? He was like, I wrote papers that were good too. And then she was just like, no, yeah, you wrote papers that were good, but like this is great. Like, and I was like, no, I'm like, don't do it like that though, because then that probably made him feel like crap. But no, yeah. And I knew I was good with my English, like, cause I had a teacher before that now I'm going down this whole teacher rabbit hole, but I guess I have plenty of stories to tell. But I had a teacher before that. Sorry, I'm taking a note on cryptography, which we're probably gonna jump back here anyway. But I had a teacher before that where basically um the like I don't even know what was her problem. I don't know what was her problem. I think she really just didn't like me for some reason. But she was like my English teacher, and I feel like she really wanted me to feel like I was dumb. I don't know why, but like her goal was always to be like if I passed, like let's say I did really good on assignment and I passed, I got like an A plus on it. She'll be like, "Oh, everyone who did this assignment, it's not going to be counted because everybody got a good grade." I'm like, because the answer is right there. Like nobody is cheating. So technically, yes, she would take it from everyone. But I bet you for the students that she liked, she probably still kept it in the system, which I think was corny. So I'm like, what the hell? And it would be every time I did good on an assignment. But then if I did something that was like partly good or it wasn't that good, whatever the hell, I don't know, she was just too much. She was too much. I could not stand that teacher. And then it would just be different things where I would be in class and then I would tell them, oh, or no, I'll be working with a group of people and I'm not really a talker, but the other group of people weren't talkers either. But then she'll sit there and be like, oh, specifically my group, and then she'll say my name. So it's like, not only was I sitting there with somebody else, but you said my name out of the group and be like, oh, Marzi's group, for instance, because, that's my YouTube name, but Marzi's group, doesn't want to, obviously doesn't want to talk. So what was your guys' answer? Like, just trying to like throw a diss. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, you're a teacher. So then I would walk out of the class. And then, like, but at that time, I didn't know how to defend myself. Now I know how to defend myself. So, like, sometimes I'd be wishing, like, I could go back in time. But I used to be so afraid to, like, say something to these teachers. And then my father, who, he ended up passing away. But when he was alive, he, would also be, like, really defensive of me. So then that kind of gave me, like, a fear to, like, tell him. So I wouldn't even tell him that this teacher was, like, picking on me for no reason. I was in, like, 10th grade. So I'm like, what the like, bruh. So then I used to just walk out of the class, and then my last English teacher, which I didn't mess with them either, but they were nice. And honestly, I feel like for them, I was acting out because I was just mad that I got sent to that school. But then eventually, like, I started getting my life together, and I stopped caring about being at that specific school. So I was like being like I was ready to be better. And then it's like this teacher is just like trying to push me down like I'm like nothing. I'm like, what the hell? I hated that teacher. I mean, I do pray for that teacher though. Like now that I'm older, I wonder, like how she's doing. I do pray for her, man, because she wasn't a bad teacher. I just don't know if she has some sort of bias against me. Maybe I don't know what it could have been, but she just didn't like me for some reason. Um, but I do pray for that teacher. I pray that teacher is doing well. Pray that she's still teaching or possibly even climbed up her way to different positions. Like I don't hold no hatred towards her, even though I keep saying I hated that teacher. But I mean like in that moment, like she was really playing with me. But then after that, she wasn't a teacher no more, so I don't know where she went. She ended up like leaving, probably going somewhere completely different. But man, she was somebody else. We're taking another note on information technology, and we're almost at the end of this, so we can finally do our binary assignment, which I can't wait to get into. That's going to be super fun. By the way, if you're new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I am going to be hopping on live every single day to eventually be able to to learn IT support and get this IT support certification. So definitely tune in, stay tuned every single day. It's gonna be super lit, and then specifically today I'm gonna go for pretty long. I'm not sure when I plan on getting off. Maybe after I do the binary assignment, but that assignment is about, at least they said it's about 30 minutes, but they've been saying these other assignments are 10 minutes, and I finished it in like way less than that. So we honestly would just have to see how that goes. But man, that teacher was something else. And like I love people. Like I really wish the best for people. But I don't know what she was going through, especially to like pick on a kid in a way, you know? And I feel like it was just because I didn't talk. It was like because I used to just be very shy, so I wasn't really a talker. But it was like in any way, it was like she wanted me to like break out of my shell, but in a weird way, she didn't, because it was like, why would I do that if you're talking like this or if you're acting like this? I wish I spoke more up to her. Then finally, the last time that I spoke up to her on something, because I'm like, this is no way that you keep just discrediting my assignments. She had like a good answer. It was like she wanted to go back and forth with me for no reason. I'm like, girl, I'm not about to sit here and argue with you. Like, like no, I don't know. Teachers be funny. But then after that, I never really had a bad experience because I was always a good student. Like that's why it bothered me with teachers like that. Because, yes, when I first came to the school, I was annoyed that they even sent me to that school because I was the only person who was in like an honor rolled class that got sent to this crappy school, which I wouldn't, now I like it, but it was crappy in the beginning because no one wanted to be there. And so I'm like, if y'all want to treat me like I'm a bad kid, then I'm gonna walk up in here and I'm gonna be a bad kid. So it wasn't like I was bad as in like I didn't want to do anything, but it just was like, I just didn't want to listen. I would probably walk out of a lot of classes, but I always made sure that my work was done. But I feel like I probably just was getting bad grades because my attendance would be bad because I would leave or I just wouldn't show up. But then when it finally came to like 10th grade year, that was when I got my act together. I think that was probably the most, actually no, I'm capped. I was gonna say I think the most I skipped was senior year or senior classes. But I know that when I was a sophomore, that was when I like really was trying to get my grades back together. And I was like, I can't believe I acted up, for the first year. It's like whatever. So then I tried getting everything together, and that was when I ran into her as a teacher. And then I had this weird like Spanish teacher. she would piss me off because like she was teaching Spanish too, and she would be like, "Oh, I'm like, I legitimately can't read what is on this paper." And then she'll just be like, "Oh, well, you have to use context clues. Like, you see the word is here, so then blah, blah, blah." I'm like, girl, I need to be able to read this. Like, there's no. She would give assignments to where it was like, you needed to read it. And then I'm just thinking it's unfair because then you got kids who know Spanish up in this class. I'm sitting here struggling. Then they're like, "Oh, you have to speak in Spanish for a certain assignment." Hell no. I'm like, "Can y'all leave me alone?" And it wasn't like at that point I could have spoken Spanish because for some reason I'm really good at reading Spanish and understanding like the syllables. I don't know why. But for some reason, like she wanted me to do that. So at that point, I was being petty, and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna do it." So I was literally supposed to fail that class, but hey, glory to God to COVID, which number one, it had like it was good because I didn't have to be in class, but it was sad because some people did end up passing away from that. But even to that, like I for that specific class, I got lucky because when COVID happened, they pretty much said that no one could fail because of, the trauma that people were going through. So I was like, hey, so I was supposed to get an F in that class, and she gave me the lowest grade that I could get. She gave me a D. I was like, yes, bro. Because I was so gonna fail that and have to retake it. And then I knew plenty of people like who were also gonna fail it and have to retake it, but then they did it. So I was like, yes, bro. I was so happy. I was so freaking happy. And then really when it came to 11th grade year, that was all online. So you can only imagine if I didn't get the answer, I just looked it up. But they didn't I wonder if they had ChatGPT at that time. They probably did, but I knew nothing about it. So I'm like sitting there really trying to like solve these questions or search it up on Google. The whole time I probably could have had like a literal, you know, I probably could have had somebody just give me the answer, but either way, I ate that year. My grades were all A's and B's, and then when it came to senior year, my grades were also all A's and B's as well. And senior year, we were actually in school, so I just took things a little bit more seriously. But I was skipping class a lot. But I don't think any of my teachers really cared about attendance. Like attendance wasn't a part of your grade. They just really cared about your work and stuff and like how your work was coming out. So like for instance, I always used to tell my friends, I'm like, listen, math is hard for me. So I'm like, for math, like I can't skip math class because then I won't know like what is going on. And my friends, they're obviously not caring because they're not caring about their grades. They're like, "Oh bro, come on, like come with me, like and we'll come back for later classes." I'm like, no. Because sometimes we would skip and then we'll probably go to the park, get some pizza, and then we would like we'll leave, go to the park, get some pizza like that was down the street, and then we'll come back for like the last two classes and then go to class. It was like so strange. I was like, how do we skip a certain class to go leave and do our own thing to then just come back, go back inside, make sure we hit our last class. Or sometimes we'll like skip the whole day, but then we'll show up right at the end when everyone's leaving just to say bye to people and then leave again. I'm like, why the hell did we like we were so stupid, man, but it was so fun. Like I'm sure y'all could probably tell like based on the way that I'm smiling, man. Like we had so much fun. We had so much fun. Like I loved just being in and out. Obviously, if it was my kid though, I wouldn't want my kid skipping class. But granted, I kept my grades together. Like if my kids' grades were bad, I'll be like, oh hell no, like, you got to go to class. But if my kids' grades are fine and they're just skipping, and then like we weren't bad kids either. It wasn't like we would skip and then we would go and like be wrecks. Like no, we just would skip to go and like chill and then just talk. Like we could have just done that in school, but we all didn't have like the same classes, so we would just all leave and just go eat. I'll probably buy everybody food. Like it was so much fun, man. It was so much fun, and we'll all just be chilling, having a grand old time. And no, yeah. And then eventually it got to a point where I would invite them over to like my grandparents' house. And then we would just all play basketball there. Then we'll get like our bikes, get our skateboard. Like I used to be outside for senior year. And I know normally kids nowadays, they normally wouldn't hang out like that. But the way that we did it, man, like we made sure that we were like just chilling without having to be on our phones doing whatever, man. Like it was super fun moving like that. But right, so I finished taking my glossary notes. So now we can move on to the next one, which is how to count in binary. And I'm gonna pull out my calculator for this one. So if y'all end up chatting, my bad if I don't see it because I have to use my phone here for the calculator. If I could find it, find this calculator app. Okay, what the hell? I can never find this. Oh, right there. Right there, right there. So after this assignment, I'll probably end up hopping off here. But we're gonna get right into this. So let's start. Oh, I should have did a help me practice, but I got excited. So in this activity, oh, what the hell? Click the binary bits is okay, whatever. So let's go to number 1. Oh, this is only a 3-question thing. So in this activity, you will use the tool below to convert a decimal number into a binary form. Remember, in binary, the value is considered to be on when 1 is used, and okay, I already know this. So click, okay, blah, blah, blah. So to complete the quiz, you'll need 100% accuracy. If you choose to try the quiz again, make sure to click try again button before continuing. If not, the plugin will allow you to practice the quiz, but will not allow you to submit your grade. Oof. Then when you're done, make sure you have closed the full screen quiz and click submit. I think I should be good. Wait, but what did they want me to do? What is the question? Click the binary bits necessary to compute. There are 10 exercises to complete. For example, the picture below represents. Oh, there's 10. Bro, I don't even see a question. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I'm like, what the hell? That was strange. Okay, perfect. So now I see it. Let me go and do the math. So they want me to do 38. 38. So that would be 32. That's 1. 32 plus 4, 5, 6. 32 plus 2 is 34. So we're going to do 34. I mean, what the hell? Hold on, because I need my calculator before I sit here and I start messing this up. So plus 4, that'll be 36. And then we need 38. So then we're going to do plus 2. Bruh, they're pissing me off. 36 plus 2. Obviously, I don't need that on a calculator, but we're going to do that. So that'll be 0, 0, 1. Yeah, 0, 0, 1, 1. Okay, perfect. 62. So we can't do 64, but we could do 32. So we do 62 minus 32. We now have 30 left. So we could probably do minus 16, which would be 14, minus 8, which would be 6. Then you could do minus 4, which would be 2, and then minus 2. So that should be 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Perfect. On to the next one, we got 22. So we could do 22 minus 16, which would be 6. So then we would do 4 and then 2. Okay, we got that. So now 109. Sorry, y'all. We are converting binary numbers. This is kind of scary. We're going to do minus 64. And then we got 45, so we could do minus 32, which would leave 13. We go minus 8. I'm so scared. And then we could do minus 4. And then that'll be minus 1, so something like that. Okay. Imagine I'm doing this completely wrong. That would be insane. All right, so now we have 73 as the answer. So we're going to do 64. So 73 minus 64, that leaves 9. Then we're going to do 8, and then we're going to do 1. Perfection. 45 minus, not 62, because that's too high. So minus 32, which would be 13 minus 8 minus 4, and then 1. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Okay. That should be right. Then we got to do 100. Oh my gosh, my thumb hurts when I reach over like that. So then we got to do 100 minus 64. That's about 36. Then you can minus 32, which should leave about 4. So then we just click 4 on perfection. And then we got to do 48 minus 36, I believe. I mean, wait, no. Sorry. Oof, that would have messed me up. 48 minus 32. So that would be 16. And then, okay, so that'll be these two right here. So 32 and 1. I mean, 16. Then you gotta do 117 minus. I'm gonna show y'all a little bit of the screen. Well, actually, I don't think I could because then technically I'm showing y'all the answer and then they might freak out with that. So never mind. So we're gonna go minus 64, which would be 53. Then minus 32, which would be 21. So then that's in minus 16, which would be 5. And then you click 4, and then you click 1. Perfection. And then last but not least, 63 minus 32. So then that's that. Oh my gosh, I almost reset the whole thing and that would have pissed me off. Minus 16 is 15. Then minus 8 is 7. And then 7, obviously, minus 4 would be 3. And then you do 2. Oh, wait, hold on, what? Oh, then 2, then 1. I believe, right? 2, then 1. I hope I got this right. I really don't want to recheck it because it's like, so 63 minus 32 minus 16 minus 8 minus 4 minus 2 minus 1 equals 0. Okay, so good. We got that. I mean, actually, that's probably the best way for me to do that is to pretty much do 100, like, minus everything and then see if I get it so that at least I don't have to, like, go too crazy. So 64 minus 32 minus 16. And then that'll be minus 4 minus 1. So we're just rechecking our work. That looks good. I'm sure 48 is fine. We can go to 100. I'm sure 100 is fine, but we can try it. Minus 64, minus 32, and then minus 4. Yep, 100 is good. We can go to 45. I think that's good. 73, I want to check that out again. 73 minus 64. Oh, wait, what the hell? Wait, no, yeah, 73 minus 64 equals 9. And then for 73, we did 8. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we're good. For that, 109 minus 64 minus 32. By the way, if you're new here, we are doing binary numbers assessments, and we are doing certain. We're doing an assignment right now where I am using my calculator because I'm sure we're allowed to. All right, perfect. That's 0, 22. I'm confident in 62. Let's try that. Just in case. So 62 minus 32 minus 16 minus 8 minus 4 minus 2. Let's see. Okay, perfect. That one's good. And then we got 38 lastly. I think 38 is good. I think we're set. Let me check the chat real quick just in case of anyone messaged, which I doubt. All right, perfect. So let's check in these answers. Hey, I got them all correct. That's what's up. I actually was afraid that I was going to get one wrong somewhere. So that's pretty good. That is pretty good that I ended up getting that. So reviewing my submission, we got 100. Yes, ma'am. That is what I'm talking about. And then now this is the scary one. We have this last assignment that what I'm probably going to do on live right here is I'm just going to do a practice assignment first. I want to practice it first, and then I'm probably gonna do a couple practices before I take this one because I'm scared, man. Like I don't want to take it yet. So there's a bit is the smallest unit of data in a computer can represent two values, 0 and 1. I believe that's true. Yes. Which of the following best describes the function of a logic gate? It's to store data to perform operations on binary inputs, to display output on the screen, to connect different hardware components. Ooh, actually, what is a good definition? To perform, because I don't think it's to store data. I know that it does have an output and an input, but to perform operations on binary inputs and then to display output being two different things is where I'm getting confused with that question. If they're physical electronic components, a program can buy them and plug them into a circuit board. The logic gates can be linked together to create complex electrical systems. Oh, so is it to connect different software components? Hardware components? Actually, maybe it's that one. I think that's actually what it is. Wow. Oh yeah, because I keep thinking that logic gates are not physical, but they are physical. Explain the significance of abstraction in computing and how it simplifies complex systems. So we just took a note of abstraction. So they're saying something about the significance. So they're saying, what is the significance of abstraction in computing and how it simplifies complex systems. Oh, that's the definition, but they're wondering, explain that significance. Like, why is that important? Okay. I'm like, I was gonna write the definition, but that is the definition. So, so when we interact with our computers, we have abstraction. So abstraction hides the complexity by providing a common interface. So this is significant because it provides a common interface, which I believe is something like that's going to help us interact with it. It helps with the common interface. We don't need to know how it works underneath the hood. Might be complex, completely different essences of abstraction. Abstraction hides complexity, providing a common interface. Okay, so I guess that's just the answer. We use abstraction to fix, okay, like how blah blah blah. This concept of abstraction will be used throughout the entire course. Oh, I guess that's just the answer. So there's an IT role. Okay, that's just the answer. Never mind. I thought there was like more to it. So, okay, next. Now we're going to number 4. What is the primary purpose of a network switch? They did not teach me that. This is straight up has to be a guess. Oh, like network switch? Have we even gotten to networks? To connect multiple devices with a network. I mean, that's the only thing I could think. Unless that's a router. To provide internet access to devices. Oh no, that's a router. To store data for backup, to encrypt data for security. I'm gonna have to go A. I don't know. They didn't teach me nothing about networks, but that's kind of cool because I want to learn about networks. So it's saying, how does understanding the concept of binary help in troubleshooting software issues? That's actually my question, my guy. Like, how? How does understanding binary conversion help with troubleshooting software? I mean, IT. Let's see. Being able to connect binary values to decimal values of characters will help you better understand IT infrastructure and computer networking. In this reading, you'll learn more about that. So then that would just be the answer. Helps you better understand IT infrastructure. If I can spell that. Structure. I don't care. Helps you better understand. Actually, let me erase that. So IT infrastructure, however you pronounce that, and computer networking, perfection. In this reading, you'll learn more about that. So they don't really teach us how that applies to IT, though. They just taught me how to do binaries. But I think that's probably the answer. But it says help you in troubleshooting software. I don't think I've answered that correctly. It doesn't really, like, how, I don't know how that helps with software. Let me see. Oh, my thumb. That was the worst. Yeah, I don't really see anything. Oh, damn, my thumb, bro. I keep trying to grab it like regular. Yeah, I don't know. They're probably gonna have to give me that answer. Let's see. So coach is thinking he's gonna tell me. So we got correct number 1, incorrect for B. Also, it was B, to perform operations. Wait, what answer did I put? I put D. Oh, okay. I didn't know. So I guess that's something I gotta take a note of. That's good, actually. Let me try and put it here. Because I don't know, when they said something about it being physical and it being with the hardware, I thought it was like it connects different hardware components, but okay, I guess not. So I love how I was learning about logic gates and I got the wrong answer there, but that's okay. To perform, and I should have known. Operate. Oh, you know what, too? I think they did say this and I missed that. But you know what? It's okay because sometimes we learn based on getting an answer wrong. You just got to make sure that you understand it. So what's the next one? Correct, incorrect. This is partially correct. While abstraction does provide common interface, its significance lies in simplifying complex systems by hiding the underlying details. Oh, I think the question may have confused me there, but I'm still going to write it just in case. But I think the question may have confused me because I thought they told me that basically. So I thought they wanted to know like something else that they didn't say. I didn't know they wanted me to like get into that because technically in the question it talks about simplifying the complex system. So I didn't think they wanted me to get into detail about that, but okay. So it says by hiding the underlying details. So then that's good, and allowing users to interact with systems at a higher level. So that is good. With systems at a higher level, bam. And it says this makes it easier to manage and understand complexes. Okay. Sorry, y'all. By the way, we are trying to make sure that I'm prepared for this test that I got to take, which is actual graded test. I think you get 3 chances in a 24-hour period. So technically, I could just take it right now and see how I would do. But I really want to make sure that I'm like good for this quiz, which would be super lit, man. And then we got the number 4 correct, and we got number 5 correct. So that's good. Probably we could ask for some more questions or move forward. But how long have we been on live, real quick? I just wanted to see. I think we've been on live for about an hour. Are we going on to more? I'm not positive. I am not positive. Let me see. I think actually I might have to check it on my computer. I think it says we've been live for about, damn, it's not showing me. What the hell? Oh, an hour. Oh, we're about to be on for 2 hours. Hey, that's what's up. But no, yeah, so we're coming more closer to the end, but I do like to do like a little bit of like a Q&A thing, or not really a Q&A, but more like I just come up with what I'm gonna talk about towards the end. If y'all have any questions, y'all can definitely ask away. But what I wanted to talk about for one is study burnout and staying motivated, because I think with this title, I do have it as like considered burnout, but it's like I feel like when it comes to like learning anything, you kind of always run into some sort of burnout, because the goal is like you really want to learn something and you want to learn it just so bad, but then it's like eventually life just starts lifing, and then it gets really difficult to stay in, you know, fighting. It's like you're fighting the burnout. You don't want to be burnt out. You just want to be learning what you're trying to learn. And I feel like it definitely does get pretty tough when you are just starting around and just starting to like study and really just get into it and get into those things and staying motivated, right? That's a tough thing as well. Which is why I think the best thing to always do when you feel like being motivated or not being able to stay disciplined, the best thing to do is to really like, for one, you got to really push through it, but also try to reset focus. Like I do have a video coming out today or tomorrow that is going to be talking about me like kind of resetting my day to day, resetting my life, coming up with a better schedule. I even have like my notes right here for Sunday, like what I got to do, which is shopping, laundry, chores. And I put relax on there because relaxing is probably one of the toughest things for me, is I always feel like I got to be working or doing something that feels like it's building something. So like, for instance, I know YouTube videos, I don't really get paid from it just yet. And even if I did, I wouldn't get paid as much because you need like hella views, right? But for me, it still feels like voluntary work, because it's a lot of time that I have to put into it. And it's also something that I would hope one day would possibly become a little side hustle, right? Like that would be pretty dope if I could make $100, $200 off of YouTube, off of content, right? I think that would be just amazing. But in that sense, when I'm working towards the content, trying to come up with different ideas, come up with different things to keep it engaging for the videos, editing is a long process. Like y'all might see a 5-minute video, but that was a 20-minute video that I had to cut down into 5 minutes. And then I had to sit there and add all these other cuts with these noises. And I'm also trying to like learn, because I'm not the best editor, right? People don't just pop out one day and they just know how to edit. This is the best place to really practice, is YouTube and making videos. So really, for me, a lot of my like things that I've been trying to learn on the side, because editing is one of them too. Videography, filming, trying to capture, certain things in a cinematic way. Eventually, I plan on getting a camera. Y'all don't understand how all these things are, for one, they're skills that I would love to document on this YouTube channel. But then two, it takes practice, it takes consistency, and it takes wanting to be better and desiring to be better there for you to get better. Like for instance, something I always talk about is I was really working on my CTR rate. My CTR rate used to always be very low, probably like less than 5%. And I think the best is 5% and up, like 5 to 10% or even more, right? but you really want to be above that 5%, and I used to struggle to get there. But then I just started doing a bunch of research on like how to make your thumbnails look good, doing this, doing that. I'm not saying the thumbnails are the best, but that based on me trying to configure it and figure it out and see how can I make this thumbnail, my CTR rate started getting way higher. The same thing with the average view duration. I learned you need to emotionally connect with the viewer, but then you also need to make sure that it's visually captivating when it comes to a YouTube video, and those things are all about learning. So not only am I learning about like YouTube content, I'm learning about how to film, I'm learning about certain setups, I'm learning about certain overlays. Like for live streams, this obviously isn't the best, could probably be better, but at least I've learned how to, really connect this, make this look nice, and I could film off my phone while y'all see it, while it's on my laptop. Like that's still a crazy thing to me, and these are things that I'm learning now that can definitely be perfect, like so used in the future. You never know like what people need help with, whether or not you could do it for a charge. Like what if someone really wants to get into streaming and I'm like, bro, I could show you. I probably wouldn't charge them because it's like that's never that deep. But you see how when you know things though, you can do it for a price. If you learned how to film for yourself, someone might want you to film for them. And then that could become something. Or if you learned how to edit for yourself, you can now edit for others and get paid pretty good for that if you know those type of things. So for me, I'm like always trying to use different ways to build different skills, which is why it makes it so hard for me to like relax and just chill, because I'm always thinking about how something I'm doing could be used for something greater in the future, which I think is honestly one of the best mindsets we could have as people. But also too, these are great hobbies, right? I love filming. I know I will always do YouTube forever, whether it blows up or not. Like YouTube is just super fun to me. A place to express, a place to have a community, a place to just chill and hang out with others. And I know as of right now, my main people aren't really here as of right now, but who knows, someone might end up watching this afterwards or just seeing this right now, man. And I just think it's just super dope. But staying, motivated and staying disciplined, like discipline is really key when it comes to either content creation or learning something or just in anything in life, wanting to be better in a certain area. Discipline, consistency, motivation. You got to learn how to self motivate. And I feel like the best thing to really get yourself back up to being disciplined again is to reset your day, start everything all over, clean everything, make sure everything is just done so you have no worries. And yeah, you just start feeling so much more better. And I'm just so happy that I was able to, really push through that, honestly, and I just cannot wait to continue down this path to hopefully land one of my first jobs, which will hopefully be a help desk position. I know I gotta put in my work there, gotta, just talk to people. It's kind of like customer service and then fixing what they need, which is the scariest thing for me, but I know that that's gonna have to be the first goal there. And, you already know a bunch of my tech goals, certifications. I do want to talk about my dream setup one day. I got a lot of topics to talk to y'all about when it comes to my next live stream. We've been live for about 2 hours. Hope y'all ended up enjoying this one. If you are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I will be going live every single day trying to pursue IT and getting this certification. And even if you're someone who isn't focused on getting a certification or learning, I feel like this is still a pretty good channel to be at, because the goal of this channel is to really just learn anything or become something more and document it all. I recently have documented this whole web dev series for almost 200 and something days. So going down that path, about to be like 7 months, or yeah, about to be 7 months on the 8th, I believe, or the 7th. So that's going to be pretty lit. And I've been documenting that whole journey. And then now I'm restarting or pivoting to IT. And I plan to document this whole journey. And then I'm going to pivot to something else. And it could be anything crazy like writing a book, or could be me wanting to take boxing classes, right? But the goal is to just document something from day one, because I think this is one of the best ideas. And I think the more that people find this channel, the better it will just be. Because how many times have you sat there and thought, damn, that boxer, or damn, that person was really good at soccer, damn, that person that, is really good at videography. Where did they start? How did they get there? And then they might tell you with their words, but my goal is to show you through videos, show you through my live streams, show you through my YouTube content. I want to be able to show y'all that, like, yeah, like when I get there, and let's say I do become this network engineer, or let's say, a bunch of other things just ended up happening, I could be like, look back at my live streams from day one. I documented this whole way to get here. So y'all could actually see every step that I took. Y'all could see my mindset and every way that I moved. And it wouldn't just be a story. It's like a video series that will always live forever when I get to where I want to get to. You know, with the web dev thing, my goal is to get my first paying client and continue to get paying clients. So that series is almost over, which is why I'm starting this here, because I already have in mind who my first paying client is going to be. And then I just want to get that certification just to end that off in the right way. But then boom, I got to make web dev into a side hustle. I proved to y'all that me putting in that work in web dev and for what I wanted it to be, it's going to end up becoming that. And then boom, I get to transition to this. And then we get to see where this is going to take me, whether this takes me to getting all these certifications, landing a help desk position, or getting these certifications, landing a network position. But that would honestly be the goal for this whole thing. And then, you know, same thing with like, if I decided to pursue boxing, who knows? What if I would want to do, what if one of my goals is to have one professional fight just for fun, like just as a goal at some point when I decided to start documenting the boxing series. It doesn't need to go on forever. It just is something that I get to show you from day one how I got there to then now doing it. And I think it's just one of the best ideas. You said I feel like you're a motivational speaker. Thank you, man. But you know what's crazy is I really don't like I can't talk. If you put me in front of like a stage or put me even in front of one person and I don't know you, I literally cannot talk. I could just only do it through like YouTube content. But man, just I really see big things for this channel and I just can't wait to continue to pursue it because the more that I pursue it, the more that I show y'all what I mean, show y'all what my goals are and me actually achieving it and then doing it again for something else. And then it might take it like 3 tries, I feel like, before this channel becomes popping where people are like, oh shoot, this is actually someone who puts in the work to try and get somewhere. And they proved it 3 times with web dev, with networking, and then with whatever my third thing is. And then, you know, I think that would just be, it would be super sick. It would just be so sick. I cannot wait for this channel to continue to grow and just, you know, do big things. But I am going to end up ending this. I do believe I should get my JavaScript certification by next week. I'll say by next week. I think I could, depending on how much time I have. He said, anyways, you're always motivating me. Thanks. Hey, that's what's up. That is what's up. Hey, but then that's good. Maybe I could be like a motivational speaker. But that's super dope. I'm glad that my words actually are hitting somebody. Even if it's one person, I think that's amazing. And so that definitely thank you for that because, you know, I just be hoping that like I could be motivating people or inspiring people, but you know, I think that's super dope, man. Thank you. But what was I just getting to? I forgot what I was saying. I think I was I just getting back into the fact that I think this channel can do big things. I forgot, I forgot where I was going. My memory is so trash, but it's all right. We are coming. Oh, there we go. I was saying that I'm gonna finish this JavaScript certification hopefully by next week. As of right now, I have one more course. I'm almost done with it, or I didn't start it, but I'm gonna be done with it by today. I already know. And then I got 5 projects to do, which hopefully I can try and get done throughout this week. If not this week, then it would be next week. So then I get to end that series. And then for my barbershop website episodes, I'm not sure how that's gonna go. I plan on just finishing it and releasing the last episode. So that might be, who knows, really, maybe next week as well. But that one might end up coming out first before the JavaScript video. And then my last video would be me getting my first client, which is just gonna be super dope, man. Cause then that could really just end the series right there. I just don't know when that video is coming out yet, but that would just completely end the series right there, done. Cause what I'm thinking about this week is that when I make the new projects, I'm thinking about making those into videos. So I could be like, I built this. I don't know what they want me to build. They want me to build something weird like this checkered system thing. I could be like, oh, I built this checkered system, whatever. And so I show y'all that project throughout this week, which I think would be super fun content ideas. But then when I'm done with that, man, I get my certification, bro. It's gonna be super lit. I can't wait because that's something I've been telling y'all I'm gonna get and I have to get it. So, hey, but y'all, I'm gonna end this right here. Hope y'all enjoyed. Catch y'all in the next one. Tune in tomorrow's live. I'm not sure what time it would be. Probably the same time as this, 1 p.m. to 3. Tune in tomorrow. And yeah, deuces. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. And oh my goodness, I love streaming. I love talking with y'all. Deuces. live stream. I think it was my internet started acting up, which ain't too bad, but let's see. How is my internet moving right now? Just gotta make sure because I know that it's acting up. So give me 1 second. I just want to see, is everything fine? Do we have the new live stream up? Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Okay, here we go. My fault, y'all. I don't know what that was. I think my internet just started acting up, so that was a little bit annoying, but I got it back on. So let me go and jump back to this screen. We can just get back active. You already know what the hell we was doing, so that ain't too deep. We're okay. Kind of sucked though, because I feel like the stream was going pretty good when it came to the views wise. But whatever. Oh, why is it blurry? Okay, there we go. So hopefully everything is running smoothly now. I don't know why that happened, but let's just keep this rolling, keep this pushing. Now, last but not least, I do want to, let me exit out of this because my computer kind of is now moving slow because of the internet that I have to be on. I'm not on like my normal internet. I have to do it through my phone for some reason. But hey, listen, we still got to get this studying in. But no, yeah, because I thought the courses on, Coursera, as long as, I thought you had to like pay for like certain things. I didn't know they let you complete the first module and then now you have to pay, and it's like $50 a month ain't it. It just ain't it. So to me, it's like if I'm gonna do my free trial, then I have to like really jump through it because that is insane. Let me go and see though, because the reason why I thought it was free was because I remember asking ChatGPT, but I guess they must have got that wrong, which is like something you cannot sit here and get wrong, because ain't no way. So I'm gonna do for Coursera. Give me a second right now. Because I don't know what the hell is happening to my screen. Is it working? Oh, okay, it's working. Sorry, that must have been like a jump scare. That must have legitimately been like a jump scare. My bad, y'all. I don't know what the hell is happening to my screen. Okay, here we go. So for Coursera IT support, is it free if you just do the assignments or something like that? Because I thought that's what ChatGPT had said to me. So I feel like it's strange that they're acting like you can't do it free. It says you can audit many courses on Coursera for free. That means you can watch videos and sometimes view assignments. For example, on the Google homepage, what you cannot get is to earn the certification. Yeah, that's what it's saying. So I'm gonna put, I was going to do the hardware portion, but it's telling me to start a free trial. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense. That means the hardware portion of most of the graded content is locked behind the paid plan. Coursera gets 7 days. 7 days? You can actually do the assignments or graded labs unless you start that trial. You can watch the videos and read materials for free if you click audit the course, but Coursera hides that button a bit. Oh, okay, so then there's a way to do it. Perfect. I'm like, what the hell? So go to the course page in technical support fundamentals. Okay, I'm like, because ain't no way you thought I was about to sit here and start paying for this. I need to go to the main page. So I just go here. We just gotta set this all up again. They want me to go here, so now I'm at the course page. Scroll down to enroll section. Instead of start for a trial, click audit the course, small gray link under the button. Small gray link? What the hell are they talking about? They must have got rid of that. Unless they're talking about this? Yeah, no. How do I screenshot my screen? I always forget. Okay, I did it. I'm about to send that to ChatGPT because they're telling me to do something that's not there. But it probably is there. I don't know. This is like absurd. I don't even know why I'm going through this right now. I could not believe it. I was so happy to start this new course, and now it's practically like what I would have to come out of pocket after 7 days of a free trial. That's like I gotta really go crazy for this 7 day trial. Why can't I find the picture I just took? Now this is starting to piss me off. But nope, stay calm, stay calm. Don't let it ruin your day. Here it is. We could send that, and then we'll be like, that's the issue. This is the problem. I can't believe like my live stream like kept going, but then instead of continuing from the same live stream, they literally like took a whole different like I don't even know this old thumbnail for coding. Imagine people that are like really watching that one too. That would have been crazy. All right, so let me send this to ChatGPT. See what we could do. Says the screen confirms Corsair is locking the next hardware plan. You completed Module 1 to access Module 2 beyond. You must start this after the trial. So you have 3 options. Start the trial. Audit the course. That's what I'm saying. Scroll down the same page until you see a small text. I ain't scrolled all the way down. I don't see. I'm trying to audit the course. I'm trying to audit the course. But where? So go to the specific course page, not the full certificate page. What the hell are they talking about? They're starting to piss me off. They're legitimately starting to piss me off at this point. Because no, I'm where I'm supposed to be. This isn't about getting the certification. This is about getting the free trial. So it's saying go to the specific course page. I'm in the course page. For example, yes, mine says Coursera Learn Technical. Yeah, that's literally where I'm at. What the fuck? Or whatever specific course. On the course page, scroll down a bit until you see a blue enroll for free. Brother, there's no enroll for free button. What does in ChatGPT get? I'm on that page. There is no enroll for free button. Now I'm fighting with ChatGPT and shit. The professional certificate page. So they want me to go specifically to this page. Okay, whatever. I'll click your link if it makes you happy. So mine says, let me see. Mine says go to course. Exactly, that I'm already enrolled. So to switch into the free audit, go to Coursera.org, go to my courses, find the Google IT support, click the 3 dots. What are they? This is scary. What do they want me to click? So I'm already enrolled. Yes, I agree. Fine. So they want me to go to the Coursera dashboard. Find the Google IT support course. Okay, technical support course. I see it right here. Click the 3 dots next to it. Select leave course. Wait, hold on. Because if I leave the course, then hold on. If I leave the course, does module 1 this appear? That's what I'm saying. So what the fuck are they talking about? Why are they trying to make me do some weird shit? I want to keep my courses knowledge. Stay enrolled, don't start free trial. Of course, it's just showing the start free trial message for Module 2, but still lets you open and rewatch Module 1. You can ignore the trial button, don't click it, keep the course in your dashboard in Module 1 progress. You simply don't have to. Copy or save notes. Add audit versions separately. You can enroll in the audit version of the same course without leaving your current one. Yes, what I'm saying. Why are they making that so weird? Maybe they're not understanding? I clicked the link, it sent me nowhere. I'm gonna start fighting with ChatGPT, bro. Under the button, look carefully for audit the course or audit only, no certificate. What are they talking about? Oh wait, am I not even on the right? I'm on technical support fundamentals. Am I even not am I not doing the right one? Oh wow, I don't even think I was on the right certification this whole time. How the hell did I even get on this one? That must have been the link that ChatGPT gave me, and it's clear that I can't accept things from ChatGPT. I'm realizing they're teaching me technical support fundamentals. This isn't even the Google IT support one. Am I tripping? Hold on. They need to send me the link. Send me the link to the Google IT support that gives a discount on the CompTIA A+. Unless they just have something else that's named that, which is strange. Wow. Okay, so now we're gonna go here. This is talking about get started on Coursera IT support. Wow, so this whole time I was literally on the wrong I was literally on the wrong course. I mean, I did learn the beginning stuff. But hold on. So how the hell did I even get that get that confused? Oh no, because it starts with technical support fundamentals. Okay. Never mind. So wait, then that's I don't even know at this point. This is starting to like throw me for a loop. Because apparently I'm not enrolled in it, but I'm enrolled in the other one, but the other one is a part of this one. What are we talking about? Alright, whatever. Let me just so I'm in the right one. Never mind, I'm in the right one, but now they're confusing me because it's saying enroll for free button. Under the button, look carefully for audit the course. There's nothing talking about audit the course. Like my computer, I mean ChatGPT is starting to piss me off, and people think AI is going to be taking over, and they can't even understand what the hell I am saying right now. Like I'm going to lose my mind trying to explain to him what is going on. Oh, he's starting to piss me off. So that's the correct program. Enroll in the IT support professional certification. Complete all the courses. What are we talking? It's like he's forgetting everything that we're trying to do. I want to audit the course. ChatGPT, please, man. I'm trying to study. I am trying to study. Scroll down to the individual courses. Click on one of the courses titles, for example. On that course page, scroll past the free trial button, and you see a small link that says audit the course. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, whatever. Let's try and do what they're saying. Let's click one of these courses. We're gonna click the course details. It's saying underneath the button there should be audit the course. There's no button that says audit the course. They must have got rid of that. And then ChatGPT is just being mental and doesn't know how to tell me. I see no button that says audit the course. All of it is, if you don't see the audit button, Coursera sometimes hides it on professional certificate pages. Try opening the direct link. I keep trying to open this link. I don't even know what the hell is going on. How did Coursera just throw me for a damn loop? I might have to just start studying for something else. Yeah, I might have to do something else for this live stream because I can't even go here, click on one of the course titles, technical supports on that page, scroll past to start free trial. Sometimes it's hidden under more options. I'm very confident that it's not on this screen. I'm very, very confident under more options. I don't even see a more options section. This must have been something that is like gone. Are you sure it's still there in 11/3/2025? I don't know. Maybe they have the wrong date. It says the it's still open. What? Coursera's support article does state that the auditing is possible. When you audit a course, you'll be able to see most of the course material. What are they talking? Then they either really hit this button. And then they keep saying the same dumb shit that's starting to piss me off because it's like, brother, I'm not on the main screen. Look at what I'm sending you. This is why ChatGPT gets me all kinds of messed up. It's like, if we're gonna make AI, could we please make these motherfuckers smarter? Like, this is I'm so sorry, y'all. If y'all are new here, man, I should be studying IT support, but right now I'm having trouble with trying to set up this damn page. So it's kind of annoying. And so it's going to be a little bit harder for me to study, but trust me, I just took a quiz before this, so I guess I'm not too upset if I don't get no studying in, because I did take a quiz and I did pass the quiz and everything went well. I just did it on like the last live stream, but then they kicked me out of that live stream. So at this point, it's like, since I already did the quiz, I guess I'm like happy, but I'm also really annoyed because they're trying to teach me something that or not teach me something, they're trying to show me how to, I guess, like, audit the course so that I wouldn't have to necessarily pay for it, just because paying for this for the month is $50 a month, and I'm like, I don't even think I could put in that much time to where I'll probably be doing this for 3 months. They're gonna take $150 from me? Hell no. I'll only pay that $50 a month unless I know I'm gonna finish it in that month. Crazy. So look for a small link that says audit the course or audit this course, sometimes light gray or small under the text enroll. If you don't see it, click enroll for free first, then it should say it there. Okay, so how about they say this with their chest? Preview the course. They only do wait, hold on. They only do a preview the course, and then they only give you module 1. But then when it comes to module 2, it's like you gotta do the same thing. Okay, so let me see. It lets you audit the course for module 1, but not the rest of the modules. That's corny. They really want your money. Auditing lets you do this. What you cannot or may not access when auditing is graded assignments. But I want to do module 2. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's the point. So there's a way you can work around it, but they just won't tell me. This is why I hate AI. Coursera now locks later modules like module 2 and beyond. They still let you preview module 1 so you can test the course before committing. So here are your choices depending on what you want to do. Use a 7-day free trial strategically. You can start the free trial, finish module 2 and even module 3 if you're quick, then cancel before the weekends. You won't be charged if you cancel on time. You keep all the progress. Just set a reminder on your phone to cancel 1 day before. If you plan ahead, you could probably do 2 to 3 modules within free easily. Okay, yeah, but I can't do that. Coursera still offers financial aid. What the fuck? So you're telling me I gotta for real enroll into this? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to find like a new study website at that point, because that's crazy. I'm not doing no $50 a month knowing damn well it's gonna take way longer than that. Like, what? But that just pissed me off, because I really wanted to study today. Let me see if I can find, I guess, something else that I can end up just studying on. Or maybe let me just F it. I think I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna do what I didn't want to do. But I'm probably just gonna have to change this live stream up, and we're gonna have to end up studying for coding. I could probably do that. Probably turn this live stream into me coding. I don't know, man. This kind of just threw my whole mood off. Really, to the point where, like, I don't even think I want to code for real. But whatever. I guess we could just end up doing this, y'all. My bad. Let me go and just switch the title real quick for my live stream. But at least we still ended up getting the quiz done. I'm just gonna have to figure out now where the hell am I gonna study for this IT support stuff. So I'm not too sure about that. But let me go and switch this title, because I don't wanna leave y'all here with just like, what, 30 minutes of me studying something. Like, I barely even got to study. I only got to just take a quiz. Like, that's so corny. Let me just go and switch this title real quick. I don't even care if it says IT professional. I'm probably gonna have to switch this to, says what you up to. I'm currently, I honestly at this point I don't even know, because I really wanted to do this like Coursera Google IT support thing, but I thought you were able to like audit all the modules, and I guess not. So now I'm kind of stuck between, should I just find somewhere else to study this for now? That's how, you know what, yeah, because I don't want to do coding. I really don't want to do coding right now. Like, that just was not a part of the plan. So let me go in here. Let me look at the modules, and then I'll probably see if I could find somewhere else that could teach me about hardware content, which I guess could make this a little bit better, just in the sense of, let me ask ChatGPT, do they know anywhere else? Real quick. Let me jump back to this screen. Do they know anywhere else where I could learn the hardware section? So give me something for free where I can learn the hardware stuff. This really just threw me off. Like, this just pissed me off in my whole entire day. He said, what do you mean audit the court? Like, see what the modules are? Yes, but I found out that I guess you can only audit the first module, which I didn't know about. I thought you can audit the whole, like, the whole set of modules. So that's kind of annoying, but I guess in the end that is all fine. I just need to see if I can find like another website where I can end up learning what I'm specifically trying to get into, because I don't mind paying for it, but it's just like, I know I want to wait until like I know I can be consistent on it and do like a lot in a day, because then having to do $50 a month is crazy if it's going to take me like 6 months. So I want to make sure that I could plan it before really paying, like getting into that. Let me see. So start with CompTIA's free IT guide for structured learning. I just want to learn about hardware. Why are they making this difficult? No, like hardware. I need to find a good website that teaches about computer hardware in a basic form. It says teaches the inside of computer, building computers, upgrading, troubleshooting. Okay, so maybe that's good. This one says written like an encyclopedia. Says, but super easy to browse and understand. I might do this one actually. And what's good too is I could probably show y'all the screen as well as I learn this. So give me a second just to look over this. And then hopefully we can probably get into all of this computer hardware. Well, honestly, since they didn't even send me directly to it, that gets a little bit confusing. Yeah, maybe let's not do that website. Open this link. That can't even be reached. ChatGPT is starting to like irk me. Straight up. ChatGPT is starting to irk me. So computer hardware for beginners. That's probably the best thing for me to just look up. ChatGPT. I'm gonna find the damn website myself. So this is basic computer hardware stuff. Perfect. Learn the essentials. Oh wait. So this is a free course on Cisco. But is it going to be the same thing where they're going to let me do part of the free course and then have to pay later? Like, it says get started with self-paced. It is free. They do have a module 1 and a module 2. I'm a little scared of those. Do they have assignments? How is Cisco's? Let's get started. Y'all can't see my screen, right? Okay, perfect. Let me see if I can do this, because this is a good course. Because the problem is that I just want to get like a good course that could teach me about hardware. All right, they don't even want to take my Gmail, so F it. Oh, they want me to like make an account, but that already felt like too much. Lets you visually build a PC, select each part. Oh, they have a game about building a PC. I'm gonna break this damn laptop. We don't even got to talk about what is happening right now. Hardware computer for beginners. Let's just go back to what I started with, and let's just click something else. This is a big website talking about it, but I don't know how deep that gets into it. So there's just no courses unless it's a YouTube video online. I don't need computer basics. I need the hardware of a computer, specifically. General overview. Maybe this isn't bad. It says examples of computer hardware, but they don't really give pictures of anything. But maybe this wouldn't be bad to study in. Just to give y'all something of me studying, because I don't know why, like, everything is just going to crap. But here we go. So I found this website. Seems to be a blog where I guess the blog is going to teach. I want this to get off my damn screen. Okay. It's going to teach a little bit about computer hardware. It has the graphics card, PC case, the main board or the motherboard, power supply, the RAM, HDD. My thing is, oh, the CPU's here, the CPU cooler. And I guess the point is that you can end up learning all of this and basically build an actual computer once you get to that point. Now, let's start here. So it's going to give me information about the motherboard, which of course this information is going to be needed. I just wish it was more in like a course-like manner. I'm kind of upset right now, having to like kind of figure out where else to go and like where else to learn things. I could probably learn a lot of it on Allison. That might have to be the wave. Actually, do they have Allison on here? Free online learning. And then what if I looked up computer, like hardware specifically? Introduction to computer hardware and software. How to build your own computer, maintenance. I don't really know which one I would want to start. The basics of computer networking. I can't wait to get into that. Because the thing is this is hardware and software, and so I don't want to start learning something I don't need to learn yet. I just want to focus on hardware. This is how to build your own computer. Maybe I'll learn this one. Let's start on this, and this is free. So let me go and log in real quick, and hopefully I won't get in trouble for showing the screen on this because it's all free. So let me sign up. I think, oh wait, no, actually I think I have an account. And then let me see if this works. Maybe Allison is the wave, because Allison has some free courses on there, so that might have to be the wave. Am I signed in? Is it 03? No, I think it's this. Yeah, I might have to see what account I signed in on with my phone. I might have to see. Or just F it. Let me just do a new account with this account, I guess. gmail.com. It is kind of annoying, y'all. If I knew that this was going to be an issue, I probably would have done this a little bit later. So this email's already been taken, but they won't let me log in. What the hell? Bruh, I'm about to like flip. Why is everything going so wrong right now? Everything's just going so wrong right now. Like, I'm so pissed. It's just unbelievable. And then it's supposed to send me a link. Bruh, I'm going to lose my mind. Are you serious? I'm gonna try and calm down because this is like unheard of right now. Okay, so do this. Stop. Because now everything is starting to piss me off to my core. I've been on live for almost an hour already and I haven't even been able to do nothing. I'm pissed. I'm thoroughly pissed. Let's see how that goes. See if that works. Come on, come on, come on. Social anxiety, what the hell? Oh, because that was what I was studying for fun. How do I get out of this course? So my dashboard. Alright, here we go, here we go. So I want to go and do computer hardware. That's the best thing for me to do here. And finally, y'all, we're going to get to it, hopefully. So they have the basic, the best computer hardware thing. So they have a CompTIA A plus and CompTIA, CompTIA A plus and 2. To, I guess, like, help you teach you that, which is pretty nice. That's why I like this website. So they have computer maintenance and PC building. I think the thing that, just to teach me more about, I guess, hardware, I'm considering probably doing how to build your own PC. They do have an introduction to hardware and software, but I just don't think that's going to be what I need. So let me just do how to build your own PC. Yeah, I should have just went immediately with that. Where is it at? Yeah, let's just start learning this. So I'm going to go switch the screen. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for this because technically it's a free website. So why can't I show y'all what it looks like? So here is the learning outcomes. It says, so categorize your computers into different types of exploring, their main characteristics, describe computer viruses, and including the methods for preventing their attacks on personal computers. Did I switch the screen? Oh yeah, I did. Outline reasons and benefits of building a computer, recall step-by-step procedures of assembling the computer, which I think would be pretty nice. Outline the procedures for installing the computer, the operating systems, and software on a personal computer, and recognize the best approach. So let's end up getting into this. Let's go to the next. With about this is like most of it is a video, so we're probably going to play the video, but just not with any sound. We just want to end up getting the information that comes from it. So, introduction to building a computer and PC. Let's kind of just pause it right here and get the information that we need. Hopefully, like I said, this doesn't end up flagging anything. So we got to get into the hardware, which I'm planning on starting in a new page here. And this isn't going to be too bad. I think this might actually be able to teach me hardware and building a computer very well compared to the other one. I just really wanted to get that IT support thing just to get a discount on, and then be able to get like my first certification there, but that's just going to be too much money to have to pay for on like month by month. Like I just don't think it's worth it. So it says you will learn the basics of a computer and you'll also understand the reasons for building a computer. So I guess we're going to get into things of like what is a computer, which we kind of already went through that, so we can skip that. Types of computers, we could skip that. Characteristics of computer viruses, laptop and other devices, reasons for building a computer. So probably I'm going to have to go to different parts because we already know a good amount of this. What is a computer? Types of computers, yes, we already got that. What exactly do they mean by characteristics? So speed, accuracy, computer viruses. A virus is a very small malicious software that hides in real programs. Does that have anything to do with building a computer though? The virus runs through... Yeah, no, I don't think so. We're probably going to skip that with computer viruses. Trojan horse is a program for a computer. The software claims to do one thing. When you run it, it does harm instead. Trojan horses do not have a way of replicating themselves automatically. A worm is a tiny piece of software that replicates itself using networks. So I feel like I might need to learn this like in the future, but I don't think I'll need to learn about this now. Laptops and other devices, it can easily be carried into places. Okay, so this is just talking about devices, so we can kind of skip this part. Let's go to next. So a computer is... Oh, they're gonna ask me a question. Thanks. Like if I knew, maybe I would have paid attention. That is operated... A computer is a blank system that is operated by commands stored in memory. I don't remember. I don't know. What the hell? I was just sitting here trying to get to the next course. I don't want to answer this. A computer is a blank system. Oh, it's probably operating system. If it's not operating, then I don't know. Refer to the video. Wait, no, please let me just go to the next one. I don't want to read this. Okay. Perfect. I was gonna say, bro, they tried to play me. Because technically we already got all that information. I'm trying to get into the hardware. Alright, perfect. Yes, here we go. We're gonna learn how to build a computer, y'all. We already took the quiz a little bit earlier, but we gotta go and learn how to build this computer. So let me go and take all of this down here. I also want to be able to do this, so real quick. And then I'm going to change this title to "and building a computer." That should be nice. Save that. Let's go back here. So, oh, the video started playing. Hold on. I just want to make sure that we get all this information here. So it starts with a case. Oh my goodness, y'all. I cannot wait to like eventually build a computer from scratch. I do plan on, or not necessarily building a computer from scratch, but I do plan on buying like an older computer and then breaking it apart on live and then kind of trying to see if I could put it back together, or maybe for the first live stream, see if I can like name what each like part is. You know what I mean? I think that would be super cool if I can end up doing that. Just kind of open it up, name each thing. We're finally getting into the hardware on day 7. My bad for all the technical difficulties in the beginning, but we're here. All right, let's go. We got the processor, we got RAM. For some reason, I know what the motherboard looks like, which I think is probably the obvious one. I think I know what a graphics card looks like, hopefully. Not too positive. I know what RAM looks like. But other than that, I don't. Oh, and then obviously the case. That's easy. If we can count that, that's easy. I don't know what the CPU looks like. I feel like I could probably point out the hard drive, but I can't tell you exactly. The optical drive, no. And then the CPU cooler, I don't know if they're talking about like the fan or if they're literally just talking about the CPU. Not too positive, but I guess eventually we're going to get there, and hopefully this course can teach us on how to build a computer. So I'm assuming these are all the main components or topics that will be covered. So let's fast forward this. Here is the case, of course. This is what that looks like. The computer's case is on the exterior, which I honestly don't think I should take notes for this, but I'm also that type of person that just loves to take notes for everything. Just in case, because what if I get asked this question and it's like I can tell you it in person with my eyes, but what if I can't really see it because I need to get used to seeing it on screen? But I think this would be pretty easy. So we got the exterior, and it's essential to match the case to the components that will be placed inside. Okay, okay. Yeah, because I'm just assuming if you put it in a way that it's not supposed to be placed in, it could probably either really just break stuff or it just wouldn't work. Depending. We'll have to see the more that we continue to learn moving forward. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I should be hopping on live every single day to go and learn a bit of IT support, which would be super damn cool. This is placed inside, so that's nice. Now, it says most importantly, match the case to the motherboard in terms of its size. Oh, okay. So that's something. That's something. So match the case. No, yes, but it's gonna be super fun, man, because I really want to, because I think you could find like broken laptops or very cheap resold, like resellable laptops for about like 100 or 200. Obviously, the goal isn't for me to use it, or not laptops, sorry, desktops or computers. The goal is for me to just break it apart, kind of, not literal, but just see what each part is, understand it a little bit more, and then see if I could put it back together, even if it makes the computer work or not, because it probably won't work, because if they're selling it like it's broken, then the case, it probably just means that it's not working. Now it says you can find the size of the motherboard in the stats for that device. Oh, all right, so this is good information. So find the size of the motherboard in the stats for that device. Wow, this is actually super cool, and this is like the whole thing that I was waiting for, is just the breakdown of a computer. I think that's super dope. I wonder if they have on this website, do they have the breakdown for like phones and stuff like that? Because I also wanted to start with phones as well, because since the phones are so smaller, I really wanted to learn how to change those things and do all of that. But that's probably like a whole different type of field, low key. And then also doing computers, you can kind of get paid good. Like if I learned how to make a computer, and I could probably sit there and charge people Obviously, I would have to probably buy all the pieces my damn self, but then I would have to charge them like, yo, I can make you this computer for this amount of money. You know how much people like would pay for that? If there was someone in my area that would pay for that, bruh, I would literally pay them and have them make me a computer. But, there's not enough people that decide to take that into consideration that people would want that. There's actually this person in my area that used to do this back when I was younger, but they used to mod, I think like DS's, mod PS4s, mod this, and they would do it for a nice little price, which was super cool. But nowadays, that's not the case. But it's not because it just really costs a lot of money and it takes a lot of time. So even if someone doesn't really pay you anyway, it's like you put in so much time to make the damn computer. But you probably shouldn't buy no parts until, they really just send you the money. But this is like a good little income source here. That's why I'm trying to learn, just as many things as I could learn, man, because with IT support, eventually I want to get into computer networking, which I think is really like a kind of like a permanent slash stable job, because if you really think about it, even if, let's say we get into the AI talk, let's say even if AI or robots or whatever, technically AI ends up coming into the picture and they start doing the job for people, at the end of the day, all of that is going to have to still be ran on a network. So I think the major jobs that are going to like pop and really grow when AI or, robots end up showing up in this world, I would say would be people, yeah, people who are controlling the networks, but then also too the people who create these stuff. So the engineers, the minds behind it. So it's like if you really want to make sure that you're, skating and you're doing good with like these new technologies coming in, make sure that you are the one running it, if that makes sense, or at least keeping it on the system. So we got the case. So now they're getting a little bit into more detail about the case here. So it's saying other considerations is the efficiency of the internal cooling, which I'm assuming is the fan that you throw in there. And airflow. Oh yes, number of fans. How noisy is it? This often's the downside of having a lot of fans. Yeah, I never really understood that. I knew it was for cooling, but that's pretty good. So we got to make sure we write down these considerations. So we got the efficiency of the internal cooling. I cannot wait, man, to really like buy like a little desktop and break it apart with y'all on live. I think that would just be super cool. Definitely continue tuning in if you are new here, because at some point that live stream will definitely be coming out. And I should be going live every single day to learn a bit more of this IT support. So that would be super dope. So we got number of fans. Let's try that out. For number of fans. Real quick. Damn, my Wi-Fi is still down. Then we gotta do... Oh wait, no it's not. Let me see if it works. Then we gotta do how noisy is it, and I guess the more fans that you have, the more noisy it is. But I'm wondering, because I know some people who have desktops who throw in like 2 fans in there. Is it possible to put in more, or are you only able to do 2? But it's saying, the fact that it's saying number of fans, it's making me think you could put a good amount in there, depending on what you want. So this is a little bit more about the cases. Oh, they have a whole transcript here. I mean, technically they don't need it because they have it all written on the screen. What is picture in picture? Oops, never mind. Let's bring that back. We don't gotta do that. So we got the case, and we're going in the number of drive bays. Today, all computer boxes have at least 2 drive bays. One for the hard drive and another for an optical drive. So if you want more than this, you need to get a box with more than 2 drive bays. Ooh, I like that, man. They're doing pretty good with like teaching it for a free course. I wonder who makes these courses. Maybe it's random people. So we gotta do the number of drive bays here. So today, all computer boxes have at least 2. So then you would just need to find one that has extra. Okay. So all have at least 2. And then you gotta do 1 for the hard drive. I wish, do they kind of have it like circled? Because I'm confused. So, because I thought maybe the drive bays were like this, but then they kind of have it like red here. So are these the drive bays or are these the drive bays? I'm not too sure. They're not really pointing at it, I think, unless I'm just completely tripping where it's at. So you got the hard drive and another for an optical drive. And then the other. So if y'all are either a computer tech or you probably don't even have to be, just someone who made a damn computer. Which one is the drive bay? Is it here or is it talking about here? Cause that shit don't look like no drive bay. How the hell are you gonna put, unless the hard, yeah, because is the hard drive and the optical drive a wire? Like I feel like it would have to be up here. But who knows? So then now we gotta get into the number of port. Oh, that's why it's circling this, because I think it's talking about the USB ports. And yeah, headphones, microphones. So that's probably why. So the hard drive, I mean the big drives are probably up here. Who knows? So now we got the number of ports. Let me go and write that down. This is important. So I'm wondering, like, the more that you have in there, does it run more faster or does it just come down to how expensive it is? Or I guess the quality of it, but it's going to be more expensive, of course. Those would be some questions that I would have that I could postpone, or somebody can end up answering in the chat if y'all know the answer. So we got built-in connections for USB access. Perfection, speakers, headphones, and microphones. Okay. Microphones. And they have firewall, or firewire. What the hell? What the hell is a firewire? Is that important, or is this just something random? It says all boxes have at least a few of these in the front. Okay. My grandfather actually has like a desktop like this, so I wonder if one day should I ever see if I can upgrade it when I get good at, doing this, of course. That would be super dope if I could do that. And then see if he'll pay me. No, I'm just playing. I'm just trying to put pay on like literally everything. Alright, last but not least, it says there's much wiring inside a computer, and if it's not organized or positioned well, you can block the airflow and risk your computer overheating. Oh, I would have never known that. So this is really good for like whoever created this course, man. Y'all are super goated because this is really good. So the wiring has to be set. I wonder, could they get anything wrong in here? Because it's like a free website. Like, can I make a course on here? Or do you really is this just like actual people who've done this? And if it's not organized, so if not organized or positioned well, I think the only downside to this is that I don't think it has like quizzes or assignments. I think it's just like videos that teach you in a way. And what they really are doing is just reading to you what's on the screen, so you don't even have to hear it. It's just gonna say what is on the screen anyway. So I guess that would be the only downside, but that's not too bad comparing. Like, we'll have to see. This is going to be my first time really taking, like, a course on here. And I feel like what I should do after I finish this course is just take, like, a little quiz and see if I'm actually learning. So, computer overheating. Some cases have holes built into them for routing cables, while others leave it up to you to handle everything with twist ties and such. Oh, so that's pretty cool. I wonder, have holes built into them for routing cables. So if I were to buy one, I would probably make sure that it just has holes in it for these cables, because I don't think I'm gonna wanna have to do nothing crazy. So let me write that at the end. Some cases have holes for the routing wires. I honestly, normally looking at people's setups, you don't really see the wires, I feel like, or maybe I'm just not paying attention. It says other than that, you would have to do with twist ties. But maybe I'm not paying attention. But I feel like I never noticed that there was even wires inside of people's desktops. So that's crazy. Like I know there are wires, but I feel like I never saw it. So they probably had holes in there. So I'm sure more people probably try to choose to find that. You said, "Oh, that's a cute case." Hey. Oh, you're talking about this. You're talking about this. No, yes, definitely. Let's fast forward. So now we got the power supply here. Oh, I thought this was just the fan. Is this not just the fan? The power supply along with the cooling fans is a major contributor. So the power supply isn't just the fans, it's a power supply and then I guess the fans happen to be with it. I don't know. It could be this or it could be something else. I mean, this would be a terrible picture if this isn't the power supply. So I'm assuming it's the power supply, maybe just saying here along with the cooling fan is a major contributor, so maybe you put it together. So wires are always hidden down the back panel. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I don't know what they're. Oh, because I guess as you can see here, this is where the wires are. I'm assuming it's not. I think they had to do that. I don't think that was built into the desktop. You said nope. The PSU comes with its own fan. Oh, okay, okay. So then that's good to know. That is good to know. Cause I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't know if this is the fan or if that is the power supply. So let's get into this information about this power supply. Let's get into this. Yeah, I was gonna say because I think there was only like a few things. I'm gonna try and see because I know what the motherboard is. I feel like I know what the processor is, but I'm gonna just wait on that one. I know what the RAM is. I know what the graphics card is. I feel like I get the hard drive and then the CPU cooler. No, I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Everything else, and then obviously I know what the case is. Everything else, when it comes down to the power supply, the processor, and the optical drive and CPU cooler, I don't know what the hell that looks like. But now I'm finally learning, and I think it would be super nice if I could like download these pictures or try to get a picture somewhere so I can kind of make it up in like my own head or for like my own website. I mean, my own documentation of this by trying to get like images to try and get my brain to like understand it. But when I finally buy like a desktop for cheap and then break it open and see if I could find, to be like, like I built, well, you wouldn't say that you built your own computer because technically you took apart a computer. So I would say I took apart a computer, I learned it like front, back, and center, trying to figure out what everything was, and then I put it back together and into completion. Obviously, there's a better way to say that, but I think that would be super cool. He says, so fans are connected externally to the case to draw air and so unhave like a high cold pressure gradient over the components. PC Part Picker is a great Wii site to play on. Okay, that's nice. Does it like help you build computers? Like, is it like a game? Because I seen a website that they're trying to show me like this game where you can kind of put the PC together. If it's like that, I think that would be pretty. I think that would be pretty sick. So cut corners on. Let me know if it's like a game, because I definitely would go check that out. Probably literally right now. So we gotta get this definition though real quick of this power supply. See what this is doing. Is one of the most common elements of a computer system to fail, although not quite as common as the hard drive. What? The power supply is one of the most common elements of a computer system to fail. What is that even saying? Is it trying to say that like it will fail quicker? Is this where I'm gonna have most of my hardware repairs be? Is on my power supply? Is that what it's trying to say? I believe so. That might be what it's trying to get at. Of a computer system to fail. You said it's like shopping for components, but it shows you all the components for each part of a PC build. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably definitely have to check that out. I thought it was like a game because ChatGPT sent me like this link to this game where I guess you just put the computer together, but it also teaches like what each part is. But I mean, I probably could check out that site, but I mean, as of right now, this site is literally teaching. I mean, maybe I could check that site out if I want to see more common things, because I think as of right now, these are like old school, right? This probably isn't what. Maybe the power supply does look like that now, but I feel like I seen definitely a more advanced power supply before, because now I feel like I'm starting to remember what they look like. So it's a hard drive. You said no, the PCU has a very long lifespan. If you're looking for a PCU, look for an 80 plus rated one or a gold rated one because they test on lifespan over thousands of hours. Oh, so then I wonder why it's saying here that it says the power supply is one of the most common elements of a computer system to fail, although not as common as the hard drive. The best thing to do is to choose a top brand and consider your power supply's defining feature. So maybe it's saying if you choose like the wrong brand, it could make your PC fail. Cause now it's saying to choose the best brand for it. So best brand for the power supply. That's super dope. Defining features, and it says you're not skimping on the power supply, so replacing it when you upgrade is not an ideal way to go. You're not skimping on the power supply, so replacing it when you upgrade is not an ideal way to go. The power supply, along with the cooling fans, is a major contributor to the noise your machine generates. So check which power supplies are reported as noisier and which ones are quieter. Oh, okay, that's super cool. So I'm definitely got to make sure I keep a note of that one as well. You said, to be honest, it would put it into perspective. When the power at the wall surges, then you can blow the PCE if you don't have surge protectors. Oh, okay. Okay. You're giving me a lot of knowledge that I don't think they got to teaching me yet. I'm getting hella knowledge right now. I'm getting hella game. So we got the power supply here, along with the cooling fans is the major contributor to noise. So we gotta end up taking that down. Cooling fan. So major contributor to noise. So I guess just call and see if that noise is too much. So perfect. We're going to keep that going. Your machine generates. Alrighty, let's go on to the next. I guess they still have some more stuff coming to the power supply. So your power supply does take AC electricity from your wall socket and convert it into a form your computer can use. I feel like that's what you just kind of told me. Yeah, you said power at the wall surges, then you could blow the PCE. That's so funny. It's like you're telling me like right before they tell me. That's so funny. So the amount of power, say 800 W1s, are the power budget for your build. Just need to know how much power components will need and give yourself some wiggle room with the watts. Hey, that's what's up. That is what's up. So definitely, yeah. So I see there's gonna be a lot of information that I'm gonna have to need if I ever wanted to really build one from scratch. But that's why in my head I'm like, I'd rather just take one apart. I'd rather just buy one, take one apart, put it back together, and then probably keep doing that or doing different ones, and then try to make my own one day. I think that would be super lit. So we got AC electricity from your wall socket and convert it into a form your computer can use. So from your wall socket and convert it. And I'm sure there's also probably YouTube videos that have like a better way of like showing how to build it. So that's why for me, I'm not too upset with the Google IT support thing acting up right now, just because the only reason why I wanted to take it was because for one, it's a certification, but then two, it gives you a bit of a discount to CompTIA A+, but I'm like gonna have to spend more money on the Google support. That it ain't even worth it at that point. So computer can use. When that happens, you'll always lose some power. Okay. And I think that's what you were just talking about when you said that it blows. So when that happens, you will always lose some power. Bammers. And then last but not least, we got no power supply. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. I should be going live every single day to be trying to learn this IT, I guess like IT support or the basics of a computer, just so that I could eventually take this CompTIA A+, but of course I don't have enough information on the basics of a computer, which is why we are on like day 7. So I'm trying to learn the basics of a computer right now, and then eventually we're going to get more into the deeper stuff, and the goal is to try and become a network engineer, and I will be documenting the entire journey. So definitely stick with me, keep watching, and hit that subscribe button. So lastly, we put you always lose some power. Perfect. Well, I mean, I guess that's not a good thing. You said they all follow the same pattern, and that's the trick with this game. It's all patterns. Oh, okay, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool to know. So we got no power supply has 100% efficiency and none ever will because that's physically impossible. Some are more sufficient than others. Most more efficient power supplies tend to be quieter for a given wattage and of course cost less in electricity to run. So that's what you were just talking about. One of them was like 80 or 800 watts. Okay, so that's what you were just getting at too. That's funny. So it's saying power supplies. No power supplies has 100% efficiency. So then that helps me obviously not freak out about finding the right power supply because you can't really get one that is perfect, but you could try to get one damn near, is what it kind of seems like, but it's just impossible to get one that is 100% going to be efficient. So I guess that could have been more or less common sense, but they felt the need to say it, so maybe it's something that people don't really end up knowing about. So we can do impossible. So some are more efficient than others. More efficient power supplies tend to be quieter. So okay, we can go with that. Some are more efficient than others. I'm gonna make my own and sell it. And I'm just playing. Mine's would probably be the slowest. Mine wouldn't even work. I'll be like, yep, $80 or thousands. F that. Like thousands of dollars. Mine wouldn't even work. Some more efficient power supplies tend to be quieter. Some more efficient ones are quieter. So I guess that would probably be my way of understanding. And then like the first power supply I buy is just loud as hell. I'm like, oops, that's my problem. Of course, costs less in electricity. And okay, so that's good. So that's good. Cost less in electricity. That's perfectly fine. Now we can get on to the next part of this. You said, also you need to check the types of pins the power supply gives you because GPUs have different power connectors, etc. So the pins are important. You ideally are looking for 8-pin or 4+4. That would let you run most GPUs. Okay. Oh, did they just give me more? Oh no, it says continue. So we're still going on about the power supplies here. I guess here's where they're showing me what the hell they be doing with the wiring. Cause I'm like, I've never seen the wiring inside of like the desktop. I've literally never seen that before. So they must have just been tossing that. They've been tossing that in the back. So next we need to get into your power supply does take AC electricity from your wall sockets. I already read that. Now we're getting into actually I don't even know what else this is. I'm probably talking about the cables. It says you need to connect your power supply to all the pieces and parts of your computer that make use of the power. This takes cables, and so all power supplies have cables attached to them. You want long ones that can reach your devices where they are located in your case. Understood? Understandable. So yeah, this is more about the wiring aspects of things. And I guess this is how you would connect everything together. Or how you would connect your power supply to all the pieces and parts. Okay, yeah, so basically how you connect everything to the power supply, which now is making sense about why it's called the power supply. Honestly, for some reason I was thinking like the battery. I'm like, so what? This is just what keeps it on. But I'm assuming that would just be called the battery. But also as well, actually it'd probably be called the battery inside of a piece like a laptop. Maybe this is exactly what it is, that it probably does keep the computer on still, but also it keeps everything running. So yeah, because technically if the power supply was turned off, everything would stop running, I'm assuming. So that would mean that it's kind of like it's going to turn it off. So make use of the power, but it's also what literally connects everything together. That's insane. Literally insane. I didn't even know that there was I knew that there was a lot of wiring, but I wonder exactly where do these wirings connect? Like I know it goes straight to the power supply, but then where else are they going? Like are they going into these other parts? Or is it like attaching into other things? But I guess we'll end up learning that a little bit later. It says this takes cable, and so all power supplies have cables attached to them. Okay, so let me just do this. All power supplies, because sometimes they be writing stuff that you do not need to write everything at all. So have cables attached to them. And you want long ones, so I'll say long ones. So it could reach. This is actually really good at teaching about what's going on with these computers. I just hope that they end up showing like better pictures though. Like these pictures are nice, but it would be nice. I probably could find like a video on YouTube though where people actually show the exact spot almost like on any type of device. I did find this YouTube channel that would do that with phones. That was pretty lit. So that's some poor consumer advice. It says P sus have came a long way. Our power supplies is probably what you're talking about. And are generally quite around 20 dB and pretty damn efficient for watt. But that is more on the component side of things. So each motherboard does come with a small nickel dime battery, but that's just in there for the clock on the board. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm like, I think the battery for like a computer and the battery for a desktop is completely different. So we got this here. Now it's also a plus to have modular cables. So do you think this course could be a little bit outdated? I mean, the only thing that it was really trying to say about the power supply is just saying that it wasn't 100% efficient. It wasn't trying to say that they are like the worst. I think it was just saying that you can't really find one that's like perfect, which is just, I think it's just obvious. That's obvious. You can't find one that's perfect. I mean, that's for everything. You can't really find anything that would be like 100% perfect. Or 100% like efficient. Like, of course, something's gonna eventually break at some point. I think that was just the point of what they were saying. So it says ones you need and not have your case cluttered up with these wires. So you can have modular cables so that you can include only the ones you need. Okay. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, because all those wires there, I'm like, there's just no way that has to go into everything. So that is not all moduled. All moduled without. So that is not all cluttered. Now we got this with wires. My bad, y'all. I'm taking notes on my notebook. So now if this doesn't end up getting copyrighted, I'm probably going to continue with a little bit more of these courses. And I'm probably gonna change this camera angle that I have normally up here and show my notebook so y'all can see me taking notes. But I just don't want to do it right now because that would have to be a hassle. It says just watch Linus Tech Tips that prick. Oh, he made me say it. Has tons of self-build videos and does hardware deep drives. Okay, so that's not bad. So I'll definitely have to check out with him. So next we got power supplies. And then there's even more. There are many good power supply brands globally, including Kosar, Scenic, Zippy, Silenex, I think I said that right, Hyper, and others. Look for reviews. Okay, note that many computer cases come with built-in power supplies, so here you have a judgment call because power supplies purchased separately tend to be a bit better than those built into the computer. Ooh, that's nice to know. I didn't know. Actually, I would have just assumed that if I bought a nice computer, my power supply was set. So they really just be trying to play with you. They want you to spend money. That's just straight up what that is. They want you to sit here and spend some dough. I don't really think I want to take a note on anything here except for the last part where it literally says note that. I'm taking that note right there. So many computer cases come with built-in power supplies. In power supply. I wonder if it looks different though. Like, am I tripping? I feel like the power supplies look a little bit different. But maybe it does look exactly like that and I'm just tripping. Here you have a judgment call. So it's better to probably purchase separately. To purchase a new one. And we're just going to leave that on period. If future Marzi doesn't understand that, that's future Marzi's problem. So now we're getting into the motherboard, which I love looking at the motherboard, but I also don't really know too much about the motherboard. I just know what it looks like. I've finally been able to distinct what the motherboard is. Before, that used to be difficult, but now I got it. I remember, like, when I was younger, I remember my brother used to do stuff to his desktop or his motherboard, but I don't remember where the hell he got it from because I don't even think he had a computer. So I wonder, like, he might have just bought it separately and just started playing with it. But I remember all of that. That was crazy. The motherboard is like the downtown area of your machine. Oh, I'm like off camera. So I'll say the downtown area of your machine. Damn, I'm so upset because I meant to do a Bible study yesterday on live stream, but then it ended up just getting really late off of me doing so much of like errands. I had to go shopping, I had to go somewhere else in between that, and we finally got all that done. And by the time I got home, it was already 12. So I was like, oh, I don't want to do like a Bible study stream this late. People are sleeping. So next time, I think when I on Sundays, I'm gonna make sure I do the Bible study stream early at like 12 p.m. or something. I'm really upset that I missed that. Or whatever. I could probably do the Bible study stream on Wednesday and just kind of do that. I think that would be better. And then it can also give me a bit of a break of this IT support because I need to breathe. I've been studying like IT support, especially on these days off, for multiple hours on hours. Really just want to make sure I get a lot of information when it comes to these days off. So that connect everything. If you guys are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I should be studying every single day to try and get a little bit more information about IT so I can eventually become a network engineer. So right now we're getting into the basics of IT. I'm on day 7 and this is somebody who doesn't know anything about IT at all. So definitely keep tuning in. It will be super lit to grow with you. Or if you're just studying something random, you could definitely stick around. I'm gonna, have a lot of personality into this. Miss kind of like drained a little bit today because if y'all seen the first like 30 minutes of the stream, I was struggling trying to set everything up. So then that got me pissed off, and then my first half of my stream ended up turning off because of my internet. It was just a whole bunch of BS started happening. So here are the important things to consider when choosing a motherboard. Okay, so we got that. So this is sockets for processors and circuits. Okay, so that's why I probably don't know what a processor and a circuit looks like. Because it's in the motherboard. I just know what the motherboard is. So we got the socket type. The socket type determines what kind of processor you can use with your motherboard. Oh, and what, it just has a number no matter what? This is always what it looks like? Or is this more old school? Let me know. Let me know, y'all, if this is more old school or if is that really what it looks like. So let me go and write this down. We're gonna go socket type. And my pencil kind of got dull and I left my sharpener in the kitchen. Oh, perfect. This is better. All right, we got socket type determines what kind of processor you can use. So then that's even more crazier. So you really got to like know exactly what works with your computer. That has to be annoying when trying to make a computer, but I guess, of course it makes sense. If I could build a computer from scratch one day, I literally would just jump with glee. I literally would. I would be like, what? That is amazing. And just like I said, imagine being able to say that in an interview when trying to really get into, IT. Oh my goodness, that would be such a good thing to say. I mean, honestly, even if you didn't build the laptop, if you just know how to make one, it's like you can kind of just say like, oh, I built a laptop from scratch, even though you didn't really build one, but just because you know how. That might actually be good in itself as well. I think some people kind of miss that. I mean, it's definitely best to make sure that you actually do make it. But also, too, we have to, like, we could sit there and just say, like, we know how to make it, but say you did. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but that would be lying. But it's like, technically, you know how to make one. So why not say that you did it? So you're gonna do, you're going to be buying, okay. And then it says, and along with a few other things like RAM. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm sure I've seen RAM get put into the motherboard before, so I'm like, what are we talking about? I was like, is RAM considered a processor? But no, so like RAMs and cards. Oh my god, my neck hurts, bro. RAMs and cards determines what programs you can effectively run on your computer. Okay, so then that's good. Determines what you can effectively run on your computer. Then it's a good idea to pick the processor first and choose everything else to accommodate it or make full of use of the capabilities. Okay, that's good information. I love how they always say it at the end. And I'm just somebody where if you didn't say it in the beginning, I'm probably not going to catch on to what's going on. So it's like, okay, so now it's saying it would be a good idea to pick the processor first. So is the processor like the big square? Well, actually, it's probably zoomed in, so it's probably a tiny square. But technically, compared to everything else, it's probably big. Maybe. I mean, I know the RAM could be big too, but I just know what the RAM looks like. So it's a good idea to pick the processor first and choose everything else to accommodate it. Okay, that's nice. A date. The only thing I kind of don't like, and I get it too, because technically this is supposed to be teaching me about how to make the computer. So I feel like they're not really giving me the definition of what these things do. They're just kind of saying what it is a little bit, but then how it would. But I feel like for me, I'm probably gonna have to go back and get a little bit more of these definitions because the only thing I said about the processor is that it's the most critical piece of equipment you're going to be buying. But it's like, what is the processor? What is it actually doing? The same thing with the motherboard, same thing with the power. Well, technically, I think I could assume what the power supply is doing is probably keeping everything running, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what the processor is doing, at least so far. Maybe they get into that information later. You said Raisin range of processors are Boolean also. Oh, I have that, actually. How did I not know that was my processor? I have it literally right here, like on my laptop. It says AMD Raisin or Ryzen, whatever, however you pronounce it. So, hey, that means I got a good processor. Just figured that out. You said we are not on DDR5, which is just light speed, quick for I/O read writes. A CPU is where the logic gates and transistors of the PC, where it does all the system processes. Okay, but what about the processor in itself? What is that? So we got motherboard size. We're gonna get into that right now. Motherboards generally come in 3 sizes. Oh, so I guess now we're going back to the motherboard. So they took me to the processor to then pull me away. Now we're getting back into the motherboard here. So they come in 3 sizes. So motherboards. Alright, so that's good to know too, because I was learning, like, I think I just heard this randomly from somewhere. Or it could have been you, honestly. I don't remember. Actually, no, I don't think it was you. I think it was somebody else. But they were saying something about, like, make sure you pick the right motherboard. I was like, I thought there was only one motherboard. What do you mean? So I'm assuming maybe the sizes is what they are talking about. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I will be hopping on live every single day to learn about IT, just so that one day I could land a network engineering role, which I think would be super cool. But I am a complete beginner, so right now I'm starting with the basics of a computer. But if y'all continue to rock with me, we can definitely get super far, and y'all will see my complete progress all the way up until getting into an IT support specialist or getting into a network engineering role. I have previous content where I documented my web dev journey from day one, and that ended up lasting up to 200 like days, 200 episodes. So that's super super lit, meaning, I have proof, y'all, that I will stay consistent because I've done it before with my web dev journey. And that journey is slowly coming to an end, which is why I'm currently bringing this in with my live streams. But eventually, I plan on IT support also being a part of my main YouTube video content. So don't be surprised if you hit that subscribe button and you see like a web dev video pop up as like a regular video. At some point, maybe next week or in 2 weeks, it should all be like pivoting, and then it will be completely IT support. But the goal for this YouTube channel, though, is to document my journey of learning things. And, like when you see somebody at a certain position, and you're like, damn, I wonder how they got there, right? The point of my channel is to show you exactly that. Now, currently, right now, I would be able to consider myself a web developer. And at some point, I'm going to have my first paying client, which I kind of already have, but I'm just waiting on executing on it. So you could even say that I'm a freelance web developer. So I finally got to where I wanted to be, and I documented the entire journey of me getting there. So this will definitely be the same thing when it comes to the IT support and getting into network engineering. So definitely stick around. I know it's tough when you see like a beginner number and you're like, they're probably not going to last that long. No, trust me, I will. I've done it before when it came to web dev, and I'm going to do it now. And we're just going to keep this pushing onto different topics as well. After we get to the network engineering role, I could probably switch this up and try to do something different and just, that will always be what this channel is. It's just my journey and documenting day zero all the way up until day whatever. So definitely hit that subscribe button. You said it allocates the processor itself is the brain of the system. It allocates processes and threads to applications to run. Oh, okay, I see that. So picking MBS is down to the socket shape of the CPU you're using. Intel changes their CPU sockets every 2 to 4 generations. Oh, okay, that's pretty dope. Great job, you're doing great. This game is all about perseverance. No, yes, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, so let's keep this pushing. So we got the motherboard, we got the external ports. This is the motherboard? I thought the motherboard, unless this is like the back side of the motherboard. What the hell? Am I tripping? That maybe I don't know what the hell the motherboard is. So let's get into the external ports here. And I guess this is just going to teach me about whatever the hell is on here. So your motherboard will have some ports for external connections. Some of these may be specific, like the USB, while others may accommodate different plugins. Oh my goodness. Like, this will be something new. If this right here, you said right, bedtime, keep up the hustle. Hey, thank you so much, man. See you later, man. It says, while others may accommodate different plugin cards, you should have a good idea of how many ports you want to have given what you want in your computer to do. So as a general rule, the more the better. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I just would want a lot. Like, I hate the fact that even like my laptop on the side has only a little bit of ports. Even though I'm probably not gonna use it, it just bothers me. Because like, what if I want another USB? You're telling me I can't get it? That's corny. But, so, obviously this is a desktop though. So it says, if you have ports and slots that you aren't using, that isn't a problem, and you may find use for them later on. Unused ports represent upgraded potential. Alright, so that's super dope. So your motherboard will have some ports for external connections, some of these being the USB, while others may accommodate different plugins. You should have a good idea of how many ports you want. So maybe the point here, I'm just trying to take a little bit of what I need to know and not write down everything. So I'm just going to do some of these examples of the USB ports, and then probably going to write down to get more examples. So etc. And then while others may accommodate different plugins, like the PCI slots. All right, that's super cool. So I'm definitely have to look into these. It says you should have a good idea of how many ports you want. So, and I'm gonna say the more ports, normally the better. Okay, that's helpful. The more ports, the better. And then, what else were we just getting into? The more ports, the better. And it says if you have ports and slots that you aren't using, that isn't a problem. You may find use for them later on. So yes, I'm just going to leave it like that for the external ports. That's not bad. I just can't believe this was a part of the motherboard. So what, is that like at the bottom? Because I just always thought that was something completely different. Hey, we're finally getting into the RAM. See, I was able to call it immediately. I remember RAM like the back of my hand, bruh. Like the back of my hand. So we're going to get into the amount of RAM. I think you could put 4 in, but some people would put 1, and I forgot what the order is. I think it's like, it's 1 and 3 if you put 2. I remember, something like that. Or is it 2 and 4? I don't know. But we'll end up getting into that. So that's super dope that I'm finally learning about this. Because there's a bunch of YouTube channels that teach a lot of this. Maybe even a little bit more better. But I'm more of like a note taker. I like to take notes and then I like to see it. Because then otherwise, even if I'm looking at it, one person might be able to explain it better than the next person, and then that might confuse me. So I rather just take notes myself first. So 2 things to determine how powerful your machine is and what it can run in terms of software and what speed. So, okay, 2 things. Determine how powerful it is, which I'm assuming is the processor and the RAM. These is the processor speed and how the RAM is installed. Or how much RAM is installed, okay. Oh, so that's why my laptop here, I think it only has a little bit of RAM installed. So that would have to be something I need to like upgrade or something I would need to do if it ever gets too crazy. But I think it's pretty powerful in itself, and I don't really use my laptop for anything. But no, yeah, I'm just so happy to be just so finally getting into what I've always been interested in. Like ever since I was younger, I love tech, but I just never pursued it because I didn't know where to start. And I feel like now that I'm older and I kind of understand like which path I want to go and what I need to learn, and ChatGPT is a really good, like mentor in a way of like trying to tell you where to go, how to start, yada yada. And I'm very happy to have just ran into like these courses or knowing what to exactly look up, because at that time I had no clue, and I think this is like the best time for me to be learning everything that I'm trying to get into. So one of these is the processor speed and the other is how much RAM is installed. So we got to write that down. So one is the processor speed, and then we got to go two is how much RAM. So is it just automatically good if you fill up all four then? Is what I'm wondering. Probably, because if it's saying how much RAM is installed, then probably filling up all four is crazy, but does it cost money? Like what? So how much RAM it has installed. Oh my goodness, I have something in my eye. Sorry if it looks like I'm crying. Trust me, I'm not. I don't know what the hell that was. Something legitimately flew in my eye. It says your motherboard will have a limit on the amount of RAM it can support. Okay, that's pretty. Oh, so you got to get a good motherboard. Wow, that's pretty good that they just told me that, because that would have made me overpower my laptop. I would have bought four RAMs and been like, or my computer. I mean, but yes, my computer, my desktop. I would have been like, four RAMs. Let's do this. Unless it's saying that the motherboard will have, because it probably wouldn't have four if it can't take four. Limit on the amount of RAM. So let's see, it can support. It can support. You will want a motherboard that will support the entire RAM you want to install. Okay, perfect. So then that's pretty good. Let's go on to the next one. Then we're getting a lot of information here. Are they able to get through? Oh, now we're going to get more into the definition of the processor, so that's good. These motherboards have to be old school, because what is going on? There's no way this is what this looks like currently. Unless I'm too busy just looking at a laptop. Actually, now that I think about it, I do be looking at laptop motherboards over looking at computers. So that's probably why I'm like shocked at what I'm seeing. Or maybe this could really just be outdated, an outdated course. But they're not really saying anything of like, by this particular one. It's like, it's just really mainly talking about what each thing needs. So even if it's outdated, it's like, I'm sure they didn't make a new machine or something and they're like, this is gonna run computers. Like, no. So this establishes the number of internal hard drives and optical drives you can have. All motherboards support at least one hard drive and one optical drive. Many support more than this. This is of concern, of course, only if you plan on having multiple hard drives. Okay, so we can take the note of this. So all motherboards. I cannot wait, man. I'm just so like thinking of the future when it comes to this, and I just get so much happiness and so much joy, and I'm so happy that I'm able to just live stream this to y'all of me, pretty much just studying and learning this. Super damn fun to be doing right now. I wish I didn't have like many issues when it came to trying to run this, but that's alright. It says many support more than this. Many support more. So then I guess the goal would just be to, yeah, that's probably what the goal is gonna be. But yeah, man, like I YouTube is just one of the, I want to say, the best like platforms. Or I mean, I guess you could really just do this on any platform. But I feel like when YouTube, when you aren't doing it for money and you're simply just doing it because you love making content and you just have fun and it feels like so freeing for you, I feel like you always get to a point where, it just, it's just, I don't know, you just feel so free. I think the problem is that when you start making money off of YouTube, you do start getting so stuck on like the views and what will go viral and yada yada. Like, I just want this, I want that. But nope, like when you are just in those beginning stages, like that's why I'm kind of afraid for this channel to ever blow up if it ever did, is because it's like it would be kind of crazy if like one topic is doing a lot better than another topic, and then you're gonna always have that urge of like, damn, should I just go back to that topic or should I stay here? And I feel like with the content, it's just super cool that you, for one, with YouTube, you kind of run everything on your own, but especially when you're not getting paid for it, man, you literally just do it for fun. And I think that's where the most fun comes from YouTube. If you ever listen to YouTubers, a lot of their, sadness comes from the fact that they have to make content that they think people would watch. And I just love the fact that I get to just do whatever I want to do. Like, I don't care about that at all. And my channel is monetized. So it's like I could sit here and if I wanted to try to go crazy with content, which that would never be the case, number one, because even so, I doubt YouTube would even push out my content as much for it to go viral. I had like one viral video and then that was it. But it's like, I love the fact that you could just, you could pretty much just do whatever you want, man. Sit on camera, have fun, have a blast. And you could tell the people that get controlled by the money aspect of things, you can just tell in their content. It's like, just do what you have fun with. Work a job on the side. Like, I literally work a full-blown job. Like, I don't need YouTube to sit there and pay the bills. But when you try to rely on YouTube like that, that's when you kind of start selling your soul. Like, if you really look at the definition of selling your soul, it's like putting yourself in a place that you don't want to be. You probably even feel uncomfortable, but you're literally just doing it for the thought of money. That's literally like what that is. So if you really pay attention to a lot of YouTubers who are freaking out and they're like, you could tell in their content that they're trying to go viral, it's like, bro, you're literally trying to sell your soul for $1. It's like, just do what you want. Do what you want. And if what you want is obviously getting you paid, then that's pretty dope. I'm not going to say you're selling your soul then. But it's like, if you sit there and you start doing stuff that's literally for money, like, come on. That's just evil. Straight evil. So it says the processor is the computer's main microchip, often referred to as the brains. Okay, so that's what Fuzzy Bear was just telling me about. So that's pretty good that that he said that. That's actually really dope. You got it right on point. Is the brain of the computer. What was the last thing I wanted? There are clock speed and the number of cores. Your processor's clock speed determines the numbers. And I think you said the clock speed has a battery. Determines the number of instruction a single core can carry out in 1 second. It represents how fast anyone's processing core is. So we can get that down pat. By the way, if you are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. I will be documenting every single day of me learning IT support with the goal to become a network engineer. So we pretty lit. So if you can't stick around as of right now with the stream, you can definitely hit that sub button and catch me on tomorrow's stream, which should be at 12 p.m. EST. So then that would be good. I'm sure some people can end up making it, hopefully. That's pretty lit. So definitely come in, tune in then, because hey, we're gonna be going crazy, and we're still going crazy right now. So if y'all want to stay or stick around, I just feel like my energy is just kind of off because the first like 30 minutes of this stream, I was going through it trying to like start the damn stream. So my energy isn't normally like this every day, and I feel like I'm a little bit more talkative. And I know I've been talking, but I feel like I've just been feels more of like a podcast where I'm just like yapping, and then y'all send me topics to talk about and stuff like that, and it's pretty lit when we do it a little bit earlier and when I have more energy. But yeah, definitely just tune on this journey. Even if you're not following in on IT, this is like one of those things where you're gonna see somebody who is documenting from day 1. As of right now, we're on day 7, so you'll be catching me hella early, which is why you should hit that sub button. But it's gonna be one of those journeys where when I finally get there, and then we can literally look back and see all the progress that I made on these live streams and on the content. So I think that would be pretty dope. That would be legitimately so cool. But yeah, man, YouTube is just such a great platform to be able to just do whatever you currently want to do. I do want to do like cross streaming and stream on Twitch as well, just to try and get myself out there a little bit more. but it's all in good fun, man. It's all in good fun. It says the number of cores tells you how many processes can be going on simultaneously. Oh my goodness. This is like super cool too, especially with what I'm learning. And I really have a real big dream of just becoming a network engineer. And I'm not even sure exactly what they do. I just know that they maintain networks, and that involves like switches, and it involves routers and stuff like that. But to the core of things, I'm not sure how that goes, but I just know that I'm gonna have a blast doing it. And on top of that, it's a pretty good like career. It has a pretty good cap pay. Um and I think it's somewhat stable-ish, you know? Like I know some people, they think tech, especially with a lot of the tech layoffs, they're like, "Oh, tech isn't stable." But in a way, if you really think about it, if AI and these robots or whatever are going to be popping in, it's really, you're gonna for one need people who can, are like technicians who can of course run these things, who can keep them on the network, who can keep them going behind the scenes, whether that's with coding or as in the network, right? Because a lot of these robots are going to have to be on a network, so you're going to need a network engineer. So that's how you can kind of fit in when AI comes in. But then also too, your maintenance wouldn't be a bad thing neither, because let's say if these like robots or these robotic machines are coming in, having somebody be there to have to fix them when they break down, it's like you can't have AI fix AI. That's always like my biggest thing. It's like there's no way they're gonna have like a robot that can fix another robot, because then it just wouldn't work, because then when that robot breaks, who the hell is fixing that one? And we just gonna have another one? Like, what the hell is going to happen there? So at the end of the day, there's always going to have to be people for that. So whether or not you want to learn about like the engineering side of things or the technician side of things, you can kind of fit right in when it comes with AI. And that, for one, isn't why I'm learning this, but it is a good reason of why I'm continuing to learn it, because I don't think it's going to be one of those careers that get like dropped off. I think the people that kind of get let go from these places are people who got comfortable and they probably weren't bringing anything to the team. Or even if you were someone who was bringing something to the team, maybe they were doing cuts for like financial needs and you probably were getting paid a little bit too much. But once you land that networking role, you're kind of set to kind of jump from any place else, like to go to networking here, networking there. And that's what a lot of people end up doing when they do get into these fields, is that they literally just sit there and they kind of just jump from like career to career based on the pay. And I think some people just don't want to do that, and then that ends up resulting in people getting let go or feeling like they have nowhere else to go. But it's like you kind of just have to think a little bit further into things. So says programs that can use multiple cores at once are especially great for multitasking. If you want, you can use such programs. You'll want a dual or quad core processor. Okay, so we're going to write that down. So programs that can use multiple cores at once, great for multitasking. You want a dual or a quad core. So then that's pretty good. That's pretty dope. Can use. But yeah, so I just think like this networking thing is perfect. And then also too, especially if people are really afraid of AI, because I hear a lot of people talking about it nowadays. Healthcare isn't a bad option as well, because there's obviously going to be urgent cares, there's going to be dental doctor offices, and there's going to be hospitals, right? You're always going to have somewhere to kind of fit in anyway. So it's like just end up getting into healthcare and you kind of could be all set at the end of the day if you're really petrified about a career. I know some people aren't like passionate about that stuff. I'm one of them. Like, I'm more passionate about tech. But if push came to shove and it's like I need a job, things are happening, I'm definitely gonna pursue healthcare. F that, because that probably would have to be, the wave. But with the way like AI is, I think some people, are kind of not overhyping it, because AI can definitely be big, but I think it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe like in the next couple of years, because even with the AI videos and how some people can't even tell that it's real, if you really pay attention to it, like imagine if they made a video like that of off of AI content for a 30-minute video. Like imagine. You're telling me for 30 minutes, you're telling me you're not going to be able to, at least in the first minute, realize that it's AI. Like, I think the only reason why YouTube Shorts, you can get kind of caught up and be like, oh shoot, that was AI, you can only get caught up because it happened so quick. You know what I'm saying? It happened so quick, it happened so fast. But if you were to do like a video of 30 minutes straight, or even like ask ChatGPT or just like any AI type of website, and you ask them like, oh, do this, do that, do this, like the more that you keep going, the more that they can't do it anymore. So then it's like AI isn't even where it should be. Like I think it should be further the way that the AI is moving, but telling y'all AI isn't that hype yet. Yet. It's definitely gonna get there, but yet. But that's why we gotta learn careers that are going to be good for, working with AI. Because in the end, AI is coming. You can't avoid it. You can't try to stop it. And the people that try to do that, they're sadly gonna be the ones who get left behind because there's just not enough people. And I'm pretty sure maybe the government is also pushing AI in itself. So it's like, because they probably have their money all invested into that. Like, just because they know AI is going to be popping, people are going to get super sucked into that. So, definitely it's going to come. There's no stopping it. You just got to learn how to work with it. Learn how could you fit in when AI enters this world is really the biggest goal. And like I said, healthcare is a huge one because they're not gonna, I mean, I would hope they don't let a robot operate on somebody. I don't even think we're at that point. We're more at the technology side of things. I mean, well, that is technology, but like the online side of things of AI. I would hope they're not out here about to let robots perform surgeries. It depends on that robot's like, if they had robots performing surgeries, it would depend on how many surgeries that robot has done and what is his efficiency record, okay? Because I would need to see that. I might prefer a robot over a doctor. It just depends on how they're moving. It depends. So, however, that may change in the future. It says for gaming, clock speed is more important than the number of cores, as most of video game software is not written to use more than one. So, however, that may change in the future. Bruh, I can't speak. Future, most processors come with a cooling fan as part of the package. OEM processors don't, so if you buy, oh my gosh, did I forget my soda? Oh no, never mind. So if you choose a processor with that brand, you'll need to buy a separate cooler to go with it. The only real consideration is doing that is to buy one that will work with the processor you choose, and the coolers spell out what they work with up front. They gave me too much information here, because what the hell is the OEM? I mean, oh, well, I guess it's a processor. But they could have gone into detail. Most processors come with a cooling fan. So let me start there. Most processors come with a cooling fan. So that's super crazy. I didn't know that the processor... Well, actually, yeah, because the processor is like the brain of the computer, but like what would they call the power supply, the heart? Is it like if that turns off, the computer dies or something? I don't know. Maybe they don't even get that deep and I just said something random. Y'all, but when GTA 6 comes out, I know this was such a random, like, topic. I'm literally going to be out of work for weeks. Okay, maybe like, it depends on how long it takes to finish the story mode. I do not care about online. I'm not one of those people. I feel like too many people who are bums and don't have to go. Okay, let me stop because maybe some people do it full time. But people who don't have to go to work and they just grind out on like GTA 6 just to get all the big stuff and do this and do that. That like is annoying. That pisses me off because then it just makes the game not fun. And every game has that, which is why I never play online because it's like you can never hop online for a game. And oh my goodness, what the hell? What's going on with my voice? But you can never just hop online for a game and like nothing is just OP. It's like you're always playing with people who played for way longer, doing this, doing that. It's like I hate online for video games. That is something else. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I will be documenting this journey of learning IT and building a computer and all of that every single day, so this channel will definitely be great to stick around on. And also too, the goal is to become a network engineer, so hit that subscribe button. I will be doing everything that I can to eventually get there. And right now we are learning about building a computer, and earlier we had finished our first assignment, so our first graded quiz, which was super lit, and I got a 92 on it, which ain't bad at all. Would have loved 100, but it was only off by like a couple points. It was like I think 3.8. It was weird. Oh, they bruh. So, no, yeah. So when GTA 6 comes out, I'm definitely gonna be out playing the game for about like a week or two, just because I want to finish the story mode. I've always been a story mode type of person, and I know you need a lot of time to finish it, guaranteed. But then after that, I'm done. I will go back to work. Imagine telling my supervisor I will be taking this off all the way up until now. But no, seriously, like I really think when that game comes out, it's gonna be like the biggest like mass call out of the century because or well, I wouldn't call it out. I would request. I gotta make sure I say that. I would request the days off, and I would literally just play the game. I'm actually considering trying to request it hella early, because if our supervisor sees that all of us, well, most of us aren't even like younger. A lot of us are older, so I doubt those older people are gonna call out or anything, or like more like the girly girls, like they're not gonna call out. But me and a couple of the boys in our machine, I can already tell we're gonna be gone. We are gonna be gone, and we are gonna be playing that damn game. And I just want to finish that story mode because I played GTA 5 story mode over and over for however many years it's been out. I would probably say I played the story mode. Like, if I'm really addicted to it, I probably would have played the story mode over and over again, maybe like 5 times in a year. But when I'm not really addicted to it, I'll probably say 3 times in a year. Like I've always loved just replaying that story mode. So once we get a new one, bruh, I'm gonna be on all on that. All on that. That's gonna be crazy. Ain't no way I'm going to work and then having to learn and then having to do that. No. No, no, no. I'm playing that game. And it might be childish, but that might be like the one and only game that I would ever do that for. I just refuse. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who know damn well they're going to be doing the same thing. So we got work with up front. So we finished everything here about this processor, about the cooling fan, and that you would want to buy one that will work with the processor. Wait, buy what? Is doing that is to buy one that will work with the processor you choose, and the cooler spell out what they work with up front. Okay. Wait, are they talking about these numbers here, or am I tripping? Maybe I'm tripping. Hold on. Maybe I'm tripping. So let's get a little bit more deeper. So here is talking about the RAM, which I love because that's the one thing I know how to install. Yes, I've never done it before, but it looked easy. So I know some people get scared because if you pop it down too hard, you kind of think you feel it feels like you could break it. But I heard you go to until you hear that click. Okay, you go until you hear that click. That's not breaking it. It's just a click. So that's all I really know when it comes to RAM. But RAM is looks super easy to install. Number one, I haven't done it before, but when I do buy a computer, y'all, one of these days, that's why I keep saying stick with me on these live streams. Because at some point, when I end up finishing like this hardware section and I feel really confident, I am going to buy a laptop, whether it's going to be, a computer, whether it's going to be really cheap or if it's just going to be a broken one, who cares, right? Either way, the goal is to break it apart, put it back together, and I think that's going to be a stupid cool thing to put on my resume. That, like, I know how to build a computer. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be crazy. Especially, too, if I'm trying to get into, like, tier 2 um, help desk, but I would prefer to just be in help desk and then try to see if I can immediately transition to networking. I don't mind paying my dues in help desk. I don't know why people don't like working in help desk. I don't. Maybe the only thing could be is that they probably have like a better job somewhere else. Because this is what my mindset is like I have a better job somewhere else, so I don't want to have to quit my better job to then work a help desk position, and then however long it's gonna take for me to get into networking, that's what I gotta bank on. Like I'm like I don't know. I have bills that I gotta pay, and help desk pay isn't gonna help with that. Okay, so I'm going to need to figure out how I would want to do that, which my goal is I think I'm just going to work a help desk position for about 6 to 3 months. And then I'm really going to grind like hard on learning, getting the network certifications you need. And then I'm going to try to build projects that involve networks, whether or not I actually physically build it, or maybe I could look up how to build it and then kind of take that to my interview. Um, I think that would be super lit, and I think I could definitely get into that, especially where I want to work. I think it's going to be pretty easy to get into that position. But then on top of that too, the place that I really do want to get into, it has a cybersecurity team, and cybersecurity is like a dream of mine. Like it's a dream, but I definitely do think it's still achievable, but it is a dream. And it has a cybersecurity team, and a lot of cybersecurity has to do with security one, but then it also has to do with networks. So it's like if I'm really good with networks and then I'm obviously in a network engineering role, I kind of have an upper hand when it comes to trying to because they're going to offer those positions. I can try to apply for it. Hopefully I know some people, talk my way into it, have my experience. I think that'll be pretty lit, and I think I'll be doing pretty well, man. I think oh my goodness, that would just be super like stupid, bro. Like I can't wait to end up getting into all of this. I love me some tech. I love me some damn tech. So we got motherboard here. And then last but not least, I'm wondering how long have I even been alive for? I've kind of just been chilling here with y'all. So we got the motherboard. Also, of course, you'll want to have enough RAM to do the things you want to do your computer to do. So let me take that down. I kind of wanted to get off when I finish this course, but it's taking a minute. I might just end up yapping it up with y'all. But I'm so happy with the amount of stuff that I just learned today. We learned about the processors, we learned about the RAM. I learned that the processors, I believe, is the brain of the computer. The RAM is kind of I'm not sure exactly what it does. I don't know if it's like the usage of the laptop and it like helps with the usage of it, or is it more like a uh not a graphics thing, but like a speed thing. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's how smooth the computer runs, but I am learning about stuff like that, and I think I've got a pretty good amount of information. Even the same thing for like the motherboard. By the way, if you're new here, man, hit that like button definitely so you can get the stream pushed out to other people. That would definitely be helpful for me. Um, what was I just about to do? So I think I was just writing about the RAM. So computer to do says RAM is also sold in sticks. Each 4, 8, or 16 gigabyte. Oh, I'm like 4 or 8. I'm like, damn. But no, they're talking about gigabytes. Okay, okay. And I think that could be really expensive because I remember when it came to ordering my laptop, I had to pick like how much RAM I wanted or how much CPU. It was like different stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, I don't know nothing about this. But granted, I still picked a pretty good laptop for not knowing anything about a laptop. This is probably one of the best laptops I've ever had. And I'm so used to like buying stuff and it running so poorly. So the fact that it was running really good is just super, super amazing. The RAM is sold in sticks that are each 4. So that are each 4, 8, or 16 gigabytes, which is super dope. Damn, I'm starting to get low-key tired, but I have a lot of stuff that I need to get done today, so I cannot sleep after this. Your motherboard will support either dual or triple channels. Okay, use 2 sticks, so you'll want to buy RAM. Okay, so then that's going to be pretty good. Let's finish this up here. Your motherboard will support either dual or triple channels. Right, that's pretty good to know. Support dual or triple channels. Okay. So far, I think I could install a couple of these things. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm just so thinking in the future and just getting super, super excited. 2 sticks. So you'll want to buy RAM in 2 or 3 sets in case of triple channels. So I'll say here in case of triple channels, buy RAM. Ow, my finger still hurts, by the way. But I don't know if y'all are new or if y'all have been here for a minute, but I ended up like messing up my thumb recently just at work doing something stupid. And honestly, it was crazy. It's like I was working really hard and I told myself like, "Oh, you're working hard for God." And I literally like hurt the hell out of my thumb, and it's to the point where I really am considering that I did dislocate it, but I haven't like I've been icing it but I haven't been icing it as much as I feel like I should have been. Because I'm always like just up and doing stuff, and then when I do ice it, it gets super cold, so then I'll take my hand off it, and then somehow I'm falling asleep, and it's like, oops, I forgot to ice it. So I really got to make sure that I ice it a lot more today, or right before going to sleep, because I got to go to work tomorrow, and if it's still kind of popped out like this, I'm considering calling out and just going to the hospital. I already have a work note to take today off, but I was just going to show up anyway, hoping that my hand wouldn't still hurt, but it hurts like hell, like even if I try to pick something up. So I really think I need like an x-ray on my hand. I believe I could have fractured, or it could be like a minor fracture like right here, or I could have did like a minor dislocation. And for some reason they didn't want to give me an x-ray. You know how doctors be, y'all. Like they just be trying to like legitimately play with y'all. Alright, so now we're getting into the graphic cards of things, which I believe the graphics card hopefully speaks for itself. I believe it's for the graphics. I'm assuming it's for games. I don't know if you could use it for anything else, but I've always assumed it was for a video game. Every time you want to have better graphics, buy a better graphics card is the goal. So that's why I kind of relate that to that. So there's a lot of motherboards have, oh, that's what the graphics cards look like? Because I would have never guessed. Built into them, just about all motherboards have built-in sound cards. Whether you want to use external graphics or sound cards depends on what you plan on doing. Okay, so the only good thing about me knowing that a lot of this is like built into it is like when I do buy a computer and I break it apart and try to like pick it out myself, like okay, this is the graphics card, this is this. At least I know it comes with the computer. Because imagine I'm just like trying to look for it and it's like none of this is inside of here. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I gotta buy all of this? Like, what? I'm sure that there's probably people on eBay who sell computers, but they don't sell like the pieces for it. So it's probably like you can build it technically yourself, but they sold that part. But at that point, you might as well just build it yourself. But no, yeah, so I think I really messed up my hand. I believe I have like a minor fracture or a minor dislocation. And I don't know what the hell is going on. They did not want to give me an x-ray. They did tell me to come back, which I'm kind of want to go back there only based on the fact that, you know, um only based on the fact that hospitals take a lot longer, and I'm just going to really be upset cuz it's not like life threatening. Like I'm not going to die off of my hand. So I hate the fact that I'm going to have to sit there for hours just for them to take me in and then probably even also not want to do an x-ray. So it's like I'm really gonna have to push it to them. And I just think that is just so super annoying to have to do. So I'm like, I feel like I'd rather just go back to this urgent care, tell them, you know, it's been 3 days, my hand still hurts, I need an x-ray. Straight up. I don't know why she didn't want to give me an x-ray. I feel like she just didn't want to do her job. Well, let me stop because if I wake up tomorrow after icing my hand and then my hand is fine, I'm gonna feel super bad that I said that. But I honestly hurt my hand, I want to say about 5 to 6 days ago now. I don't know because I be working like nights when I do overtime. So I don't know how many days I don't know how many days went by. It could have honestly been less or more. But it's about to be a whole week and like my hand is visibly like still the bone's still popping out. It still hurts when I try to pick things up. Like it definitely has less pain, but I feel like with the bone popping out and it even having a little bit of pain still makes me think that something could be wrong because you could fracture your finger and then stop feeling pain after a while. My dad used to have that when he was still alive. He used to have like his knuckle was here and it was kind of and it popped back like all the way to over here and he was like, you know, it hurt him for a while, but then he never went to the doctor for it and it just kind of stopped hurting. So I'm like, the pain isn't gonna only be the signifier that I have like something popped out of my hand. So I don't know. I think that's like where it gets a little bit scary because I really hope that something isn't wrong with it. Or imagine like if I took too long, which I went to urgent care, but they played me, and like imagine they have to re-break my hand just to fix. Well, if it's a fracture, they wouldn't re-break it, but if maybe if it was a dislocate, I forget how that works. If it's a fracture, do they re-break it? I don't remember, but there's sometimes where they might have to re-break it just to fix it. But I think if it's minor, I doubt they have to re-break it. I think if it's like fully broken, which is clearly not fully broken because I can move my thumb and stuff. So it's like it's not fully broken. It's just when I come this way, like that feels fine. When I go this way, I feel a lot of tension like along this whole entire thing. Like it's just super painful. And then literally too, I know on camera it doesn't look like it, but it legitimately pops out. Like it's popping out. This bone right here is popping out. It's popping out right here. And it's super painful, but guess apparently we don't need an x-ray. So check the requirements and recommendations for the game or video or graphics software you want to run and make sure you set the graphics card that meets those recommendations. So it's saying check gaming recommendations and make sure the graphics card meets it, I guess. So we have to make sure it meets the requirements. Okay, that's pretty cool. I would have never, I mean, I think I would have known. I think I would have known that because I definitely was looking into graphics cards recently. So let's continue moving. Did they have anything else? Yeah, no. So now we got the graphics card. They have AMD and then they have NVIDIA, I think is how you pronounce it. My laptop right now, if I read it, it says I have an AMD Ryzen, something like that. But then it also says that I have the NVIDIA G4. So I'm wondering, do I just have both of these graphics cards, or because I thought the AMD was a processor, but it's a graphics card. So now that's a little bit confusing. You said, have you gotten the JS cert you were aiming for? Not yet. I'm actually really close. I still have one more course to get done, which I got to do today. And then last but not least, I'm going to have the 5 projects left, and I'm going to be having YouTube videos coming out all week about those 5 projects that they want me to do. And so hopefully by next week or the week after, I should have my JavaScript certification, which I cannot wait for. We're going to be banking on that very soon. And then I can finally go and transfer into completely IT support, which would be great. He said Ryzen is a CPU and NVIDIA is a GPU. So, AMD does both CPU and graphics card. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, 'cause they said that the AMD Ryzen was a processor, but then now it's talking about it here as a graphics card, so I was confused. So I guess they can fit into both. So that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I wonder, is mine's pretty strong? I feel like mine's could probably be strong. And my laptop be running smooth. The only thing about this laptop, but I can't say whether or not it is the laptop or if it's me, but is the fact that I feel like it dies often. But then again, I'm always doing something that makes it die. Because like obviously I'm either streaming, so it's like I'm gonna need the charger to be plugged in. And then even if I'm not streaming, I'm probably like recording or screen recording, and then boom, my laptop dies. I'm like, I don't know if the laptop itself has a bad battery or if it's literally just the stuff that I'm doing. So it'd be funny. You said in Intel 2, guess this course is made before they got into GPUs. Oh, maybe this is an older core. No, because I think they do talk about they're gonna. Oh, you know what? I think you might be right. I think you might be right because let me see if they talk about GPUs. Oh yeah, you know what? This probably is more of an older course because I don't think it's going to talk about a GPU. That's funny. So I'm probably just learning about some old stuff that I don't need to know yet. I mean, well, technically wouldn't need to know until the GPUs. So it says there are also 2 leading graphic card companies, which would be the AMD. Now, I doubt it's going to affect my learning. I just think the problem is whatever the GPU ends up replacing, or if it just ends up getting added into it, I feel like wherever that ends up fitting into, I think at the end they definitely gave good information for everything, including like the motherboard, the processor, the external ports, the RAM. So regardless if they don't talk about the GPU, I think I could just find something else that talks about it. And I doubt it being outdated would be bad. I think the only thing like something that's more up to date could probably do is probably just tell me about more powerful like companies who own these certain things or do these certain things. But either way, I think each thing still does the same stuff. It's just either now it's a little bit more overpowered. So we got the NVIDIA. So some games are designed with AMD in mind, so those games should perform better with the AMD graphics card. I don't really care about this too much. We can get on to the next thing. So now we're getting into the graphics card. The performance of the AMD and NVIDIA graphics cards are often very similar at every price point. Okay, so this is talking about the price. I don't think I care about the price. So now we're getting into the hard drive. This is probably where it's like, this wouldn't be the hard drive no more, right? Would this just be the GPU? I'm assuming. It says Intel only gone to GPUs in the last 2 to 3 years, so the course probably isn't that outdated. Plus, even courses from 15 years ago are relevant today. Now, that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, I don't think it's getting like that far off. I think regardless, it should stay a little bit relevant. But I think maybe when it comes to the hard drive part, or is this still inside of computers? Actually, no, the hard drive probably is still there. I don't know. What the hell would the GPU be? Cause I know it's gonna need a hard drive, but I feel like, cause I think they're only gonna be teaching me about the CPU and the and RAM for some reason. I don't know why I can't believe GPU. I didn't even know GPU was that new. Or not that new, but you know what I mean. I can't believe like there's a course that's like super outdated. Well, you said 2 to 3 years ago, so we got this hard drive, which is used to store all of the data, which I'm kind of already figured. So this hard drive stores the data. So I probably just have to leave out of this course and go to the GPU on my own. But either way, I think that's still going to be pretty good. And there's more up to date things that I wanted to follow a little bit more deeper on YouTube anyway as well. So definitely thanks for letting me know that though, because I tried asking earlier to somebody if this was more out of date, but I think he might have just left when I asked that. So I was like, well, I guess I'll never know. So that definitely means this is a little bit more outdated, but it's not too bad. It still teaches what needs to be taught. It says Windows itself is also stored on the hard drive. Hard drives are measured in gigabytes of available memory. So measured in gigabytes. And then also too, what if I need to fix an old computer one of these days? No, I'm just kidding. That would be crazy. If I walked into like, well, who knows? Because I know there's some people who are like on the road technicians, so they like drive to people's houses and then they fix their computers. Imagine I walk into some like old dude's house and he's like, "Can you fix my computer?" And then it's like it's literally one of these. I'm like, "Yes, I got you, my guy. I learned by accident how to fix it." That would be super crazy. But yeah, that's why like my goal in the near future is really gonna be to like buy one of these older laptops and then fix it. But no, yeah, I cannot wait because with the JavaScript certification, y'all, like I am super, super close. I literally have one more course left, and then literally all week, all the way up until I get my certification. Of course, there's gonna be different videos in the mix of that, but I am going to be creating the projects that they want me to create. And I'm just going to do like a little mini series of like 5 episodes, which are gonna be those projects, and it's gonna be super cool. And we're gonna get that certification. And then I think the last thing we'll need to do is, or the two-ish things we'll need to do is we need to finish the, hold on. I don't like loud noises, y'all. I think it's raining. Give me a second, let me check. Oh yeah, it's just storming. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't like loud noises, brother. Like I don't know what's going on. Are we in a tornado? But we don't play like that. It says the faster your, where was I at? The faster your hard drive is, the faster your programs run, I believe. Or programs will boot. Then what was I talking about? Oh yes, I'm super close to getting like this JavaScript certification. Once I get that after this like 5 episode thing, or I might throw a couple of them into the same episode. So I'm not sure how long it's gonna be. It hasn't been filmed yet, of course. So we'll see how that goes. And then that last episode of me getting the cert would be great. And then I gotta finish the barbershop series episode, which is just gonna be me finishing the about section and the contact page. I was gonna make that website be a little bit more deeper, but I just feel like I'm super ready to kind of transition my content into IT support content completely, or like pivot into IT support content. So I feel like it feels wrong to sit there and do like web dev content over here, but then on live do IT support content. So for me, I'm like, I think it makes a little bit more sense to kind of like pivot. That's the goal. By the way, if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. I should be live every single day to end up learning IT support. And, previously I was learning web dev. I documented the entire journey for almost 200-ish days. And now we are here to pivot into something new. So definitely believe me when I say I will be documenting the whole journey all the way up into becoming a network engineer. So stick around, hit that subscribe button, come and join me on this journey. The point of this channel is to kind of document, when you see somebody, the best way for me to explain it is when you see somebody at a certain position and you're like, damn, how did they get there? The point of this channel is for me to do exactly that, where I'm going to document something or anything, right? It could literally be anything from like making a book or to cooking, doing this. It's like, oh, how did you get there? Me, that's crazy. But Marzi, which is me, is going to be documenting literally everything that I plan on like learning, but the goal is to do it by chapter. So at some point when I finish this IT chapter, then we can probably pivot into what the next chapter would be, and then y'all can just follow me along there. So the goal is to hopefully get you to like me for me, but if you're going to subscribe because of IT support or just because of the studying, that's also okay, because my live streams will always be where I choose to study. The content is where more of like the thoughtful things are going to end up coming into, but definitely hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. So next, this is, I guess, probably a newer hard drive. Oh no, this is kind of like an older computer. But it looks like they're doing it in a computer. I mean, in a laptop, not a computer. Unless that could be like the main screen in the back. I don't know. If this isn't a computer, or if this isn't a laptop, then this really is old school. Because then at this point, I doubt if I bought a desktop. Actually, I don't even know. Let's just continue going. So some hard drives will run on serial ATA 3 GB, but check the SATA ports on your motherboard. It could just be SATA or it could be SATA. We'll figure that out. If you have 6 GB ports, it might be worth paying a bit more for the SATA 6 GB hard drive. Another thing to consider is getting a solid state drive. Oh yeah, you know what I'm forgetting? I'm realizing they're trying to teach me how to build the computer. So I'm like, why do they keep trying to tell me where to buy stuff? I'm like, I need to learn about this, but I'm forgetting they're trying to teach me how to build one. So it's like, there's some stuff I don't need to take down because I'm not trying to take notes to build one. I just want to get to know a computer. Another thing to consider is getting a solid state drive and SSD. These things are very fast, but tend to be a bit small, so you probably will need a conventional drive too. Oh my goodness, they're like telling me to buy hella drives. What in the hell? I don't even know where to start. And then they're telling me good brands, Samsung, Hitachi. Yeah, it's probably a little bit older. The highest recommended brands are Crucial, Intel. Hey, someone said Intel. He said Intel only got into using GPU 2 to 3 years ago. So I guess the only new thing they kind of told me here was they did tell me a bit of the gigabytes, but I don't care about building the computer. I kind of just want to learn about the hardware of the computer. So the only thing I could really do is just take a note of the SSD, if that's even something that we'd be using nowadays. Let's fast forward a little bit forward. So now we're on the optical drive. Oh no. We barely have optical drives, y'all. Well, actually, for a desktop, there is an optical drive. I don't know if they took it out. Like, my laptop does not have one. But I wonder, on like newer modernized desktops or computers, do they still have optical drives? That's probably why that person was trying to tell me that it was like outdated. But I know that there's still some people, like I think even my grandfather, he has like an older one that I believe still has an optical drive. So I'm not sure if they all do. or not, but this is probably still a noteworthy thing. Of course, I'm gonna have to take my own notes when it comes to the GPU, and then when it comes to optical, when it comes to the GPU, and then when it comes to something else, I gotta take a note on. He said, "Nah, normally no. You just use flash drives these days." Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't think we use the optical drive no more. But thank you for telling me what the replacement is, so now I know what to look up outside of this course, because this course is pretty short. So we're gonna go flash drives, GPU. I just want to make sure that I look into those things because they definitely forgot about it. Or not forgot about it, it's just outdated. But I know that some of these use optical drives, so this could be a DVD. Some of the optical drives can also write to a disk. In perfect honesty, there isn't a lot of variation for this piece of hardware. They're all read. Okay, the exception is, okay, whatever. That's fine. I don't care. Never mind. I thought they had more about this. The CPU cooler. What about this? Is this still common? A CPU cooler. Which is strange because it's like they don't want to talk about the CPU by itself. They're only going to be talking about the CPU with the cooler. Unless that's just simply what the CPU is, and maybe they're just putting it together and it's confusing me. Saying a very popular third-party cooler is this. Probably not going to take a note of that because I'm sure there's better ones. However, Kosar does make many other popular liquid. So they're not giving me a definition of what any of this is. So my best bet is to just leave it open. I'll write it down, leave it open for later. They're not giving me no definition. So next is building the computer. Well, at the end of the day, they have an old ass computer. So they literally have like a video of building this computer. I'm literally running because it's not gonna help. Well, they do. Maybe it could help for a little bit of things. Let's see. Oh, I thought they were going to build the computer. So they got opening the case, mounting the motherboard, installing the processor. This should honestly be the same. It's just probably gonna look different. But it should have the same concept, right? I believe so. So let's get into, what was it? What was this again? I think building the computer. So we're going to leave that open for the definition. And then we're going to go building the computer. By the way, I was going to release a video later tonight, but I think I plan on releasing it tomorrow. I want to do it at 5 p.m. because I feel like that's when most of y'all are active. The goal is to kind of trying to figure out when y'all are active, when should I upload, and stuff like that. So hopefully that could be very helpful for us in this channel. Thank y'all for definitely tuning in, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to stick here or if I'm going to just end it. I might keep it pushing until 9. That's about 15 minutes, so that'll be pretty good. Definitely make sure y'all are hitting that subscribe button if you are new, and also hit that like button if you are new or just been chilling here, because that like button will push this stream out to other people. Thank y'all so much to the people who have hit it. Y'all are super goated. But definitely join me on this journey, man. I cannot wait to continue documenting this and getting on this path. I know I'm so sorry to like my web dev people. I know y'all definitely have been watching for that. And it's not like web dev would be completely gone. It's just going to be something that I'm probably not going to bring to YouTube after I finish the full series. Until like way later. So the introduction is going to be installing RAM, which should be good. The PCI cards, I'm not even sure. Like, I need people to tell me what is old school and what's not. The PCI cards, I don't know if that's old school. Or the hard drive, I know that laptops and desktops have hard drives. I just don't know if it looks the exact same. So it might be similar. The installation of the optical drive probably won't really need to focus on unless I'm doing this with an old guy who has an old laptop. The installation of the power supply, I'm not sure if the power supply still looks the same either, but I think a power supply should be in a desktop as well. Connecting everything, cable management, troubleshooting. So I guess the only thing that's going to be kind of scary is like, what if they teach me something that I don't need to know and I take hella notes on it? That's it. That's the only thing that would be scary. But at that point, it's like, I don't plan on just using this to make the computer. At the end of the day, I'm just kind of learning this all. I actually don't even really need to learn all this part now. But I'm just kind of learning this all just so that I could eventually, like, just kind of learn the hardware of the computer. And if I wanted to, kind of talk about how to like fix a computer or make a computer, even though I didn't really make one myself. But the goal is also to give myself a little bit of quizzes, and then I think by the time I actually get like by the time I actually buy a computer and I decide to break it apart, I think that's where I would really watch videos. So like for me right now, I'm not really taking this all in as in after I take all these notes, I know how to completely make a computer. It's like no, I just want to simply do this just to understand what each piece of the hard drive is, what it's doing, and I think they gave me a good amount. I just kind of am gonna have to do my own little research on the flash drives and the GPU, which isn't too bad. But now I know about the power supply. Well, technically I already knew about the optical drive. That's just old school. And then the processor, like that's pretty good. I'm happy that I've learned a few new things today when it came to the hardware of a computer. I'm just gonna have to look more into some of the modernized stuff, but that's all right. You said you should watch a beginner's video on how to build a PC since they tackle all the introductional info, fast way to learn. So yeah, definitely I could do that as well, but I feel like at this point I technically already got all the information except for the GPU and the flash drives. And then probably like maybe like one other thing. And then I think there was something else that I didn't like that they didn't give me a definition for. I think like CPU. I feel like they didn't give me a good definition for that. But other than that, I mean, they taught me the motherboard. They taught me the sizes and how that could be a little bit different. They're about to teach me how to pop off this damn case. No, I'm just kidding. I feel like that would obviously be easier. I think they taught me pretty good of the computer. I think there's just some things that is kind of missing, which isn't too bad. So I'm definitely happy about that. I think real quick though, because I kind of want to see. So yeah, this is just talking about like how to mount it and stuff like that. Because I feel like I don't care for this part of things. How is there more? It says module 1 20% done. How the hell is there more? I think the next thing I want to do is probably give myself like a mini quiz, or I could probably ask what are some of the things on a common computer. Let me go and switch the camera angle. Watch how nice this looks, y'all. I'm so happy that I have this. That I can switch that camera angle. I want to look up the modern hardwares for the computer just to make sure which ones that I end up hitting that can still be considered like good information even though it was older. So I'm gonna make sure I get more information about the CPU. This is the CPU's oh wait, the CPU is the we don't gotta talk about this, y'all. I clearly mistaken the CPU and the processor. Okay, we don't gotta talk about it. I'm assuming the processor is the processor of the CPU. We don't gotta talk about it. That was very mental of me. So then we got storage, which they aren't calling the hard drive no more. They're just calling it the storage. So then that's probably a little bit different. RAM, I think we got that down pat. The graphics processing unit. Oh wait. Oh yeah, the GPU. Never mind. Okay, yes, the GPU. We're gonna have to look into that. Motherboard, we learned about that. The power supply. We didn't look at the modern power supply, but we did look at the power supply. The cooling systems, I'm assuming they're talking about the fans. I know they have liquid coolers, the air coolers, so that's pretty dope. The peripherals and other modern hardware. I don't think like monitors, keyboards, networking. Yeah, so I feel like they pretty much gave me a good amount of stuff. I just kind of have to do my own research when it comes to, like I said, I don't know if the hard drive and the storage are the same thing. It's probably just called storage. And then I'm gonna have to do my own thing for the GPU. Oh, and the flash drives. Oh yeah, no, because yeah, that's what the dude was telling me. He told me there's no hard drive that they be using flash drives. So that's gonna be the way. So what storage on a computer in GPU? Because the course I was doing was outdated. So perfect. So now we're gonna get some information from here. And then once I end up taking this note, I'm probably going to ask ChatGPT for like a little quiz, or maybe I could find a real quiz online. But I just want to do like a quick like hardware modernized quiz just to make sure that I like understood what they just taught me about processors, taught me about this. And then I could probably end up ending this pretty soon. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. By the way, make sure I'll hit that sub button, man. It'll be super dope if you join me on this journey. I will be hopping on every single day to learn. So it says like the modern storage. They're talking about the RAM, the NVM, the HDD. I don't really see flash drives here, so I wonder why. So instead of the old hard drives, which is HDD, oh, the solid state drives is what they're saying. The SSD. Oh, they did mention the SSD. It says older SSD type replaced the HDDs, but modern standard speed, they use PCI's lanes instead of SATA. I don't even know at this point. They're giving me a lot of information. It says GPU isn't the same as the computer's SSD. GPU has a VRAM. I'm gonna say beginner. Explain this like you're talking to a beginner, brother, because they're talking to me like I know what I'm doing. Explain this like I am a beginner. Like, teach me about it. Alright, here we go. So this is better. CPU, RAM, GPU. So RAM equals your desk. Temporary space to work things out. Storage is your filling cabinets. Okay, they're doing some weird shit. So we got types of storage, which could be the HDD, which they're saying is super old. We got the solid state drive, modern replacement. Faster, more reliable. So then I guess that's probably what I'm going to have to be taking notes on. So let me stop here. So we got to get into the SSD, which I don't think I took a note on. Oh, yeah, because I did a question mark. Because I'm like, what the hell is an SSD? So solid state drive. State drive. And then modern replacement for the HDD. Think of it like a super fast USB built into your computer, so super fast. Okay, no moving parts, faster, more reliable. Okay, I like that. Faster, more reliable. That's nice. Two main types is the NVM, the SATA, and the NVM. Okay, so then that's good. If you're building a computer or buying a PC today, you would get that. Understood. Now let's get a little bit into the GPU's definition, and then hopefully I could take this nice little quiz to see if I understand the hardware. So programs are stored on the HDD or the SSD long term. When programs are opened, they load into RAM. Oh, okay, that's pretty good to know. It says your GPU's graphics card is... Wait a second. The GPU is the graphics card? Why do I feel lost? So did I already take notes on the GPU? I don't even know at this point. Like, at this point, that's enough. If I already took notes of the GPU, then now I feel I'm like, why do they call it different things? I mean, obviously they just called it by its name, but it's like, really? It's like the artist building a computer makes images, video games, and 3D models appear on the screen. Think of it like a GPU's desk. The bigger the desk, the more work it can handle. So modernized GPUs would be this. Okay, so then I don't need to know this. I already wrote down this information pretty much. Unless they're not really explaining it to its depth. But I think I already wrote down about the GPU. I thought I wrote nothing about the GPU. I didn't even know GPU was the graphics card. That is insane. I mean, I guess, we learn. At the end of the day, I am a beginner. We are on day 7, so this is great. Unless they, graphics card. And then the last but not least, let me see if I can ask them for like a mini quiz. So I'll say, give me a beginner, maybe 12 question quiz on the hardware of a computer. Let's see if I could pass. Sometimes ChatGPT be pissing me off with their quizzes, but they are very helpful. 12 question quiz on the hardware of a computer. And I'm allowing myself to use notes. Maybe eventually I won't use notes. Let's see. Which component is considered the brain of the computer? I think it's the CPU, right? Is the CPU the processing card? Like, I don't understand why they name it weird things. The CPU is the processor, right? I think so. It's normally referred to as the, yes, I think the CPU is the processor. I don't know, because they just called it the processor, so it's throwing me off. And they did the same thing with the graphics card and the GPU. Like, why didn't you just say GPU? I don't know. So then that would be B. And we're going to go to number 2. Which storage type is the fastest in modern computers? Oh, really? Why would they tell me? All I know is about SSD. Oh, they do have a USB flash drive here, but which one is faster? They said the SSD is faster, but the thing is I didn't write down exactly which SSD, so they're giving me the SATA SSD or the NVM SSD. I didn't write down which one was faster because why the hell would I like? I'm talking about the hardware. This isn't a hardware question. I'm not even sure. I don't even feel like that's a hardware question. I just wanted to know like ask me what do these hardwares do? So it says what does the RAM do? Stores your files permanently, temporarily holds data for quick access, cools down the CPU, connects your computer to the internet. What is the RAM is the GPU. I mean, no, it's not. That was such a strange thing for me to say. Why did I connect the RAM and GPU? No, GPU is the graphics card. Stop it. Okay, so the RAM is storing your files permanently. I thought it makes stuff go faster. Connects your computer to the internet? No. Cools down the CPU? I wouldn't think so. Temporarily holds data for quick access, stores your files permanently. I thought the RAM just made the screen go faster. So this GPU only useful for games? I think false. They said it could be good for websites. Which of these is a type of GPU memory? VRAM. Which of these is a type of GPU memory? I don't know. That wasn't something I was taught. Name 2 types. Let me see. Name 2 types of SSDs. What the fuck? This isn't what I was taught. They're asking me BS questions, bro. I'm gonna have to guess on those. Go to the next one. Which component plugs directly into the motherboard and holds the operating system in games? Which component plugs directly into the motherboard and holds the operating system in games? I honestly don't think they taught me this either, but we can try. The operating system in games, they have the GPU, the CPU, the SSD, the RAM. I think the SSD was what again? The SSD is a storage type. And this is saying directly into the motherboard that holds the operating system. So that can either be the CPU, the GPU, that, or the RAM. Let me see if I have it in my notes that holds data. Stores the open files and programs to access quickly by the CPU. Oh wait, I think I just got a definition of RAM. Which one was that one? That was number 3. It says the open files and programs to access quickly by the CPU. Temporarily holds data for quick access. Oh, okay, so I think that would be B for RAM, by the way. Sorry, I had to switch my answer for another one. I think I might skip that. I think it's gonna come to me soon. HBM memory is slower than GDR. They didn't teach me none of this. This is straight BS. They're not even trying to help me. What does the GPU do in a computer? Okay. What does the GPU do in the computer? If the GPU is considered as the graphics card. I really don't want to write it down. Please tell me I could just like... Where is it at? I'm gonna just take this because I don't want to write it down. I already know the answer. Okay, so let's go to 10. If you want a large, cheap storage option for files you don't use often, which is best? A large, cheap storage option. I'm assuming that would be the HDD. Then you have 11. Which of these is volatile memory, loses data when the computer is turned off? Is it the HDD as well? Hold on, I'm almost done. So it's the HDD as well. Explain in one sentence the difference between SSD and HDD. I think SSD is faster, more reliable. That's all I know. SSD is more faster and more reliable. Perfect. I think I guessed on a couple of these, but granted, they are asking me questions that I wouldn't know. But also too, it's not like ChatGPT knew exactly what I learned. So I feel like I should have asked them. I mean, I should have been more descriptive, like just give me, like basically tell me definitions of things. But asking me things like which type of this is a GPU memory, like I literally just got taught GPU right now. I mean, technically they did. I guess they are trying to tell me what they just told me themselves, but I don't care about like what each GPU was. I just wanted to go for definition. So I think that's like GDD. What the hell is my question? GDD, DDR. Which of these is a type of multiple choice of GPU memory? I think it's GDD or whatever. They have more like GDD R6, I believe, because I feel like that's what they showed me. And then 6, name 2 types of SSD. I think let me see. They wrote they literally wrote down the 2 types of the SSD in question 10. So am I cheating if I stole that? Technically not, because when we take like a real test in life, and when you take a real test in life, sometimes they be doing that where the next question low key answers the question before. So I don't think it's cheating if I did that. But granted, like I said, if I get a bad score in this, I think I answered them all to the best of my ability. I don't even care because they did ask me things I wouldn't know. So let's see. Let's see. Wait, that's confusing. Video editing, AI, 3D modeling. You said false. Good. Why is it saying correct, but it's showing like an X? That doesn't make sense. Because one of the questions is GPU only useful for gaming. I said false, right? As in it's not useful for gaming. But then they said correct, but then they gave me an X. I'm on this camera, so you don't want to be seen. But correct. So that's confusing how they're going to say, you said false. Good. GPU is used for this, but they gave me an X. ChatGPT is so weird. And then it says component that holds OS in games partially unclear. The correct answer would have been NVMe SSD. You didn't write it. I think you missed answering this one clearly. Wait, which one did I put for number 7? What did I put for number 7? Oh shoot, I missed number 7. Oops. That was my fault. I'm not even gonna be upset about that. I thought I answered it, but I didn't write anything. My fault. Put HBM is slower, correct answer false. Why does it keep saying correct but showing an X? Whatever. HBM memory is slower. Answer false. HBM is faster than GDDR6. You got it right. So what the hell? Why do they keep giving me X's next to where I got it right? Alright, never mind. GPU explanation, that's good. It says, so I got that right. Number 10 was correct. HDD. Number 11, I think this is finally the one where they finally said I got wrong, which makes sense that I got wrong. It says correct answer A, RAM. What did I pick for number 11? I picked for number 11 C. Oh yeah, because I was guessing. I forgot I was guessing. So that would be RAM. Alright, so I gotta make sure I take that note just in case. Then it says your answer is mostly correct. SSD is faster and more reliable. You could also say no moving parts, unlike HDD. I don't have to. Stop. I gave the right answer. So what they're saying is that what I partially got wrong was 7 and 11, which no, I legitimately got 11 wrong. And then 7, I legitimately got wrong as well. I didn't answer. That was my fault. So I got a 10 out of 12. Yo, that's not bad. What is a 10 out of 12? I think that's like a, what is that? In percentage. What is that? That's about an 83. Okay, that's not bad. For just studying hardware and them also asking me questions I wouldn't know about, not bad at all. I'm probably going to take a couple of notes of the things that I did guess on though, because I did guess on like a lot. I knew HDD was a cheap storage. Oh, you know what? I don't even think. Oh no, yeah. Okay. Yep. I messed up though because whatever. That's fine. I'm gonna take the L on that. I'm gonna take the L. I mean, it's not even an L. It's an 83%. You said that's great. Thank you so much, man. No, yes. I don't know why they kept putting X's next to things that I got it correct though. I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like, what? But then they want to tell me 7 and 11 are wrong. I don't know. It was strange the way they were doing it. So I'm gonna have to take a note on the GPU. So it says, what does the GPU do in a computer? Which one did I get wrong again? Oh, I got RAM. So let me write down where RAM is on here. Because I accidentally got that wrong where it says RAM loses data when powered off. And then, yeah, so then that's good. And that's volatile memory. Because I accidentally got that wrong. So that'll be volatile, or however you pronounce that. Or what the hell? How do you pronounce that? But volatile? Am I right? He said, honestly, some of it was presented in a confusing way. Definitely wasn't just you. No, yeah, no, I'm like, what is going on? But it's all good. And then I think the last thing was, they said I got that correct, but they did something weird there. So which one did I get completely wrong? Oh yeah, this one. It says component that holds OS in games. Where was that at? The component that holds, what the hell? That wasn't even a question. I gotta look at oh, 7, sorry. 777. So which component plugs directly into the motherboard and holds the operating system? I can't believe I didn't write an answer for that one. I thought I answered it, but now that looking back, I do remember. Girl, you're gonna be on camera. So it says which component plugs directly into the motherboard? And then I think they said that would be the SSD. Damn it, I had a feeling too that it was the SSD. So, okay, so the SSD, let me write the beginning part because there's 2 SSDs, so I gotta make sure I get the good one, the NVM SSD. And then I'm gonna have to do plugs directly into the motherboard and hold the operating system in games. Okay, so that's good. And then bam, I'm not gonna lie, I think I low-key ate. I think I low-key ate for just learning everything right now. That's like I'm super happy about that. Okay, and I think that's the last note. Oh, then there was something else that I guessed on too. Well, actually, I think I just learned because I think the NVMe SSD is better than the SATA SSD, even though I did guess on that one. I got it right. And then I think another one was the type of GPU, and I just guessed that it was GDR6. I got that right, so I definitely want to make sure I take a note of that that is the type of GPU memory. Just in case if this was ever needed, even though I think that question doesn't make sense for what I've been learning, but we'll let it slide. But alright, so there we go. Hey, we finished an 83%. I'm actually super excited about that. So y'all, thank y'all for tuning in to the stream. I pray that y'all continue to tune in. I should be going live every single day at 12 p.m. EST. So continue to join me on this journey. I'm super happy. We finished day 7. We got through a couple of lessons. We finished I think the Google IT support module 1 quiz, which is super good, but the problem is for me to do module 2, they want me to pay, and that is about like $50 a month. So if you do the math, if I take longer than like a month and do like 3 months, bruh, bruh, I would be done for. That would be $150 for 3 months if I don't get my certification. Like, hell no, that is just not happening. He said Power Cert animated videos on YouTube has exceptionally good content for people learning IT. He has my recommendation. Hey, that's what's up. So I'll definitely have to go check him out. I think the hardest thing is, for me learning IT like on live, it's hard for me to like use somebody else's content because YouTube normally like either copyrights it or they'll strike the video down. But then also too, I think that's a pretty hard thing just for me to like learn through a video anyway. I'm more of like a note taker, I need to read it type of person. Seeing someone actually like teach it or like build it or something, or even like if they're talking, like that's hard for me to follow along. I need like a textbook. If I could buy a textbook, bro, highlight it, it's all up to date, modernized, like I would literally fall in love with that textbook. But thank y'all for tuning in, man. This was super fun to stay on live. I think we've been on live for almost like about to be maybe 3-ish hours, or it probably just hit 2 hours. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, about to be 3 hours, 2:45. Technically, it probably was 3 hours because my first live stream got taken down. But thank y'all for tuning in. I did not mean to study for this damn long. I got hella things I gotta do after this. So that's gonna be crazy to end up getting into, but let's get it. I got a YouTube video is gonna be coming out tomorrow around 3 p.m. And then 5 p.m. And then I'm also going to be going live at 12 p.m. EST tomorrow. So if you're new here, or if you just came in and you wanted to see the journey, but I'm about to end it, hit that subscribe button. Catch me in tomorrow's stream, 12 p.m. EST, where I will be learning more about IT to try and get into becoming a network engineer, but I need to learn the fundamentals. He said, oh yeah, maybe consider getting an A plus or Network Plus book. No, yes, that's definitely what I'm gonna do when it does come to like studying for the A plus, the network, the security plus. I want to make sure I get like a book or a textbook about it. But for the fundamentals and the basics, it's like I don't want to buy a textbook and then I buy the wrong textbook and it's not modern. Like I think I need to know the basics first, just so that I could be like, oh, this is gonna be a good book for me to buy because I know everything in it. You know what I'm saying? But when I don't know nothing, I'm just gonna buy whatever, and it's like, nah, I gotta make sure that I'm good. But thank y'all for tuning in, man. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are super goated. Catch you in the next one. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Continue to rewatch this stream if you hopped in late. Deuces. Love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. What is up? What is up, y'all? Hold on, I'm clicking everything but the right thing. I want to see if everything's running smoothly, and it is. So, how are y'all doing? So, the goal for me today is to hopefully, get some studying in because I'm not gonna have too long for today. Yesterday, we were able to go back to back to back, but that ain't gonna be the case today. So, the goal is to, or at least the mini goal, is to learn about hardware. Now, if you were here yesterday, then you already know that we kind of already dove a lot into hardware. We dove a lot into the pieces of hardware. Hold on, let me try and fix this camera setup. It's like falling a little bit. Maybe if I go this way. Yes. But we've been trying to do like, we're learning about RAM. We were learning about, what is it called? CPU. And I was just figuring out that GPU is a graphics card and then CPU is a processor. That blew my mind because I don't understand why they call it so many different things when they should just use that same name over and over, because then you get me confused. So that was a little bit confusing. But right now though, I'm trying to install this PC building demo game because I feel like maybe that could help me build a computer. They probably let you build like one PC, and then I might even debate on buying the actual game if I feel like it's knowledgeable enough, if it's realistic. And I'm assuming it's going to be a realistic game, so we just have to wait on that download. But for now, something I wanted to go and look into, just because I want to make sure, because we already got the hardware stuff down, but I just don't know what else to get. Because we got what the graphics card does, that it can help with high-end games. The only thing that I wrote down here, though, was the fact that it helps with games, but I think a graphics card can also help with videos. It could help with, how certain things look on your laptop, but they didn't really end up telling me that because what I was watching was a little bit outdated. Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting my other phone. I'm forgetting like if someone messages, how could I see? So give me 1 second. Let me hop up in this live real quick, just in case. Hop up in this live front of this TV so I can relax. But no, yes, man. So this is gonna be pretty lit once this game downloads, because I'm really hoping that it could help me put this PC together, which I had no clue. Like, I know you're supposed to screw the case off, like, based on what I've learned, but I have no clue. And maybe this game can definitely help me. So now I just kind of wanted to see, because I did want to get the Google IT support certification. So if you guys have been there and you see me saying that that's what I was gonna get, I always thought that I was able to like audit the whole course and I couldn't probably just like take the assignment. So I was like, okay, whatever, I don't care about that. But apparently you can only audit the first module and then you would have to pay $50 a month, or do your 7-day free trial. But then it's like, ain't no way you're finishing all of that in 7 days. So they really sat there and they really played me. So that sucks. So I guess I'm not getting that IT support certification. F all that. I don't need it no more at that point. Like, But, hey, what is up, son? What is up? What's up? So let me see. How long does this game have to download? It is at, oh, I think it's ready. So let me go and launch this, and then I will show y'all the screen depending on what this does. Oof, I'm probably gonna get stuck in the game. Probably gonna get stuck in the game. Oh no, it just started messing with my like lighting. My GPU is going crazy with it. My GPU is going crazy. Wait, hold on. Can I leave this damn game real quick? How do you exit a game on your PC? Because I wanted to show y'all my screen as I did this, but I'm stuck. It's supposed to be this like PC building game. Let me quit real quick. But it's making my GPU go crazy with it. Okay, so real quick, I just want to switch the screen. Let me see, how do I look here? Okay, that looks a lot better. Not my freaking GPU wild. And all right, let me go to the PC. Let me launch it. It's probably because I'm like live on like 3 different accounts. So everything's like all sorts of messed up right now. So we're gonna try to run it again. Here we go. Hopefully y'all can end up seeing this screen here. But I'm not sure how good the game is. I just know that it's a PC building game. This is the demo. So we're not gonna be going too crazy. Oh, it's not popping up, is it? Oh no, it is. Is it? Let me see. Okay, no, it is popping up. Okay, woof. So they have careers, play 1 through 5. And if I really like this game, I might just end up buying the game. Because if this helps me build a PC, then this is super goated. I don't know why my background looks like that, but it's kind of sick. It shouldn't look like that, but it is. So let's see how this goes. If my GPU can even handle it, because it's roaring right now. It is roaring. I think it should be fine. I mean, why are they using such good graphics? I should have went to the settings and dropped the graphics. So it's a local fire. We're built. Brother, I don't care about none of this. Give me to my PC. I just want to build a PC. Where the hell am I? If they don't even let me get to the point of building a PC and I played this game for y'all, hold on, there has to be a way to fix these graphics, because ain't no way. I don't need to play with these type of graphics. So they gave me the NVIDIA, VRAM, the memory frequency, wattage, multi. So this is the GPU. I'm assuming it says max. Oh wait, no. Maybe that's just what the whole thing is called. So we picked up the PC. Never mind. Oh, we got something else to pick up here. Oh, now I'm legitimately holding it. Okay, let's go. If my game can stop glitching and I need to put this damn down. Where do they want me to put it? Oh. Alright, let's fix this PC. They better, okay. Ooh, okay, so now this is where I'm actually learning what everything looks like. Is this modernized? Hopefully. We're gonna open it up. So we have to unscrew it. That's reasonable. We are unscrewing this PC. This could actually really be helpful for me. So the PC is missing a GPU. Thankfully, you've just had a very good one delivered. Let's install it. Okay, so this is the PC case part. Should I take notes? Like, I think I need to take notes on some of these things. Because technically, the goal is to learn about building this damn PC and learning about hardware. So the case is like the skeleton of the PC, providing the frame for the components and protecting them. It can also provide a dash of style to the build. Okay, so this so it's protecting the components inside. Because I seen PCI wrote in somewhere else, but they didn't really give me a good definition. I think they probably just assumed I knew what it was. Okay, let's remove it. Which we got to get the screws off. Okay, understood. So what it's showing me is that there's screws. So now we can remove the part after you take the screws off. Remove the PC cover. So we got to take these off. So now we're going to go and install. So we got open here the graphics card. Oh, so this is the GPU. Okay, so I knew it. I had a feeling. So water cooled, memory frequency 1188, 320 watts. I'm assuming this is a bad PC. I mean, wait, is it a bad GPU? I thought it needs more wattage. Who knows? It says new. Oh, so you just install it by tossing it up in there. Understood. I mean, obviously it's probably a little bit more hectic. So then we got the PC lock. So now we're going to put the PC lock on it. Alright, this is really knowledgeable about like where, like straight up. I mean, if this is realistic, which I'm assuming they're trying to make it as realistic as can be, this is actually very helpful in building a PC. So now this is the graphic card connector. So this is connect the PCU, supplies the power to the components in the PC. Alright, so connection of the PCU. Connection of the PCU. Which I don't even really... So never mind, I was gonna say, I don't know what the PCU is, but then it says it right there. The PCU supplies. Bro, this is hella knowledgeable. I might buy this damn game. Supplies the power to the components of the PC. To the components of the PC. So they're probably only going to take us through a few lessons. You said NY. It's teaching me, is it not? Oh, they did it for me because I took so damn long. They either did it for me or I'm done. They just left me. Oh, there we go. I'm like, where the hell is it? So now they want me to put the side panel back on. So I guess all we did was add in a GPU and then we connected the wires. Which obviously the wiring we're going to have to probably watch like a YouTube video on. But that was pretty sick. And then I'm assuming this is the power supply. Let me see if I can see other things in there. This is the power supply. I believe that's the RAM in the back. I think I know a good amount. I see some of the wires here. I don't really see anything else though. They should have showed me the motherboard. What do they want me to do? Oh, they want me to rotate. But where? To this side or this side? What? So I can rotate? Oh, wait. This probably is going to let me look at certain things. Yeah, so then you got these cords up here. That's normal. Ooh, can I really get in there? Oh, wait. I think I pointed at the wrong thing for being RAM. I think this is RAM. I don't know. I can't see. I think that's RAM. This is the RAM. And then I believe I pointed at the wrong thing. Where's the processor? Would this be the processor? Or is... Oh, wait, no. Is this the processor? I can't really tell. I might have to wait until they show me. Okay, so let's exit. See what's going to happen doing this. It's teaching me about how to pretty much see... You could kind of see where everything is. It's kind of like building the PC, but in real life. So I feel like it's teaching me, for instance, what I just learned something now was the PC lock. I had no idea about that. Connecting the PCU, which applies the power to the components, which is the wiring. I thought that was pretty cool to learn. Legitimately, it just taught me how to install low-key, how to install GPU. And it showed me what a GPU looks like, because for a while I didn't know what it looked like. So I think it taught me pretty well. He said I might be getting my very first contract work tomorrow. Hey, that's what's up, Anacat. It's for a recently founded startup. That is what's up, man. Definitely let me know how it goes, bro. So what's the app? This looks amazing. This is I think it's called PC Builder. This is a PC Builder demo. So my goal is I'm going to probably if I really feel like it's sitting here teaching me a lot, I think I'm probably going to buy this game because I think this is pretty sick. Because it taught me what the GPU was and how to put it together. It showed me the watts, like it literally showed me everything. So I think it was very helpful. He said, how have you been? I've been super great. And just right now I'm trying to, continue to learn about the hardware of a computer. And I've gotten some good things. I feel like this game is actually pretty damn lit. How do I open this? Oh, they want me to open this one. So they just want me to paint the case. Oh, come on. No. Let me do the water cooler. So I can learn what the water cooler is. Alright, fine. Now this part is corny. Because they're just going to make me paint the case, and that's not something I want to do. This was in scan to remove viruses, and they're just going to make me do it anyway. I can't say no until maybe they let me go on my own, but yeah. If this is painting it, then this is where the corny part comes. So I think this is my work desk. I mean, if they let me get inside of this PC. So this is not plugged in. So that's something to remember, because, you shouldn't be plugging in your PCs, remove the viruses. I doubt this is something I'd probably have to do. How do I remove this thing? Oh, I turned it on. I think they want me to do it by myself. Is it these screws? Oh no, they want me to click this button. Oops. So we have a USB drive. Okay, that's something new. And then they want me to they want me to just grab these USBs and just start chucking them in. Understood. Is this how we turn this on? Oh, this is the main connection point. Oh wait, no, I think I already know about this. Okay, I was like, it's teaching me something. It's teaching me about the wire, but no, I already know about the HDMI. The wiring is probably the easiest part of a damn desktop. So now it's ready to boot, and we need to remove the viruses. So I guess we just turn it on. But this is probably something we probably wouldn't really have to do. Actually, would you have to do this as a help desk? I believe so. Double click to open the website, open virus scanner. And then my computer gets a virus. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what is going on? We gotta clean these files. Damn, bro, this is super sick. I don't know why the background is also showing the game. Like, I'm not complaining, but that's normally not supposed to happen. So it might not look like this tomorrow because I don't know how to do it. Alright, so we scan the viruses. I think we should be done here. Okay, thank God. I was like, that's enough. So placing a delivery. So I believe we're turning this thing off. Oh, we're just gonna leave, I guess. Let's exit. I don't want to paint this damn case. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Why am I taking this off? He didn't ask for anything. Oh, perfect though. I get to look inside. Okay. Let's see if I can kind of understand what this is. I'm assuming. Oh wait, they tell you. This is the air cooler. I thought that was the power supply, so then I got that wrong. Oh, maybe it doesn't have one? What the hell is the power supply? This is the graphics card. Yeah, so I finally know what the GPU looks like. This is the RAM. Okay, I knew I had that right. But I don't see... This is the motherboard. This is unplug the motherboard. This is the... Okay. Is this like realistic of what is inside of a computer? So we can unplug the motherboard. I don't see a GPU in here. Oh, here's the case part. I mean, the drive bay. Okay, I was always wondering. Oh, damn, this has a lot of drive bays. They said normally it comes with like 2 drive bays. But that's insane. I still don't see where the GPU is, so maybe that's the issue. I kind of want to remove this to see what this looks like. Oh. We can open the drive bay. But they won't let me, so that's fine. That's fine. And then where else? Oh, could this be it? This is, oh no, this is the PCU. Remove the PCU. This is the case part. This is another drive bay. What in the hell? How many drive bays do you need? Graphics card. Oh, I'm forgetting. I think they want me to go in. Like for me to grab anything. Oh, I can just unplug these. What the hell? Would I die? Like, can I turn off the PC? Okay, no, they're not gonna let me turn off the PC. I'm just gonna unplug it. So I guess there's missing cables. So let's just unplug every cable. And that's pretty sick because they're kind of showing exactly where everything low-key is. So now I think every cable has been unplugged. Except for this one. Oh, oops, I wasn't even trying to do that. I just want to unplug these real quick. Okay, so this is how you get the case part off. Oh, and that's what it looked like. Can I now dive in? Oh, now I can. Okay, now I could dive in. Alright, so we just removed the GPU. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. I keep saying there was no GPU, and that was the GPU. I was trying to say there's no power supply. Unless you don't need one. I don't know what the hell I'm removing, but I'm just removing it. I don't even think I need to. I just think this is sick. And then I get to basically just put it all back together. Oh, there's another wire. Oh, never mind. Those wire. Oh, that's that wire. Okay. And then what is any of this? We can remove the drive bay. Oh, that's only what the drive bay was? Okay, never mind. I thought the drive bay was a little bit deeper into there. We can remove the cooling fan. We could clean the CPU. Oh, wow. Is this how it really looks like, y'all? So this is the processor. That's nice. I guess this is possibly how it really looks. Residue successfully removed. Okay. Let's see the RAM. How can we remove this? I know, yeah, as I said, I remember the RAM. We're supposed to move those out. Can I get a little bit more further in? Yes, I remember this. I watched so many damn tutorials for this. I just don't remember which ones to put it in though. This is sick. We can move the side panel. Oh, oops. I guess I'm taking off the back by accident. It's right there. What in the hell? This is the dust filter. The motherboard's back here. Oh, here's the SSD. That's what's up. And then now we can remove this case. Oh, that's the drive bay again. What the hell? Why do they have so much drive bays? We could take the motherboard out if we wanted to. We're not going to take out the case parts. We already took them out, I feel like. We can try and take out this side if we wanted to. This is a dust filter. Oh, shoot. I probably should have took a note on the dust filter, though. The motherboard is the heart of the PC, so they won't even let me take it out. Nor would they let me take this out. Actually, can I remove this? Unplug this. I want to see if I can remove the PCU. Oh, yeah, you could. And the PCU is what again? I mean, the PSU. Why do I keep saying PC? That supplies the power to the component. Oh, so this is where the power supply is. Is that right? Did I find, where the hell did it go? Did I take it? So I found the power supply. Now I don't know if this is like an old school computer, but they had it under there. The wires were all around. That's pretty sick. And then we could remove the CPU if we wanted to, but oh wow. So you unlatch it and then oh my goodness, this is sick. So if I wanted to buy new components and then we could completely remove the motherboard. Then that took a while. You have to take like kind of everything out of here before you can remove this motherboard. At least is what they made me do. And then what? Oh my god, are we completely breaking this computer? Or are we just taking it out? This is super cool. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so stuck in the game. You said the finals talk will be tomorrow, but it's not something epic, just the user and Webby for submitting their info and admin page. Okay, that's pretty dope, man. That is pretty dope, Aniket. You got this, bro. I'm praying for you. Even if I am not chosen tomorrow for this, but getting opportunity for a client talk in some one of my college is more than enough for me. No, definitely, bro. Definitely. That is super cool. I am so proud of you, man. So we wanted to, we could kind of remove everything, but I think I kind of got the gist of everything. I don't really care about the case. Oh, we can remove the top. Oh, and it has a dust filter as well. And then they have a remove case part. So now you can kind of dive in from the top. This is sick. I don't think I have to do any of this, but I'm happy they let me. So now, let's go back and let's go and install. Oh, we can do compressed air. What the hell? I don't know how to do compressed air. Maybe I'm supposed to do that, the air filter? How the hell do you do compressed air? So where is my removed components? We basically removed everything. I think if we want to, could we buy this? I don't even know. How do I get back into the store? CPU. We can buy a CPU. First, we gotta put the motherboard back. I just don't know if we're able to like. Am I spending money by trying to install a new motherboard? Oh, I think I am. I'm about to go broke. I'm just trying to completely get this computer in. So let me see. You put this in. That's pretty nice. You said we talked so much. You playing a game and stream, and the name of this stream is becoming an IT professional. This is very much becoming an IT professional. How is this not? It's teaching me about building a computer. I don't see how this is anything wrong. It's literally teaching me how to build a computer. So this is putting in the motherboard. So we put in a nice little motherboard, but I think we have to find a CPU now that works with the motherboard. Like, it's literally teaching me. Like, I don't know how to build a computer. I'm straight up trying to, like, figure things out as I'm going. So next, I believe you would have to go for the CPU. Like, I think this is very helpful. Regardless if it's a game or not, it's teaching. Literally, I asked ChatGPT. I was like, give me, like, learning ways where I can learn, and they brought me to this demo. It's literally teaching me. All right, so this is this. Oh, oops. Oh my goodness, I'm clicking too much buttons. No, I didn't want to remove it. Stop. Oh my goodness, I was moving too fast. Now they're making me remove it. I'm so pissed right now. You can't go back. That's so corny. Oh my gosh, and they're gonna make me remove all of this too? No, come on. I have to be able to go back. Ugh. I started clicking random buttons and I screwed myself. But it's literally teaching me how to put a PC together. I don't see how this isn't like, I don't know. To me, this is lit. Let me see. Where was my motherboard again? I don't know if this is the same motherboard. But whatever. We're going to put it back in because I can't believe I just did that. Now I gotta make sure, watch what I click. Otherwise, they're gonna make me have to redo the whole thing again. Which is corny. I'm dead. Let me put this in. I mean, if you think this is just a game, then I don't know. Because I think at the end of the day, it's teaching me how to literally install a computer. But I mean, you could think what you want. At the end of the day, I think it's definitely helping me. Because, okay, let's open this up. And then we're going to have to install the CPU, which I don't know if this is the same CPU. This is the Core 19, and then this is the Core 13. Wait, what? Did I read that right? I think it said 13. Okay, I was gonna say it said 13. I don't know how the hell I got 19. So let's install that and let's not click too much buttons. Now we need to close the CPU. See, like I wouldn't have known that. You gotta enclose the CPU in there. That can open its shield. But now from here, I wouldn't know where to go. I think you just start installing stuff back in, right? So let me see. This is the SSD, I think. Or am I tripping? Could be tripping. Could be tripping. Owned by... Should I install the fan next? I know we have a bunch of covers. This, I think that goes at the bottom, right? That goes in here. Oh, yes! Stop playing with me. Gotta install the PCU. And then we got to eventually cover that back up. So we got that. The power supply. Next, the plane. I think the plane thing goes here. The fan, I like how I'm calling it a plane. It's an air cooler. The fan moves heat away from the PC and from the CPU. Oh, I didn't even know that. I thought the fan was just in there. I don't even know, honestly. I probably could have read this later. Read this earlier. So then that's pretty good to know. Let me go and take a note on that one. The air cooler. I wonder if it's always like that though. Keeps heat away from the CPU. So keeps heat away from the CPU. Okay, that's super fire. So let's go and install that. Oh, you just twist this motherfucker? Wait, what am I doing? I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Is it? Oh, it's righty tighty. Hold on. I can't even spin this thing. What the hell? Just go in. What the hell am I doing? I have to become a fan to get it in there? Oh, there we go. I'm like, what the hell? I don't even know what that was. So I could remove it and then no. So now we got the fan working. What's next? I think this is the RAM. I don't remember exactly which one is supposed to go in. I forget, and I knew they were gonna let me pick. I think it's 1 and 2. 1 and 3, right? Or is it 2 and 4? Oh, I don't remember. It could be 2 and 4, 1 and 2. 1 and 3. He said, bro, the F is this PC building simulator interesting? No, yes, man. It's actually really, like, helpful. I'm just trying to remember for when it comes to this PC, because if it can't turn on, it's probably because I'm going to install the RAM incorrectly. I always forget. Because it's either 2 and 4 or it's 1 and 3. I do not recall. Does anyone remember? Because then this is probably going to be really crucial for me when it comes. I could definitely take a note of this. But they're letting me put it in anything. I think it's 2 and 4, right? I feel like it's 2 and 4. I'm not sure. Let's just do it. Oh, then they won't even let me. Oh, wait, did I click the wrong thing? Is this not the RAM? Or maybe they want me to install something else first. What is this? Does this go in the back? Install the SSD. Oh, I could put the SSD anywhere. Oh, because I think I had the... Wait, I'm confused. Yeah, I think I had the SSD in the ones in the back, but I didn't. I guess I'll just leave it there. I don't know if that's going to matter. Let's try and put this in first, which should be here, the graphics card. Oh, that's not the same graphics card that they had. What the hell? Did I just install a new graphics card? I could be tripping. Then last but not least, I don't know why this didn't go in. This 4 gigabytes. Maybe it's not compatible. Am I? Oh, I gotta unlock it. Okay, wait, hold on. Close that one. Is it supposed to be 2 and 3 or 2 and 4? Does it even matter? I guess we'll see. Oh, I gotta grab the other one. All right, now put this in here. Hey, stop playing with me. Oh wait, was it already closed? Alright, last but not least, we've reinstalled the computer. This is actually really lit. Wait, what did I do for the RAM? I think it's 3, it was 2 and 4? I don't know, I probably did that wrong. For the installation. But now we gotta end up closing the panel. So I think the first thing we should do is probably put the fans back. Which I don't remember. I know a fan can go up there. I think a fan was here. A fan was probably here as well. I think, okay, so it goes up here. They kind of cheated by letting me know, but I mean, if I was breaking apart this computer, I would have left the pieces on the side. So the fact that they're taking away my pieces is what confuses me. Then we could put the dust filter here, which I wonder why they have to be in these areas. That probably could be a question I can ask later. And then we have another dust filter, I believe. Oh, I don't know where this one goes. Oops. Uh-oh. Where the hell does this one go? Or do I just have an extra one? Maybe I just had an extra one? Unless... I probably just had an extra one. So let's do the top panel. So we're going to close the... Oh, I thought that was what the top panel was. Oh, they're not letting me install anything. So I must have missed something somewhere. Because I can open the drive bay. I can open the drive bay. So I'm missing something. The PC lock, the mount. Maybe it's the PC cover? So I can install that PC cover there. Then let me try and do this here. Okay, no, so that doesn't need to go there. Maybe closing the computer is probably the hardest. Closing this computer is going to be more difficult. Oh, I guess I could install it here. Should have paid a little bit more attention when it came to taking these pieces off. Am I just installing it in the same spot? Or is that where it's supposed to be? I guess I'm assuming that's where it's supposed to be, but it looks like I'm just installing it in the same exact spot. Just a little lower every time. Alright, that looks like the inside. What is the top panel? Okay, so I can install that back on. That's good. Yeah, install the top panel. I don't know where this dust filter is. Oh, so this is probably for a different computer then. He said, I'm dead nervous right now about tomorrow and mid-sems, which are ongoing. Man, you got this, bro. I'm telling you, Aniket. You're gonna do well. You're gonna do great. He said, is this a game? Yes. So sorry, that was looking real for a second. No, I know, man. It looks crazy real. So it's gonna become a real computer if printed. Now, maybe some parts like the case. So, this is the beauty panel. So let me install some of these drive bays back in. I do remember taking these out. Which I think the drive bays, are those what holds the SD? Or no, this is the case part. This is the, oh no, it's the same thing, yes, because I put the SD card in one of those. I think I took a couple of drive bays out. I believe there's supposed to be one, yeah, one back here, which had the SD card. So I don't know, I'm gonna have to remember if my PC doesn't work to look inside of this. Okay. So now we gotta do, maybe, let me do the front panel. Are we done? Like, can I put the front panel on? Okay, that's that. And then the side panel. Let's see, can I put it on or did I not finish the inside? Seems like, okay, here we go. I guess they're letting me, but I wonder, are they letting me do it even though I technically, oh, that was the back. Like, let's say I didn't finish it correctly. I think I did though. Oh, we gotta put the PC lock on. How could I forget? Install the PC lock. Oh wait, did I already put one? Oh, right here. So the PC lock is now installed. I remembered that one. The PC mount, I don't know if that's for a different computer and I just have the part for some reason. Yeah, that might be the case because I don't know where that goes. Top panel case doesn't go here. Alright, so then, oh wait, actually, does it go in here? Because I thought this wasn't open, but maybe I'm tripping. We got the other side panel. We got PC covers. I don't think we need a PC cover anywhere. Oh, right here. Okay, now I remember. All of these have to be covered with a PC cover. I don't even think I have enough, so that probably means I did install it somewhere. Or maybe not, I guess. Or maybe I was supposed to do it before. Was I supposed to do it before I ended up getting, releasing all of this? Or no, I think it needs to be sideways, that's why. Okay, yeah, never mind. I guess they won't let you turn it sideways. And that's weird. Hopefully I didn't screw this up. Does it need to be closed all the way down? Okay, I guess you skipped the middle. You skipped the middle, and then I clearly don't have one for this one, or this one. So then that's nice. We got another PC cover here, which I don't know where it's supposed to go. You can't, literally, I just wouldn't know. I must have forgot. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Let's go and put this back on. And then my PC just doesn't work. You say you build PCs in real life, but it's so hard and expensive to get PC parts where I'm from. No, yeah, man. That's why right now I'm just trying to do it with the app because I feel like for one, it's somewhat teaching me on what certain things are. But then for two, it's like, wait, hold on. I don't remember if they wanted me to. I already plugged everything in and then I already did all that. So why are they acting like my PC isn't working? So let me go and I hope I installed everything. Unless all of this came out, then I completely missed components. But either way, I think that's super dope. I want to install this computer though. They won't let me do it. What if I left? Can I just take this computer? Oh, they want me to like bring it to the back. So I guess because I already had installed it, they don't care. And they're like, you did not finish it. You said collect your payment. Okay, I don't even know where's my real laptop. How do I collect my payment? I click on this. Is that my real laptop over here? I don't know. I forgot where they took me. Oh, right here. This is embarrassing. All right, go to PC. What? Are they mad? They're like, you didn't do it. So what? They just made me bring the PC back? Fine. It's my fault. It's because I wanted to sit there and break apart of the PC. I freaking don't know what I'm doing anymore. Put it down. So what do they want me to do at this point? I don't even care. I want to buy another PC. I'm grabbing this. This is going somewhere. We can put this PC down here. I don't care. Give me the next step. Give me the next step. They got customize, overlock, whipping the CPU into shape. The GPU needs water cooling. Which one should I do? The GPU needs water cooling. Overlock. Let's go and do this one. Okay, so the GPU needs water cooling. So this customer wants you to water cool their GPU and add it into their existing water cooled loop. To do this, we need to remove the GPU. This is crazy. All right, so the water cooling, let's remove this. Bro, I'm really considering about buying this game. I wonder how much it is. I mean, if it's up to date, like y'all gotta let me know. Like, is this like up to date, like PC building? Low key, like obviously it's gonna be a little bit different if you do it in person. You say you don't need nothing there. Yeah, I'm from North Korea, Africa, by the way. Oh, that's what's up, man. I love having people from different places, man. That's super dope. But if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. Most of me coming on here trying to become an IT support professional would not be this video game. Obviously, for one, this is a demo, so it's not going to last long. But I feel like it was really helpful about teaching me how to, of course, take apart this computer. And then even being able to see what a graphics card actually looks like. Like, I'm completely brand new to the concept of, like, of IT support. So I feel like for it to show me what everything looks like, except for the RAM, that was like the one thing I knew about, I feel like was so helpful. So thank y'all so much for tuning into this, definitely. So we're gonna remove this this GPU, well, the graphics card. They want me to remove it. And this looks a little bit more intense. Like I kind of want to take apart all of this. Oh, here's the cooling system. So they want me to water cool. PC can boot on OS. So the only thing I could think of is they just want me to remove this, maybe. But I think to remove it, I might have to take off this. I'm not sure what they want me to do. So the missing parts, the water cooled GPU, maybe I gotta just go and install. Or is it the wiring that's throwing this off? They won't let me click on anything else. So I'm kind of confused what they want me to do. I thought maybe, oops, can I please turn my camera? I thought maybe they would want me to uninstall it. Oh, I think they want me to go to my left. Hold on. Because what the hell are they trying to get me to? I can't even move my screen. Stop. Turn. They want me to go over there? What the hell? They want me to go buy something? Why do they want me to come over here? I don't even know. Let me go back to my, oops. Let me go back here. So it's saying I can't install, and there's 2 things that need to be removed, and I don't know. They're not helping me on what needs to be removed here. Does anyone know? Should I go to the bottom? Am I supposed to flip this damn PC? Do they want me to turn it on? Like, this is water cooled Donna. Maybe something on this side? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have to... Wait, no, because I was able to remove it outright. PC can boot up. The hell? How do I remove this? How do I remove this? They need to give me something. He says, so you are learning about hardware? Yes. Yes, I am. And I think this was actually pretty good until right now, because now they're not even helping me. I had a little bit of help of knowing what stuff are. Like, I just finally learned a couple of things, like what things actually look like. Like, I know this is the RAM, the CPU is there, the GPU be here, and then, but we took it out. I don't know what this is, though. And then I don't know, well, this is the radiator, but I'd never seen this before in my life. So the radiator cools the water. So that's probably why I can't uninstall it, because I don't know what it takes to uninstall it. I would assume that you have to take this off, but they're not telling me what to do. Rotate the camera. Maybe just start highlighting over stuff. This is the only thing that's popping up, and it's talking about remove it. So that's strange. Do I have to go to the back? I don't understand why they want me to go to that desk, because when I went to the desk, it didn't help me. It did not help me. Unless they want me to cable piping. Remove. And apparently there's 2 things I need to remove. The water-cooled GPU. That is so confusing. I feel like I already came up here like 3 times. The water-cooled GPU. Yeah, I would not know how to remove this. And then literally I'm just supposed to like grab it. I know there's a wire attached to it. Maybe that could be the case. But then it's like, what? You won't even let me take the back case off. So I can't even get to the wire. That's strange. I guess this is probably where we're gonna have to leave off. Donna, I can't fix your computer. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with that. I can't release your GPU. I cannot release your GPU. I'm sorry. I mean, not your GPU, your radiator. I already got your GPU. And then it's like they're highlighting this desk. So I'm like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to pick it up. No, they don't care. The hell? Let me put this. Let me put it over here. Imagine that just helps me all of a sudden. It's like, oh no, oh my goodness. Is that really what I think it is? Oh, never mind. I thought maybe it was showing me that I need to like touch up on that. But no. Oh, I would have been pissed. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Do they want me to like hold on to that? The hell? I don't know. It's still not working though. I just brought it to a different desk as if this was going to help me. Maybe I gotta zoom in. Yeah, no, I don't know what the fuck they want me to do. We're just gonna have to leave this here. I'm sorry, Donna. This ain't happening. I'm gonna have to bring you over here. I don't know what's wrong with your PC. There's something else wrong with it. What's wrong with y'all? This is an overclock. They're like, she just keeps opening PCs and never finishing it. All right, let's plug this in. Finally, we got something that's a little bit more simpler here. We got the HDMI cord. Okay, we got that. The USB keyboard. We could plug that in up there. Open the monitor. Overlocking. The CPU is performed in the PC's operating system or BIOS. To access the BIOS, you need to do F2 delete key as it boots up. If you don't press one of the keys in time, then the PC will boot the OS in normal, and you will need to restart the PC and try again. Oh, this is a real thing, I believe. So let me take a note on that, because I remember hearing about this. I just don't know if... Wait, what if I click that and then it actually does something to my PC? What the hell? So performed in the PC's operating system. So that's a good note to take here. Operating system. But this is super sick. Or the BIOS. To access the BIOS, you need to click, which I don't know if they're playing around or if that's what you're actually supposed to click. F2, or maybe like it says F2 and delete, or it says or delete. Yeah, so that probably isn't the truth. I mean, and maybe it is. And if you don't press one of the keys in time, then the PC will boot as normal. So I think I don't need to write that part down. So press P to power up the PC. So they want me to press P, and then as it's booting up, hold delete. So press P. Wait, I don't know where my delete button is. I think I clicked the wrong button. I got nervous. Hold delete. Wait, do they want me to literally look in the game? Do they want me to hold delete? Hold on. Okay, let's go with F2. Oh, did I do it? Okay, there we go. So this is where you can see the PC's hardware settings. And then this, obviously, I'm not going to take this too deep because it probably doesn't look like how it's supposed to look. Probably looks dummy easier. So your CPU speed shows how fast the CPU runs. Oh, I should have seen what it said about the chipset. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, so now we're getting into a couple of things, which I could probably just figure out by playing with my own computer. But we got the CPU speed. Shows how fast. Sorry, I'm taking notes right now. The CPU runs, which you could kind of assume that. So, and is a function of the base clock times to the ratio. So here is 100 MHz times 40 to give you 4,000. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see it. So it's times the ratio. So it's base clock times the ratio number gives you that. You could tweak either value to change the overall frequency, but normally you use the ratio for big changes and the base clock for smaller ones. So increase the CPU core to 44. So you want me to switch that to 44 times. Increase the CPU's voltage to 1.35. That looks good for stable overclock. Click on the settings. So apply changes and restart the PC. Then this is a pretty cool freaking, like, what the hell? Wait, I don't know if they want me to get into the BIOS. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, this is pretty cool. And welcome to the Oct app. You can be used to stress test the CPU and GPU after overlocking to check stability. Now, I don't know if this is real. Like, I would need help at this point if this is a real, like, app. So left click on the on button. So wait for the stress test to complete. Okay, we got about 23 seconds. Okay. Damn, this is a long time. I'm about to leave. I'm about to dip and go fix another computer. Like, why are they taking dummy long? Alright, let's see. Damn, this is pretty lit. Test and monitoring. And congratulations, the CPU remained within its operating parameters in this test. I don't even know what the operating parameter was. They should have told me that. But of course I can go learn that. Probably, more than likely, on my own. So now we finished here. So now what? Place a delivery. What does that mean? Place a delivery. Do I just leave? Or do I turn it off? Like, what are we doing? Place in the workshop delivery area. Okay, we're just gonna take everything and go to the workshop delivery area. Are we gonna get paid for this? Because this might be the only one that we've actually completed. Because the other one we didn't complete, as you can see. Because we did complete it, but then I didn't install it correctly, and then I don't have time to re-break that computer and figure it out. So now we collect the payment. Finally, we made some money. Where is it? Wait, which one did we do? Oh, we did the overlock. Perfect. And then we're trying to do Donna's water cooler, but that's confusing. We can't do the scans, and then we could just pretty much paint, but I think that we're pretty much done with this game. I think this is pretty cool, though. I wonder how much it costs. Wait, no. How do I quit? Shut down? I can shut down my computer without. They have a worm game on here, a shop, a music player. That's actually pretty sick, but seriously, I need to leave this damn game. Oh, okay, I was gonna say. Alright, that was pretty lit, man. I've learned a couple of things. I've learned about what the PC lock looks like. I learned what actually everything looks like except for the RAM. So I'm happy that now I feel like I could tell when I look at maybe any PC to be like, okay, this is the power supply, this is the fans, this is the CPU, this is that. That was really what the whole point of that game was, so that I could kind of see what things were and just break it down. I finally learned what the PC lock was, which I know it's not that deep because that's just how you lock the stuff in there. But I remember it was talking about that somewhere, and I was like, what the hell is the PC lock? And then they called the power supply the PCU, so that was throwing me off, but that supplies the power to the components. You got the air cooler, which keeps heat away from the CPU. I knew about the air cooler. I didn't know the purpose of the air cooler, so that was pretty good to learn. The RAM, I believe you install it in 2 and 4. I don't know if I could have been wrong about that, but that definitely was helpful. I learned about what it is to overlock the computer and then how to get into the BIOS. And then I guess kind of be able to tell whether your CPU is running smoothly. I learned what the CPU speed was, what the ratio was. So I think I've got a little bit of, deeper concepts inside of this. But normally when it comes to learning, I normally like to learn off of Allison. Allison is a really good app. I do want to go and show y'all real quick. Let me just change. Oh wait, I'm ready. Oh my goodness, my PC's like acting up. It doesn't know how to act. Let me go change the camera angle real quick. And then I want to go and show y'all. Because Allison is a pretty good app. Like this, I be trying to put people on, but it is some of the stuff on there is a little bit outdated, but it's never like too outdated to where it still doesn't apply now. Like it's just there might be different things that aren't in there, but currently I'm taking like this. Let me go and show y'all the screen when I get there. Let me come here now, jump back into the live. So currently right now I'm taking this course on how to build the computer, which was helping with the hardware, but it was a little bit outdated. So I wanted to do something that was more updated, which was because it's still talking about like physical hard drives and stuff like that. So it was just a little bit outdated. I wish they would show like when these courses were created. Maybe if you click more info. But either way, though, these courses are still pretty good and can still be used up to date when you know about stuff, which is why I was trying. Oh, they do have an assessment. I didn't know. But which is why I was trying to do it with this app. I mean, with the game, so the game can show me, what everything kind of looks like, and that's not too old school, something that's a little bit more updated with the course. I didn't even know that they had assessments, so I guess this is them teaching you, and then you can take an assessment. It does come with a certification, but it's not like a real certification. You can get a certification or a degree is what they like to call it, but it's not real. At the end of the day, though, it is all free courses that can pretty much teach you anything that you wanted to look up into. So I kind of like Allison. They even have like a CompTIA, but that could even be outdated in itself. But it says there was 200,000 learners for that ended up doing it or enrolling in it, a diploma thing in computer networking, which at some point I would love to get in, but obviously it's not a real diploma, remember that, but it's still a pretty good place to end up learning stuff. But yeah, and they have a bunch of different things on here, especially when it comes to tech. And then you can also do something random like, I don't know, we could do like parenting 101 or something, I don't know. And then when you look it up, they can literally show you courses for parenting. So literally, if you have anything in mind that you would want to learn, like something I always wanted to learn is automotive. I always wanted to learn how to fix cars or how to basically do what I'm doing right now, where I could look inside of a car and kind of be like, okay, I know what this is, I know what that is. So they have automotive systems training on here, comprehensive car mechanic. Obviously, there's more courses that could be more designed for like what you are specifically looking for. You just would have to, get it down to what you're looking for. But maintenance, they have havoc on here. That's something else. Or like home repairs. I think that was something I seen on here that I liked. Like home improvement. And then it's handyman basics, working principles of home appliances. Like Allison is a pretty good place. It's just obviously some of the stuff isn't up to date, but the point is that you get the fundamental like knowledge in a course type of way, and then you could probably learn the rest of it on YouTube. But yeah, so when I come on here tomorrow though, I do plan on, because I am going to end the stream here. I learned a good amount of stuff, and I also wanted to give myself, a little bit of a break as well. But I think that was very helpful of seeing what everything actually is, like what the SSD card looks like. I had no idea. So that's why I felt like that was very helpful for me, because I don't know what anything looked like. So now that I finally know what it looks like, that's crazy. Like I'm super happy about that. And then number 2, like I said, I learned a little bit more as well. And then 3, I forgot what I was getting to. Oh yeah, so tomorrow we're probably gonna hop back on that Allison app, because now they're gonna teach me how to make a computer. And that's why I really wanted to play the game first, because I know the game is a little bit more up to date, while the one that I'm kind of working on right now in Allison isn't as up to date. So I'm like, if they're gonna teach me to build a computer, it might, like, they might be able to get a few things or certain things correctly, but it's kind of like for building an older computer. And I don't really like watching videos. I like to do I like to read and take notes. That's more easier for me to end up learning on. So I rather just learn it through here, and then I might eventually in the future, when I do plan on buying a computer and then breaking it apart, putting it back together, I might end up doing it side by side with like a YouTube video, so then y'all could see that in the future. But yeah, so we're just trying to get down pat with the hardware. In tomorrow's stream, like I said, I'm gonna do the Allison thing, but then I'm also going to give myself another quiz based on how to kind of put the computer together in a way. I believe I would hopefully know how to do that. The only thing is I don't know certain like things. Like I know about the NVMe SSD being, I guess, works faster than the other one. So you might want to have that. That's probably the only thing I really know about like names when it comes down to that. But if we can stay away from names and kind of just show how to build something, I think I could probably do pretty good. So I'm gonna end up asking for a quiz. I'm probably looking up like a basic computer, quiz and see how that goes tomorrow as well. So that's gonna be pretty lit. Thank y'all for tuning in, by the way. Sorry if y'all didn't end up enjoying the fact that it was a video game, but I think it was very helpful. I got a lot of knowledge from it, and I'm very happy that I ended up going through that. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I have to end up hopping off, going to work. If you are new here, man, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'm going to be live every single day to end up trying to become an IT support professional. And the goal is to continue to learn a little bit more about hardware until I feel more comfortable. I'm sure there's more in depth that I got to get into as well. Or maybe that could have just been it. Who knows? I think there's more to get into, especially when it comes to the watts and like the numbers and how all of that stuff works. I think now I know what it looks like, but I want to know what it's actually doing, how it works, what are the like the if I get something that has less gigabytes, why is that different than something with more gigabytes, which obviously I would know that, but the point is to kind of break some of that stuff down, which I think would be super cool. And yeah, so that's gonna happen all in tomorrow's live stream. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are super goated. If you just joined in, hit that subscribe button. I'm hopping on tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST. Tune in. Deuces. Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all. This was amazing, super fun. What is up? What is up, y'all? How are y'all today? I hate when like I'm not able to kind of follow along with a course because then it's kind of like I have to make my own course and hope that I'm learning what needs to be learned. But today though, I ended up waking up and our subscriber count like boosted, legitimately boosted. So thank you all so much to the new subscribers. Now we could kind of put like a different subscriber goal. We could do like 1,725 because we're basically, pretty close to 1,700 at this point, which I think is super cool. Or actually, let me put 1,700. That could be our goal because we're starting here. It says goal end date must, wait, what? Goal end date must be in the future. Oh, I put 2075, my fault. So now we could update that goal because we're there. We're on day 9. We still got to learn about hardware. And I just don't know what to necessarily, do or like follow when it comes to this. I'm just, because like I said, I can't do the Google IT support course anymore because they're acting up. Sorry, I wanted to open my chat on this phone. Hey, what is up, Sum? But like they're acting up, so now I kind of have to figure out what I'm gonna do. And I think the first thing I'm gonna do is probably quiz myself with a couple of online quizzes about the stuff that I pretty much learned to see if I'm getting any types of knowledge. So I'll be reading those out to you guys, and then I'm gonna have to see, because I'm so pissed because I had something on my phone that I wanted to look into and then it erased, like everything was just gone. So now I don't, can this remote please work? So now I just don't know at all. Let me get this in. You said do a chill stream, please. What does a chill stream mean? What does a chill stream mean? Does that just mean like no studying at all? All right, let's go with YouTube here. Sorry, I just want to make sure my TV is also set up. And then we can get a bit into these online quizzes. My fault for starting late today. I kept thinking that I was going to wake up and go to urgent care today to get an x-ray on my hand. But I forgot that I was actually going to go to work today. So I meant to wake up earlier, but I forgot everything. So we're going to do computer hardware quiz. So computer hardware quiz. And let's see how this goes. Hopefully we can find a good basic one. Let's do Sporkle. We're gonna end up playing with this quiz here. Oh, Sporkle is just making me pick or click on what each thing is. So they want me to click the power supply. I mean, I guess this one isn't too hard. Let me see if I could change the screen so y'all can see me take this quiz real quick. It's like they want me to kind of pick like what each thing is. And I kind of remember everything. The CPU fan, the all-in-one reader. I don't know if it's this one or this. Okay, oof, I thought I was gonna get that wrong. This is the DVD-ROM. We got the mouse. Okay, that's easy. The graphics card. Would it be this? Okay, got that. Speakers, monitor, CPU, keyboard. I think this is the sound card. I've never seen what a sound card looks like, but I don't. This looks like the SSD. Case. Oh, that's a hard drive? Never mind, I thought that was an SSD. Okay, we got 15 out of 15. That's good. The average score is 75, so we ate that up. Since nothing is up, everything is upside down in life. Oh no. Are you talking about how with our damn eyes? It says, I've been following your journey. You should be proud of yourself and what you have achieved in your journey so far. Hey, thank you so much, man. Truly. Thank you so much. But yeah, I definitely am proud of what I've achieved. And I was going to say, the last video that I uploaded too, I feel like that point was kind of like misunderstood. So I think straight up jump on the stream right after you wake up. That's why your face is crazy swell. Oh yeah, I do, because I work 10-hour shifts. And so when I go to sleep and wake up, I immediately start streaming because I have no other time to stream and I have no other time to study because I be grinding at work. So it's like I gotta go crazy. But what was I about to say? Oh, this is pretty cool. These have flashcards. What does CPU stand for? Oh, okay. So I can end up doing this, and you can even do a hint. I don't know why it was flipped though. They showed me the answer. But no, I was gonna say because like the last video was confusing because I feel like a lot of people kind of misunderstood what the video was meant to be about. Because like the video before that was supposed to be about during the 200 days of coding, I wanted to quit. Like that was just straight up about coding. But then the tech video just recently was about the fact that I haven't been as consistent. So it was kind of like I gave up, but then now I'm trying to be consistent again. And then I think people kind of took it like I wanted, like they just read the title or thumbnail and they just jumped on that. And I was like, no, I'm doing great, y'all. Like I'm doing great. All right, so taking this other quiz says, what does CPU stand for? That is the processing unit or the central processing unit. RAM volatile, or I can never pronounce that word. I think it is. Okay. Volatile. What does ROM stand for? I'll never remember this. Honestly, do I need to take notes on what it stands for? Like I know the central processing unit. Let me see. Maybe I do. Maybe I would be crazy if someone said, like, would someone randomly quiz me and be like, "What the hell is CPU?" And I'll be like, "What?" Because like I think I would get that one, but I might stutter a little bit. So central processing unit. Oh, that's what I wanted to look into. I think I wanted to look into the data flow. You said, what do I do for a living? I work at a warehouse. I work at a pretty good warehouse. It's a pretty good job so far. Or, well, I've been working here for 2 years. I don't know why it says so far. Or going on to 3 years. So it's a pretty good job. Pays well, gets everything done. What does ROM stand for? I probably wouldn't know. I feel like when I see it though, I'm gonna be like, I knew it. Yes, I knew it. I just took like, when I was at work, I took a couple of quizzes as well just to make sure that I was set. And so far, I think like when it comes down to definitions of things, I think I got it. So what is CPU speed generally measured in? Oh, so this is really gonna be testing me because some of this stuff I actually don't know. But this could probably help me with a future quiz. Or not help me with a future quiz, but it could help me with certain things I need to look into because I wanted to learn about the data flow and then how it collects data, like specifically this question. So that'll be gigahertz. Yes, I was just watching a video on that the other day as well. God, I'm really trying to take this seriously. State the purpose of an input device. I'm assuming an input device is I think an input device would be like a mouse, right? And a keyboard. It's like you type on the keyboard to input something into the computer. You click, you move the mouse and moves the mouse on the computer. I think it's something like that. It's like it says to enter data from outside the system for processing. But you're entering data from outside the system into the system though, right? Wouldn't that technically be that? Because then wouldn't output be what's on the system is coming out? So I think either way, I probably would have explained it. I explained it weird, but I figured out what an input device was recently as well. I guess this is stuff I would need to know. This isn't a bad place to start and start taking notes. You say gotta go. See you later, son. See you later. So input device, we gotta put enter data from outside. But yeah, I feel like things were a little bit like misconstrued when it came to the video because there was someone else too that like commented. I had to delete his comment. I was like, what the hell? But somebody was just like, oh, like I forgot exactly what it was, but it was very aggressive. And then it was just like, if something like calm down or calm the F down, it's never that deep. Like we already told you or something like that. And I was like, oof, like I've never seen someone who just didn't watch the video. Because I feel like in the video, it was very clear that what I was talking about was simply like me being out of schedule and then me kind of like not really studying as much or not doing YouTube videos as much. I probably didn't mention the YouTube video part, but I did mention that part on live stream. But I was just like, I'm surprised, that got super misconstrued. So these are like flashcards right here, which isn't bad because I think it's going to help me learn a little bit of what to target. But my bad, y'all. Normally I'm supposed to be on a little bit earlier, man, but I got confused because I requested today off for my hand to go get like an x-ray, but then I realized that I'm probably not going to do it today. So that screwed me. It says, does the CPU fetch and decode instructions? That sounds like a weird way of saying, does it take instructions? I would say true, right? Yeah, I would say true. But I don't know why they said it like that. Unless that's exactly how it's supposed to be said. But when I took another quiz before this, or like yesterday, it said something about something completely different. But in a way, it was like I forgot how it said it, but like it was the instruction type of thing. Infection decodes instructions. Then this is really informative. Oh, they also have like a match too, but I don't think I'm ready for that. I realized this was a quiz and I'm kind of using it as just to understand what the hell I'm doing. I'm gonna show y'all a little bit of it. But right now I'm just taking like this flashcard quiz. It says what effect is more cores having on computer performance. Oh yes, that's what I need to get into. I don't know what effect it has on. Does it improve the performance if there's more cores? I'm not too positive. I don't remember what cores end up like actually measuring. So that's a little bit confusing. Who else is calling me? I do not know who that is. I ain't answering. That's weird. It says someone's calling me, but I feel like it's someone from work. But I don't know. That's strange. Unless maybe they're trying to drop off a package, but I don't want to answer. I do not want to answer. It says, what effect does more cores have on computers' performance? What effect? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm just getting confused because of that damn call. I'm like, I really hope that wasn't who I thought it was. But more cores in the CPU will result in a better overall performance. Hey, that's what I said. Okay, so cores involves in the CPU. So more cores. Let me write that down. I had a feeling it was the CPU, but for some reason, like I always get GPU and CPU confused, which it shouldn't even be confusing because the GPU is the graphics card, which I legitimately never knew. But I guess that's the case. So better overall performance and better multitasking. So I probably got to get that part, but if I just said better performance, would I still pass the quiz? Is my wondering. Oh damn, they played me. Well, they gave us some stuff. Let's leave. I don't care. They gave us some stuff. Let's go. What is the next quiz? They had something else here. Well, clearly I feel like I don't really need a quiz. We probably should dive a little bit more into the data flow. So let me see, because I swore I looked this up somewhere and I have like a whole little study plan. And then now I can't find it anywhere. So let me see data flows. Because I had this whole little study plan and I cannot find where I put it at. Oh, I guess it was here. What the hell was I even talking about? Wait, no, this can't be it. Could this be it? Yeah, no, I don't know what the hell this is about. Okay, yeah, never mind, whatever. We're just going to have to look it up ourselves. So computer hardware data flows. Damn, I had a whole little thing that I cannot find. But it says, what is data flow, the beginner's guide? I believe that was what I was going to use. Oh, no, it was a different website. I think it was Geeks for Geeks, because it had a diagram. The data warehouse input processing output. What is data flow diagram? Damn it. I can't find the exact one that I wanted to get into. But it's okay. I mean, this one doesn't look bad. It just looks pretty. It looks like it gets pretty deep. I'm going to have to show you in a second. If I want to use this one, I just don't want to go crazy trying to like scroll, figure out what to look into. I mean, the AI overview gave a pretty much good data flow. I think, oh, you know how I found it? Actually, I think I went to images. And I found a picture and then it brought me to that website. I can't find it today. So the paths that data takes as it moves through a computer's hardware from input through processing and storage to output, the CPU, memory, RAM, motherboard coordinate this flow with the memory controller managing. I don't know if I should get into data flow first or if I should get into like the specs, like what does gigahertz in CPU or RAM, whatever the hell gigahertz be in. Should I get into that, or they have a beginner's guide here? I don't really like the way this explains it though. It's kind of confusing. This is like talking about data flow in general. I need data flow for computer hardware. Multi-threading, self-scheduling. Damn, I literally had the website. Was it this one? It might have been this one. Graphical representation. But this isn't really getting to the point. Let me ask ChatGPT. Maybe they can do this better. A schedule of learning hardware in a month. I need help studying data flows. Or, well, actually, I'm just going to ask for what they think I should do. A 1 month study schedule. Motherfucking, just give me the... Oof, they be pissing me off. Alright, so I already learned about CPU RAM. We already took the quiz, and I basically passed. I know what everything finally looks like. So now it's saying learn monitors, keyboards, mice, printers, input, output devices. So then identify components, understand how they connect. So I think what I'm going to look into is how components connect. So let me just look that up. So hardware, how components connect. That's probably exactly what I'm looking for when I say data flow. I love how it's like primarily through the motherboard, but it's like I'm trying to find a website. So this is the hardware. Okay, good. This is probably exactly where I want to be. So I'm going to show y'all this screen. I have a feeling that this is it. So let's jump to it. So this is talking about the hardware, the physical components. So we got input devices, output devices, storage. Whoops, stop. Internal components. And then we got computer software, which is the software system application. Oh, so you know what? I actually low-key, I've assumed that's what computer software was, but I never really knew. So this is more of like the beginning. So this is talking about what the hardware is, the difference between hardware and software, and then this is what input devices are, and then this is what output devices are, which I feel like I probably wouldn't need a note of this, but just in case if I were to ever run into this, let me at least put this down. But I would assume, like I said, you can kind of guess what is input and what is output. Because it's like, what are you doing that's doing something to the screen? I feel like. But I don't get how a scanner is input, unless I just don't know what a scanner is. Actually, yeah. I would say I don't know what a scanner is. Microphone. I always get confused with microphone because then I always think of like headset, and I think of a headset like with a microphone, so I'm like, why is headset output, not input? But no, I just gotta remember that headset is basically trying to say something is coming through the headset. So monitor would be output, printer, yeah, I would figure all of these would be output. There's no question about it, but just in case if I ever get questioned on this, here we go. So they can help you with these interviews. I will upload it to URL if that could help. You don't have to pay. Just wanted to help you to your next level. Hey, thank you, brother. But I'm probably gonna do interviews way later, but I could definitely look into that. So this is computer hardware, input devices. So they gave a little bit more description here, which I don't think I need a big description. So we got storage devices. This is where I always get it messed up. I did not know that storage devices are CDs. Like I just learned about storage devices yesterday. Then as I'm like learning this stuff, I'm like, some of this is really simple to learn, but that's why a lot of it is basically considered a, and then I think hard drive, right, is the next one. Yep. But a lot of this is considered like the basics. I feel like you could kind of learn this in a couple of days. But I just want to make sure that I know a good amount before moving on to the networking aspect of things, if that makes sense. So we have a bit of the definition with the CPU here, which we already got, which is the heart. Oh, this says the heart of the computer. I thought it was the brain. But okay, maybe it could be considered both. Oh, here's the image I'm talking about. So this is the exact website I meant to come to. Damn, they have so much ads, bro. What the hell? So motherboard. It is the main circuit board inside of the computer. All the components of computers are directly or indirectly connected to the motherboard, including RAMs, controllers, chipsets. So RAM, CRAM, we already got all this. Video supply and video graphics error report. I don't think I have this. The VGA. A damaged cable. A video input commonly used on computer. Oh, never mind. Power supply, cooling drive. Yeah, we already got all this down. So I'm not too... Oh, they have a quiz here. The primary drawback of high-performance CPUs like Intel Core 9. i9. I don't know what the hell this. Do I need to know that stuff? Oh, okay, so that was it. I guess this is a bad website for me to be on. What made me click this? Okay, I think I looked up hardware, how components connect, but it didn't really talk about how the components connected. How does the motherboard connect with components? 11 basic components. Maybe I could do like a YouTube video for this one. Cause I want to see how all these components. Maybe that is it. Like how these components connect is just through the motherboard. So to transfer data between the RAM. So maybe that's probably just exactly what that answer is. So how? But they made it seem like it was different. Unless what they probably meant is like, where do these components connect? But I already know where. Or like what it does for the computer. I think the last thing though today, what I wanted to get into is like I said, what does specs mean? I mean, because I know that there's such thing called as watts, then there's gigahertz, gigabytes. I want to know the difference. Obviously, I'm assuming well, actually, let me not even assume at this point, because if I say something crazy, that's wilding. So primarily through a motherboard is how these components connect. So we're going to just take that, keep it pushing. I do want to learn about this is providing electrical pathways buses to transfer data between all of this. So which acts as the central hub. So let me do that. Providing electrical I'm forgetting my face is on the screen, so I'm like really close. I've been thinking I'm like recording up there. Electrical pathways, which are known as buses, to transfer data. Hey, that's what's up. Bammers. Okay, what's next? Peripherals like graphics and networks card connections are made via physical slots, sockets, and ports on the motherboard, as well as external cables for peripherals. Oh, that's crazy. So I probably would have to watch a whole video to see. Oh, I don't see no wires, but I guess they're going to show us how to put something together. I would watch it, but, well, actually I probably could watch it. I just would have to turn the screen off. Because if I don't turn the screen off, then they're going to definitely copyright my video, data bus. So this is the data transfer part. Oh, I hate watching YouTube videos for knowledge though. But yeah, we're gonna have to transfer this camera because I do kind of want to see it. I gotta put like a key for that. But if I do this on YouTube, they're gonna end up copyrighting it, trying to take my damn video down. But if y'all are new here, man, hit that subscribe button. Come join me on this journey. And make sure if you have been chilling here to hit that like button, because that like button ends up getting it pushed out to other people. So definitely go hit that like button as well. And let's keep going. So right now, oh damn, this is actually really in depth. I just don't like, the problem is I wish I kind of had like a mentor, because I don't want to sit here and take down all the notes, but then it doesn't matter, because right now I kind of want to show a quick glance, but even then they could still take down the video, I heard. So it's crazy. It's like, it's not even worth it. But right now they're showing me the motherboard, right? And they're showing me the 10th. Well, is this the motherboard? It says motherboard, but it looks like they're showing me the graphics, the CPU. But it's showing 10th gen Intel Core processor. Yeah, that's the CPU. And then it's talking about a bunch of stuff I don't understand. So like DDR4, 2x DIMMs per channel. Like, I don't know as of right now. It had megahertz on it. Oh, it's showing the megahertz. This is the Intel SSD. 2 lanes. This is the SATA. So I was like, I can't tell if what they're trying to do is like teach me a lot about like, I don't even know, because this is talking about the high definition audio, smart sound technology, and it's kind of pointing to the same chipset. Oh, I think the chipset is the audio. Or, no. But clearly it's not the CPU. The top one is showing me the CPU, I believe. But it's like the way that they show it. I mean, maybe I have to listen to the video. Maybe that'll be helpful. I'll put the volume up. That'd probably be the most that y'all could hear, if anything. So we're going to study a bit with this video here. Okay, let me see if I can call out each one. I believe this is the GPU. That's the CPU. This is, I would say this is the power supply. I believe that's just the fans or the cooling system. We got the RAM. Oof, I don't know what that is. This, one of these might be, is this a hard drive? Oh no, that seems like the SSD. I don't know what that is. Damn. And I also don't know what that is. That might be like sound. But let's see. So we're solving a crime. Number one seems to be the CPU.
But anyways, let's dive right in. We'll begin this journey with the
So we went to the.
processing unit,
Alright.
CPU.
So they're showing me the central processing unit right now.
Top, we have a cover called an integrated heat
Damn, it's actually pretty cool. So it has a cover. Like, for instance, like right now, it's saying it has a cover of integrated heat spreader. I'm assuming I wouldn't have to take a note of that, because why would I need to know? like that's my problem. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to know? And it's like metal package, like integrated circuit, which is called the die. Like, do I need to know all that? But I'm guessing maybe I would need to know that if I'm really considering like building, like maybe like engineering a computer. But that's where I'm lost. Put this in. And then, yeah, it's getting a little bit too deep into this. I don't know where to go. I'm gonna keep that playing in the background quick. Let me see. Learn CPU, RAM, motherboard, storage types. I already got that. Label diagrams, watch teardown builds. So I guess technically I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing, because this is like a teardown build video. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna continue to watch this, see how it is to like build a computer. But the only thing is that he's getting a little bit too in-depth, and I don't know if I need to know all that.
Together, these transistors and wires create a multi-layer labyrinth.
Okay.
Resulting in
Damn, I wish I could show y'all. This is super dope.
of operations every second.
Okay. Shared L3 cache, ring interconnect, integrated graphics processor,
Top left is the
memory controller. What the hell? Nah, this is too deep for me. I'm not remembering none of this. I'm gonna need to find a video on, I think what I'm gonna look up on YouTube, where's my YouTube? I'm gonna look up builds and tear down like computer videos. That's what I'm gonna look up. Build and tear down computer parts. Maybe that's probably the best thing I could do right now. How to unbuild a computer. Build your own computer inside of a computer. Disassembling. Maybe this might have to be the wave. I'm gonna just watch him. J2cents. I might need to watch this. And let me see if I can point it out, because now this is real. Like, I'm too busy looking at like fake GPUs. Like, no, I need to look at what a real GPU looks like. Damn, they're big as hell. They're big as hell. Okay, I don't need this introduction. Let's just go right into it. Oh, wait, did he unscrew it? I can't wait to buy my own computer and break it apart, y'all. This is gonna be crazy. I just want to see if I can point it out in real life, like what it looks like. Actually, I could. This is crazy. So I'm assuming this is the cooling system. I'm assuming this is the modern cooling system, because I've seen other systems that did not look like this. This might be the power supply, and if not, the power supply is down here, is what I learned. This is the GPU. Oh no, I don't think that's the power supply. I think that's where the CPU is, and then it has a fan trying to blow air away from the CPU, so the power supply is down here. That looks like the RAM. That looks like the SSD. Kind of. Yeah, the power supply is down there. Alright, so we took it off. It's crazy, because once you actually know what it looks like, you could kind of just point it out in any computer. That's insane. Or any desktop. Oh wait, no, that's the RAM. Oops, my bad. What the hell is that? Alright, so he has something different. He said you could have a water cooler that blows from your CPU, but he says his is a little bit different. Alright, so yeah, he said this is the graphics card. Yes. This is the RAM. I'm wondering, what are these, though? Is this like different SSDs, or?
Plugged into the motherboard. These things sticking up is your RAM or your memory. Then you have your power connectors, which is going to be a 24 pin usually on the right. The CPU power pin usually a 4 or 8 pin at the top.
So there's a CPU power pin at the top, something else to the right.
PCI Express hooked up to your graphics card if it uses it. Otherwise, it may not have power connected at all. There might be one plug, two plugs, or even three plugs.
Okay, that's reasonable.
On the bottom right here, your front panel connectors. These are the wires that tell your reset button, your switch, or in our case, our kill switch, that we're pushing buttons. Those plug into the motherboard. And then you're going to also have,
Let me see.
usually, which are over here on the right-hand side, your hard drive SATA connectors.
That's not bad at all. I feel like I kind of, well, the only thing I think I couldn't do is like, I think I could put everything inside. But when it comes to the wires, I think is where I would slack, because I haven't seen too much about like the wiring and how to really put the wiring all together. That might have to be something, but I feel like I wouldn't understand it just by watching it. I think I would have to have my own PC, break it apart, and then kind of understand it like that. So for me, I kind of feel like I'm past this point. I mean, it definitely is helpful to be looking at it in real life and see what each thing is. But I feel like I kind of get the gist. Oh, damn, he has multiple fans up in there. He ain't playing. So now it says learn this here. Explore BIOS in old PC or virtual machine. So they want me to dive deep into the BIOS settings. I'm just pissed because I had a really good like layout of what to do and I cannot find where it's at. But it's okay. You know, we ended up learning a good amount today. And today is going to be a little bit different anyway. Alright, so that was pretty good. I'm happy to finally have seen that in person. Because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like I just only know what it looks like on a machine. I actually do kind of get the gist. And it's like, you can kind of look into any computer and then get the gist. This. And that's pretty good so far. Especially to be on day 9, being able to do that. Well, probably there's probably some people who are able to do that like this. But I don't know. So this is I can go to PC part pickers, browse complete builds, and see what the peripheral connectors are. So this is allowing me to look at builds. So view builds. Let me see. Maybe this could definitely be helpful in a way. Let's go on live here. Y'all probably know better. So this is like an entry level Intel gaming build. This one is a little bit more about here. So if I just click on it, I'm able to look at the parts pretty much. So this, I'm assuming, what is this, the CPU? Yes, the series processor. I think I have this. Yes, I literally have that exact one. That's funny. Oops, I completely left. Oh damn, it actually gets into detail too. Oh, so this is perfect if you're really looking into wanting to build a computer. They get into everything. They tell you what the GPU is, how good it is, what the doesn't really talk about anything with deeper though, with like the cores and stuff, the watts, like how I want to get into that stuff. Probably get into that stuff later. It says should not be any issues with BIOS compatibility or required updates to support the CPU. So that's nice. So let's get into these images here. So I'm assuming this is either that's either what protects the CPU or this is the power supply. But it looks like what protects the CPU because it's called the thermal, right? I'm not sure though, that could be completely wrong. This is the RAM. I would hope so. Or is this the RAM? We got fans, we got this. Oh, we got the case. That looks pretty nice. Here's the power supply. Yep, I always get it confused. I always get the power supply and this confused, but I always got to remember that this, like, it looks different. There's a difference to it. But oh, is this that was the motherboard. Oops, I thought they were trying to show me like the SD card or like the memory or something. Who knows? So we got storage, the PCI. Damn, that's crazy. And you can kind of just look into each piece and see what each piece is doing. This is 2 times 16 gigabytes kit of DDR5 RAM. DDR5 6000 and maximum cast latency of 30 to targets the sweet spot of 7,000 series CPUs. Motherboard, we're using a parametric filter. I know motherboards could be a little bit different, so our compatibility pricing engines will automatically select the best priced motherboard. And I guess you can kind of just go into it. So if we wanted to, oh damn, they have hella motherboards. Or are these not all motherboards? It's the Tomahawk Wi-Fi one. Yeah, so they just have a bunch of different types of motherboards. That's crazy. I knew there was like a few. The one I was watching was so old school. It said something about there only being like 3. This is insane. These are all motherboards for real, or am I tripping? Yeah, they are. But then I heard that you have to get a CPU that matches the motherboard, because this already looks like a different type of CPU would need to fit in that. Literally. PC part picker. Alright, so let me see. So I guess this is actually helpful for when, oh, you could build your own PC. What the heck? So I'm choosing my CPU. I don't even know what I want to go with. I want to go with the best. What is the best? They said necessarily getting one with a lot isn't, let me see, because they said it's better to have a lot of core counts, even if the core counts gigahertz performance core clock is smaller, because that technically means you have more. So this is like 16 core counts. This is 20 core counts. But it's Intel. I don't know if Intel is bad. I think I like Ryzen. Mine's is Ryzen, so I would rather go with Ryzen. But for this, oh yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, this should be expensive. It should be 600. All right, so we got this. Add from selection. So now we're going for the CPU cooler. Yeah, we're gonna be rich up in here, and that's what we're doing. Imagine I actually sat here and bought this by accident. So we need a good CPU cooler. Now I don't know what to look at when you're looking for this. Estimated wattage, 170. Doesn't even talk about wattage, so why did it say that? This is the RPM, the noise level. I'm assuming, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming the higher the RPM, the better, but maybe that's not the case. That's probably not how you would do that. And I wouldn't know. Honestly, if this were me, I would just go with the one that looks pretty, and this looks pretty. But I know that's not how you're that's not how you're supposed to go about these things. This is excellent value. I use this to cool the 9800 3D to 4cc. Oh, damn, they're talking about stuff. That's crazy work. I don't know if this would work for me. Let's add it. Maybe it won't. But now we gotta choose a motherboard that matches my CPU, but that's the one thing I don't understand. How would I know if this matched my CPU? It says DDR. There's probably like a number you would have to look for that I clearly didn't look at, because I didn't even know there was stuff here. Compatible coolers. Oh wait, I can probably click compatible CPUs. So I got the 16 one. Oh, I love how the 16 one isn't here. Either it's not here because I bought it or I put it in my cart, or the 16 one would not work. I think it would work. Who cares? Actually, it really matters. It really matters. What the hell is this? Oh, just where you could buy these at. This would be crazy buying this. Hey, what is up? What is up, Tam? What is up? Completed builds, benchmarks. Do we get to go through like, oh wow. So you can kind of like follow along what other people have built. But for me, it's like, just because it may look good, that is sick. What the hell? How you got SpongeBob in there? But just because it may look good, you never really know if it runs good. But the way he did this, though, it looks amazing. Oh my goodness. Wow. Sorry, I'm like amazed by just the way these people have their like desktops looking. I, of course, would want to build a desktop like in the future. Oh, you can see all up in there. Look at these wirings. What the hell? People just be knowing how to do this? That is crazy. People just be knowing how to do this for real. Yeah, I feel like it would just be super best if I bought my own damn computer. There's also guides. Guides to what? Introduction to PCs designed to deliver high performance. CPU and cooler. Probably trying to tell you like, oh, it's the same thing that we've been reading. This is crazy. And then how much is it in total? If I were to buy it. Obviously I wouldn't, but in total, how much is it? About 1,248. That's not bad. I always used to think that getting PCs like this, obviously you're probably going to want to upgrade your RAM, right? If they don't have a good enough RAM in there, or if, you know, you want more fans, yada yada. But I honestly thought it was like more expensive. 1,032 ain't bad. That's pretty much what I spent on this damn laptop. So I should have just got a damn desktop. I mean, I should have got, yeah, like one of these desktops. I don't need no beginners. I should have just instantly went straight into here and started buying stuff. It's like, what does it come with? Because it comes with this. Does it come with everything? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. It comes with the power supply. Comes with Oh, the SSD comes with RAM, comes with the motherboard, comes with that. Oh, so it does come with everything. But obviously, you're probably gonna want to upgrade it. Hmm. I can't believe I'm learning more and more about computers every day. This is strange. This is straight up strange. I know there wasn't much note taking today, but I feel like a lot of it needed to be visual today. I needed to just kind of see everything. So input, output devices, this is clear, which we already got into, how monitors, printers, and keyboards work. Let's go monitors, because I don't understand. Let me see, monitors, new use. They literally just told me to search monitors, and that's what popped up. Why would they tell me that? We got BIOS. Yeah, no. I'm gonna have to see if I can find like a better website. They have a try virtual BIOS. You can try a free BIOS. You have to download it. I don't like stuff like that. That makes me think I'm about to get hacked. That straight up makes me think I'm about to get hacked. Yeah, no, so I think we're good there. I feel like technically, I don't know, I'm gonna have to see if I can find like a good website that can kind of guide me in what to learn. I think technically I know what the hardware looks like. I know what it does. The only thing is I feel like I need to know, like, learn the deeper aspect of it. Like, what is, like I said, the cores, what does that mean? I know the more cores you have, but what is, like, is it like actual, like, physical thing, or is it something you have to buy when you buy the CPU? Then I would want to learn about megahertz. I'm assuming, like I said, the more megahertz is better, but I think when it comes to CPU, it's the more cores, even if the megahertz are smaller, because in the end, it would add up to having more megahertz compared to one that just has a lot. And then so if that's all you need to know about that, then I guess then that would be it. I guess then that would be it. I don't know, like it's making me think I need to have like longer to learn all this stuff. And I feel like I've learned a pretty good amount. Learn how to build a PC, cable management. And I feel like there's so much you could learn with hardware without actually building the computer. So in my head it's like I can't really learn no more. Like what am I gonna do? Just identify the plug? Like this plug is this plug. It's like I honestly it'd probably be better if I just had the PC. So I feel like in my head, maybe we can kind of move on from hardware as of right now until I get my own PC. But I'm gonna have to do some research because there's still probably more stuff that I'm missing. If y'all know anything that I could be missing, definitely let me know. If y'all are new here though, I should be hopping on every single day to end up learning web dev. And I am gonna be hopping off. I love y'all. Y'all have been amazing. Y'all are super goated. Cannot wait. Oh gosh, I just hurt my thumb. Cannot wait to continue this studying journey. I wish I could have stayed on a bit longer, but I hopped on pretty late. And I'm sorry that it was probably like less structured. That was 100% my fault because I woke up late, number one, and then number two, I ended up having a whole plan on what to do for this stream. And then I lost it. I don't know where any of it went. So it's completely my fault for it to be, less structured and stuff like that. But y'all definitely stayed. Y'all tuned in. Thank y'all so much for that. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. I will be hopping on every single day to continue learning about Google IT support. And as of right now, our main goal is learning about hardware until we're kind of done with that. And then we're probably going to get into the networking aspect of things. And the point of this beginner part, because I don't know nothing about computers, everything has been learned on these last 9 days. Literally knew nothing. So the point I feel like from here is to try to get computer fundamentals down. I want to be able to ace all these beginner computer fundamentals stuff. Then when I can ace that, I'm gonna start trying to learn specifically what goes into the CompTIA A+, and that would be the first certification that we go for. Because I wanted to do the Google IT support certification.